After being tragically killed by his own explosive experiment, Harry found himself transported back to the year of his 7th birthday. His frail body could scarcely contain the immense power of his soul and magic, and upon landing, he coughed up blood. In a desperate bid to salvage his own life, Harry resolved to venture into the world, hoping to acquire a few servants to serve as vessels for his magical energy. He obtained information regarding himself, the savior of the British magical community. The infant who vanquished the Dark Lord brought a smile to Harry's face. Concerning the death of his parents, Harry prepared himself for a lackadaisical existence at Hogwarts, only to discover that the school possessed a certain charm. Oh, the wizards here are even more intriguing. The emotionally obtuse, rash, and impetuous Weasley, the arrogant and haughty young Malfoy, whose mind is consumed by blood purity, the bitter and sinister Bat Professor, who relentlessly targets students, the sweet-toothed, scheming Dumbledore, whose mind is filled with calculations, the deranged and foolish Voldemort, who has reduced himself to mere fragments. Let explode, let all explode. Ever since the Savior enrolled, explosions seem to have become an annual spectacle at Hogwarts. This year, has Hogwarts exploded? Yet, when Voldemort returns, Harry gazes at the shadowed platinum hue, pondering what thoughts occupy his mind. Chapter 1. Return. Harry was jolted awake by a wave of agonizing pain. He curled up, unable to suppress his shivering. With great difficulty, Harry opened his eyes, his lips having been bitten until they bled, the crimson droplets trickling down to the ground. However, he could spare no thought for that now. Harry instinctively heightened his vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. The place was dilapidated and cramped, with light seemingly barred from entering the filthy, disordered room, which faintly emanated an air of antiquity. Scattered around were various items, some broken, others helplessly lying there, while some hovered in midair. Harry lifted his head, locking eyes with the rebellious, floating objects. Is this a surge of magic? Harry was somewhat taken aback. Although he had encountered magic surges in his early years, that was many years ago. He had not experienced a magic surge since he turned 7. Slowly, Harry propped himself up, each movement sending ripples of tearing pain through him. Yet accustomed to such discomfort, he remained largely unfazed. His current focus was on, why am I experiencing a magic surge? He quickly sensed something was amiss. His body was pitiably weak, even more so than when he had been grievously injured before. Harry paused momentarily, gradually lowering his gaze to examine his body. A pair of frail hands came into view, as if mocking his current predicament. Harry gazed at his hands, his eyes gradually widening. He tremulously turned towards the somewhat grimy window, where a diminutive boy locked eyes with him through the glass. He appeared exceedingly frail, the oversized shirt draped over him like a sack over a mere stick. His evident fragility suggested a single blow could end him. Is this truly me? Harry slowly moved to the window's edge, raising his hand to touch his cheek, his green eyes intently fixed on the reflection of the figure in the glass, his expression somber. Such a gaunt visage. How many years ago was this? Distant memories surfaced from the recesses of his mind, and Harry gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. Ah, this was the world I once belonged to. He unsteadily rose to his feet, his fists slightly clenched, as the vibrant energy of his soul clashed with his frail physique, the disparity in strength threatening to tear his body apart, the pain invigorating his mind. My soul remains robust. Thus, the incident of my magical outburst that transported me to that fantastical realm was no absurd dream, but rather a genuine adventure that transpired in my life. So, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin Dudley, how will you perceive me now? Harry gently closed his eyes. Will you still regard me as a monster, or will you show some compassion? It is regrettable that his grand aspirations culminated in his demise due to his own experiment. This may be one of the most vexing demises in history. Contemplating this, Harry's expression darkened slightly. However, with the foundation he laid, even in death, those fools would surely manage to establish a realm for wizards. With a stockpile of ammunition spanning thousands of warehouses, even a thorough assault on the church could be tactically justified. Harry slowly exhaled. Yet, I cannot help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction.
He quietly studied his emotions before redirecting his attention. Scrutinizing the dilapidated room, his brow furrowing. It was far too filthy.
He raised his hand, and a gentle white light blossomed from his fingertips, instantly banishing the dust within the room, restoring order to the disarrayed objects. Harry gradually lowered his hand. This current cubicle appeared far more agreeable. He felt a sense of satisfaction within, but before he could take further action, he opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the floor anew. Harry stared blankly at the blood he had expelled. What? So fragile? In disbelief, he raised his hand to pinch his scarcely fleshed face. A mere cleaning spell caused me to vomit blood? Was my original body this weak? Harry stood in silence for 3 minutes, calming the nauseating taste of blood in his chest before cautiously releasing a spell to examine himself. Threads of magic gradually flowed from his fingertips, dull pain spreading throughout his body until it reached a threshold that began to tug at his vital organs. Harry promptly halted, using the meager magic extracted from his body to assess his condition. He observed the faint red glow of the magical feedback, his lips twitching. Wow! The discord between my soul and body, coupled with the overwhelming magic confined within this frail form, placed it perpetually on the brink of collapse. I'm still alive. After the initial shock, Harry cautiously glanced at his thin arms and legs, then gingerly took a few steps forward, moving slowly toward the door. He surveyed the surroundings, discovering a paperclip within the tidy cubicle, then turned his gaze to the tightly shut door. With ease, he pried open the lock and sauntered outside. Magic must be conserved. Using it would lead to bodily collapse and death. Such overwhelming power is poison to me in my current state. This situation will gradually improve with age as my body's magical capacity expands, eventually accommodating my magic. Therefore, it is prudent to save energy whenever possible. If I can act without magic, I shall. When Harry appeared before the Dursley family, their expressions were filled with shock and confusion, as if they were questioning how he had emerged. However, Uncle Vernon's face soon turned a deep shade of crimson as his large frame sprang from the sofa, unleashing an enraged roar towards the slowly emerging Harry. How did you get out? You used your strange tricks again, didn't you? Aunt Petunia clutched Dudley, her brow furrowed, seemingly regarding Harry with disdain, yet her eyes betrayed other emotions. Uncle Vernon's weight was decidedly unkind to the floor of this house. As Harry watched Uncle Vernon approach him rapidly, he felt the very ground beneath him tremble. I warn you, boy, keep your shameful tricks hidden. Uncle Vernon seized Harry by the collar, bellowing furiously. If I find out you use them for any mischief again, you shall never emerge from that cupboard. Harry calmly tilted his head, deftly avoiding the mysterious liquid spewing from Uncle Vernon's mouth, and then coughed twice. Ugh! A mouthful of crimson blood splattered vividly across Uncle Vernon's face. Uncle Vernon's expression froze entirely, while Aunt Petunia's countenance shifted dramatically as she released Dudley and rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Vernon, what have you done? Why is Harry coughing up blood?" Chapter 2. Physical condition. Penny's expression was a palpable mix of anxiety and panic. After rescuing Harry from Vernon's grip, she frantically grasped Harry's shoulders to assess his condition. "We must go to the hospital, she exclaimed in a flurry, lifting the slight figure of Harry and urgently calling out to the still-dazed Vernon. "Hurry up and drive." Upon regaining his senses, Vernon fumbled for his keys and stumbled out the door. Good heavens, he truly didn't lay a heavy hand on him. He never intended to harm Harry. He merely wished to issue a warning. How did things escalate to this point? As Penny cradled Harry, she glanced back at Dudley, who seemed frozen in shock at the sight of blood that Harry had coughed up. She gently reassured him. "Dudley, you stay here at home, all right? Your father and I will take your brother to the hospital for a checkup and will return shortly. Do not wander outside, understand?" Dudley's chubby face turned pale, his gaze involuntarily darting to the pool of blood on the floor. Hearing his mother's instructions, he finally snapped out of his stupor, nodding repeatedly and obediently curling up on the sofa, visibly shaken by the unfolding drama. Dudley had never been this compliant before. Penny, observing her frightened son, felt a twinge of sympathy, but she quickly closed the door and proceeded to the car with Harry, preparing for their hospital visit. Gently placing Harry in the car, Penny's unusual tenderness elicited a peculiar expression from him as he tilted his head. Was it just a figment of his imagination? Was she genuinely concerned for him? He had assumed they would be eager to see him perish. Penny anxiously peered ahead, and upon noticing Harry's curious gaze, her expression momentarily stiffened. Clearing her throat, she adopted a stern demeanor, glaring at Harry as she tersely stated, We will be at the hospital shortly. You had best remain quiet and refrain from showcasing your tricks on the way. Harry blinked, tilting his head to reveal a compliant smile. All right, Aunt. His large green eyes sparkled, and his unruly black hair swayed slightly. Penny moved her lips as if to say something. Yet she closed her mouth and turned her head away. Upon arriving at the hospital, Penny and Vernon hurriedly registered Harry for a consultation and conducted a full-body examination. When the results were revealed, the doctor furrowed his brow. The physician regarded Penny and Vernon with an expression bordering on severity, leaving them both perplexed and apprehensive. You two should step outside for a moment, he stated impassively. Penny and Vernon exchanged anxious glances and slowly exited the room, closing the door behind them. Taking a deep breath, the doctor turned his gentle gaze towards the inquisitive little Harry. Young man, could you tell me if your parents have ever harmed you? The inquiry into potential abuse had been rephrased. Harry was silent, and the doctor, mistaking his reticence for fear, softened his expression further. Do not be afraid. No one can hurt you here, not even your parents. If you are willing to testify, I will immediately contact the authorities to ensure they face consequences. The laws in Britain regarding child abuse were exceedingly stringent, and the doctor had already reached for his phone, ready to act against the seemingly abusive Dursleys. Harry's lips twitched. No, they are my aunt and uncle. They have not mistreated me. At 7 years old, Harry's magical outbursts had begun at 6, and prior to that, Penny and Vernon had treated him like any ordinary child, with relative kindness. However, after his magical abilities manifested, their demeanor shifted. They began to refer to him as a monster and treated him with disdain. Harry was still young, and the Dursleys had not subjected him to severe mistreatment. Perhaps they would in the future, but Harry would not allow such circumstances to transpire. The doctor frowned, his expression grave. Are you certain? Yes, sir, Harry replied calmly, instinctively offering a slight smile during their conversation as a gesture of politeness. My uncle and aunt took me in when I lost my parents, and I am grateful for that. After verifying Harry's account, the doctor summoned the Dursleys back into the room, clutching Harry's examination report with a serious tone. The child's physical condition is concerning. Malnutrition is the least of his issues. He has some injuries that may impede his physical development, and furthermore, the doctor hesitated, his gaze filled with skepticism. We have not determined any cause. His body is quite frail, and his internal organs cannot withstand even minor impacts. In short, he is at risk of death from the slightest carelessness. Penny and Vernon's faces paled significantly. Is there a cure? Penny inquired cautiously. Considering treatment, perhaps it would be prudent to provide care for this child, the doctor replied, his demeanor softening slightly. To treat this condition, you will need to go to a more reputable hospital and consult specialists for a treatment plan, which necessitates long-term hospitalization. The doctor spoke candidly. This will require not only funds, but also connections. Penny and Vernon's expressions shifted subtly. They understood the implications. Yet they were acutely aware of their financial limitations and lack of influential contacts. Harry tugged at Penny's clothing. He was aware of his situation. The matters of the magical realm could not be resolved by conventional means. Aunt, I believe I am fine as I am, and do not require treatment, he stated earnestly. To address his predicament, one must either find ways to enhance his physical resilience or expel the magic within him. The former would demand a plethora of rare materials, which were both difficult to procure and time-consuming to gather. The latter, however, could be achieved more simply, requiring only some rather dubious methods, such as enlisting the aid of several subservient beings to siphon off the excess power from his body. Yet, one would need to find individuals with suitable physical attributes. Otherwise, those bound by the contract would perish shortly thereafter. Harry pondered this dilemma, but where could he find such individuals? Upon hearing Harry's words, Penny's expression briefly shifted to one of sorrow, but she quickly replaced it with a hardened visage. Harry wondered if it was merely his imagination. Should they treat him or not? Penny was acutely aware of their financial incapacity, yet this was her sister's child. Treatment, Penny resolved through clenched teeth. Vernon hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he remained silent, refraining from voicing any opposition. Which hospital should we go to? Penny inquired of the doctor. The doctor hesitated, assessing the family that hardly appeared affluent. Are you serious? Chapter 3, Discussion Wait. Harry urgently pulled at Penny's sleeve. She looked down at him. Harry gripped tightly, and Penny, suspiciously glancing at him, bent down to listen. In a hushed tone, Harry whispered, Aunt, my condition is due to other reasons that the hospital cannot resolve. Penny's mind began to churn. Other reasons? Her immediate thought was of magic. Harry's body had weakened without warning, much like her sister's untimely death and the sudden appearance of an infant Harry at her doorstep. Was it those damned wizards again? Those cursed magics? You have caused the demise of my sister and now seek to endanger her child. Petunia's expression momentarily turned terrifying. Aunt. Harry gazed quizzically at Petunia's countenance, prompting her to snap back to reality. She cast a complex glance at Harry and inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Harry affirmed with a nod. "Very well," Petunia sighed. "Then we shall not seek treatment." The doctor remained silent, observing their discussion, internally musing that their relationship seemed rather amicable. Vernon had no objections. They returned home. Dudley remained curled up on the sofa, keen to keep a safe distance from the bloodstains on the floor. Upon seeing his parents return with Harry, he cast a hopeful glance their way. Petunia gently placed Harry on the sofa, then silently retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Vernon quietly picked up a mop to clean the floor. Dudley peeked at Harry, his expression hesitant, and cautiously shifted closer, gingerly tapping Harry on the shoulder. "You," he began, faltering. Harry turned to him with a smile. "What?" Dudley recoiled slightly, flushing crimson, pointing at his own mouth and then at Harry's, as if trying to articulate his thoughts. "It's you." His speech appeared somewhat disjointed, and he gestured awkwardly towards Vernon, stumbling to convey his meaning. "Blood? Ah, that's merely a minor issue," Harry replied with remarkable calmness, even spreading his arms to demonstrate. "Not dead, uninjured, still breathing." Dudley's eyes widened in palpable terror as he edged away. He now dared not touch Harry at all. During dinner, Petunia hesitated before finally asking Harry, "What do you intend to do about your condition?" Harry paused, setting down his utensils to contemplate, then replied, "Aunt, I wish to venture out in search of a solution. Only by going out can I find the right person to assist." Petunia understood, her brow furrowing involuntarily, her voice slightly shrill with disbelief. "By yourself?" "Yes," Harry nodded. "No, you're far too young." Petunia vehemently dismissed the idea. "You cannot go alone." "Aunt, I can manage just fine," Harry implored. "Do not forget, I possess many peculiar little tricks at my disposal." Petunia and Vernon's expressions darkened momentarily, but then Petunia scoffed. "What good are those tricks? They only make you appear as a monster. Can they protect you? Can they deal with the villains?" Harry cast a resigned glance at the resolute Petunia, raising his hand. Under the wary yet puzzled gazes of Petunia and Vernon, a delicate stream of magic flowed forth, and the knife in his hand gradually twisted and transformed into an MP-22 Magnum. With a smile, Harry shook the firearm in his hand. "See? Quite useful." Petunia and Vernon stared blankly. Dudley, in sheer fright, edged further away from Harry's weapon. Harry chuckled, "But that won't do either." Petunia snapped back to reality, her tone rigid. "Even with a gun, it's dangerous to roam alone." Harry, feeling a headache brewing, furrowed his brow and after a moment's contemplation, aimed the firearm at his palm. Dudley trembled, and with a loud clatter, fell off his chair. The expressions on Petunia and Vernon's faces shifted dramatically. "Wait, calm down." Petunia raised her voice. "We can discuss this further. There's no need for such extremes." They believed Harry intended to harm himself. Perplexed, Harry responded, "What on earth are you talking about?" Then he realized, smirking, "I'm merely demonstrating." With that, he swiftly chambered around and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, causing Dudley to freeze in terror and scuttle behind his parents. Petunia and Vernon gasped, their eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Harry, clenching his injured hand into a fist. Harry coughed lightly under the Dursleys' stunned gaze, then opened his palm to reveal a deformed bullet that fell to the ground. Nonchalantly, Harry waved his hand. "I am capable of self-defense, Aunt. Allow me to step outside. Perhaps I truly can find a solution. You see, they cannot kill me, not even with a gun." Petunia fell silent. "Let me think it over. I need some time." After dinner, Harry slowly retreated to his small cupboard. He closed the door and at last succumbed to the urge, pressing his hand to his chest and leaning against the wall, coughing softly. Threads of fresh blood trickled from his lips, dripping onto the floor and spreading into vivid crimson blossoms. Harry's small face fell. He could no longer endure it. This body is far too fragile. Just a transformation spell could render him like this. The issue must be resolved soon. Dragging his feet, he collapsed onto the bed, weakly clutching the blanket and wrapping himself tightly, curling up and squirming a bit. It hurt so much. As the night passed, Harry felt significantly better. He sluggishly made his way downstairs. He had awakened naturally today, as Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had not dragged him out of bed early to prepare meals. Aunt Petunia had already prepared dinner. After a night of contemplation, she found herself baffled. In this household, they had always kept magic at arm's length. How Harry had come to know of it was one enigma, and how he had learned such fearsome techniques was another that made her head ache. Petunia harbored suspicions. Perhaps Harry was a prodigy, much like her sister Lily. Unable to fathom it, she decided to cease pondering. After discussing the matter with Vernon, they concluded that they could not prevent Harry from leaving, and if, as Harry claimed, his condition was a side effect of magic, then seeking medical help might prove futile. She could not reach the wizards who had sent Harry, and leaving him here could lead to dire consequences should he perish, dragging her into the fray as well. The display of self-defense he had exhibited was sufficient. Although he proposed a daring course of action, he did not appear to be insane. Perhaps letting him go was the best course. He might indeed find a way to resolve his predicament. For reasons unknown, looking into Harry's eyes. Even though he was but a child, Petunia felt an inexplicable sense of conviction. Upon seeing him descend, she spoke. If you are to leave, what will happen to school? Noticing Petunia's softened stance, Harry released a breath of relief, slightly diminishing the magical influence he had exerted upon her. He shrugged nonchalantly. I suppose Aunt will need to withdraw me from school or arrange for an indefinite leave of absence. Chapter 4. A New Beginning. Harry's aunt and uncle finally relented. After deliberation, Petunia and Vernon packed a suitcase for Harry, then with long faces, handed him a bank card, and without a moment's hesitation, unceremoniously ushered him out of the house. Oh, my goodness. Harry stood at the threshold, gazing at number 4 Privet Drive with a sense of disbelief. He was truly stepping out into the world. Well then, I shall meander at my leisure, he thought, wherever his feet may take him, ruffling his tousled hair. He caught sight of a few cats perched on a nearby wall, curiously watching him. He recalled that Mrs. Fig resided there. Harry sensed the magic emanating from the house, his brow furrowing slowly. Was she a witch? No, that aura, though conspicuous, lacked the fluidity of true magic. She was a witch incapable of casting spells? Harry hesitated for a moment, rooted in place, his instincts warning him that this mysterious old woman was not as simple as she appeared. Having been saved by his instincts on numerous occasions, Harry cautiously began to retreat, convinced that he could not brazenly depart from little whinging under her watchful gaze. At the very least, he must not allow anyone to associate his departure with Aunt Petunia and her family. He could not endanger them. As magic flared at his fingertips, Harry deftly inscribed a personal rune in the air, seamlessly packing Aunt Petunia's suitcase into a pocket dimension. With his hands shoved deep into his pockets, he took a few steps forward, grimacing as he suppressed the agonizing pain coursing through his body while subtly conjuring a spell in midair, crafting a matrix for non-directional spatial displacement. With a decisive step, he plunged into the unknown. Where he would end up was a matter of luck. As long as he survived, he would consider it a success. Harry felt himself plummeting before landing with a soft thud. Surprised, he pressed his hand against the ground beneath him. Soft? To his astonishment, he heard the muffled growl of a dog, laden with suppressed fury. Lowering his gaze, he locked eyes with a gaunt, scruffy stray dog that bared its teeth, its eyes glinting with menace. Then, it opened its mouth and barked furiously. Without a moment's thought, Harry rolled aside and leapt to his feet, sprinting away. As he ran, he pulled a napkin from his pocket to stifle the blood pouring from his mouth. All while the unfortunate dog, on the verge of being flattened, chased after him relentlessly. In a frenzied dash, Harry felt his insides threatening to rupture. He dared not stop. Especially not in plain view, where dying at the jaws of a dog would be utterly disgraceful. He needed an opportunity, any opportunity. Passers-by gaped in bewilderment as the frantic scene unfolded, instinctively stepping aside. Harry darted past a shopping mall, where an advertisement creaked ominously before toppling down just as the stray dog reached its base, crushing it into unconsciousness. Panting, Harry ducked into a narrow alley, allowing himself a moment of respite. He pulled out more napkins and began to tend to his wounds. After the exertion of running and casting magic, he felt on the brink of collapse. Clumsily, he settled onto the ground, gradually easing the throbbing pain in his head. Once the discomfort had subsided enough for him to think, he began inspecting his personal rune. In his haste to stow the suitcase, something had felt amiss. But he had no time to ponder it then. He wondered if the rune had encountered any unforeseen complications. Surely it couldn't malfunction in this world. As he mused, he cautiously peeked through the sudden door that had appeared before him, only to be taken aback. To his relief, all his inventory remained intact. A glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes. He had feared the rune had become incompatible in this realm, but it seemed it was merely full. He stepped inside, emptied his suitcase of its contents, and began sifting through his assortment of items. Rocket bombs, avian explosives, glass bombs, blinding flashes, various firearms and ammunition, along with an array of magical artifacts. All were hastily stuffed back into the suitcase. Harry rummaged through his chaotic collection for potions, but found none of the varieties he currently required. He had never considered needing potions for physical enhancement. His stash was solely composed of ingredients for illicit concoctions. Finally, Harry cast a protective enchantment over the suitcase and closed the shimmering door behind him, pushing the suitcase out into the world. Before him unfolded a striking tapestry of history and modernity interwoven. A Baroque-style building, quaint cafes lining the streets, and enticing pastry shops stood in charming disarray. He could see street performers playing violins, their melodies wafting through the air. In the distance rose a church, its ancient spire barely visible from Harry's vantage point. He had arrived in Munich, Germany, a city both antiquated and contemporary. In the next moment, Harry recoiled back into the alley. Goodness, there were far too many wizards here. He cautiously cast a glamour upon his visage, yet despite his careful efforts, he again found himself needing to stifle the blood from his mouth. After tidying himself up with an air of detachment, he finally stepped out with his suitcase. Harry held a golden pocket watch, the time reading 3:32 in the afternoon. Oddly, the lavish timepiece displayed 11:21. The long hand was poised between the Roman numerals 4 and 5, while the short hand rested between 11 and 12. After a brief spin, Harry observed the hands turning along with him. Moments later, he gazed in the direction indicated by the hour hand, snapping the watch shut before tucking it away. Muttering to himself, "Let us see what lies in that direction." The watch, engraved with a luck-enhancing rune, would eternally guide its holder to the most fortuitous moments. Although it had once been a failed experiment from his apprenticeship, it was nonetheless highly praised by his mentor due to its significant, albeit troublesome, side effects. The more fortunate one became, the more misfortune they would encounter. Once, his senior had used it to locate a shipwreck laden with treasure, only to be pursued by a swarm of sharks the moment he relayed the news. Chased from the sea to the shore, when his senior finally clambered onto land, he turned to find not just ordinary predators, but magical beasts with legs following him ashore. Had Harry not pursued his senior, the outcome would have been disastrous. Since that incident, Harry had never allowed anyone else to use the artifact. Although the principle of exchanging luck for luck seemed fair and equitable, an essential rule of alchemy, it did not align with Harry's expectations. Would there truly be no complications? He found himself uncertain. Chapter 5, The Guiding Luck. After proceeding in the direction indicated by 11 o'clock for some time, Harry halted. Before him lay no path but a bar, with modern nightlife yet to commence. Peering through the glass, he noted the sparse attendants within. He glanced at the pocket watch again. The hour hand was spinning, and after a brief moment, it settled on 8 o'clock while the minute hand remained steadfast. This was the place. 8 o'clock. Harry studied the bar, its old sign reading Hoffnung, hope, in German. The glass window facing the street proclaimed in vibrant red paint, "You can live to death." It appeared rather pretentious, yet the phrase evoked a sense of foreboding in Harry. This did not seem like a suitable establishment, especially considering that most European countries had lax gun laws. Harry had nearly deduced what awaited him. Casting a glance at his diminutive arms and legs before surveying the bar ahead, a question mark materialized above his head. How was a minor to gain entry? Stealing a furtive glance at the imposing figure of the bouncer at the entrance, he tentatively extended a foot forward. Taking a step closer, the bouncer perked up, abruptly extending his arm, fingers splayed and palm raised, halting just before Harry's nose. Suddenly, shadows enveloped Harry. He paused and looked up. The burly man grinned, seemingly attempting to be amiable in his persuasion, yet all Harry could perceive on his face was menace. Children are not permitted inside. Good heavens! Did he even add a flourish at the end? Harry comprehended the English phrase, sending a shiver coursing through him. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Moments later, Harry, now cloaked in confusion spells and accompanied by his luggage, walked into the bar, seemingly unfazed, despite his bloodied state. This time, he appeared to the bouncer as an adult, thus evading any obstruction. Upon entering the bar, he casually selected a booth and settled in. Given his current physical condition, consuming alcohol seemed imprudent. After a moment's contemplation, he ordered a juice instead. He then endeavored to diminish his presence, patiently awaiting the arrival of 8 o'clock. As the sun sank closer to the horizon, the deep blue night crept into the sky, shrouding the streets in dimness and marking the transition between natural light and neon. The vibrant and kaleidoscopic lights enveloped the city. He hoped for a growing throng within the bar, patrons huddled in low murmurs or silently nursing their drinks at the counter. Regardless of their activities, they shared a commonality recognizable to those with relevant experiences. Harry undoubtedly noticed the aura of cold detachment surrounding those who had witnessed bloodshed and taken lives. The Hope Bar was not merely a drinking establishment. It served as a nexus for various individuals, frequented by mercenaries and assassins alike. As the hour hand inched closer to 8, Harry stifled a yawn, only to freeze with his mouth agape as a pungent scent of blood infiltrated his nostrils. At his lower back, a hard object pressed against him, radiating warmth. Harry discerned its shape, a hollow circle, and the realization struck him, it was a gun. He slowly closed his mouth, lowered his gaze, and discreetly glanced behind him. A young man was huddled awkwardly behind the booth, wedged into the corner, appearing in dire straits. His disheveled black curls clung to his forehead, and his azure eyes bore no emotion. He whispered urgently for silence, threatening that a sound would lead to death. Harry smirked slightly, gesturing that he would remain quiet, yet the young man did not lower his weapon. After a moment, Harry cautiously turned to look again, only to discover that the man had succumbed to unconsciousness. Harry retrieved his pocket watch, the hour hand ominously pointing at the young man as if it were affixed. This person? Harry scrunched his nose at the sight of the nearly lifeless figure. Could he really be of any assistance? Hesitating, Harry raised his hand, uncertain whether to aid someone who appeared on the brink of death. The pool of blood on the ground was already substantial. With a sudden bang, a gunshot erupted. Harry instinctively tilted his head back as a bullet, ignited with fire, whizzed past his chin, shattering the glass behind him. It seemed the commotion had been noticed. Harry summoned his magic, prepared to discard his luck and flee, but then his luck awakened on its own. The very next moment, he found himself seized by his own fortune, the now cold gun barrel pressing firmly against his lower back. Harry's expression hardened. This individual intended to use him as a human shield? Such unstable luck was unwelcome. Just as he contemplated taking action, the man behind him hesitated, retracting his weapon. Conte Esposito had been thoroughly betrayed by his compatriots. He had been executing his duties outside when he was suddenly thrust into a chaotic pursuit. Utterly unprepared and left in a state of utter disarray, he had barely managed to slip into the Hope Bar, seeking refuge to staunch his bleeding and catch his breath, only to faint from the loss of blood. The gunfire had jolted him awake. His immediate instinct was to push the person next to him out as a means of buying time. It was only then that he noticed the boy's features. Dark hair, green eyes, and a gaze tinged with the scent of blood. Conte felt no doubt that this boy could, and would, kill him. More importantly, Conte recognized that he was staring at a small child. His pupils dilated. When had minors been allowed into the Hope Bar? Harry remained oblivious to the fact that his confusion spell had failed on Conte. He regarded this luck-bringer, as dictated by his pocket watch, with a cold stare, contemplating how to efficiently dispose of this individual. Meanwhile, Conte's mind raced. This was clearly no ordinary child. Who was he? Did he possess knowledge of Conte's predicament? Was his presence in a bar strictly prohibiting minors a mere accident, or was it intentional? However, time was not a luxury they could afford, as the next bullet had already sliced through the air, aimed with deadly intent towards them. Chapter 6. The Chase. Damn it! Harry exclaimed, instinctively darting away, slipping beneath the booth as a bullet narrowly grazed his tuft of hair. He huddled beneath the seat, exchanging glances with Conte. The bar had clearly descended into chaos. The rapid succession of gunfire had not only roused the ire of the bar's owner, but also provoked the mercenaries and assassins taking refuge within. These bloodthirsty individuals were not known for their patience, and they immediately reached for their weapons to retaliate against the pursuing assailants. What an opportunity! Conte felt a surge of determination. After all, what had brought him to the Hope Bar? It was to enlist the formidable skills of those within to buy him some time. Emerging from the corner, he hesitated for a fleeting moment, casting one last glance at the calm Harry who remained in place. Trusting his instincts, Conte recognized that leaving Harry amidst the gunfire would likely spell doom for the boy. Conte, possessing a modicum of conscience for a member of the Mafia, extended his hand and yanked Harry from beneath the seat. "Let us go," he urged as he pulled Harry from the narrow yet safe confines of the booth, propelling them both toward the exit. As Harry was yanked, he instinctively reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve a weapon from the shrunken suitcase. However, he abruptly halted his motion, being dragged outward by Conte. Harry's mind was in a state of bewilderment. When the gunfire erupted in the bar, he had already cast spells around himself and the chairs. How could this fortunate gentleman remember me in such a way? Moreover, what was he thinking? Did he truly believe that bringing someone along while escaping was not a burden? Conte himself was oblivious to his own thoughts, his mind singularly focused on fleeing, entirely unaware of the weight he was carrying. Harry was forced into a frantic run, one hand held by Conte while the other struggled to pull out a tissue to staunch the blood spilling from his mouth. They raced through a dimly lit and narrow alley, the wind whipping their dark hair, with bullets occasionally landing behind them, leaving scorched marks on the ground, accompanied by the hurried and chaotic sounds of their footsteps. Their pursuers were relentless, drawing ever closer at an unnaturally rapid pace. Both men sensed something was amiss. As Harry was propelled forward, he managed to glance back, spotting figures in the distance, more assassins in hot pursuit. In his line of sight, several pulsating, yet distinct flows of magical energy emerged. Harry's pupils dilated in shock. Was that a warding spell? Why were wizards involved in the chase? No wonder they were so fast. They were cheating with magic. Conte's lungs felt as if they had been pierced, his legs numb. Yet they continued to move out of sheer habit. Gritting his teeth, even as his gums began to bleed, he ran headlong, seemingly devoted to the notion that as long as he ran fast enough, disaster would always lag a step behind. He had forgotten that he was still dragging someone along. Harry subtly shifted his magical energy, forcefully altering the trajectory of a bullet that was hurtling toward them, causing it to crash land just behind them. He coughed up more blood. The notion that disaster was always a step behind was merely a burden I carried. It was merely a matter of exchanging luck, wasn't it? What did it matter to be a bit unfortunate? As long as he was not dead, it was not a grave concern. The real issue was that he had only experienced the depths of his own misfortune, while the value this fortunate gentleman could provide remained entirely elusive. Although he trusted his own abilities, Harry expressionlessly spat blood and vowed never to use that wretched pocket watch again. Conti dragged Harry into a dead end, a concealed alleyway hidden amid the buildings, culminating in a red brick wall that barred their escape. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to climb, but stumbled under the weight he was carrying. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he turned back, a mix of confusion and dread swirling within him. He beheld Harry, bloodied and on the verge of fainting, in the chaos of their flight. Connie's mind was still dazed by the wind, and he blurted out, "What are you doing here?" Harry gasped for breath, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured to his arm. Connie noticed he was still firmly gripping Harry's hand. He appeared as if he wished to feel embarrassed. Yet the approaching assassins left him no room for such sentiments. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the pursuing killers emerged at the alley's entrance. The foremost wizards dismounted their broomsticks, their features obscured beneath dark hoods, exuding an aura of dark magic that was synonymous with foreboding, instilling a sense of dread. Connie, having lost too much blood, could barely remain upright, sustained only by adrenaline. His ability to confront them was merely a fleeting flicker of vitality. He felt himself on the brink of collapse. Though separated by fabric, Harry could keenly sense Conti's temperature plummeting. The attackers were armed to the teeth, wizards brandishing their wands. And the atmosphere grew tense at their encounter. Each side regarded the other with disdain and caution, disdain for the wizards' tattered attire and the comical way they wielded their wands, while being wary of the unknown magical powers they possessed. The disdain was equally directed towards the powerless, primitive muggles and their tainted lineage, juxtaposed against the firearms emitting smoke and sparks, weapons they did not understand. Yet both parties were united in their objective, the seemingly defenseless Connie Esposito. Thus, there was little room for conflict among them. A wizard raised his wand towards Conti, a green light emanating from its tip. The assassins also raised their guns, aiming to eliminate Conti silently in the alleyway. Leaning against the wall, Conti felt his strength wane, sliding down, yet he couldn't help but smirk, thinking how unexpected it was that they had even summoned these lurking dark entities to deal with him. Muggle, the wizard sneered, and his companions echoed with uneven laughter, laced with mockery. A simple word encapsulated their contempt. Connie did not divide his attention towards the armed assassins, his azure eyes fixed intently on the wizards. Beneath that lake-like blue, waves of ambition and defiance surged. It seemed no one noticed the other presence in the alley. Harry tilted his head, observing these individuals, perhaps indifferent to their existence. Chapter 7. Reinforcements. The pursuers were impatient. A cornered prey could no longer provide them with amusement, and keeping him alive served no purpose. Bullets fired, and simultaneously, a ghostly green light erupted from the wizard's wand, both converging violently upon Conti. They paid no heed to Harry standing beside Conti. Harry pondered whether he should save this fortunate gentleman. He still did not understand the significance of the broken watch that had led him to him. In the blink of an eye, before Harry could reach a conclusion, these impatient strangers took action. Oh, it seemed he had no choice but to intervene. Harry watched as the green light and bullets came hurtling towards them. There was no doubt that he would be caught in the crossfire. Had an ordinary child been standing in his place, they would have been riddled with bullets or succumbed to the ominous curse, perishing in the desolate alley. To Harry, these attacks appeared as sluggish as a tortoise and fragile as paper within his magical sight. His hand was enveloped in a layer of power, effortlessly raising it to intercept the bullets, then blowing away the creeping green light drifting towards him. At least, that was how it appeared to him. Conti merely saw the enigmatic child, who always left him with a sense of depth, extend his hand and blow gently. The green light dissipated, and as the child slowly released his hand, a cacophony of deformed bullets clattered to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The wizards and assassins momentarily set aside their wariness, staring at Harry with expressions akin to that of a monster. They instinctively took a step back, their two factions merging into one chaotic mass. They have long been accustomed to living on the edge, fully aware that, regardless of the circumstances, preserving one's life is of paramount importance. Now, a creature capable of extinguishing lethal curses with a mere breath and crushing bullets with bare hands stands before them, an entity that is nothing short of explosive. Whether in the realm of magic or the mundane world, ignoring their mutual disdain, they forego communication, opting instead to resolve the immediate situation before indulging in their mutual loathing. Conti gazes at Harry's retreating figure, his expression somewhat dazed. Harry tilts his head, revealing a smile that could only be described as soft and inviting. Raising a hand in a casual wave, the multitude before him instinctively takes a couple of steps back. Harry, feeling a twinge of indignation, lowers his hand and asks, "Am I truly that frightening?" Conti slowly regains his composure. His body has grown cold and numb, yet his gaze towards Harry sparkles with intensity. Those cerulean eyes resemble a boiling sea, bursting forth with ambition and anticipation. It is a power, a mysterious and formidable force. The strength emanating from this child surpasses that of firearms and dark creatures alike. Might I be so fortunate as to witness it? Could I possibly have the opportunity to possess it? To hold it would render me even more formidable. Conti's eyes, now tinged with bloodshot veins, greedily fixate on Harry, replaying in his mind the scenes where he effortlessly dispatched bullets and spells. Unlike the wizards he had previously encountered, who, though powerful, were not invincible. He had merely been intrigued, wishing to delve deeper into their magic and, if possible, to acquire such strength for himself. But this child. A sudden chill envelopes Harry from behind, causing him to shudder as the suppressed blood resurges, clawing its way up his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Harry's face contorts in pain as he clutches his neck, struggling to contain the blood spilling forth. He appears anything but the one who just moments ago crushed bullets and dispelled curses. The onlookers, are his displays mere theatrics, or is he genuinely in distress? This question arises among the gathering assassins and wizards, momentarily casting aside their biases. Unquestionably, seizing the opportunity presented by his apparent weakness, they spring into action. A cacophony of vibrant spells, predominantly green, collides with a torrent of bullets. Harry, coughing violently, seems riddled with vulnerabilities, yet he remains vigilant. The instant they act, green sparks begin to coalesce in Harry's palm, twisting and entangling into a massive green serpent that hisses towards his adversaries. Cough, cough, cough. As Harry struggles to breathe, he slowly raises his head, coldly observing as the assassins and wizards are reduced to ashes amidst their screams. Having fulfilled the Master's command, the serpent, radiant as light and flame, languidly undulates in the air before dissipating. The last sight that Conti beheld was that of the slight figure standing amidst the swirling dust, wiping the blood from his mouth, gazing nonchalantly at the sight of his enemy's demise. Then, he succumbed to darkness. Harry, melancholic, crouches beside Conti, prodding the nearly lifeless figure, whose sole remaining thread of existence clings desperately to life. Conti's breaths are diminishing. Harry surveys Conti, now smeared with blood, contemplating for 3 seconds. His gaze drifts toward a blue cornflower peeking through a crack in the alley wall. With a decisive act, Harry plucks the flower and begins to tear at its innocent petals. Save, don't save, save, don't save. As he pulls the petals, he murmurs softly, and upon tearing the last petal, he resolves, save. He stares at the petals in his hand, seemingly at odds with him, lost in thought. Very well, then. If saving is the choice, I shall save. Harry prepares a handkerchief, raising his hand above Conti's head to sketch a mysterious sigil with magic. The magic circle, imbued with a gentle, vibrant green glow, seeps into Conti's body. This is an advanced magical array. Conti's breath stabilizes at a miraculous rate, and faint green luminescence emerges from his wounds, mending his injuries. Harry steadies himself against the surging magical energy within him, which threatens to break free. He then violently expels a mouthful of blood. The state of his body renders the use of such advanced magic a daunting task. Not only does his internal system protest, but his head also begins to throb painfully. Ultimately, darkness descends upon him, and he loses consciousness, having just enough time to cast a protective charm over himself. Conti awakens, feeling as though he has been immersed in warm water, his entire being suffused with vitality, as if he had never been injured at all. Injured? Conti jolts upright, startled by the changes in his body. His wounds are glowing. That child Conti's first thought is of the miraculous magic, and he instantly realizes who is responsible. He looks up to find Harry sprawled across his legs. Chapter 8. The Pact. When Harry awakens, he finds himself nestled in a soft bed, covered with a blanket. He slowly pushes himself up, momentarily dazed, before surveying his surroundings. It appears to be a hotel. The bedside is adorned with aromatherapy and a few plush toys. Harry's eye twitches, and he shifts his gaze away from the bedside to the nearby bathroom, across from which hangs a massive television. A plate of cold fried pork chop rests on a table by the window. The room is modest, lacking any semblance of luxury. If anyone were to find him and bring him to a hotel for refuge, it would likely be someone even more unfortunate than himself. With this thought, Harry turns to the closed door as footsteps draw nearer. Conti enters, having swiped his room key, and immediately senses the weight of Harry's gaze upon him. He looks up to see Harry sitting on the bed. Conti pauses briefly, nonchalantly approaching the table to place a white sausage he has in hand. "You're awake," he states, feigning calmness. Yet, his eyes betray him, ablaze with fire, ambition, desire, and determination. For someone like him, who walks the fine line between light and darkness, it would be disingenuous to deny his yearning for that wondrous and potent power. He is desperate to step into that bizarre world, eager to obtain that kind of strength. Harry regards him, reflecting on his own confusion. Under Conti's watchful gaze, he subtly moves his fingers, utilizing a disillusionment charm to further obscure his presence. Harry's eyes remain fixed on Conti, scrutinizing his reaction. Conti's expression flickers momentarily before he focuses intently on Harry. Harry, he murmurs, silently dispelling the charm. This fellow seems somewhat off, Harry muses, maintaining an air of naturalness. Is that fried pork chop and white sausage for me? Conti smiles at him, his demeanor gentle. Indeed. Their interaction flows effortlessly, as if they were old friends reunited, completely oblivious to the peculiar familiarity that arises from having recently escaped the clutches of death together. Each quietly contemplating ulterior motives. How splendid. Harry beamed as he extended his hand, expressing his desire for a fried pork cutlet. Conti readily acquiesced, presenting the dish to Harry with meticulous care, even having sliced it for him. Harry savored his meal with delight. Conti's discerning gaze lightly settled upon him. While Harry discreetly observed Mr. Lucky's reactions from the corner of his eye, he discerned that Conti's eyes held not only scrutiny, but also something else, an intensity that felt all too familiar. It was ambition. Harry paused momentarily, subtly narrowing his eyes. It appeared that what could captivate this fugitive was the magic of a wizard. How fortuitous, for it aligned perfectly with his expertise. After finishing his meal, Harry deliberately conjured a spell to cleanse the remnants of his dining. Conti's pupils momentarily constricted, quickly masked by a gentle expression as he offered up a slice of white sausage. Would you like more? No. Thank you for your hospitality. Harry replied with a composed nod. The one who should express gratitude is I, Conti remarked with a smile. You saved me. Have you forgotten? Wasn't I merely saving myself? Harry replied, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Sir, you were simply fortunate, nothing more. He was consciously drawing a line, compelling Conti to react. After all, in Conti's eyes, Harry, as a wizard endowed with mysterious powers, rendered intimidation ineffective. The last individuals who attempted to resort to force were still lying in the alley. And without someone to claim the bodies, it wouldn't be long before wild dogs feasted upon them. Conti pursed his lips slightly, the azure of his eyes darkening. He pondered how to sway this enigmatic, evidently extraordinary young wizard. A thought struck him. He needed to sharpen his wits. Conti couldn't conceive of anything he possessed that would hold value for Harry. Perhaps it was best to be forthright. He turned to Harry, his gaze somber. Young sir, as you have seen, there are those who are willing to pay handsomely to have me eliminated. So, Harry inquired gently, a teasing lilt in his voice. You don't intend to threaten me, do you? You should know that even if they set their sights on me, it would serve no purpose, merely allowing stray dogs to enjoy a few extra meals. Conti quickly categorized Harry as difficult to negotiate with, an extremely dangerous individual. Leaning slightly forward, he adopted a respectful demeanor. I wish to implore your assistance. Oh, how astute of you, Harry thought with delight, recognizing the potential for fruitful negotiation. Perhaps a contract could indeed be established. Though the pocket watch was a bit of a trap, it was undeniably useful. What price can you offer? Harry inquired. I am Esposito, hailing from an Italian mafia family. If my guess is correct, my cousin is behind the attempt on my life. Should he succeed, he would rightfully assume control of the Esposito. Conti's eyes glinted with ferocity. I am a lone wolf assassin, uninterested in becoming the godfather. Yet, I hold a grudge. If you assist me, I can offer you everything the Esposito family possesses. But you do not currently possess it, Harry remarked, feigning enthusiasm. I do not accept advance payments. That would be akin to exploiting my labor without recompense. Conti perceived Harry's wavering resolve and promptly altered his approach. What do you mean, then? I relish conversing with the astute, Harry declared, a cheerful smile illuminating his face. He raised his hand, delicately tracing an intricate magical array in the air, his emerald eyes darkening as they fixed intently on Conti. I want you, Conti. I am not gay. A jolt of surprise coursed through Conti, and he instinctively sought to refute, only to swallow the retort down. The young sir appeared far too youthful to be considered for such endeavors, and Conti, being no stranger to matters of the heart, could discern the presence of desire in a person's gaze. You want me? Conti probed. Do you require my service? Be my servant, Harry replied with a grin, coaxingly. You see, my health is frail due to an overwhelming surge of magical power. By becoming my servant and forging a contract, you could serve as a vessel for my magic, and in turn, you could become a wizard. You need not lift a finger to exact revenge. Harry smiled, lifting his hand, the magical array resting in his palm as he awaited Conti's decision. As Conti listened to Harry's proposal, his breath began to quaver, a palpable excitement igniting within him. With a mere contract, he could attain the power he had long coveted. As for being a servant, what of it? When Harry extended his palm, urging him to choose, Conti acted without hesitation, placing his hand upon the magical array. A flash of crimson light erupted. Conti suddenly knelt, cradling Harry's hand and bestowing a gentle kiss upon its back. Conti Esposito, I pledge my allegiance to you. It was a mafia's right. Harry blinked in astonishment before breaking into a smile. Then the contract is sealed. Chapter 9, Still Crispy. As Harry's words resonated, a brilliant light erupted from the point where their hands met. A tempest swirled within Harry's palm, tousling their hair into disarray. Conti squinted against the wind as a silver sun symbol materialized in his palm. He could distinctly feel an unfamiliar power coursing from the mark into his being. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he gazed at the mark on his hand, his blue eyes alight with fervor. Harry, silent, withdrew his hand and, after a moment of solemn observation, produced a wad of tissue from his pocket, extending it toward Conti. Conti's expression froze. Though puzzled, he obediently accepted the tissue. Master, what is this? Harry wore a look of exasperation, gravely pointing to Conti's nose. Conti raised a hand to touch it, discovering it smeared with blood. He stared in bewilderment at the crimson on his hand, hastily pressing the tissue to his nose, confusion and alarm playing across his features. Conti, Harry declared sternly, patting Conti on the shoulder, you cannot continue like this. Conti shot up, bewildered. It's too much for you to manage my magic alone, Harry sighed, his fingertips shimmering with silver light as the rate of magic dispersal slowed. Conti's nosebleed finally ceased. You alone cannot withstand the power I share. When do you plan to return for revenge? Harry poked Conti's shoulder. Do not forget your promise. Offer me your Esposito, and have your mafia brand me as well. Conti contemplated for 2 seconds. If you require it urgently, I can depart at once. Then let it be now, Harry affirmed decisively. As they parted, Harry gifted Conti a tome of spells, confident that with Conti's aptitude and ambition, self-study would pose no challenge. If it didn't work out, it would merely be Conti's misfortune. Conti acted swiftly, reorganizing the Esposito family and filtering trustworthy subordinates within 3 months. Through the mark on his hand, Harry executed secondary markings on Conti's chosen individuals from a distance. While the effects were not as potent as they would have been face-to-face, the advantage of numbers allowed Harry to distribute more power, granting him a slight sense of relief. Though still fragile, he was at least spared from frequent bloodshed, and he could employ various rapid travel techniques multiple times without the fear of becoming fragmented in the process. Thus, with the auspicious pocket watch in hand, he embarked on a journey in search of his fortunate companions, commencing his life of wandering. On the path to fortune, Harry found his luck pursued by foes 9 times out of 10, with the 10th encounter leaving one gasping for breath. Harry was either rescuing someone or en route to do so. Every soul he managed to claim, without exception, was marked and subsequently cast into Italy for Conti to manage. Once his body recovered from the internal injuries inflicted by the overwhelming magical energy, Harry, in a moment of delight, treated himself to a lavish meal. However, the revelry led him to indulge excessively in alcohol, resulting in acute intoxication that necessitated an ambulance ride to the hospital, with Conti arriving to retrieve him. Harry believed he had not consumed much, as he was accustomed to stronger spirits. Yet, the prolonged strain of magic on his body had indeed left its toll. While for ordinary individuals, recklessness merely risks death as a statistical outcome, for Harry, given his physical condition, it could very well mean a direct waltz with the Grim Reaper. Ultimately, he remained as fragile as ever. Shrinking in his wheelchair, Harry was escorted back to the Esposito estate by Conti. I thought you should be aware of your physical condition and age, Conti sighed, leaning down to adjust the blanket over Harry's legs. Though their first encounter had involved Harry using magic to infiltrate an underage-only bar, Conti found no fault in this. Harry possessed the ability to enter. It merely indicated that the bouncers were inept. Yet, Conti had never anticipated that Harry would resort to magic to disguise his age solely to indulge in drinking, ultimately landing himself in the hospital. Over the years, through various social collaborations with other factions, even with Conti's stringent control over the Esposito inner workings, some information was bound to leak. Before Conti arrived at the hospital, Manley and others had already dealt with several waves of assassins. At the very least, you could have informed us. We were quite worried about you, Master, Conti spoke softly. Harry had bestowed upon them a new life and strength between master and servant. Beyond the bonds of interest, there existed genuine respect and concern. Understanding this, Harry pouted in discontent. After a brief moment of sulking, he quickly reconciled his mood, asking, how is the infiltration of the magical community progressing? The mundane world required no oversight from him. With Esposito's influence and his servants' capabilities, Transforming the original mafia into a multinational organization was hardly a challenge. The only potential issue lay in penetrating the magical realm. Harry had scant knowledge of the hidden magical community within this world, and the others, who were originally ordinary individuals, were even less informed. In the absence of complete intelligence, they were likely to incur losses. Upon mentioning the magical community, Conti's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Harry glanced sideways. Is there truly a problem? No. It's not quite that severe. Conti hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Master, you see, Esposito is a mafia family. The mafia's modus operandi has always revered violence. Based on Manly and Johnny's interactions with the magical community, it seems that wizards possess a naive sense of justice, categorizing any acts of violence as evil. The most emblematic examples being the dark wizards from Germany during World War II and the British dark wizard who vanished just a few years ago. Perhaps Conti pondered for a moment, considering that the scarcity of wizards might be the reason, unlike the chaotic disputes on the international stage. Maintaining prolonged peace within the magical community was relatively straightforward. As for the specific details, he was still unclear, as Manly and Johnny had yet to submit their report. However, from their dealings with the magical community, it appeared that the magical government and those wizards regarded them as a third generation of dark forces. Harry remained silent for a moment before gently broaching. Conti, might there exist a possibility that the mafia has never been regarded as virtuous? It seemed quite normal for ordinary people to feel fear, disgust, and aversion when confronted with violence, did it not? Conti paused, suddenly realizing, oh right. The mafia has always communicated through fists and bullets. It has always been part of the underworld. Moreover, Manly and Johnny, one a trained assassin and the other a mercenary seasoned in gunfire, were unlikely to adopt a gentle approach. It would be strange if they were not met with resistance. Having seen too many smiles, they had genuinely considered themselves the good guys. After a moment of contemplation, Conti asked, then, Master, should we alter our approach when negotiating with the magical community? Harry chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, change? If we were to alter the mafia's style for a bunch of strangers, what would be left of the mafia? Conti smiled in return, lowering his gaze. Indeed, Master. However, Harry suddenly shifted the topic. If we are to take action within the magical realm, it would be prudent to restrain ourselves and minimize casualties among the wizards. If they all perish, it would render the endeavor meaningless. Understood. Chapter 10, The Absurd Savior. Each day, Harry was pampered. Conti meticulously arranged everything, leaving Harry with an enviable sense of leisure. In a daze, Harry even experienced a fleeting sensation of retirement, with life flowing luxuriously by. Nevertheless, returning to his original world felt little different from retirement. Harry had once stumbled into another magical realm, surviving under the relentless pursuit of the church. As he matured, he had battled wits with the church alongside the wizards, delving into the study of magical explosives, ultimately dying just before the establishment of a wizarding nation, returning to his native world. Perhaps it was the heavens showing compassion for his struggles, allowing him an early retirement? This notion persisted until Conti presented a dossier before him. Harry paused, somewhat puzzled. What is this? Conti hesitated, discreetly glancing at the scar on Harry's forehead. This is information gathered by Agatha regarding the British savior. It seems to bear some relation to you, and I deemed it necessary to report it. Raising an eyebrow, Harry felt a rare flicker of interest as he picked up the document to peruse. The British savior, the boy who lived through calamity, Harry Potter. Same name? Harry blinked, continuing to peruse further. The savior Harry Potter, son of James Potter and Lily Evans, who upon marrying James, took on the surname Lily Potter. Evans. Harry's grip tightened suddenly, the thin sheet of paper crumpling under his fingers. He faintly recalled that his Aunt Petunia's original name was Petunia Evans. His mother was Aunt Petunia's sister. The smile vanished from Harry's face. During the peak of the Dark Lord's reign, a prophecy emerged regarding the Savior and the Dark Lord. The prophecy claimed that a child possessing the power to vanquish the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July, and only one of the two, himself or the Dark Lord, could survive. This child was ultimately identified as Harry Potter. In a bid to eliminate his future adversary, the Dark Lord murdered the Potters and perished while casting the killing curse at Harry. That lethal spell failed to take Harry's life, but left him with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. This boy was fervently revered as the savior by the British magical community. Harry's expression grew increasingly grim. Conti held his breath, his gaze focused intently, and cautiously spoke. Master, this is merely the intelligence that Agatha could gather. Further details necessitate inquiries and confirmations from those who participated in the conflict of that era. Yet, the wizards acquainted with the particulars are all reluctant to speak of those times, remaining tight-lipped. We are currently deliberating whether to employ more aggressive measures to compel them to divulge information, such as truth serums or soul-binding curses. Harry pressed his lips together. a cold laugh escaping him, utterly absurd. A mere infant, vanquishing the Dark Lord, a savior? Rarely did Harry lose control of his emotions, but in a fit of rage, he hurled the documents to the ground. Rather than crediting the infant for Voldemort's downfall, Harry preferred to believe that it was his mother, Lily Potter, who sacrificed her life to protect him, thus slaying Voldemort to ensure his survival. These incompetent wizards, had all their magic been squandered on trivialities? Harry was furious. It was not merely the paltry number of rebels that infuriated him, but their audacity to place their hopes upon an infant. Useless creatures. Connie lowered his head, silently standing at a distance, subtly inching away, hoping that Harry's ire would not extend to him. Harry was nearly driven to a magical outburst by the sheer absurdity of the intelligence, and the mere thought that his parents could very well be casualties of this war only fueled his fury further. However, once the anger subsided, Harry quickly regained his composure. The intelligence he had received was rife with inconsistencies. It mentioned that Harry Potter was sent to his aunt's home by Dumbledore, claiming he lived a life akin to that of a little prince, yet the reality was starkly different. Had it not been for Harry's sudden transformation into a fragile state, having coughed up blood from a blow, he suspected that in the Dursleys' eyes, he was merely their servant. What was Dumbledore truly contemplating? Harry could surmise to some extent. Voldemort's power had reached its zenith, and his own strength was formidable. Did Dumbledore harbor any doubts regarding the infant capable of slaying him? After all, was the one who vanquished the Dark Lord truly a savior, or was he a Dark Lord even more potent than Voldemort himself? Harry sensed that Dumbledore's concerns were not solely about protecting the savior. There must be deeper secrets at play. He annotated his thoughts. On another note, it seemed utterly foolish for Voldemort to personally engage in the pursuit of an infant. Harry even began to suspect that this Dark Lord might have been an impostor. How could a leader capable of amassing such power in the magical realm act in such a manner? A figure of such stature, resorting to the murder of an infant. How could he not care for his dignity, even going so far as to believe in a ludicrous prophecy? He certainly did not appear to be the intelligent leader one would expect. Additionally, Harry recalled an article he had seen tucked away in the corner of the documents. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. The deranged Black had pursued Pettigrew for his master, resulting in the explosion that claimed the lives of 13 muggles. With Pettigrew left with only a finger, Harry found it laughable. Anyone familiar with explosives knew that if the blast was powerful enough to obliterate a person entirely, there would be no remains left behind unless there was sufficient cover or a unique angle. Yet, the attack occurred in broad daylight, and the 13 muggles had left behind remnants of their bodies. How could it be that a wizard vanished without a trace? No, there were indeed some remnants left. In Harry's eyes, this was nothing short of a joke in the realm of explosions. The authenticity of the events was suspect. He drew a line through this piece of information. Furthermore, the scar on his forehead had never seemed significant until now. Learning that it was a byproduct of a killing curse made it feel peculiar. Coupled with the fact that this scar had shown no signs of healing after all these years, Harry decided it was time to thoroughly investigate its nature. However, there was no need to disclose this matter to others. After perusing the documents, Harry tossed them to Conti. For now, let's refrain from employing drastic measures. The number of wizards is scarce, and capturing them could lead to familial entanglements. We shall conduct investigations discreetly based on my annotations. Nevertheless, there is no need to rush. Harry pondered for a moment, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How can the savior remain hidden amongst muggles? I shall inevitably be drawn into the magical realm. Some truths can't remain concealed forever. Indeed, Conti replied respectfully, clutching the documents. After a brief silence, Harry suddenly inquired, Conti, do you believe that the one who can slay the Dark Lord is the savior or the next Dark Lord? In leading the wizards in a battle of wits against the church, had he not also been a savior in another sense? Conti replied respectfully, I believe it is neither the savior nor the next Dark Lord. Whoever you choose to be is who you shall be. Those who merely speak cannot alter fate. Your will is our guiding sword. Harry paused, then beamed with delight. You are absolutely right. He recalled another matter. By the way, go find Hubert and select a project that isn't too central. I need to return home for a bit. Understood. In Harry's hands. Aside from the violent underbelly of the Mafia, the Silver Day Group, generously sponsored by Connie himself, was also rapidly evolving, making significant strides in the economic sphere. The technicians Harry had recruited, after encountering magic, had immersed themselves tirelessly in their research, showing signs of evolving into scientific madmen. The experimental scraps they produced were novel, making a substantial impact in the market as the group sought to dominate. Harry intended to send some money to his aunt and uncle, while also inquiring about the true circumstances of his parents. Aunt Petunia had long insisted that the Potters perished in a car accident, and Harry had never heard the Dursleys mention magic. He had always assumed his own magic was merely a product of two ordinary individuals combining, a result of genetic mutation. Only today, upon receiving the intelligence, did Harry realize that it was not a mutation, but rather hereditary traits. Chapter 11, A Christmas Return. Coinciding with Christmas, Harry clutched the project carefully chosen by Connie and hurried back to number 4, Privet Drive. The Dursleys had not seen Harry in quite some time. He had been gallivanting about, hardly ever returning. Even the occasional items he sent back served as a reminder to the Dursleys that they had a wayward little freak in their midst. In Harry's absence, the Dursleys had experienced their most comfortable years, free from the nuisance of a child and the frightful antics of magic. Only in the deep of night would Petunia occasionally reminisce about Harry's wild escapades. Perhaps she had worried at first, but those concerns had swiftly dissipated, replaced by the mountains of packages he sent back. Clearly, he was alive and thriving. Thus, when Harry knocked on the door, none of the Dursleys connected it to him until Uncle Vernon opened it. Upon seeing Harry, Uncle Vernon's face froze, and he stood motionless at the door, even forgetting how to speak. Harry blinked, smiling innocently, tilting his head. "Uncle Vernon, are you not going to let me in? It has been so long since I returned home." Uncle Vernon's expression twitched a couple of times. He huffed disdainfully, shifting his considerable bulk to allow Harry passage. "Vernon, who is it?" Petunia's voice called from the kitchen, and as she emerged, her expression froze upon seeing Harry. Petunia's fingers twitched, nearly dropping the plate she held. Harry raised his hand, an invisible force supporting the plate in Petunia's grasp. "Aunt Petunia, it's been a while." Petunia's face contorted, revealing signs of distress. The mere thought of Harry returning home on Christmas Day, unannounced, much like the day he had been so unexpectedly abandoned at her doorstep, or the moment she received the shocking news of her sister's demise, was enough to infuriate her. More significantly, he would once again be residing in her home, and she would have to endure his antics. With a cold expression, she glared at Harry, who blinked innocently, feigning just the right amount of perplexity. Stung by his piercing green eyes, Petunia averted her gaze and stiffly remarked, "You've lost weight." Harry's eyes brightened as he leaned closer, purposefully bringing his face near hers, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. "Aunt, I've been wandering outside. Of course, I've lost weight," he said, seemingly in a playful tone. Petunia's expression hardened further. Just as she intended to look away, she suddenly registered his words, glaring at him with rising fury. "Wandering? You've been wandering outside, yet still sending home so many things." Petunia was on the verge of madness, jabbing her finger against Harry's forehead. "Aunt, please don't be angry," Harry chuckled, brushing her hand aside and spreading his arms wide as if to display his situation. "I'm doing quite well." He then winked, adding, "I even brought you gifts." Petunia scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Harry produced a document from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Uncle Vernon. "Let Uncle see. He'll understand." Vernon, caught off guard, flushed crimson, roaring, "You little brat." His anger faltered as his eyes fell upon the prominently displayed words on the document, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Silverday Group?" Vernon's disbelief was palpable as he scrutinized the document again, becoming cautious. "Where did you get this?" "Hey," Harry winked, brimming with pride, "that's called connections." He gestured at the document, inquiring, "Do you want it? If so, I can inform the person in charge." "Yes, yes," Vernon exclaimed, elated, cradling the document as if it were a treasure, his gaze towards Harry resembling that of a man who had just encountered a windfall. A broad smile spreading across his face, exuding uncharacteristic cordiality. "Harry, please sit down. You've returned at the perfect time. Your aunt has just finished cooking." Petunia paused, observing Vernon's demeanor with suspicion as she set the plate on the dining table and called for Dudley. Dudley, who had been watching television in his room, tossed aside the remote and rushed downstairs. Before he even appeared, his voice rang out, "I want roast beef, Mum. Is there roast beef?" The heavy footsteps that followed heralded his arrival. A rotund figure bounced down the stairs, and Harry widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is that Dudley? I remember him being quite a normal child when I left. How did he turn into a ball?" Upon seeing Harry, Dudley abruptly halted, his voice involuntarily dropping. Fear etched across his face. He recalled the incident from years ago when Vernon had struck Harry, leaving him bloodied. The memory of witnessing blood for the first time had left an indelible scar on the young boy's psyche. Now, seeing Harry filled him with trepidation. He felt that even a raised voice might provoke Harry into a deadly response. He was still young and had no desire to kill, so he dared not even breathe loudly. Harry stared at Dudley, perplexed, and after a moment, turned to Petunia with genuine sincerity. "Aunt, have you considered encouraging Dudley to exercise a bit more? Just look at him. He is so round." As he spoke, Harry raised his arms, drawing a large circle in the air. Dudley's face flushed a deep shade of crimson as he glared at Harry, but then, realizing the danger of his own anger, he reluctantly averted his gaze. Petunia shot daggers at Harry and slapped the back of his head. "My Dudley is far healthier than you, you little brat. You're as thin as a monkey." She poked Harry's shoulder with a feigned fierceness. "Shut your mouth and eat." "Okay," Harry replied, pouting as he walked towards the dining table. After the meal, Petunia shooed Harry back to his room, which was quite spacious and tidy. Harry carefully arranged his belongings and then collapsed onto the bed. His sudden return had caught the Dursleys completely unprepared. He intended to give them some time to adjust before discussing anything further, waiting for Uncle Vernon to conclude his business first. At that moment, Uncle Vernon was intently studying the document Harry had brought back, while Aunt Petunia tidied up nearby, quietly inquiring, "Vernon, do you think that boy's document is reliable?" Vernon mumbled thoughtfully, "It doesn't look fake. It even has contact details. We can find out." Hubert, aware that Harry had taken over the project, had instructed his subordinates to be cautious, so when Vernon's call came through, it was promptly directed to him. Hubert, well-versed in the business world, quickly struck up a pleasant conversation with Uncle Vernon, happily scheduling a meeting. As he hung up the phone, the office door creaked under the weight of eavesdroppers. Hubert raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, causing a group of listeners to tumble to the floor. The only one who remained steady was Connie. The two locked eyes from a distance, the tension palpable. Hubert spoke with a sardonic tone, "What brings Mr. Esposito to my humble establishment while neglecting family matters?" Connie narrowed his eyes. "I am here to issue you a warning." The palpable tension silenced the scrambling listeners, who watched cautiously. Conti adjusted the cuffs of his white gloves, showing no intention of entering the office, his expression impassive. "Hubert Brownie, I must remind you that outside of Esposito and your Silver Day group, you should be mindful of how you address the master in front of outsiders. After all, everyone present had their hands dirty, and the organization Harry had pulled together was hardly virtuous. They were aware of their own shortcomings. Moreover, whether referred to as master or godfather, both terms carried weight that could easily fall into the wrong ears. And remember to take care of your bodyguards. While I would relish seeing you leave in one piece only to return in shambles, it seems the master values you too much." The Silver Day group was expanding rapidly, encroaching upon many people's interests, and there were plenty outside who wished for Vernon's demise. Chapter 12. It was your mother who killed him. Am I foolish? Hubert scoffed, his gaze shifting back to the others who had managed to rise. And what about you? What schemes are you concocting here? Are you going to England? Will you see the master? A young girl piped up eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Take me with you. We haven't seen our dear little master in ages. Beside her, a woman with voluminous curls echoed her excitement, her eyes gleaming. He truly is the most adorable boy I've ever seen. The group nodded in agreement. Conti's mouth twitched in irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? Hubert sneered. If you have the courage, take that statement to the master. That is out of the question. The group chorused, with one emphasizing, we don't want to be punished, let alone end up in the dungeon. Connie's expression darkened. Then be quiet. His gaze met Hubert's in midair, a rare moment of tacit understanding. Hubert fiddled with a button and lamented. I have already prepared the security team for the journey to England. I fear there may no longer be positions available for you. Connie interjected promptly. If you find yourselves at a loss for what to do, seek out Manly or Johnny. Engage the inept governments of the magical realm in some tasks, rather than fixating on the whereabouts of our master. Disheartened, the group dispersed. Hubert arranged for someone to liaise with Uncle Vernon while he set his sights on the local magical aristocracy in England. He intended to ascertain the market conditions within the British magical community. Before attending to serious matters, Hubert, accompanied by his bodyguards, made his way to number 4, Privet Drive. Upon awakening, Harry caught sight of a familiar figure through the window, and the urge to confront Hubert surged within him. Yet, Hubert appeared unfazed, waving cheerfully at Harry through the glass, his grin so wide it nearly exposed his gums, exuding an air of utter nonchalance. Harry's vision momentarily darkened. With a stoic expression, he drew the curtains shut. When Uncle Vernon returned home, he radiated vitality and exuberance, clearly having clinched a successful deal. Aunt Petunia's mood was equally buoyant. Seeing their happiness, Harry promptly doused them with a bucket of cold water. Aunt, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. After dinner, Harry sat on the sofa and politely addressed Petunia. What is it? Petunia inquired, her smile unwavering. It's about my parents. Harry, without batting an eye, unleashed a thunderbolt. Were they wizards? Petunia's smile froze, and Uncle Vernon's expression shifted abruptly. He glared at Harry, on the verge of anger, but then reconsidered in light of his recent business success and swallowed his ire. Dudley, sensing the tension in his parents' faces, ceased his laughter, casting a cautious glance at Harry, his pudgy fingers fidgeting to lower the television volume. Petunia's expression stiffened as she forced a smile. Harry, why the sudden interest in your parents? Harry pressed his lips together. I have come into contact with the magical world and learned some information about my parents. They did not perish in a car accident as you told me. Rather, they fought alongside the Order of the Phoenix against Voldemort and ultimately died in that conflict. Harry recounted the information he had gathered, his tone calm. "Wizards claim that Voldemort killed my parents, and I, as an infant, defeated him. They refer to me as the Chosen One." "Nonsense." Petunia's voice pierced the air sharply, nearly a roar. How could a baby defeat that terrorist? She abruptly seized Harry by the collar, demanding, "What else? Is there more?" Uncle Vernon and Dudley shivered in unison. Harry's breath hitched, instinctively leaning back, nervously meeting Aunt Petunia's furious gaze. He stammered, "Aunt, please calm down, for now. I only know this much. It is indeed absurd, but I am unclear on other details, hence my inquiry." Petunia's face darkened further, her response stiff, "I do not know. Lily ceased to contact me after graduating from that wretched school. It was only when you appeared on my doorstep as an infant that I learned of her death." Petunia's lips twitched twice as she scoffed coldly. She had been warned countless times not to associate with those monsters, but she refused to listen. She turned her gaze sharply toward the wall, lost in thought. Harry, unsure of what to say, found it challenging to fathom Aunt Petunia's sentiments, as he was not raised alongside her. Uncle Vernon watched Petunia for a moment, then placed a comforting arm around her shoulders, gently patting her. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Once Petunia regained her composure, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Harry. "If you wish to learn about Lily, there is someone who might know." Lily had a childhood friend, a peculiar boy like herself, who lived in Spinner's End. "His name is Severus Snape," Petunia explained coldly. "But I am unaware of his current whereabouts." Harry's eyelids flickered. He knew that the information Conti had provided included aspects of Hogwarts, including details about the houses and faculty distribution. Severus Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. Were he and my mother childhood friends? Wasn't he a Death Eater? Harry pondered. And besides, I recall Gryffindor and Slytherin were bitter rivals. Rivals to the point of wanting to beat each other senseless. Petunia began ushering him away. "You are also a monster. It is only a matter of time before you return to your kind, and you will inevitably uncover more." She added dismissively, "If there is nothing else, return to your room. You are a nuisance here." "Oh." Harry, sensing Aunt Petunia's foul mood, obediently acquiesced. Just as he ascended the stairs, Petunia's voice rang out again, "Harry." He turned back, but Petunia was not looking at him. She seemed to be speaking to herself. "A baby is incredibly small. You cannot defeat the villains. Remember, it was your mother who vanquished him, and it was also your mother who saved you. As for James Potter, what of him?" Petunia loathed even the thought of him. Perhaps Petunia did not comprehend the significance of Voldemort, but she considered herself a normal person. Those wizards had to be utterly deranged to regard a child as a savior. What use could they possibly serve? What was her sister, after all? A trivial sacrifice, perhaps? If Dudley had endured all of this, Petunia thought, she would be infuriated. "I know," Harry replied. Knowing was one thing, but the anger still simmered. Harry had witnessed wizards being doused with holy water and burned at the stake by ordinary people. As a leading wizard embroiled in disputes with the church, he held a low opinion of muggles. Yet even when the wizards of that world were compelled to live in hiding, they never sought a so-called savior. Even as their leader, Harry was merely regarded as a sage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he seamlessly transitioned into the role of savior in this realm. Harry ground his teeth in frustration, contemplating whether he should let these fools see that it was not the savior who defeated the Dark Lord, but perhaps the next Dark Lord himself. Perhaps they would soon find themselves praying for the emergence of the next savior? The Dark Lord and the savior facing off. Was this some sort of twisted arrangement? A personal savior for the Dark Lord? How absurd. Chapter 13, A Letter from Hogwarts. Having rarely returned home, Harry lingered for several days, during which the Dursleys had learned to ignore him. Sometimes, while observing things floating beside Harry, they managed to pretend nothing was amiss, each engrossed in their own affairs. After a few days, the tranquility of such a life left Harry feeling restless. No pursuits, no skirmishes, no gunfire or disputes. This hardly resembled his life at all. Thus, after merely half a month, Harry reached his limit and bid farewell to his aunt and uncle. The Dursleys did not attempt to dissuade him. However, as he prepared to leave, Aunt Petunia casually strolled past the doorway, her tone icy as she remarked, "Keep in touch. If you die, let us know so we can collect the body." Harry smiled. "Of course, Aunt, I will keep in touch, but I am quite hard to kill. You won't have to trouble yourselves to collect my remains." Petunia rolled her eyes. "You insolent boy. Quite proud of yourself, aren't you?" Upon returning to Italy, Harry promptly seized a bag of explosives and headed to the docks to intercept armed shipments, employing a fierce and decisive approach to subdue the local gang, which had been brazenly attempting to extort protection money from the residents. Conti and the others, acutely aware of his physical condition, encircled him with trepidation, their eyes wide in horror as they witnessed Harry repeatedly force his dislocated wrist back into place, yet none dared to intervene. In July 1991, To prevent the messenger owl from Hogwarts from traversing multiple countries and inadvertently revealing his peculiar coordinates under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, Harry returned to number 4, Privet Drive, a fortnight prior to his birthday. Over the years, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had become less reactive to magic, while Dudley gradually developed a childlike curiosity about the supernatural. During his stay at home, Harry often caught Dudley attempting to sneak a glance at him. As this became a frequent occurrence, Harry began to discern the mischievous thoughts brewing in Dudley's mind. The first time Dudley was discovered playing with a donut under Harry's magical influence. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon chastised them both severely. Nevertheless, Dudley, undeterred by the reprimand, persistently offered Harry snacks, eagerly requesting more of his amusing tricks. This continued until Harry and Dudley appeared before Petunia and Vernon sporting a pair of fluffy rabbit ears. Petunia, clutching her collar, bore an expression of sheer terror and suffocation. Vernon, panicking as he attempted to calm his wife, shot daggers at Harry and Dudley, his face quivering with rage, rendered speechless. Sensing the impending disaster, Harry quickly nudged Dudley, silently urging him to console Petunia. Dudley nervously swallowed, his bunny ears twitching as he approached her, his face jiggling. Mom. He inhaled deeply, following Harry's instructions, cupping his chubby cheeks with his hands. Am I cute? Petunia. In truth, he bore a resemblance to a mutated pig with rabbit ears. And Harry struggled to suppress a smile. Frankly, given Dudley's size, the scene could only be described as ludicrous. However, Harry believed that in Aunt Petunia's eyes, her Dudley was undoubtedly the most adorable child in existence. As anticipated, Petunia's expression froze, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the ears atop Dudley's head, which twitched under her scrutiny. Love visibly welled up in Petunia's eyes. Oh, my little dada is so precious. Under Harry's guidance, Dudley delivered a heartfelt performance, and given Harry's considerable magical prowess, the simple transfiguration posed no challenge. Ultimately, the incident was dismissed with a lightheartedness. On July 31st, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Dursley household, for it was Harry's 11th birthday. The day he would receive his letter from Hogwarts and embark on his journey to the magical school, though Harry himself felt no particular need for it. Petunia's demeanor was tense. She despised that school filled with monsters. Those wizards, those loathsome freaks, had taken her sister away, never to return alive. Coupled with a lingering, childish jealousy, the sisters had gradually drifted apart. Harry, however, appeared remarkably composed as he lowered his gaze to his phone, perusing the latest messages from Conti. Among them were tidbits about Hogwarts and grievances about the Order of the Phoenix causing them further distress. Initially, Harry struggled to comprehend how Dumbledore had managed to establish a nearly perfected organization in such a short span of time, even finding the leisure to oppose Conti and his group. Unless, of course, this organization had existed long before. As expected, Agatha's intelligence team swiftly uncovered a plethora of evidence indicating the Order of the Phoenix's frequent activities during Voldemort's reign. This post-war organization, however, had suddenly reformed after Manly and Johnny emerged with their action group in the magical community. Soon, an owl delivered the letter from Hogwarts. Amidst the Dursleys' ashen faces, Harry calmly perused the correspondence. He, pen in hand, declined the professor's invitation, then fed the owl a few pieces of meat, instructing it to return his response to Hogwarts. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dudley, who was sneakily watching the letter, and with a smile, he waved the parchment in front of him. Look, I'm going to magic school. Dudley's eyes sparkled with envy as he turned to Petunia, shouting, Mom, I want to go to that school too. Petunia's expression shifted dramatically, though she quickly masked it with a gentle demeanor, softly coaxing. Oh, Dada, it's filled with monsters. My precious Dudley can't go to such a terrifying place. Dudley's brow furrowed, ready to erupt into a tantrum, but Harry interjected cheerfully. Auntie is right. The magical world isn't suitable for a big baby like you. A big baby as plump as a pig, Harry silently added. Do you know the shattering curse? The skinning curse? The cruciatus curse? The killing curse? Harry maintained a smile as he ominously enumerated. The shattering curse can leave you in pieces, the skinning curse can flay you alive. The cruciatus curse can make your life a living hell, and the killing curse will end your days. Dudley's voice caught in his throat, his complexion drained. Petunia's face paled in unison, tightly clutching Dudley while glaring at Harry. In the magical realm, the echoes of the last war had not yet fully dissipated. Dark wizards lurked in shadowy corners, all of them desperate villains. Harry spoke with certainty, appraising Dudley's ample frame. They particularly relish capturing chubby children like you to brew potions. Dudley's small eyes widened in terror, tears beginning to well. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to. Hearing Dudley's retreat, Petunia's expression eased slightly. However, Harry couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Coward. Then Dudley anxiously proclaimed, You shouldn't go either. It's dangerous there. You're so weak. A single slap from Dad would make you bleed. You could die? Harry paused momentarily, shaking his head. That cannot be. I must go to the magical world. He needed to investigate the circumstances from years past. Dudley muttered discontentedly. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. He truly didn't want to end up in prison. Harry gazed at him with incredulity. What could possibly be the connection from thousands of miles away? Fool. Chapter 14. Tantrums and Tumults. Dudley was fuming, visibly disgruntled. Once he relinquished the terrifying notion of attending Hogwarts, Petunia and Vernon returned to their respective activities. Though Dudley still occasionally cast furtive glances at Harry, particularly at the letter in his hand. Harry, seizing the opportunity, waved the letter in front of Dudley. Although you can't go to Hogwarts, before I head to school, I need to visit Diagon Alley to procure some necessary items. He grinned. I can take you along, as long as Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon agree. Dudley's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. What's Diagon Alley? Harry replied. You can think of it as the shopping district of the magical world. Dudley appeared more hesitant. Are there dark wizards there? The child looked frightened. No. Diagon Alley is quite respectable, Harry reassured him, then whispered. Nocturne Alley is the gathering place for dark wizards. After murmuring to himself, Harry fell into contemplation. He hadn't seriously explored Diagon Alley either, but he had heard there were many fascinating things to discover. For instance, there were candy shops where one could purchase chocolate frogs, which were said to hop about. Harry casually remarked, but I don't like chocolate, especially the moving chocolate. Dudley's eyes began to sparkle, and Harry's voice faltered for a moment as he raised an eyebrow. Hey, don't look at me like that. If your parents disapprove, there's nothing I can do. Dudley instantly found his target, inhaled deeply, and shouted, Mom, I want to go to Diagon Alley with Harry. A cacophony ensued, and Aunt Petunia, too flustered to tidy up the toppled items, rushed from the kitchen, her expression one of horror. Dudley, what did you say? I want to go to Diagon Alley. I want to play? Dudley insisted loudly. Petunia's eyes, filled with rage, turned sharply toward Harry as she roared. What have you done to Dudley? Oh dear. Harry replied cheerfully, bouncing up from the sofa before Aunt Petunia could smack the back of his head. He dashed up the stairs, cheekily calling out, Aunt, what could I possibly do to your precious Dudley? He leaned over the banister, grinning. After all, you Dudley darling simply loves to play. Ugh. Harry felt a wave of nausea at Dudley's pet name. Calmly turning away under Petunia's furious gaze, he sauntered back to his room. Downstairs, Dudley's tantrum created a thunderous uproar, and Harry even felt as if the house were shaking. Petunia and Vernon had resolutely held their ground, and Harry doubted they would relent. He had merely intended to tease Dudley. He never truly planned on taking him along, for that would surely mean Petunia and Vernon would tag along too. Harry's true desire was to witness the spectacle of Petunia and Vernon floundering under Dudley's demands, which he found rather amusing. Despite the seemingly pleasant interactions with them now, he was acutely aware of their mutual disdain. He had experienced firsthand the troubles of the Dursley family. However, Harry had underestimated the allure of magic for children. In a bid to persuade Petunia and Vernon, Dudley even threatened to go on a hunger strike, fully revealing his true nature. Petunia and Vernon's expressions soured, and they were determined to let Dudley suffer a few meals, but after just half a day without food, they capitulated. When Petunia called Harry down to scold him, she was visibly distraught. Oh my poor Dudley, I have never seen him so depressed. He hasn't eaten all afternoon. He won't even touch his favorite snacks. And all of this is because of you. Petunia yelled angrily at Harry. If it weren't for your despicable tricks tempting Dudley, he would never have acted this way. Oh, Harry drawled, sincerely suggesting, Aunt, I believe you ought to educate your cousin properly. If he can be so easily tempted today, what will happen when he encounters truly bad people in the future? Petunia's expression froze momentarily, then erupted like a volcano. Harry Potter. Harry ducked just in time to avoid the slap aimed at the back of his head, using the armrest of the sofa to flip himself over to face Petunia, genuinely advising, Aunt, don't be angry. Anger only brings wrinkles. Petunia was beside herself with rage. Regardless of the chaos, Petunia and Vernon eventually relented, agreeing to let Dudley accompany Harry, though they insisted on going along as well. On their way to the leaky cauldron, Vernon drove while grumbling, Kid, we will not indulge you. Whatever you need, you better be thrifty. You needn't worry about that. Harry leaned against the window, retorting without a blink. I have some assets in the wizarding world. Vernon's face began to redden again. Harry mused. Speaking of which, it seems my parents left behind quite a fortune. The key to Gringotts is probably with Dumbledore. I wonder when I will be able to retrieve it. Dudley, filled with excitement, began poking Harry, only to have his hand swatted away dismissively. Harry, what are wizards like? Harry blinked, pondering for a moment. Well, they are perhaps both advanced and antiquated? Dudley was puzzled. They hardly develop technology, Harry lazily continued. Some tools needed for ordinary life can be effortlessly resolved with magic. things that ordinary people cannot accomplish. Wizards can easily achieve with magic. Yet, because of this, their aesthetics and architectural styles remain rooted in much older times, as far as I know. Hogwarts is a historic castle. Moreover, the backwardness of wizards is also evident in their disputes over bloodlines. Some long-established wizarding families believe that pure bloods are superior, naturally looking down on half-bloods and muggle-born wizards, whom they derogatorily refer to as muggle-borns. There is also a more insulting term, mudbloods. Although to Harry, this is merely an external manifestation of shared interests. At their core, these pure-blood wizards are more concerned with tangible power. However, the intricacies of these wizards' interests and conflicts need not be divulged to the Dursleys. Petunia, eavesdropping, hesitated. She thought of Lily. Harry noticed Petunia's emotional shift and feigned nonchalance. Shrugging, but I find such behavior utterly absurd. They base their worth on bloodlines. It's akin to. Harry cleverly drew an analogy. Dudley, if you wanted to adopt a puppy, would you prefer a purebred Labrador or a mixed-breed Samoyed? Dudley finally understood, though his expression grew more confused. Isn't that just classifying oneself like livestock? He pouted and declared loudly, I don't want to be a dog. Petunia. Harry. Seeing no one respond, Dudley quickly added, and I don't want to be any other livestock either. Harry burst into laughter. Chapter 15, Dudley vs. Draco. Dudley's remark lightened Petunia's mood a bit. Soon, they arrived at the place Harry had indicated. Standing at the dilapidated bar's entrance, Harry announced, the leaky cauldron. We've arrived. The three Dursleys stared blankly at the empty space before them. There's nothing here. The existence of the wizarding world is naturally not publicized to the masses. A muggle-repelling charm has been set in place, rendering ordinary people unable to see it. As he spoke, Harry raised his hand and waved in front of the three. A silvery light flashed from his palm, briefly shielding them from the repelling charm. Suddenly, a shabby bar materialized before their eyes. The three Dursleys wore identical expressions of disdain. Petunia commented unhappily, it looks like a dump. Dudley wrinkled his face, like a pigsty. You can go back, Harry suggested, knowing that many young wizards would be purchasing school supplies in Diagon Alley, among whom would surely be discerning purebloods. Unfortunately, all three Dursleys were ordinary people. Dudley disagreed vehemently, insisting on going. Fine, Harry shrugged. Harry was well aware of how renowned the name of the savior was in the wizarding world, and his forehead's mark was simply too conspicuous, even with hair covering it. He felt uncomfortable. He cast a concealment charm around himself and the three Dursleys before tapping on the brick wall, but then noticed a man in the corner of the bar wearing a purple headscarf. The man did not notice Harry, yet upon seeing him, Harry inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. He frowned, shook his head, momentarily setting the matter aside, and led Dudley and the others into Diagon Alley. With a subtle gesture, I discreetly informed Agatha of the matter concerning the man with the purple scarf, urging her to investigate his identity thoroughly. Agatha Kin is the leader of the intelligence group active in the British territories, while her sister, Arya Kin, oversees the operations in Germany. The intelligence networks in other regions are intertwined, under the control of Connie and Hubert. After all, both England and Germany are the birthplaces of the Dark Lords from two successive generations, meriting focused attention. Diagon Alley serves as one of the more bustling commercial streets within the wizarding world. Although it cannot compare to the throngs of people on London streets, it remains lively in its own right. Let me see, how about I first order my wizard robes? Harry suggested, clutching his supply list. No one responded, and Harry turned back in confusion to find Petunia and Vernon closely trailing behind him. Even Dudley, who was usually exuberant, appeared somewhat apprehensive under their anxious influence. They resembled three turtles retreating into their shells. However, their trepidation was understandable, entering the bizarre and fantastical realm of magic, filled with trickster creatures, left the three ordinary individuals feeling utterly out of place. It was natural to feel nervous in such unfamiliar surroundings. Yet, Harry found their behavior rather exasperating as he folded his list, saying, Why are you all huddled together? Don't be anxious, you one-tea perish. Upon hearing this, the three became even more anxious. Petunia, her expression stiff, whispered, In the magical world, can we use bank cards? Harry paused for a moment, gesturing towards a nearby building with a white dome. Yes, but you'll need to visit Gringotts to exchange cash for wizarding currency. I wouldn't recommend it, though. The goblins' exchange rates are rather outrageous. Harry squinted, recalling their notoriously greedy nature. As the saying goes, those not of my kin will have different hearts. And he did not trust them. Petunia fell silent, discreetly nudging Vernon. He grunted and asked gruffly, Boy, do you have enough money? Plenty, Harry replied with a smile. I have sufficient funds. He waved his hand grandly, adding, Feel free to let me know if you want anything, after acquiring what I need for school. I'll take Aunt Petunia to pick up a couple of pieces of jewelry. Of course, Harry said, glancing at Dudley and warning, excluding dangerous items. The three followed Harry into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where a boy was already standing on a stool getting measured. Upon noticing the newcomers, he raised his chin and cast a glance in their direction. "Oh, new Hogwarts students?" Madame Malkin inquired while bustling about. After receiving Harry's affirmative response, she added, "Please wait a moment. There's still one young gentleman yet to be measured." Harry patiently stood by while Dudley, with wide eyes, surveyed the store restlessly, exhibiting a fidgety demeanor. Just as he was about to dash out, Harry swiftly stepped forward and stomped down on his foot, blocking him. "Ow!" Dudley yelped, his face turning crimson with anger. "Don't wander off. Discuss what you want with your parents first," Harry said brusquely, giving Dudley a kick to send him back to Aunt Petunia. She quickly embraced Dudley, attempting to soothe her big baby. Harry rolled his eyes. At that moment, the boy who had been observing them for some time finally spoke up. "Are you also a little wizard going to Hogwarts?" His gray eyes gleamed with arrogance as he surveyed Harry and the Dursleys, then languidly drawled, "Oh, you're from the Muggle world." Harry's brow furrowed. Upon spotting the boy's platinum blonde hair, he instantly recognized him as a Malfoy, specifically Draco Malfoy, the young master of the Malfoy family. According to Agatha's intel, this young master was insufferably arrogant, and Harry suspected Dudley would not be able to tolerate him. Dudley would perceive every breath from Draco as a provocation. Draco scrutinized their attire, a clear disdain evident in his gaze, and disregarding their thoughts, he continued, "Are those your parents and brother? I truly wonder how three muggles managed to enter Diagon Alley. My parents have gone to purchase the necessary textbooks and supplies for me. Perhaps they'll surprise me by returning with a Firebolt 2000 as a gift for my entrance to Hogwarts." Petunia and Vernon frowned, while Harry maintained a neutral expression. Dudley, irked by Draco's words, could not help but complain to Harry in a low voice. "He talks too much." Harry noticed Draco's voice had halted. "What did you say?" Draco suddenly raised his voice, glaring fiercely at Dudley. "How dare a bunch of muggles, and a muggle wizard at that, mock a Malfoy?" In matters of magic, Harry held the upper hand, and Dudley was aware of this territory. He glanced at Harry, and seeing no objection, he puffed out his chest and glared back. "What is wrong with mocking you? If you have the guts, come and hit me." He swung his fist, laughing louder as he added, "With that frail body of yours, I doubt you could withstand a single punch." "You." Draco's face flushed crimson as he stared at Dudley's fist, feeling a twinge of fear. He might indeed be unable to win. Yet, he could not swallow his pride. Draco seethed, "You wretched, muggle blood wizard. I will inform my father. If your dad comes, I'll still take you down." Dudley waved his fist more vigorously, sending the young master recoiling in terror, taking 2 steps back. Dudley made a face, exclaiming, "I truly don't understand what you're so proud of. In our world, only beasts care about bloodlines." Petunia and Vernon were somewhat alarmed. They feared wizards, but also held a certain disdain for them. However, after a brief moment of panic, they cast proud glances at Dudley as he charged forward. Harry stifled a laugh. Draco, losing all composure, screamed in frustration, "Wretched! Wretched! I will tell my father. I will ensure he expels you." Just as Dudley was about to retort, Harry swiftly intervened. Neither Dudley nor Draco was the type to back down easily. Both had domineering tendencies, and if they clashed, it would surely result in a fierce showdown. Moreover, the Malfoys were not deceased. Once they returned, resolving this matter would be tricky. Surely one could not allow a weak and helpless savior to publicly assault a prominent noble like Malfoy, could they? While it appeared that Harry had already formed a grudge against young Malfoy, he did not find dealing with him particularly challenging, stopping Dudley in his tracks. Although he was still quite irate, he refrained from exploding. With a smile, Harry fixed his gaze on Draco, saying, "As for your expulsion, you can have your father inform Dumbledore. As long as the headmaster agrees, everything can be negotiated." Draco's face flickered between green and pale. That old fool Dumbledore. His red-haired Weasley friend was constantly at odds with his father. It would be a miracle if he agreed. Chapter 16, Harry versus Draco. Madame Malkin freed her hands to take Harry's measurements while Draco, awaiting his father's arrival, could only stand in the corner with red-rimmed eyes, glaring menacingly at Harry. Looking rather pitiable. It must be said that Draco, true to his Malfoy lineage, was undeniably handsome, and even at such a young age, one could already discern his future beauty. However, it was unusual for Lucius Malfoy to leave his son here for so long. Something must have kept him occupied. Once Harry had his measurements taken and arranged a time to collect his robes, he led the Dursleys straight to Ollivander's wand shop. Harry could surmise the likely events that would unfold during the wand-choosing process, and he preferred not to hear 3 shrill screams. Hence, he instructed them to wait outside while he entered. As anticipated by Harry, after attempting a dozen or so wands and nearly wreaking havoc in the dilapidated shop, he finally acquired his own wand, an 11-inch holly with a phoenix feather. Ollivander muttered something about the twin wand of a certain individual, which piqued Harry's interest, prompting him to take note of this information discreetly. After purchasing all his supplies, Harry took Dudley to select a splendid snowy owl. Having been captivated by this beautiful creature at first sight, he named her Hedwig. Throughout their excursion, Dudley, brimming with enthusiasm, acquired numerous items, while Uncle Vernon carried a hefty bag, adamantly refusing Harry's magical assistance. Subsequently, Harry firmly declined Dudley's request for a broomstick, advising Aunt Petunia that it would be prudent to dissuade Dudley from such a notion lest he tumble from the sky and injure himself. Thus, Dudley was unceremoniously dragged away by his mother, clutching his ear. Ultimately, Harry led the trio into the shop owned by Mr. Borgin, the Borgin and Burkes. The shop was filled with an eclectic assortment of items, but Harry's focus was on the jewelry. The display cases sparkled with exquisite pieces, each inscribed with powerful enchantments or runes, essentially prized alchemical artifacts, highly sought after by witches. Each of the Dursleys received one, which seemed fair enough. On the 1st of September, Harry set out early. After Uncle Vernon dropped him off at King's Cross Station, he departed. Harry, burdened with a multitude of luggage, surveyed the station until he stood between platforms 9 and 10. The pillar before him vibrated with magical energy, and he recalled the information regarding the elusive platform 9 3/4. Extending his hand towards the wall, he was pleased to discover that it yielded to his touch, revealing a concealed passageway. Retracting his hand, he proceeded through with his belongings. The platform was not overly crowded yet, as most young wizards had yet to arrive, affording Harry ample time to select an empty compartment for himself. First, he needed to load his luggage onto the train. Carrying it all was no challenge for Harry, who possessed considerable strength, yet he was also rather fragile. Just as he lifted the largest trunk, a sharp crack echoed, and his back seized. Grimacing in pain, he set the trunk down and pressed his hand against his lower back. Ha ha ha, came a mocking laugh from nearby. What a fool. Turning, Harry spotted Draco Malfoy flanked by two portly companions, who sneered at him. Your parents and brother aren't coming, are they? Why don't you load your things onto the express yourself? Draco taunted, relishing Harry's discomfort. Narrowing his eyes, Harry replied, as it happens, he has no parents. He stood tall, half a head above Draco, and smirked. But tell me, why doesn't your father carry you onto the express, you big baby? Draco's face instantly flushed crimson as he glared at Harry. Before Draco could retort, Harry swiftly interrupted. Why not have your father accompany you to Hogwarts for a little bedtime story? His barrage of rhetorical questions continued, provoking Draco further. Fuming, Draco jabbed a finger at Harry's nose, sputtering, You filthy muggle-born. Harry raised an eyebrow, catching Draco's expression, and replied with mockery. Their voices clashed as Draco roared. I'll tell my father. Draco, incredulous, stared at Harry. How does he know what I'm going to say? How can he? Harry erupted into laughter. I knew it. Can't live without Daddy, can you? Shut your mouth. Draco screamed, Damn it. Don't let me find out your name. Or you're dead. Harry chuckled lightly. Very well, I'll be waiting. But perhaps you should curb your penchant for blabbering. He watched Draco tremble with rage, his eyes reddening. Suddenly, Harry's hand, concealed within his sleeve, grasped his wand. It was the day of the term's commencement. The platform buzzed with excitement, and few noticed the altercation between the two. Seizing the opportunity while Draco was distracted, Harry playfully tapped him on the head, with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Harry smiled. Muggle-born, how rude of you. Draco continued to scream. You dare to tap my head. Who do you think you are? Harry retorted with sarcasm. You might want to take care of yourself first, young master. Do you enjoy my surprise? With that, he turned and discreetly lightened his luggage with magic, effortlessly hauling it onto the express, leaving Draco seething in place. Like hell. Draco fumed as Crabbe and Goyle exchanged apprehensive glances, cautiously suggesting, Malfoy, your head. What? Draco snapped, redirecting his ire. Can't you speak clearly? Crabbe and Goyle, trembling, pointed frantically above Draco's head. Malfoy, your ears. Realizing their panic, Draco looked up, finally comprehending. He hastily raised his hand to his head. Beyond his meticulously styled hair, he felt two rounded, fluffy, warm appendages that twitched under his touch. What is this? What is happening? He exclaimed, gripping Crabbe's collar in a panic. Your ears. They reiterated, shaking, with a sudden realization. Draco covered his furry ears. What do I do? I must tell father. Frantic, he scanned the crowd and spotted his parents conversing with old Crabbe. With both hands shielding his head, he desperately squeezed through the throng until he stood before Lucius, utterly disheveled, strands of hair falling askew. Father. Draco's voice trembled, prompting Lucius to turn, initially startled by his son's disheveled appearance. Then noticing Draco's reddened eyes and awkwardly clasped hands atop his head. What happened, little dragon? Lucius asked, concern etching his features as he frowned at Draco's distress. Chapter 17. Encounters in the compartment. Father. Draco anxiously glanced at old Goyle and old Crab. Lucius furrowed his brow, recognizing his son's embarrassment, and turned to converse with the two. Perceiving that Lucius had matters to attend to, they discreetly excused themselves. At last, Draco released his grip. Burying himself in Narcissa's embrace, his head bowed in shame. Narcissa's exclamation broke the silence. "Oh, Merlin, what is this on your head?" Draco's face flushed crimson as he plaintively replied, "Mother." Lucius finally discerned the two small ears sprouting from Draco's head. A flicker of shock passing across his face before he quickly masked it, hastily dispelling the transformation. "Little dragon, what transpired?" Draco glared at his father, his eyes wide with fury as he began to vent his frustrations. "It must have been that detestable muggle-born. It has to be him." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged bewildered glances. And after a moment, Lucius furrowed his brow, asking, "Little dragon, are you certain?" He merely tapped your head with his wand, without uttering any incantation? "Yes." Draco's voice faltered as he realized something was amiss. If no spell had been spoken, did that imply a silent charm? "Little dragon, do you genuinely believe he is an ordinary muggle wizard?" Narcissa gently caressed Draco's cheek, her voice soft as she inquired. I don't know," Draco replied, feeling lost. Not only was he perplexed, but Lucius and Narcissa shared the same sentiment, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual confusion. "Are first-year students already this formidable?" Lucius recalled that among this year's new students from pure-blood families, there should be none capable of using silent spells. However, this year marked the enrollment of the Chosen One. Lucius couldn't help but think of the prophecy. The Chosen One possesses powers unknown to the Dark Lord. Surely not. Even if the Dark Lord is unaware, it cannot be that a first year can use a silent spell, can it? He fell silent for a moment. "Little dragon, those with talent, regardless of their origins or temperaments, often possess a degree of arrogance." Lucius ruffled Draco's hair and continued, "In the future, be mindful of your words. If possible, it would be advantageous to cultivate a relationship with such individuals. Times have changed. We are no longer in the heyday of the Dark Lord in the 70s. The Death Eaters have either perished or scattered, even though the mark he left still lingers. The nobility of Slytherin must tread carefully in the face of the Order of the Phoenix's scrutiny and the Ministry's investigations. Moreover, the Order has recently restructured and is now at odds with a mysterious entity known as Silver Dawn, whose methods rival those of the Death Eaters in their most frenzied days. To them, killing seems as effortless as drinking water. The Order reacts instinctively to Silver Dawn's mark. Yet after several encounters, Silver Dawn's enterprises continue to thrive in Diagon Alley. Lucius paused thoughtfully. This year, the Chosen One will also attend Hogwarts, and the Order has been frequently clashing with Silver Dawn in recent years. "Little dragon, please be cautious." In the end, Draco shared a brief embrace with his parents before turning away to board the train, his mood decidedly subdued. On the express, Harry had already located an empty compartment and stowed his luggage. He retrieved an array of electronic devices from his enchanted space, with smartphones and computers being merely the basics. In addition, there were several scanners, a listening device, and a miniature surveillance camera. According to intelligence, Hogwarts forbade the use of electronic devices, so he would need to devise a means to circumvent Hogwarts' electromagnetic interference if he wished to employ these gadgets. After a bit of tinkering, Harry managed to get his smartphone functioning. He inscribed a few magical runes on it, awaiting their validation once he arrived at Hogwarts. Before anyone arrived, he put the devices away, his thoughts wandering to the peculiar pair of round ears atop Malfoy's head. The spell Harry had cast on Draco was a form of transfiguration, capable of altering part of his body into that of an animagus. Draco had opened a surprise box and drawn the ears. Oddly enough, wasn't Malfoy a member of the Slytherin family? It was rather amusing that the young master's animagus form turned out to be a furry little creature. Harry mused to himself. I expected it to be a snake. However, the sight of Draco's bewildered expression upon discovering the ears brought Harry a tinge of regret. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar commotion echoed from outside. Moments later, the compartment door swung open unexpectedly. Harry blinked, seated comfortably, and locked eyes with Draco at the entrance. The two engaged in a silent standoff, glaring at one another without uttering a word. After a brief moment, Draco spoke up, his tone sharp. "What are you doing here?" Harry crossed his arms defiantly. "Why shouldn't I be here? Does it have your name on it?" He then glanced at Draco's head again, not seeing his own handiwork, and felt a pang of disappointment. "Did you really go find your father? Quite clever of you." The mention of this triggered Draco's indignation, but recalling Lucius's warning, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. Draco forced a smile and took a few steps forward, with Crab and Goyle hastily following to assist him with his luggage. "You don't mind if I sit here, do you?" Draco inquired insincerely as he plopped down opposite Harry. "Would I leave if I minded?" Harry retorted coolly. "Humph. Draco held back his irritation but couldn't resist rolling his eyes at Harry. This person is truly insufferable. Despite his annoyance, Draco remained curious. Harry sensed Draco's furtive glances but refused to relent, boldly returning Draco's gaze. What are you looking at? Draco shot back defiantly. Just looking. Harry smirked, childish. At that moment, Crabbe and Goyle struggled to place the luggage of the three into the compartment, peering at the two glaring at each other. They hesitated to squeeze in beside Draco and slowly shifted toward the empty space next to Harry. Draco's expression morphed into one of amusement. Harry glanced at their bulkier than Dudley figures, raising an eyebrow in evident disdain. As Harry's wand emerged, he pointed it nonchalantly to the side without lifting his gaze, petrifying Goyle in his tracks just as he was about to sit down. Goyle stood frozen, his eyes wide open, his surrounding flesh taut, unsure if he sought mercy or was simply terrified. Crabbe halted abruptly, casting a fearful glance at Harry before turning to Draco with a pleading expression. Draco narrowed his eyes, focused intently on Harry's wand, which had only just been returned to his pocket. Tentatively, he asked Harry, "Silent spell? Did you need to ask after knowing?" Harry replied. Draco's anger flared again, but he wasn't foolish enough to confront Harry directly, fully aware he would not prevail. So, he restrained himself, angrily commanding, "Lift the curse on them." Harry glanced at him, his left cheek conveying a what-a-joke expression, while the right bore a "who do you think you are?" demeanor, his eyes glimmering with incredulity. Draco was nearly exasperated to the point of roaring. He did indeed roar, "Lift the curse." Not waiting for Harry's retort, Draco quickly interjected, "I'll have them switch compartments." Chapter 18, The Exchange of Names. Harry regarded him with suspicion and slowly waved his wand. As soon as Goyle regained movement, he stumbled backward, colliding with Crabbe and sending him tumbling to the floor, the two rolling clumsily across the ground. Draco's face immediately contorted in disgust, as if merely seeing them caused him pain. "Hurry up and get out." Crabbe and Goyle complied, scuttling away. The compartment fell into silence once more. Well, not entirely silent. It was merely that Harry and Draco had nothing to say to one another, both glaring at each other with wide-open eyes. Neither was willing to blink first, as if the one who did would lose. After a brief moment, Draco's eyes began to sting, yet Harry continued to glare at him with unwavering intensity. Unable to withstand Harry's gaze, Draco gritted his teeth and persisted in his resolve, attempting to intimidate him by not blinking. Meanwhile, Harry, without making any overt moves, discreetly employed magic to alleviate the discomfort and fatigue in his eyes, thus emerging victorious in their silent duel. Eventually, Draco could no longer endure the pressure and, in a moment of collapse, raised his hand to rub his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. "What is wrong with you?" Seeing Draco's defeat, Harry quietly exhaled in relief and also raised his hand to rub his eyes. "Clearly, it is you who is being childish." He then muttered under his breath. Childishness can be contagious. Draco did not catch his words. Otherwise, he would have surely engaged in another argument with Harry. However, after their mutual barbs, Draco recalled Lucius's admonitions and cleared his throat, raising his chin to face Harry. "Though you are insufferable, I must concede that you possess considerable talent. I am Draco Malfoy. How do you prefer to be addressed?" He slowly extended his hand, convinced that Harry would not refuse him, as gaining the friendship of a Malfoy was indeed a privilege. Harry blinked, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand in return. "Harry Potter." Before Draco could fully process the introduction, Harry leisurely added, "By the way, has no one ever mentioned to you that when you hold your head too high, all I can see are your nostrils?" Draco, still reeling from the exhilaration of meeting the savior, he was suddenly infuriated by Harry's comment, but this time, his outburst had a name. "Harry Potter. Let me guess." Harry replied cheerfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I shall inform my father." Draco exclaimed, "Ah, how insufferable, Potter." After mocking him, Harry rummaged through his pocket, producing several candies and offering them to Draco. "Fruit drops?" He pointed at the various sweets: watermelon gummy, strawberry gummy, grape hard candy, apple hard candy, and oh, a lemon flavor as well. "Care to try?" Gradually calming down from his anger, Draco looked at the colorful candies before him with a reluctant huff and begrudgingly picked one up. As he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Sweets have an uncanny ability to soothe unpleasant feelings, and like a child's temper, it flared up quickly but faded just as fast. Draco soon grew curious again. Glancing at Harry, he hesitantly asked, "Since you are Harry Potter, who was accompanying you to the robe shop that day?" "They were my aunt and uncle, along with my cousin," Harry replied lightly, then feigned a sigh, his expression turning wistful. "Unfortunately, my parents could not come to the platform to see me off. The Potters had perished at the hands of Voldemort 11 years prior." Draco's face froze, and he couldn't help but recall his earlier words. "Your parents cannot come, can they?" The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Merlin. I am such a wretch. He was at a loss for words, torn between apologizing and maintaining his pride, feeling a pang of guilt with every utterance. Draco stammered, stealing glances at Harry's expression before attempting to change the subject. Which house do you think you will be sorted into? He continued. I believe I will certainly be placed in Slytherin. Otherwise, my parents would be exceedingly displeased. If I do not end up in Slytherin, they might even withdraw me and send me to Durmstrang in Germany. As he spoke, Draco gradually pushed his embarrassment aside and looked at Harry with a haughty demeanor, seemingly prompting his response. Harry did not deliberate long, quickly arriving at his conclusion. I think I will be sorted into Gryffindor. Draco paused for a moment, then slowly replied. Oh, I believe someone mentioned that your parents were both Gryffindors. Yet, he secretly wished that the savior would join him in Slytherin. No. This has nothing to do with family legacy, he thought. Harry chuckled softly, believing that he would fit into any house, but Gryffindor was simply a more suitable match. This crimson and gold house championed courage, and Harry had once fought to survive in the ancient magical medieval world, defiantly opposing the Church of Magic and leading wizards and commoners alike against the oppressive authority. He was both a sage and a warrior. Well, Draco muttered, although I do not fancy those foolish lions. He raised his chin, elongating his voice. But if you require assistance, you may seek me out. I can inform my father. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. Yet, if his information was correct, the Malfoys were known to be a family of Death Eaters. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, all right then, if you need help, you may also come to me. Aside from a brief encounter with a young witch who barged into their compartment searching for a toad and exchanged a few words with Draco, their journey was free of incident. Upon arrival at the station, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky, and the young wizards, now donned in their wizarding robes, jostled as they disembarked from the train, with Crabbe and Goyle silently trailing behind Draco. As they approached the Black Lake, a chill filled the night air, and a gust of wind caused Draco to shiver slightly. He quietly complained to Harry, oh, this cursed weather. Harry, unperturbed by the cold, glanced up at Draco, likely due to his autumn attire providing warmth. Having previously underestimated his own frailty, he had once braved the autumn chill in a single layer, carrying a cannon to stake his claim at the harbor. Without protective spells, he returned with a fever soaring to 40 degrees, nearly delirious, and it took several potions to alleviate his condition. Since then, autumn clothing became a staple in his wardrobe. After a moment's hesitation, Harry reached out and tapped Draco's shoulder, casting a warming charm upon him. Draco, astonished, felt his shoulder. I'm not cold anymore. He nodded in satisfaction, his tone dripping with arrogance as he praised. You are quite impressive. Internally, he reveled in the thought that even the savior had to bow before the noble Malfoy. Harry. He shot Draco a look of incredulity. You are delusional. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered. Rolling his eyes, he chose to ignore Draco. A tall figure ahead beckoned the young wizards to follow, carrying an oil lamp to lead the way. Keep up. Follow along. Children, I am Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and I shall escort you to Hogwarts. The first years stumbled behind him, their fluffy little heads huddled together. They made their way to the Black Lake, where, across the expanse of water, a group of young wizards gazed in awe at the silhouette of the castle against the night sky. Draco could hardly contain his excitement, for the Malfoys had long been graduates of Hogwarts. He looked at Harry, pride evident in his voice as he exclaimed, How about that? Isn't Hogwarts magnificent? Harry observed the ancient castle from a distance, nodding after a moment as a form of acknowledgement to Draco. Yes, it is indeed impressive. More visually appealing than the cathedral of the church. Chapter 19. A confrontation after generational feuds. From the Black Lake to the castle gates, Hagrid entrusted the young wizards to an elderly witch waiting on the steps. She wore square glasses, her dark hair neatly tied back, and donned a deep green robe, exuding an air of seriousness. The two exchanged nods of greeting before she addressed the young wizards. Hogwarts first years, follow me. She led the young wizards toward the castle. Along the way, Draco, with his head held high, incessantly recounted experiences that he deemed worthy of boasting about in front of his peers. However, in truth, Harry had little interest in Quidditch and cared even less for the magical creatures Draco spoke of, finding his incessant chatter quite tiresome. He cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, who was guiding them, and was about to intervene to silence Draco when he suddenly detected a faint, yet chilling energy emanating from the walls flanking the corridor. Harry silently lowered his hand, shifting slightly to the side while continuing to endure Draco's incessant prattle. With a collective gasp, a multitude of ghosts emerged from the walls, eliciting shrieks from the young wizards, while Draco, standing in an unfortunate position, felt the ghosts pass right through him. Oh, Draco suddenly shivered, jumping to the side in terror, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, trembling uncontrollably. A portly monk halted, greeting the new students amicably, while a curious gentleman with his head cradled in his arms surveyed the young wizards. Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at one of the ghosts and admonished sternly, "Peeves, leave this place." The reprimanded ghost, clearly displeased, shook its head and stuck out its tongue at the young wizards before drifting away with crossed arms. Harry felt the urge to laugh, but a voice outpaced him with laughter. A tall, red-haired boy, his face scattered with freckles, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of schadenfreude. Draco whirled around to glare at him, his eyes practically ablaze with fury. The boy abruptly stifled his laughter, instinctively raising a hand to cover his mouth. But when he caught sight of Draco's platinum blonde hair, he lowered his hand and laughed openly. Draco sneered coldly, "You needn't laugh. I know who you are. Red hair, freckled face, you're the infamous pauper from the Weasley family." Draco elongated his words, tilting his head in a condescending manner as if to express his disdain. "Look at your tattered robes. Why don't you tidy yourself up a bit? Do you really possess a wand to study magic?" The boy, incensed by the torrent of insults, turned beet red, his freckles appearing to protrude even more. He roared, "Malfoy, you filthy ferret." Draco's voice sharpened, "Damn it, you pureblood traitor. How dare you insult me?" The two stood at an impasse, while Crabbe and Goyle silently positioned themselves beside Draco, their imposing figures exuding intimidation. Well, Harry mused, his gaze shifting between the two boys, recalling the information Agatha had provided him. Ronald Weasley, though those around him were more accustomed to calling him Ron, hailed from the pureblood Weasley family, which was derogatorily dubbed pureblood traitors by the aristocrats of Slytherin for their close ties to Muggles. The Weasley family was characterized by their iconic red hair and had many children, leading to financial struggles. Notably, Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family, was a bitter rival of Arthur Weasley, the patriarch of the Weasley clan. As this thought crossed his mind, Harry's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly observed the two, wondering if they would resort to physical confrontation. Typically, young wizards of their age had limited magical capabilities, and if they truly wanted to teach each other a lesson, their only recourse would be to engage in a tussle. Harry felt invigorated. Would they fight? Ultimately, their confrontation did not escalate, as Professor McGonagall turned just in time to halt the impending scuffle. She glared disapprovingly at Draco and Ron. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Weasley, please maintain silence." The two immediately fell quiet, like chickens caught by the neck, yet they retained their combative stances, glaring fiercely at one another. Disappointed that a fight had not ensued, Harry followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall, where 4 long tables were arranged. And at the front sat a stool topped with a tattered hat, behind which was the staff table. Among the faculty, Harry spotted a familiar face, albeit one he was only acquainted with on his own terms. Quirinus Quirrel, the peculiar man with the purple turban, had, according to Agatha's intel, been quite normal for a long time after graduating from Hogwarts. He had begun wearing the turban following a journey to the Albanian forest. Agatha speculated that he had either genuinely encountered a vampire or had been frightened by some peculiarities of the Albanian forest, or perhaps something else entirely. Upon seeing him, Harry felt a brief wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, he glanced next to Quirrell and, coincidentally, found Severus Snape seated beside him, the very freak Aunt Petunia had spoken of, residing in Spinner's End, and a friend of his mother. Harry locked eyes with those dark, cavernous orbs, and after a moment, both averted their gaze in unison. Harry felt perplexed. It seemed Snape harbored a dislike for him. Previously, he had instructed the intel team to focus on the name Harry Potter, but now it appeared prudent to delve into his parents' social circles from their time. Contemplating this, Harry, maintaining his composure, prodded Connie's mark, reaching out to him to convey his requests. He refrained from approaching Agatha directly, as he had amassed a considerable number of contacts, and the only ones he could accurately recall were Connie and Hubert. He cast another glance at Snape, silently hoping that the man would be somewhat amiable. Otherwise, his future at school might become quite tumultuous. Harry did not consider himself a pushover. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had taken her place beside the tattered hat, readying herself with a roll of parchment. Suddenly, the hat split open, resembling a gaping mouth, and began to sing, its discordant melody akin to a form of auditory assault, capable of unsettling a multitude. Harry's expression was vacant. Although he had received information about the sorting hat, including its notorious singing, he had not adequately prepared himself for such an unpleasant auditory experience. In a fleeting moment, he even contemplated casting a green spell at the hat. However, as he regained his composure, he detected a surge of magical energy within the hat's song, causing him to stare in mild astonishment. Could this old hat possess a unique activation mechanism? Once the hat had expressed its emotions through song, Professor McGonagall spoke up. "Now, I will call out the names of the young wizards. Please step forward to be sorted by the sorting hat." Hannah Abbott. As Professor McGonagall called out names one by one, When it came to Draco, he held his head high and elongated his words as he addressed Harry. I will undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. He emphasized, there is no doubt. Harry glanced at Draco's clenched fists and replied dismissively. Ah, yes, do hurry. Who knows? If you dawdle, you might end up in Gryffindor. Draco's expression shifted, and he shot Harry a furious glare before quickly striding to the front and seating himself on the stool. Harry could tell that Malfoy had taken his jest to heart, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. He appeared somewhat foolish. Did he not remember that his father had not acted this way? Lucius Malfoy, renowned for his astuteness, commanded attention. Beside him, Ron Weasley, who had just clashed with Draco, let out a scoff and muttered under his breath, "Evil Slytherin." Harry cast a glance at his red-haired companion, feeling an acute sense of frustration. The biases among the houses within this school were rather pronounced. Soon, the little witches and wizards around him were sorted one after another. Professor McGonagall paused slightly as she looked at the next name on the list, then turned her gaze toward the remaining few young sorcerers and called out, "Harry Potter." The previously bustling hall fell into a hush as countless eyes from across the long tables turned toward Harry, all curious to behold the visage of the legendary savior. Harry feigned ignorance, calmly striding forward. He settled onto the stool, and as Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head, an air of silence enveloped him. Moments later, he felt a subtle movement in his ears, and a deep voice resonated within his mind. "Ah, child, let me see what thoughts occupy your mind. I perceive nothing in your head. How shall I sort you?" Harry pondered. It seemed the sorting hat primarily relied upon the memories and thoughts of the young witches and wizards for its decisions. He recalled the memories of himself brandishing arms in a fierce skirmish at the docks. Harry thought, surely it won't cast me into Azkaban? Thus, he tactfully declined, directly proposing, "I wish to be sorted into Gryffindor." The sorting hat remained silent for 2 seconds before conceding, "Just like your parents, then? Very well. It is indeed a commendable choice." The hat opened its wide mouth and proclaimed, "Gryffindor." The scarlet and gold table erupted into thunderous cheers. "We have Potter." All the Gryffindors rejoiced, except for Ron Weasley. He stared at Harry, his shock evident, eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, murmuring, "He-s Harry Potter? He-s really Harry Potter? Standing with that insufferable Malfoy, he shouldn't he be a wicked Slytherin?" Ron's mind buzzed with incomprehension. Harry approached the Gryffindor table and took a seat right beside Ron, who, snapping out of his stupor, gazed at Harry, words caught in his throat. Then he reassured himself. The savior could not possibly befriend a wicked Slytherin. Surely, he was unaware of the Malfoy family's true nature, a family of Death Eaters, the most loyal followers of you-know-who. Thus, Ron felt rejuvenated, extending his hand to Harry. "Hello, I'm Ronald Weasley, but everyone prefers to call me Ron." Harry shook his hand. "I'm Harry Potter." "Oh, indeed," Ron mumbled, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the scar on Harry's forehead, obscured by his messy hair. He yearned to hear the legendary tales of how Harry vanquished you-know-who, and he was particularly curious about the scar. Harry noticed this and understood the children's fascination with such magical stories. However, he was reluctant to reveal the scar, a mark earned through the sacrifice of his parents. Scanning the Gryffindor table, Harry spotted several other red-haired individuals and feigned admiration. "I heard Draco mention that the Weasley family is quite large. You must have a joyful camaraderie with your siblings, and your parents must love you dearly. Unlike me," he added with a hint of disappointment. The question Ron had almost asked was stifled, and even his displeasure at the mention of Malfoy's name vanished. He stared at Harry, his face pale and panic-stricken. No, don't be sad. Having many siblings isn't always a blessing." He tugged at his tattered robes, showcasing their worn condition. "You see, we're quite poor. I don't even have my own wizarding robe, and my relationships with my brothers aren't as wonderful as you might think." Harry raised an eyebrow. Was he boasting? "But at least you have family. Even if there are conflicts, when the time comes, they will surely protect you with all their might." Harry gazed at Ron, silently adding, "Just like my father and mother did. I truly am a fool." Ron's face turned a shade of green, his fingers tangled in his hair, appearing on the verge of a breakdown, eliciting a twinge of pity from Harry. Ron looked as though he might burst into tears. "I'm so sorry." "Oh, it's quite all right." Harry consoled him understandingly. "Even though my parents are no longer here, I've managed to grow up well, haven't I?" Ron responded. "I'd rather be dead." Guilt gnawed at his conscience. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned serious, looking at Harry. "Harry, rest assured, I will help you." Harry was taken aback. What was with this sudden fervor? Ron earnestly stated, "You know, our family has some renown in the wizarding world. My parents are also Gryffindors, and the name Potter holds a unique significance. I'll write to them. Perhaps you actually have relatives you've never connected with." The more he spoke, the more clever he felt, and his mood brightened. "I'll write to them immediately. If there are, you will surely be elated. If not," he hesitated. immediately interrupting his own speculation. No, no, there must be. Ron seemed to fear Harry would continue to feel disheartened, quickly adding, no, it's fine, it's all fine. My mother will definitely like you. He wore a mask of distress, for the first time resenting his own clumsiness with words. Harry found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, the sorting hat announced its final decision, sorting a young wizard named Blaise Zabini into Slytherin. Dumbledore, seated at the center of the staff table, stood up with a smile, rambling off a series of important announcements before directing the young sorcerers to sing the school song. Each individual sang to a different melody until two identical tall boys suddenly leapt up, leading everyone astray with the tune of a funeral march. Dumbledore, far from being irritated, instead adjusted the tempo to match theirs. Ron quietly complained to Harry, "Those are my brothers, George and Fred Weasley. They adore pranks. You'd best be cautious around them." It was evident that he harbored deep resentment. Oh, Harry found it amusing, exclaiming, "Your brothers are quite entertaining." After the school song concluded, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and a lavish feast appeared on the 4 house tables, prompting the young witches and wizards to commence their meal. Harry slowly picked at a small lamb chop on his plate, his mind still mulling over Dumbledore's recent warnings. Among them, the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor had been particularly emphasized. Ron's red head leaned closer, his mouth stuffed with a chicken leg while clutching a pumpkin pasty. Noticing the solitary lamb chop on Harry's plate, he expressed concern. "Harry, why are you only eating this little bit? You should eat more." Perhaps still feeling the sting of having been overshadowed by Harry, Ron now viewed him as a frail, overlooked little boy, and his concern swelled. Harry snapped back to attention and nodded, slowly adding a chicken leg to his plate. Only then did Ron retract his gaze. Chapter 21, Early Morning Solace. Harry's thoughts lingered on Dumbledore's warning. While he could understand the prohibition of certain prank items, what could possibly be so dangerous about a corridor? Was it hiding Voldemort within? Harry chuckled at his own jest, with an air of nonchalance. He inquired, why did Professor Dumbledore announce so many precautions? Oh, must we even ponder that? Ron, without a moment's hesitation, boisterously replied, "It is undoubtedly due to George and Fred's incessant antics that have once again provoked Filch. They have complained about it daily since returning home." The twins, emerging from an unseen corner, peered over Ron's shoulder and chimed in, "Oh, little Ronnie, do enlighten us. Are you speaking ill of us behind our backs?" Gasp. Ron's eyes bulged in surprise, a piece of chicken lodged in his throat, eliciting a sound akin to a crowing hen. He raised a hand to his long neck, eventually swallowing the morsel with great effort, and then turned to glare furiously at the grinning twins. "Are you two ghosts?" Harry, intrigued, observed the duo and casually inquired, "So, were those prohibitions you're doing?" The twins pointed at Ron and shouted in unison, "I knew it. You must have said something behind our backs." Ron choked slightly, muttering as he averted his gaze from them, silently gnawing on his chicken leg. In truth, George and Fred were not angry. After airing their grievances to Ron, they encircled Harry instead. Is it any wonder they are family? They too regarded the scar on Harry's forehead, obscured by unruly hair, casting a curious glance before relinquishing their stare. "Well, it's not entirely our fault," George said with a grin. Fred chimed in, complaining, "We didn't do anything too outrageous. Filch is simply too sensitive." Harry chuckled. "Is it not excessive to make the 4th floor corridor one of the prohibitions?" George and Fred gasped in shock, vehemently denying. "Oh, little Harry, how could you slander us so? The closure of the 4th floor corridor was not our doing." Fred added, "If we had done something like that, we would surely be expelled. Mother would be furious. She would break our legs." Ron swallowed the chicken in his mouth and muttered, "If you say that, I will tell Mom." The twins exclaimed in unison, "Hey!" They lunged at Ron, pretending to snatch his chicken leg, causing Ron to leap in alarm, distancing himself from the twins while glaring at them warily. The twins were merely teasing him. Turning back to link arms with Harry, George stroked his chin. There was never an issue with the 4th floor corridor. It suddenly closed this year. Fred winked mysteriously. "We suspect there must be a hidden treasure there. Little Harry, would you like to join us in the treasure hunt?" Harry, having gleaned the information he sought, smiled and politely declined. The corridor had no issues in the past. It was this year that problems arose. And this year, the most significant event at Hogwarts was none other than the enrollment of the Chosen One. The change of the defense against the dark arts professor was inconsequential. Such changes occurred annually, rendering them mundane. Harry pondered, "It seems somewhat related to me. I must find a time to investigate." After the meal, the heads of houses escorted the new students back to their respective common rooms. The Gryffindor boys shared a dormitory, furnished with 5 four-poster beds. And Harry immediately noticed the pile of luggage stacked together. He dragged out his belongings and began to unpack. The other 4 boys from his dormitory returned one by one, and Ron cheerfully greeted Harry. Harry's gaze swept over the remaining 3, recognizing them. He had paid particular attention when Professor McGonagall took roll during the sorting. If memory served correctly, their names were Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas. The boys quickly formed a bond, exchanging idle chatter before they all succumbed to fatigue after their journey from the platform to the Black Lake and their boat ride to Hogwarts. Before long, the dormitory fell into a serene silence. The first class for Gryffindor was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Harry rose early, and apart from Ron, who was still fast asleep, the others had groggily begun to stir at the sound of Harry's movements. "Harry, you're up so early," Dean yawned sleepily. "What time is it?" Harry glanced at his watch and cheerfully replied, "It's only 7. Class doesn't start until 9. I'm going to take a stroll around the castle." Upon hearing this, Dean promptly flopped back onto his pillow, drifting off again. "Then I'll sleep a little longer." Seamus, rubbing his eyes in confusion, asked Neville, "If we sleep until 8, will there still be breakfast?" Neville, equally bewildered, replied, "I suppose so." The two exchanged a glance and promptly returned to slumber. Harry slipped through the portrait of the fat lady, pocketing a handful of miniature cameras, and started to explore. "This corridor is quite lengthy. A camera would fit well here. This corner is rather secluded. A camera would be perfect here." Harry paused at the edge of the corridor, gazing out the window at the vast forest beside the Black Lake. The Forbidden Forest. He glanced at the miniature camera he had brought, contemplating, would it be snatched away by magical creatures if placed within the Forbidden Forest? Just then, a low voice resonated from behind. "Mr. Potter." Turning with a smile, Harry was met with Snape's dark, brooding gaze, which only made his smile widen. "Good morning, Professor." Snape, upon gazing at Potter's face, grew even more pallid. He shifted his gaze, peering past Harry out the window towards the Forbidden Forest, and slowly enunciated, "I sincerely hope, Mr. Potter, that you are not contemplating any notions of feeding the creatures of the Forbidden Forest with that brain of yours stuffed with fluff." Harry blinked innocently and replied sincerely, "Of course not, Professor." Harry smiled, his eyes narrowing, making it difficult to discern his true emotions, while subtly observing Snape's expression. He added, "I'm not done living yet." Snape shot him a cold glare, exhaling sharply. "Let us hope that is indeed the case." He paused, "And Mr. Potter, given that you have failed to address me by my surname, it is deemed disrespectful, resulting in a deduction of 2 points for Gryffindor." With that, he swished his robes and strode purposefully toward the Great Hall. "Harry, are you serious? You deduct points before I've even attended a single class? Is this personal? Does he hold a grudge against me?" Harry stood frozen, staring at the retreating figure clad in black robes. How he wished to explode. No, no, no. Harry quickly shook his head, dispelling certain thoughts, repeatedly reminding himself, "He is a friend of my mother. Perhaps I was simply unfortunate enough to encounter him during a particularly poor mood. No need to explode just yet. I shall observe further. If he truly intends to target me, there will be time for an explosion later." Chapter 22. Class, points deducted, points deducted. The first class was Transfiguration, and Ron dashed into the classroom, breathless, just as the bell was about to ring. He surveyed the room, turned toward Harry, and as he approached Harry's side, his footsteps came to a sudden halt. It was as if his feet were glued to the floor, frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the platinum-haired boy beside Harry. Draco, who had arrived early and occupied the seat next to Harry, cast a disdainful glance at Ron, snorting derisively through his nose. He then turned away, making a mocking gesture towards Ron. Poor fool. Ron's face reddened immediately, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at Draco with a fiery intensity, as if he wished to bore a hole through him with his gaze. Harry found himself caught between the two adversaries, calmly flipping through his textbook. As a tumultuous brawl appeared imminent, the tabby cat atop the podium suddenly leapt down, transforming into Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald robes. She fixed her gaze upon Draco and Ron. "Mr. Weasley, class is about to commence. Do take your seat promptly." Ron shot Draco a final glare before plopping down beside Harry, creating a barrier of the savior between them. Initially, Professor McGonagall had intended to reprimand Ron for his tardiness, but now, her expression shifted to one of concern as she glanced at the two rivals, who seemed to regard Harry as a mere sandwich filling. She fervently hoped they would refrain from engaging in a physical altercation during her lesson. If they must fight, let it be outside, as long as Harry remains unscathed. Contemplating this, she cast a softer look at Harry, who was engrossed in his textbook. The sight of those green eyes inevitably stirred memories of a warm-hearted, kind, and vivacious young girl. Even after years of teaching, Lily remained the brightest student she had ever encountered. As for a certain troublemaker, thinking of James Potter made McGonagall frown, better left unmentioned. As per her usual routine, Professor McGonagall demonstrated a transfiguration spell, transforming the podium into a pig, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the young witches and wizards. She then distributed matches, instructing her students to transfigure them into needles. Harry glanced around, observing Draco and Ron leaning forward, glaring at each other across him, before they both quickly averted their gazes, fixating instead on their matches, which they began to jab at furiously with their wands. The chants of their incantations melded into a cacophony that drilled into Harry's ears. Moreover, the volume of their spells escalated, as if the one who shouted the loudest would emerge victorious. Ron's wand was sparking against the tabletop, yet his match remained unresponsive, while Draco's match had developed a slight point but was still, fundamentally, just a match. Harry felt his head throb amidst the burgeoning noise, aware of Professor McGonagall's worried glances in their direction. Rolling his eyes, he lightly tapped his match with his wand and softly uttered the incantation, transforming it silently into a silver needle, an accomplishment unnoticed by the two obstinate boys. Professor McGonagall, having noticed, promptly approached, raising her voice deliberately. Mr. Potter is the first to transfigure his match into a silver needle. Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor. The incantation duels between Draco and Ron abruptly ceased, both boys staring at the silver needle before Harry, then exchanging glances filled with disdain, each turning away with a huff. Draco then pushed his chair back, extending his foot in a rather contorted manner to deliver a hard kick to Ron's rear end, who jumped 3 feet in the air, exclaiming, "Ouch. Malfoy, are you trying to kill me?" Draco ignored him, instead slamming his wand down in front of Harry, commanding assertively, "Teach me." Ron, seething with rage, pointed a finger at Draco's nose, ready to unleash a tirade. However, at a glance from Professor McGonagall, Ron instinctively closed his mouth, though his anger simmered. Harry rolled his eyes, retorting, "Is that really how you asked for help?" Draco glared back, incredulous. "You don't want to teach me?" Harry, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "If you seek assistance, perhaps you should adopt a more respectful demeanor." Draco, now infuriated, exclaimed, "I am a noble Malfoy." Harry shot back, "Noble in what regard? Might I ask? Is your only merit that your head shines like gold?" Ron, quick to catch on, stifled a laugh, whispering, "Even the noble Malfoy has to serve the Dark Lord." Draco was fuming, yet it was clear he was also frightened. Observing Draco's silence and the pallor creeping across his face, Harry offered a gentle reminder. "If you wish for something, you ought to say please, young master." Draco, momentarily dismissing the weight of Voldemort's title, just wanted this matter resolved swiftly. With a sullen expression, he pushed his wand toward Harry, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Please. Oh great savior. Teach me." Ron reveled in the moment, while Harry remained unfazed. If he couldn't best 2 verbal combatants in Professor McGonagall's class, he certainly wouldn't be able to accomplish anything else. However, in the notoriously biased class of Snape, Draco found his opportunity to assert himself. After Snape singled Harry out and posed a series of critical questions, Harry was penalized 3 points for failing to jot down the answers promptly. Harry could only laugh in disbelief. Are you addicted to deducting points? Yet still within the classroom, he cast a menacing glance at the cauldron that belonged to Snape, ultimately restraining himself. As Snape prowled the classroom, the young witches and wizards he passed shrank back, their eyes glued to their own cauldrons. Neville, timid by nature, trembled under Snape's brooding gaze, and in a moment of panic, accidentally dropped a porcupine spine into his cauldron, which emitted a peculiar bubbling sound. Snape instantly whirled around, brandishing his wand to clean Neville's cauldron, erupting into a furious tirade. Neville turned pale, while Ron attempted to huddle into a ball, praying to be overlooked. Yet, Draco raised his hand, declaring loudly, "Professor Snape." Weasley also tried to throw a porcupine spine into his cauldron. Ron was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at Draco, but the shadow looming over him forced him to swallow his indignation. Trembling, Ron looked up at the fearsome Snape. Stammering, Professor Snape, I didn't." Snape cast a chilling glance at the porcupine spine in Ron's hand, prompting Ron to retract it in terror. With a disdainful huff, Snape coldly announced, "Mr. Weasley, for your audacious recklessness, 5 points are deducted from Gryffindor. Furthermore, you will address me as Professor Snape, not as SSS Snape. For your disrespect in altering a Professor S surname, another 5 points are deducted from Gryffindor." Ron stood there, dumbfounded. Yet, Snape, seemingly unsatisfied, shifted his gaze to Harry, who was silently chopping ingredients. Harry felt Snape's piercing gaze bearing down on him, his heart racing. As expected, the next moment, Snape's silky voice echoed above him. "As for you, Mr. Potter, because you failed to promptly intervene with Mr. Longbottom, 5 points are deducted from Gryffindor." Harry muttered to himself. Oh, for the love of, Chapter 23, Harry versus Snape. Ron had yet to recover from the shock of losing 10 points when he heard Snape's verdict on Harry. His eyes widened even further as he could not contain himself, exclaiming, "But Harry, didn't he even see it?" Snape cast a frigid glare in his direction, sneering dismissively. It appears Mr. Weasley has his own perspective on the matter. Then, he swiftly changed his tone. Regrettably, despite such opinions, Mr. Weasley is unable to manage his own cauldron. Ron gasped as he realized that in his moment of distraction, his cauldron had begun to emit strange fumes. Oh no! Ron was taken aback, emitting a sharp gasp as he fumbled to remove the cauldron from the fire. Severus Snape observed the series of frantic actions from the red-haired boy, his expression swiftly darkening. Before Ron could make contact with the cauldron, Snape hastily cleared away the darkening contents, then bellowed, "Fool! Do you have a brain stuffed with straw?" Startled, Ron jerked his hand back, timidly gazing at Snape. "Due to your recklessness, Gryffindor loses 5 points," Snape uttered ominously. "And for your insolence towards the professor, another 5 points are deducted from Gryffindor." Ron's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not utter a word. Harry, with his head bowed, caught Snape's glare. "Mr. Potter, not only did you fail to warn Mr. Longbottom, but you also neglected to alert your companion, Mr. Weasley. For this, Gryffindor loses another 5 points." Harry thought, "Am I being punished for this too?" Frustrated, he could no longer contain himself. With a smile, he raised his head to meet Snape's gaze, his eyes sweeping over the greasy hair atop the professor's head. Then, with sincerity, he inquired, "Professor Snape, I know you are dedicated to the art of potions. If that is the case, why do you not tend to your hair? I believe that if you allow your hair to remain unkempt, it is quite possible that one day, oil from your hair may fall into your cauldron while you brew potions, leading to unimaginable consequences." Harry smiled. "I thought a meticulous potions master would ensure that such hazards did not exist around the cauldron." The classroom fell into an audible silence. Draco, once relishing the moment, now looked on in shock, as an eerie stillness enveloped the dank cellar. The moment Harry's words escaped his lips, Snape's expression darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot. His terrifying gaze fixed upon Harry. Remaining unperturbed, Harry continued to sort through his materials, playfully dancing around Snape's emotional triggers. "Oh, do not glare at me like that, Professor. While my words may be somewhat harsh, they are, nonetheless, the truth. Moreover, you cannot curse me. It would only serve to further ignite your fury." Harry then offered a feigned consolation to Snape. "Professor, anger tends to age one prematurely and can even shorten one's lifespan. Perhaps you should practice some calming exercises." Snape's features twitched violently, and he hissed, "Mr. Potter, insulting a professor results in a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor." A collective gasp resonated among the Gryffindors, with Ron rendered utterly petrified. However, despite the significant point loss, the Slytherins did not erupt in laughter. Instead, they regarded Harry with a mix of awe and trepidation, each harboring a thought, "Is this truly the savior?" Harry, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, only 50 points?" He remarked with satisfaction, "I expected you to deduct enough points to render Gryffindor's total negative, perhaps even confining me. It seems your temper is not as fierce as I imagined. Though I would not comply with such confinement, at least it's a positive outcome." With a smile, Harry added, "At least you will not be further enraged by my absence." Snape, nearly at his wit's end, stifled the confinement he was about to declare. He erupted in a near-foaming rage. "Mr. Potter, defiance, disrespect towards a professor, unrepentant disregard for school rules. Gryffindor loses another 50 points. And another 50. Harry leaned back, feigning disdain, and mockingly responded, "Apologies, Professor, but could you please step back a bit? Your spittle is about to fly, and should it land in my cauldron, it would be beyond mere dirt. It could ignite a catastrophic explosion." Snape, panting with fury, felt a visceral rage towards the audacious boy. Harry, indifferent to the loss of Gryffindor points, would not submit to Snape's intimidation nor comply with a confinement order. It rendered Snape's methods of instilling fear and punishment utterly ineffective, unless he possessed the authority to persuade Dumbledore to expel the savior from Hogwarts. It was no wonder Snape was seething. Throughout the lesson, he stood ominously beside Harry, glaring at him as if to instill in the boy an awareness of his transgressions. Yet Harry remained unfazed. After unleashing his frustration upon Snape, he felt invigorated, stirring his cauldron with lively enthusiasm, even contemplating a cheerful tune to celebrate. In contrast, Ron, seated beside Harry, trembled in fear, nearly severing his own fingers multiple times. While Harry may not have been the ideal student, he certainly was the most astute. Despite the entire class, Snape failed to find fault in Harry's technique, his own frustration mounting instead. Snape was perplexed. How could this boy, clearly inheriting his mother's talent, be so utterly incompetent, akin to the wretched Potter? It was a desecration of Lily's gift. Snape was convinced that these two detestable Potters had come solely to torment him. After potions class concluded, Harry departed cheerfully, with Ron and Draco trailing behind him in silence. This time, the two refrained from bickering, instead remaining unusually quiet. absorbed in a mixture of fear and reverence as they gazed at Harry. Upon entering the Great Hall, they observed the nearly depleted Gryffindor Ruby, older Gryffindors whispering amongst themselves. To be truthful, upon their arrival, they were astonished to see the once vibrant gems reduced to mere digits. They quickly sought to uncover the situation, learning from first-year students the details of the events that had transpired. Soon, the news of Harry Potter's scathing rebuke of Snape spread like wildfire. The sentiments among Gryffindors were complex. On one hand, they had long suffered under Snape's tyranny, and Harry's rebuke brought them a sense of satisfaction. However, on the other hand, Gryffindors were known for their mischief, particularly the Weasley twins. Maintaining even a small number of points was a challenge for them, and now, having lost so many at once, they could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Harry as they contemplated the implications for their house points for the rest of the academic year. Harry, indifferent to their feelings, was nonetheless displeased to see the younger students whispering about him. He grabbed some food from the hall, preparing to return to the dormitory. Ron, walking beside Harry, was also uncomfortable under the scrutiny of their peers, yet he was perplexed. After a moment's hesitation, he snatched 2 drumsticks from the table and rushed to catch up with Harry. "Harry, you—" Ron's words abruptly halted as he spotted Malfoy, who had somehow insinuated himself beside Harry. Ron's expression fell instantly. Chapter 24. The Discovery of Talent in Charms Class. "What are you doing here?" Ron demanded, irritated. "Shouldn't you be sitting at your Slytherin table? What brings you to Harry's side?" He maliciously speculated. "Are you here to gloat over the many points Harry lost?" Draco regarded the redhead with a look of disdain, rolling his eyes as he retorted, "Not like you Gryffindors, who immediately ostracize your savior over a mere deduction of points. What kind of friend is that?" Ron was absolutely furious, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Even a fool could perceive the discontent etched on the faces of their fellow Gryffindors. He fell silent, deflated. In truth, Harry was indifferent. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's of no consequence. They are not my friends. This bunch of barely pubescent children isn't worthy of my camaraderie." Initially, considering that Severus Snape was a friend of his mother and possessed considerable achievements in his own right, Harry had contemplated befriending him. However, it now appeared that the ensuing 7 years would be fraught with conflict. Draco stood momentarily stunned, uttering no further words, before turning and shoving a parcel into Harry's arms. Harry wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of a sweet aroma, and speculated, "Candy?" Draco huffed in dissatisfaction and reluctantly explained, "If you give me candy. My mother insists I share my snacks with you." He muttered under his breath, "These treats are homemade by my mother, if it weren't for her insistence." Harry smiled, swiftly tucking the parcel away under Draco's eager gaze. "A little lord who's all about his parents, I see. Well, I shall not be polite about it." Draco, who had hoped for Harry to graciously decline, was now not only disappointed but also somewhat irate. He tossed his head and dashed away. Ron could no longer contain himself. He elbowed Harry twice, exclaiming, "Harry, how dare you argue with Snape?" Harry looked at him quizzically. "What is there to be afraid of?" Ron murmured, "But Snape is the head of Slytherin. I've heard that many in Slytherin belong to Death Eater families. Perhaps that gloomy old bat is one himself? They might target you for their master." Harry paused, contemplating Ron's words. "Is that so? Isn't Snape a friend of my mother? Such matters surely don't arise without reason. If true, Dumbledore permitting Snape to continue teaching at Hogwarts would be quite intriguing." It seemed he needed to urge Agatha to expedite her progress. His expression turned pale as he whispered, "I also heard George and Fred say that Snape brews potions to punish disobedient students. He's in cahoots with Filch." Harry dismissed this notion. That seems rather absurd. He stifled further speculation, maintaining a smile on his face. "Well, this foolish boy doesn't seem privy to many secrets." Harry nonchalantly shifted the topic. "I insulted him. What can he do about it?" "Physically, nothing. But he's about to deduct all our house points." Ron muttered. "Are house points truly that significant?" Harry retorted. "Do points help you excel in exams? Or grant you omniscience and omnipotence?" Ron was momentarily stumped, but argued. "But high house points can earn you the house cup, which is quite an honor." Harry snickered sarcastically. "Honor? Is it an honor that leads to your demise?" Ron fell silent. Ultimately, it was merely a hollow incentive. Harry felt no sense of belonging to Gryffindor, or Hogwarts for that matter, thus rendering his words devoid of pretense. "The house cup offers me nothing substantial, yet demands that I endure humiliation for mere points? Do I appear to be a fool? Moreover, Snape's demeanor is blatantly antagonistic." Ron blinked in confusion, muttering, "But it has always been this way." Harry regarded Ron with a look of incredulity. "What do their affairs have to do with me?" There remained a multitude of questions unanswered. Despite having established an adversarial relationship with Snape, he still sought information regarding his parents. Harry even entertained the notion that, should it come to pass, he could have the action group seize Snape for interrogation, hoping to extract something useful. Nonetheless, he ultimately dismissed such thoughts. Snape's cold demeanor might stem from some misunderstanding. Yet this did not deter Harry from opposing him. Patience was warranted. The mere thought of having to venture into the Forbidden Forest that evening, with such days stretching ahead until a sufficiently credible map was produced, left Harry feeling vexed. I'll make it clear. If Snape targets me, am I to remain passive? I won't be Harry Potter if I don't turn the tables on him. With that, he huffed disdainfully and strode away with purpose. Soon, Harry found himself in his first charms class. This time, Ron and Draco were not seated beside him. Rather, he found himself next to the eagerly awaiting Seamus Finnegan. Seamus was eagerly perusing the textbook, his wand restlessly flicking about. The charms class was taught by Professor Flitwick, who, prior to the lesson, stacked a pile of books behind the podium and climbed atop them with some difficulty, clearing his throat and adjusting his tie. The class bell rang precisely as he began to call the roll. Upon reaching Harry's name, he could not suppress a shriek, tumbling directly off the stack of books. Harry was left bewildered. The spell being taught was the levitation charm. Harry, feeling listless, prodded the feather before him with his wand, his thoughts drifting to the hidden cameras he had scattered throughout the castle. Just as he was lost in thought, contemplating where to toss the next camera, a loud bang erupted nearby. Harry jumped, his grip faltering, causing his wand to jab into the desk, and the feather that had once rested placidly took flight, adhering itself to the ceiling. However, Harry had no time to dwell on this. He turned in alarm to see Seamus, who had been so animatedly brandishing his wand moments before, now with a face as dark as thunder and hair standing on end. His eyes rolled back. He opened his mouth, spewing forth a plume of black smoke. Harry stared, instinctively recoiling. Professor Flitwick's voice pierced the air. "Oh, Merlin, what a dreadful mishap. Mr. Finnegan, are you all right? Do you need to visit the hospital wing?" Seamus rolled his eyes, the explosion ringing in his ears. He weakly shook his head, appearing dazed. "What? Professor, are you speaking to me?" Flitwick gasped. "Child, you ought to see Madame Pomfrey." Seamus finally comprehended, nodded, and unsteadily made his way out. Harry gaped at the now featherless quill on Seamus's desk, a slow breath escaping him. This was no mere accident. This was sheer talent. Harry rubbed his hands together, already devising a series of plans to ensnare Seamus into Silver Day, ensuring he was put to good use. Chapter 25. Mouse. If there exists a class at Hogwarts that all young witches and wizards eagerly anticipate, it is undoubtedly the flying class. The flying class instructs young sorcerers on the use of broomsticks, closely tied to the wizarding sport of Quidditch, and it was evident that excitement coursed through the students. Draco darted back to Harry's side, chattering incessantly while Ron looked upon him with disdain. Fortunately, before the two could engage in a heated quarrel, Madame Hooch appeared just in time. With remarkable speed, she swiftly directed the young wizards to take their positions, commanding the students to mount their brooms. Harry's gaze fell upon the tattered broomstick at his feet, particularly fixating on the crooked branches jutting out from it, and he couldn't help but frown. While all the young wizards attempted to take flight, Harry was preoccupied with observing the Forbidden Forest. As Madame Hooch instructed the students to levitate, Harry remained fixated on the forest. In the next moment, a sudden gasp broke the air, and Harry felt a shadow sweep over him. Instinctively, he leaned back, attempting to evade the unexpected onslaught. He had underestimated the potential danger posed by the unruly young wizard. An out-of-control child combined with a rogue broomstick was an unpredictable peril. Harry, caught off guard, was violently jostled by the erratic broom, sending him sprawling to the side, his ankle twisting at a horrifying angle. He heard a sharp crack, the sound crisp and clear, and his expression froze in shock. Blast it, he thought, I've sprained my ankle. But that was not the end of it. He ultimately failed to dodge, as Neville's broomstick collided with his face, causing him to tumble down onto the ground. Neville, terrified, clung to his broom, spinning around twice before wobbling back into the air, careening wildly as the broom took him on a chaotic flight. Harry lay expressionless on the ground, then grimaced as he sat up. Wasn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in all of Britain? The pain contorted Harry's face. It became evident that a place teeming with children was hardly a bastion of safety. Madame Hooch was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, urgently instructing the students to land before hastily rushing towards Neville. He fell from his broom, breaking his arm, and Madame Hooch hurriedly took him to the hospital wing. Noticing Harry's predicament, Ron raised his hand and called out loudly, "Professor, Harry seems to need to go to the hospital wing as well." Madame Hooch paused, turning to regard the fallen savior sprawled on the ground, hesitating briefly before asking, "Oh, Mr. Potter, what seems to be the matter?" Harry managed a weak smile, replying, "Professor, I think I sprained my ankle." Madame Hooch responded, "Very well, child, you shall accompany us." With a wave of her wand, she levitated Harry alongside Neville as they made their way to the hospital wing. Harry had barely lain in the hospital wing for 10 minutes when Draco, with a broken leg, and Ron were brought in together. It was said they had fought over Neville's memory ball, disregarding Madame Hooch's warnings, and had taken to the skies on their brooms, colliding violently and plummeting to the ground. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall noticing the commotion from her office and intervening, their injuries would have been far more severe. The two received a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall and were each docked 50 points, leaving them rather dejected. However, their gloom was short-lived. It wasn't long before they began to bicker across Harry's bed. Magic is indeed wondrous. Even injuries as severe as broken legs could be swiftly mended with potions and elixirs. Harry, disinterested in flying lessons and Quidditch, even contemplated seeking an extended leave from Madame Hooch, preferring instead to delve into the intricacies of defense against the dark arts. His curiosity was piqued primarily by the instructor. Harry found himself intrigued by the question of what had transpired in Professor Quirrel's life to transform him from an ordinary individual into the stuttering, nervous wreck he had become. More importantly, there lingered an unsettling garlic odor about him, and Harry, having encountered numerous corpses, discerned a foul stench of decay beneath the garlic. Without a doubt, Quirrel was masking some abnormality with the garlic spray, but what was he concealing? Harry mused half-jokingly. Surely he hasn't become a decaying living corpse? At the end of class, Harry deliberately lingered behind, as Ron and Draco waited outside, pinching their noses and glaring at each other. Quirrel was still tidying up his desk, and Harry politely bid him farewell before exiting the classroom. As he passed the doorway, his fingertip twitched, and a tiny listening device the size of a grain of rice fell to the ground, awaiting Quirrel's foot to step upon it. As he exited, the trio left together. Just as Harry had anticipated, the wizards, unacquainted with Muggle technology, paid no heed to the small speck of dust on the floor. Even with the recent confrontations with the Order of the Phoenix revealing the power of technology to the lagging wizarding community, a tiny listening device would go unnoticed. The device would gather information within Hogwarts, which would then be transmitted back to the Esposito estate and Agatha's safe house, culminating in a concise and accurate report delivered to Harry. Harry was seated on his bed when he received a message from Connie. Ron's bed was adjacent to his, and Harry could clearly see a plump rat writhing on Ron's mattress. He grimaced in disgust, his eyes sweeping dismissively over the wretched creature. Harry couldn't fathom why wizards would keep pets, and while he could understand the appeal of having a rat, this particular specimen was both hideous and unhygienic. What could Ron possibly be thinking to allow this filthy rodent to roam freely on his bed? What if it relieved itself there? However, the rat possessed magical properties. If it were indeed a magical rat, it could be considered a treasure, which might explain Ron's attachment. No. Harry shook his head violently. He would not accept that. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought darkly, pulling the curtain shut to obscure the revolting fat rat. After casting a confundus charm around him, he opened his phone and computer, beginning to sift through the documents sent by Conti and Agatha. Conti's report was brief, detailing the intelligence gathered through surveillance during this period. Most entries chronicled the young wizards sneaking out at night, or which professor had caught which misbehaving child. The only mention that caught Harry's attention was the names Snape and Quirrel. Connie's document explicitly stated that Quirrel had appeared multiple times in the secluded corridors at night, seemingly intending to venture to the fourth floor. Simultaneously, Snape was occasionally spotted trailing behind the man with the purple turban, suspected of monitoring him. Harry highlighted this point, then opened Agatha's report. Due to Harry's previous annotations on the entries concerning Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, Agatha prioritized information regarding the Potters' social circle during their lifetimes. The group of marauders included James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. During their school years, they allegedly had numerous altercations with Severus Snape, Lily Evans' childhood friend. Upon reading this, Harry couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For against one, he drew a heavy line beneath this entry, annotating, possible bullying? Investigate further. He continued perusing the document. The Potter and Black families were both pure bloodlines. However, the Blacks were more prominent, likely due to their fervent obsession with blood purity and the multitude of crimes committed during Voldemort's reign of terror. Among them, Bellatrix Black, who married into the Lestrange family, was the most notorious. Harry's gaze skimmed over the page before solidifying on another piece of information. Remus Lupin's true identity is that of a werewolf, a fact that has gone largely unnoticed during his 7 years at school, as he is actually a highwayman aiding the werewolf Lupin in concealing the truth. His means of assistance comes in the form of being an animagus. According to existing intelligence, all 4 individuals are unregistered illegal animagi with the Ministry of Magic. The animagus form of James Potter remains unknown for the time being, but it is confirmed that Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew assumed the forms of a black dog and a rat, respectively. A rat? Chapter 26. I quite like your pet. Harry momentarily lost his train of thought, and upon contemplating the rat, his mind immediately wandered to Ron's repulsive, decrepit pet rat. He retrieved the documents he had previously examined and reread an old news article. Peter Pettigrew, blown apart by the deranged black, had been left with only a finger and was awarded a first-class medal from the Order of Merlin. Harry, he drew back the bed curtains, contemplatively gazing at the ugly rat missing a toe. When Ron returned, he found Harry standing by his bed, seemingly engrossed. Curiously leaning in, Ron inquired, "What are you looking at, Harry?" As he spoke, Ron caught sight of Scabbers on his bed and immediately frowned. "Oh, you're looking at Scabbers?" Harry smiled at Ron. "Scabbers? Is that the name of your pet rat?" "Indeed." Ron began to ramble, complaining that Scabbers had originally belonged to Percy, but after receiving a reward from their mother, he had acquired his own owl, and thus, the old, fat rat was given to him. "Scabbers has been with us for 10 years. He's simply too old and hardly moves. To be honest, I don't like him all that much, but—" He paused, his voice dropping slightly. "Oh, Harry, you know, Mum can't afford to buy me a better pet." "Oh." Harry hesitated, realizing that indeed, the Weasley family's poverty was notorious throughout the wizarding world. However, 10 years. This was a rather sensitive and suspicious time frame. "I'm truly sorry." Harry slowed his speech, then deliberately altered his tone to a more cheerful one. "But I have a splendid suggestion. I'm quite interested in your rat Scabbers. Perhaps you would be willing to gift him to me?" Harry carefully chose his words. He could see that despite Ron's claims of disliking the pet, it was still one of the few possessions he could call his own, and he cherished it. "In return, you can choose an owl of your liking that belongs to you." However, he refrained from voicing the latter part. Upon hearing Harry's interest in Scabbers, Ron was momentarily taken aback, but after just a second of hesitation, he readily acquiesced. "Of course, it's no trouble. I've been a bit fed up with this rat for a while." Ron grabbed the rat from his bed and handed it to Harry. He cast a lingering glance at Scabbers, feigning optimism as he jested. "I thought you wouldn't like a pet rat." Harry was genuinely taken aback, yet his actions remained resolute as he accepted Scabbers, holding the struggling creature in his grasp, displaying a look of delight. "This is fantastic, Ron. You truly are my best friend." The slight reluctance in Ron's heart swiftly dissipated under Harry's sweet words, and he soon found himself elated. The moment Harry touched Scabbers, he used his magical abilities to probe the rat's physical condition. Undoubtedly, it was not a genuine magical rat. Just as Harry had suspected, it was a grotesque animagus, Peter Pettigrew. A deep smile spread across Harry's face as he silently mouthed a name fraught with suspicion before he swiftly incapacitated the struggling Scabbers. It was best to confine him for the time being. The pressing matter at hand was to console his friend who had just lost a beloved pet. After a moment of contemplation, Harry passed the responsibility to the action team, issuing a request. The bird being presented as a gift to Hogwarts must neither be too extravagant, as that would make his financially strained friend uncomfortable, nor too cheap, lest it appear that Harry was taking advantage of the situation. Upon receiving the order, Miss Mandy White glared at the silver sigil on her wrist, remaining silent. The unfortunate soul before her trembled on the ground, cautiously stealing glances at the formidable woman. Johnny turned back in confusion. "Is the time today so short? Has he already divulged everything he knows? Have your methods been updated?" "No," Mandy replied coldly, kicking the incapacitated dark wizard towards Johnny's feet. "You continue the interrogation. If all else fails, send him to Connie. He has a specialized torture team at his estate." With that, she stood up, donned her coat, and headed for the door. Johnny quickly sprang up, firmly pinning the dark wizard to the ground. "Hey, where are you going?" Mandy dismissively waved her wrist. "The master's orders." The next day, during mealtime in the Great Hall, Ron was happily chatting with Harry when suddenly a brown owl descended before him. It was a young and beautiful owl, clearly well cared for, with sleek feathers and a robust frame. It delivered a message to Ron, who was puzzled, his face adorned with a frown. "Whose owl is this? Why did it deliver a letter to me?" Harry leisurely sipped his pumpkin juice, cleared his throat, and laughed. "I think this is yours." "Mine? No way." Ron initially thought Harry was joking and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "This owl isn't from my house." Harry shrugged. If Ron didn't believe him, there was little he could do. As Ron continued to laugh, he noticed that Harry had stopped, and his laughter gradually diminished. He hesitated, gazing at the owl before him, and a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Cautiously, Ron extended his hand, first gently patting the owl's head before opening the letter laid out in front of him. The letter bore only his name, clearly indicating that this owl was a gift to him, as a token of appreciation for his enthusiasm. Ron was overwhelmed by a surge of excitement. Leaping 3 feet into the air and joyfully embracing the owl, gazing at Harry with gratitude. "I have my own owl now." Ron jumped around, shouting with glee, enthusiastically patting Harry's shoulder. "You're my best mate from today onward." Just as he was reveling in his joy, a cold laugh broke through. Draco had somehow made his way from the Slytherin table to the vicinity of the Gryffindor table, looking disdainfully at the owl in Ron's arms. Draco's expression twisted slightly as he mockingly remarked, "It's just an owl. Look at you, acting like you've never seen one before. Truly a poor Weasley." Ron's laughter faltered as he shot a sidelong glance at Draco, his mind suddenly sharp. Observing Draco's expression, Ron noticed his gaze fixated on his owl. He then glanced at Harry, who was calmly eating, and cheerfully made a face at Draco. "Harry gave it to me. You don't have one." As he spoke, Ron unexpectedly broke into song, relishing Draco's displeasure. Draco's face contorted further, and he growled, "Shut up, Weasley. You don't have a gift, do you?" Ron retorted, enraged. Draco brandished his wand, exclaiming, "Weasley, I challenge you to a duel." Chapter 27, The Eccentric Quirrel. However, considering the tumultuous history between Draco and Ron, which specifically refers to their notorious altercations on flying broomsticks that culminated in both of them suffering broken legs, the tension in the air became palpable. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall cast sharp glances from the staff table. Fortunately, they did not come to blows. Snape continued his usual confrontational stance with Harry, infuriated to the brink of madness during every class, while Harry remained unfazed, exhibiting a semblance of impotent fury. Snape felt as though his very life had been shortened by 3 years due to the vexations caused by Potter within just over a month of the school year. It is worth mentioning that Gryffindor's fortunes had not improved in the slightest. Harry had received intelligence confirming Snape's identity as a Death Eater beyond any doubt. Yet he was also entangled with the Order of the Phoenix. This naturally led Harry to contemplate the possibility of espionage. If this were true, Snape's allegiance remained ambiguous, especially since Dumbledore seemed to place immense trust in him, inviting speculation. Were there undiscovered reasons behind this? What about the enmity between Snape and the Quartet of Highwaymen? Well, Harry understood the grievances of the victim, yet that did not imply he was willing to bear the brunt of Snape's ire. At the end of October, on the night of the 30th to the 31st, Harry donned his cloak and stealthily departed from Hogwarts, setting off towards Godric's Hollow. It was the site of his parents' demise, the very place where the Potter couple had once resided. He placed a bouquet of white lilies at the grave, and when he rose, Hubert and Agatha had already appeared behind him. Harry tossed a deceased rat towards them, and Manly promptly confined it within a specially designed cage. Peter Pettigrew. Harry pointed at the rat, succinctly instructing, "I am at school and cannot deal with him. Take him to the interrogation team and prepare a report for me." Although Harry had already rummaged through the dead rat's mind, he was, after all, an amateur, and it would be more prudent to leave the interrogation to specialists. Perhaps they could unearth additional information. By the way, let them handle it carefully. Do not kill it. When the holidays arrive, take this dead rat to the Ministry of Magic to exchange for Sirius Black. Harry paused, his tone ambiguous. "I heard he is my godfather?" Although this was a question, Harry did not expect an answer. He turned around, and Agatha stepped forward at the opportune moment, handing him a stack of paperwork. Harry's expression froze instantly. Agatha, devoid of any emotion, recited monotonously, "Master, Connie has asked me to inform you that these are the documents you owe, urgently requiring your approval. I hope you do not neglect your career due to your studies." Harry grimaced, attempting to decline. "I am merely a student." Agatha continued. "Connie stated that if you refer to yourself as a student, I should inform you that students at least have weekends, whereas your dear Esposito, the head house elf, can only rest 3 hours a day." Agatha added, "Connie believes he is burning the candle at both ends." Harry muttered under his breath, "I do not wish to work. This is child labor." Agatha remained composed. Nevertheless, Harry accepted the work. At that moment, Hubert stepped forward and whispered, "Master, the map of Hogwarts is nearly complete." He handed a map to Harry and hesitated before continuing. "Connie mentioned that interesting findings have been discovered through surveillance and listening devices. Relevant information will be sent to you by noon tomorrow. Furthermore," he glanced at Agatha, "regarding that prophecy, we have traced it to a crystal ball locked in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. Should we consider breaching the ministry to retrieve that crystal ball for examination?" Hubert gently proposed. Harry remained silent, reflecting. "I recall when I first found you. You were a down-and-out conscientious entrepreneur who trembled even at the thought of stealing." Hubert, unfazed, smiled in response. "Times have changed." Thus, Harry nodded calmly. "It is worth considering. However, there is no need to rush. You are all well aware of the ministry's dubious nature. To prevent complications, let us first extricate Black before contemplating an assault on the ministry." Hubert nodded in agreement. "Understood." Harry returned to Hogwarts silently. He had to admit, the interesting things that Conti had mentioned were indeed captivating. Harry received a document accompanied by a meticulously edited audio recording. Quirrell had been seen lurking near the fourth-floor corridor several times, engaging in a tangible dispute with Snape, and their conversation revolved around positioning, emphasizing Which side is which? Combined with the audio, it became evident that another voice had emerged alongside Quirrel, although no other individual was present. Quirrel referred to this voice as Master and appeared to have suffered the consequences of the Cruciatus curse. Quirrel swore he would retrieve whatever Dumbledore was hiding on the 4th floor for his master and sought assistance due to his bodily transformations. He inquired whether he should first eliminate the Savior, a suggestion that was promptly dismissed by his master. The master instructed him that, as a last resort, he could hunt unicorns and drink their blood to prolong his life. In addition, Quirrel was plotting to create chaos on Halloween to provide cover for his investigation on the 4th floor. Based on the known information, it could be surmised that the Master Quirrel referred to was none other than Voldemort, the Dark Lord, who had been declared dead by the magical community and had perished at the hands of the Savior. Harry remained silent. After a moment, he stowed away his computer, revealing a smile. Indeed, quite interesting. Quirinus Quirrel. Harry contemplated the value this individual could bring. Quirrel harbored malice towards him, and Harry would never permit him to live in peace. He would need to be dealt with eventually, but it was imperative to wait for the right opportunity. Furthermore, what exactly lay on the 4th floor? On Halloween Day, Harry arrived early at the Great Hall, which had been adorned with a festive Halloween ambience. He surveyed the staff table, noting that most professors had already arrived, with the exceptions of Snape and Quirrel. Shortly thereafter, Ron entered the hall, complaining about something to Seamus. Plopping down beside Harry and grumbling, calling her a know-it-all is quite fitting. Ron began to ramble incessantly, focusing his grievances on Miss Hermione Granger. Harry listened with half an ear, choosing not to immerse himself in the conversation. He still recalled Miss Granger. She was a remarkably intelligent girl, standing out among the Gryffindors. As for Ron's complaints, it was evident why he felt that way. His academic performance was far from stellar. Harry continued to observe the staff table. Yet Quirrel did not appear even as the young wizards filled the long tables of the 4 houses until Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast. Distracted, Harry hastily shoved a few pieces of lamb into his mouth before abruptly rising. Ron shot him a curious glance, his mouth stuffed with chicken, mumbling indistinctly, "Harry, where are you going?" Harry maintained his composure. "I am heading to the restroom. I shall return shortly." "Oh." Ron then resumed his meal with fervor. Harry deliberately diminished his presence, not disturbing the merriment of the young wizards, as he exited the hall. Chapter 28. An Unsettled Halloween. Harry stood in the shadows of the corner, watching as Quirrel hurriedly made his way toward the Great Hall. The moment he burst into the hall, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror, and even from across the corridor, Quirrel's exaggerated shout could be heard. "In the basement. A troll. I thought you all should know." The hall erupted into chaos. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged wary glances from the staff table, their eyes filled with apprehension regarding Quirrel. In unison, they began scanning the Gryffindor table for Harry's familiar figure. He was nowhere to be found. Snape's complexion darkened visibly, and exchanging a knowing look with Dumbledore. He rose quietly, slipping away from the crowd and exiting the hall. Meanwhile, what was Harry doing? He had made his way to the 4th floor, having subdued the 3-headed dog, and had fought his way through the chess set. The last room was completely empty, devoid of any items. Harry furrowed his brow, standing still for a moment in contemplation before turning to leave. If Dumbledore hoped to cultivate a savior through this childish quest, Harry scoffed. It was a grave underestimation of his capabilities. As for the emptiness within, perhaps it was simply not yet the time. After all, only 2 months had passed since the start of term. Harry turned and silently departed from the 4th floor. As he passed the 2nd floor, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses. A troll. He paused, recalling Quirrel's frantic words, and then turned to follow the foul odor. At the moment Quirrel collapsed to the ground, the head students of each house, under Dumbledore's direction, swiftly began organizing the evacuation of students back to their respective common rooms. Ron muttered a vague complaint, lamenting the interruption of what had promised to be a splendid feast. He quickly grabbed 2 drumsticks, preparing to take them back to the dormitory, though he felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something. Scanning his surroundings with a puzzled expression, Ron's gaze fell upon the empty seats beside him, and a sudden realization struck him, draining the color from his face. Yet before he could panic, a pale hand reached out from the shadows, forcibly pulling him out of the line. It was Draco. In a hushed tone, Draco interrogated, "Weasley, where's Harry?" With his mouth still full of chicken, Ron mumbled, "Harry went to the restroom. He hasn't returned." By this point, Ron couldn't care less about his grievances with Draco. He glanced around the Gryffindor line, his face paling further, stammering, and Hermione. "Hermione?" Draco raised his voice, momentarily puzzled before quickly piecing it together. That know-it-all from Gryffindor? Even as a Slytherin, he had heard of the clever girl in Gryffindor. "I think I may have been overheard when I spoke ill of her," Ron muttered awkwardly, his face flushing. She didn't come to the hall either." Draco exploded in anger. "You fool. Weasley, you absolute fool. Your brain is less functional than a muggle's. And you still dared to talk behind her back. Not only that, but you couldn't even keep your insults private. Are those Bertie Bott's every flavor beans around your neck? Ron's face shifted through various shades as he contemplated confronting Draco, but ultimately, guilt held him back. What? What should I do now? Draco snapped. I couldn't care less. Just get lost. I'm going to find Harry. Ron, growing anxious, pressed. What about Hermione? Draco shot him an irritated glare. That's your mess to deal with. I couldn't care less. With that, he turned and dashed out. Ron stood frozen for a moment, then hurriedly followed. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Draco hadn't brought Crabbe and Goyle along. He found their large frames too conspicuous and had sent them back, opting to slip away on his own. Once outside the hall, both found themselves in a quandary. They had no idea where Harry was, nor did they know Hermione's whereabouts. Just as they prepared to check the second floor, the stairs began to shift beneath their feet. They exchanged bewildered glances as the staircase turned toward the third floor and halted, while another staircase leading to the fourth floor swung back around. Wasn't he that the forbidden fourth floor Dumbledore had warned against? Ron hesitated. Forget it. Draco surged forward, descending through another exit. This cursed staircase. I'll have my father dismantle it one day. Draco led the way, with Ron trailing behind. In a moment, Draco spotted a suspicious figure and quickly halted, ducking behind a corner to observe stealthily. Ron, startled, instinctively opened his mouth to complain, only to have Draco hastily cover his lips. Shoo! Draco whispered urgently, cautiously peering out from behind the wall. Snape was confronting Quirrel. Rather than a confrontation, it resembled intimidation, as the timid, stuttering Quirrel seemed a victim before Snape's imposing presence. Ron's eyes widened, and he elbowed Draco, whispering, Is it typical for you Slytherins to be so brazen? Snape actually dares to assault a professor? Draco replied, I'd love to dunk Weasley's head in a toilet to wake him up from this idiocy. Shut up. Draco warned fiercely. Our headmaster wouldn't stoop to such levels. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll ensure that your house loses points. Having been provoked by Harry too many times, Ron remained surprisingly calm and optimistic, waving his hand dismissively. Go ahead. We never had those points to begin with, unless Snape can reduce our score to negative. Honestly, what has become of Gryffindor? Is this a case of the barefoot fearing the shod? Miscalculation. In the midst of their exchange, Quirrel had already slunk away under Snape's oppressive glare. Snape then turned his dark gaze toward the corner, raising his wand, and in a smooth tone declared, Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon you? Both Draco and Ron froze. Throughout Hogwarts, no student was unafraid of Snape. They fumbled and pushed each other, reluctant to be the first to step out and face his wrath. Ultimately, they stumbled over one another, tumbling out from behind the corner in a disheveled heap. Snape's expression darkened further as he scrutinized both boys with a piercing glare, hissing, Very well. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, I presume you are not here for a leisurely adventure? Professor, Draco mustered his courage to stammer, We're here looking for someone. Harry isn't in the hall. But the stairs brought us to the fourth floor. As Draco's voice dwindled under Snape's gaze, Ron fell silent, casting an admiring glance at Draco. Setting aside everything else, Ron felt a surge of respect for Malfoy's audacity to confront Snape at such a critical moment. He shrank back further, trying to avoid detection by Snape. Yet, how could a living person escape Snape's notice? Severus Snape's somber voice echoed above the two boys. Mr. Weasley, having trespassed into the restricted area on the fourth floor, you have incurred a deduction of 20 points from Gryffindor due to your recklessness. Ron had anticipated a complete breakdown. Yet when the points were indeed deducted, he surprisingly remained composed. In fact, he found himself contemplating whether Gryffindor had enough points left to afford such a deduction. There really wasn't much left anyway. Deduct away, he thought nonchalantly. It's all the same now. Chapter 29, Gryffindor's Penalty Points. Snape then turned his gaze to Draco. Mr. Malfoy, you are to transcribe the school rules 50 times. Draco's face fell instantly. But that was not all. Snape continued his pronouncement. Furthermore, I shall be informing your father about today's incident. Draco felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Seeing that both of these troublesome boys had settled down, Snape commanded, Now, at once, return to your dormitory. Ron jolted, instinctively shouting no. A profound silence enveloped the room. Draco stared at Ron in shock. Snape's expression darkened, yet his tone remained deceptively gentle. It appears, Mr. Weasley, that you have an objection. Ron shrank back, yet mustered the courage to protest, albeit weakly. I still need to find Harry. At this, Draco regarded him with newfound respect. Upon hearing Ron's words, Snape unveiled a slick, false smile. So Mr. Weasley is an undiscovered genius, more adept than the professors. Willing to face a troll just to assist the savior? Ron stammered. and as he considered the possibly depleted house points, his fear began to dissipate. He decided to embrace the reckless abandon. "And Hermione?" Ron exclaimed. Snape retorted, "What about Miss Granger?" Realizing the context, Snape felt a wave of dizziness, his blood pressure surging. "Very well, Mr. Weasley, for your impudence towards a professor, an additional 10 points shall be deducted from Gryffindor," Snape declared with venom. As these words fell, within the now empty Great Hall, the jewel-filled hourglass of Gryffindor witnessed the ruby gems vanish entirely, replaced by scattered black stones. Yet, in the midst of the chaos, no one noticed. Despite the loss of points, Snape, observing Ron's nonchalance, felt an even greater headache coming on. It was as if he was deducting points from thin air. Seeing that these two troublesome imps refused to return, he scowled, flung his robes, and strode away. "Follow me." The two hastily complied. At that moment, Harry had spotted the hulking troll making its way into the girls' restroom, hearing a terrified scream emanating from within. Harry paused. "Is someone in there?" "What? Crying over a broken heart?" Despite his sarcasm, Harry quickly recalled Ron's earlier complaints. Moreover, he had not seen Hermione Granger at the Gryffindor table. However, he did not dismiss the possibility of her presence. As he raised his hand, poised to cast the killing curse, he suddenly remembered he was still a student, and notably, the savior under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Thus, Harry feigned disinterest, retracting his hand, and instead drew his wand, silently waving it a few times, prompting the club in the troll's grasp to levitate abruptly. The troll halted, perplexed, gazing at the wooden club floating above its head, scratching its small noggin. Unable to comprehend why the stick it had wielded for so long was now airborne. Without hesitation, Harry decided that mercy was not his style. He manipulated the club to rise and fall. After several attempts, the troll collapsed with a resounding thud, its head reduced to a gruesome pulp, grotesquely adhered to the ground. The cacophony was immense, likely startling the girl hiding in the restroom, whose screams became even more frantic. Harry stepped forward, standing at the restroom entrance, and knocked twice on the door. "Excuse me, which young lady is shedding tears in there?" The screams momentarily ceased, and Harry heard a rustling sound as the occupant seemed to test the waters, leaning against the sink. Harry blinked and continued, "The troll has been dealt with. You may come out now." A small, furry head cautiously emerged from around the corner, its eyes still reddened, glistening with unshed tears, yet maintaining a vigilant watch as it peeked out. Hermione Granger. Harry recognized her instantly, remembering well how this clever and astute girl stood out even among Gryffindors. Indeed, Harry himself acknowledged that Gryffindors often acted without thinking. Had circumstances been different, he might have been one of them. Who wouldn't he want an external brain? Hermione, of course, was aware of Harry. Prior to the school year, she had diligently read about recent significant events in the wizarding world as well as ancient history. She was quite impressed by the savior of wizards, and Harry's performance since the start of the term had certainly caught her attention. He was exceedingly intelligent, and he dared to spar verbally with Snape. Each time, it was Snape who initiated the conflict, only to find himself at a loss for words in the end. Although Gryffindor's points were dwindling, the confrontations between Harry and Snape gave the impression that Snape was merely flailing in impotent rage, resorting to point deductions to uphold his authority as a professor. Initially, Hermione had been taken aback by the sudden drop in house points. However, as Harry and Snape clashed, she, like Ron, grew desensitized to the deductions. What remained was a profound admiration for the savior. After all, not only was he academically gifted, but he was also quick-witted. After a moment of hesitation, Hermione stepped out from around the corner, clutching her clothes. "Harry?" she inquired, somewhat perplexed. "What are you doing here?" Hermione thought that given the dangerous circumstances at school, the professors would surely have ushered all students back to their dormitories. Why was Harry wandering outside? "I had little interest in the feast, so I stepped out and came over after hearing the commotion," Harry replied, tilting his head to observe Hermione, noticing the still fresh tear streaks on her face. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her, silently gesturing to his own face. Hermione, feeling a wave of embarrassment, quickly took the handkerchief to wipe her tears, not forgetting to express her gratitude. "Thank you." Hermione awkwardly cleaned her face and then looked past Harry. "But Harry, the troll was so terrifying. How did you manage that? Were you hurt?" Her concerned inquiries were abruptly cut short as she caught sight of the headless troll, her complexion draining of color, her words tumbling out in a rush. "Oh, how? How did you?" Harry maintained an unruffled demeanor. "It was nothing, simply dealt with. There was no injury to speak of. The troll was more dim-witted than a fool." "All right. Oh, I understand." Hermione's face turned pale as she pressed her hands against her stomach, desperately trying to stave off the urge to be sick. After all, the scene had been utterly gruesome, and at merely 11 years of age, she had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle. It was evident that she was struggling to maintain her composure. Harry blinked. You are quite resilient. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. If you're feeling unwell. Harry pointed toward the toilet in the girls' restroom, offering a gentle suggestion. You might want to take care of that. No. Hermione trembled, grasping Harry's arm tightly. No matter how one articulates it, Muggles have undeniably progressed at a far superior pace than wizards. Hermione hails from a prosperous background and possesses a profound love for literature, endowing her with knowledge that surpasses that of the average young wizard. The demise of the troll was nothing short of tragic and rather grotesque, while safety was restored. It was evident that such a method would not be chosen by an ordinary young wizard. This signifies an anomaly, much like in the Muggle world. Children who deviate from the norm are often perceived as monsters. Hermione indeed felt fear. However, having just been rescued by Harry, she believed she could not betray him at such a moment. Human nature tends to be biased, and Hermione felt that since Harry had saved her, it indicated he was a true friend. She had already spotted a figure rushing towards the staircase and whispered, Harry, wait a moment, don't say anything. Leave it to me. Harry, puzzled, nonetheless acquiesced. Chapter 30. The sky has fallen for Gryffindor. A group of professors hurriedly arrived, and Harry even caught a glimpse of Ron and Draco, who were cowering behind Snape. Oh, Merlin. Professor McGonagall, sprinting ahead, immediately spotted the troll sprawled on the ground, alongside the bloodied club that had been used to bludgeon its head. It was abundantly clear to anyone with sight that the beast lay utterly lifeless. In her shock, McGonagall quickly stepped forward to shield Harry and Hermione behind her. She could not fathom that such a brutal scene could be the work of young wizards. Her only thought was that Hogwarts might have some dangerous individuals infiltrating its ranks. Snape remained silent, but discreetly positioned himself to shield Ron and Draco, his wand gripped tightly. Already on high alert, Ron and Draco, supporting each other, were on the ground, retching. Once the professors had thoroughly scanned the surroundings and confirmed there was no imminent danger, they began to interrogate. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow as she turned to Harry and Hermione. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, what transpired just now? Harry blinked, recalling Hermione's words, and chose to remain silent. Tears that Hermione had just wiped away came rushing back, and she sobbed. Wah, Professor, I don't know. Pointing at Ron, who was still heaving, she began to recount the tale, her first-hand experience of the troll's gruesome death finally spilling forth with her tears. Before the feast, I heard Weasley mocking me, so I hid here, and then the troll suddenly appeared. I was so frightened, I didn't understand what was happening. I just heard explosions and crashing sounds. Hermione stubbornly wiped away her tears, stammering. Then the troll fell, and I didn't know what to do. Thankfully, Harry found me just in time. Hermione was a well-behaved, obedient, and exceptionally intelligent child, and upon hearing her explanation, the professors exchanged glances, casting reproachful looks toward Ron, who was still retching. Professor McGonagall felt a surge of sympathy. She had formed a hypothesis. She surmised that Hermione was likely so frightened that her magical abilities had surged uncontrollably, an occurrence that could possess significant power. In a state of turmoil, it could indeed result in explosions, thereby causing the club to shatter the troll's skull. Professor Sprout murmured nearby, Merlin, oh my. McGonagall tightly embraced Hermione, instinctively pulling Harry into the fold as well, gently patting their backs in a soothing manner. Poor children, you must be terrified, aren't you? Harry blinked, remaining silent, while Hermione buried her head in McGonagall's embrace, clutching the professor's robes tightly. Professor McGonagall gently urged them, let Madame Pomfrey check you over first, and then I shall escort you back to your dormitory for some well-deserved rest. Additionally, for mocking a classmate, Ron was penalized 5 points by Professor McGonagall. He and Draco had been running about during the crisis, which was deserving of punishment. However, considering their intentions were to save a fellow student, McGonagall refrained from further deductions. Moreover, Ron and Draco appeared pale, on the verge of fainting, their condition eliciting considerable sympathy. Thus, they were all escorted to the hospital wing for a thorough examination by Madame Pomfrey. Harry and the others were found to be largely unscathed, but Hermione did indeed exhibit slight traces of magical surges, though fortunately, the issue was minor. Upon learning this, Harry appeared contemplative, perhaps even had he not arrived in time. The surging magic could have saved Hermione's life, albeit at the cost of causing irreversible damage to her body. His timing had been quite fortunate. Alongside the heroic deeds of the trio, news of a black gemstone appearing in the Gryffindor hourglass spread throughout Hogwarts. Following the Halloween fright, the next day, the Gryffindors gazed at their house's hourglass and felt as though the sky had fallen. This was certainly an unprecedented occurrence in history. No, that assertion lacks precision. It should be stated as the first such instance in nearly half a century. After all, such circumstances were commonplace during the tenure of a certain headmaster by the name of Black. particularly for Gryffindor, who often found themselves at odds with Slytherin. It was a veritable disaster, with Hufflepuff, comprising many Muggle-born wizards, coming in a close second. Even Slytherin students from the Black family found little favor with this headmaster, leading to an unprecedented unity among the four houses during his rule. However, it was evident that Hogwarts, having emerged from the reign of Voldemort's White Terror, was far from united, especially regarding the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Gryffindor's hourglass, Slytherin students could barely conceal their schadenfreude. The students of Gryffindor were engulfed in a torrent of complex emotions. On one hand, they recognized that the deduction of points was largely due to Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. On the other hand, Harry was the savior, and their courageous battle against the troll on Halloween had stirred excitement among the Gryffindors. Not only Gryffindor, but Dumbledore also felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. Silently, he stared at Gryffindor's hourglass, anxiously tugging at his beard, pondering how to mend such a significant deficit before the academic year concluded. All in an effort to bolster the reputation of the savior. Hermione and Harry grew increasingly closer. Although she still found Ron intolerable, she could manage to endure him. In stark contrast to her attitude towards Ron, her demeanor towards Harry was nothing short of affectionate, so gentle and patient that it sent shivers down Harry's spine. After several tentative attempts, Harry finally grasped Hermione's perspective. Having come from the Muggle world, Hermione believed that Harry's method of confronting the troll reflected his psychological state. She had entirely perceived Harry as a fragile soul, burdened by childhood trauma, requiring careful nurturing and protection. Harry was both amused and exasperated. He repeatedly assured Hermione that he was perfectly fine, yet she nodded in agreement, her demeanor unwaveringly skeptical. Thus, as Christmas approached, Harry found himself nearly overwhelmed by the gifts sent by Hermione. Aside from an array of snacks and toys, he even unearthed several vividly illustrated fairy tale books. He must admit, flipping through The Little Prince was surprisingly delightful. Furthermore, he received a brooch from Draco, a gaming console from Dudley, and warm clothing from Aunt Petunia. Upon learning from her younger son that Harry was his roommate, Ron's mother even prepared an additional gift for him, a thick, cozy sweater. However, what truly captured Harry's attention was an anonymous gift. It was a silvery cloak, crafted from an extraordinary material, and upon draping it over his shoulders, Harry vanished into thin air. This was an invisibility cloak. Moreover, the magical aura surrounding Harry was suppressed to such a minimal level that it was nearly imperceptible. He cast one last glance at the note, with its distinctive circular script, instantly recognizable as Dumbledore's handwriting. With a slight grimace, he discarded the paper and began to delve into the intricacies of the invisibility cloak. It was a rather remarkable artifact, and its sudden emergence instilled in Harry an odd sensation. It felt akin to a game where, when one is meant to progress with the quest but becomes stuck midway, an NPC appears to offer a useful item to facilitate advancement. Harry pondered as he weighed the cloak in his hands, and after a moment, his spirits lifted. Could it be that the treasure guarded by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor was finally about to reveal itself? This was also the reason Harry had endured rather than directly confronting Quirrel. Anything deemed worthy of being a test for a savior by Dumbledore surely held significance. If it was indeed important, Harry would gladly embrace it. In this scenario, he required a scapegoat to bear the blame for him. Quirrel, who had pledged allegiance to Voldemort and lurked within Hogwarts with unknown intentions, was the most suitable candidate. Apologies, Professor Quirrel. That very night, Harry strode boldly out of the dormitory without donning the invisibility cloak. Chapter 31, Christmas. For Harry, the invisibility cloak merely served as an excuse to venture out. Yet he believed that nighttime escapades required no justification whatsoever. Conversely, Dumbledore, observing Harry's audacious demeanor through the portraits in the corridor, was filled with concern, to the point of tugging at his beard in distress. What a reckless child. Surely one ought to wear the invisibility cloak when sneaking about at night. What would happen if a patrolling professor caught him? Without engaging in a game of nighttime evasion with the professors, how could he lure them to the room containing the Mirror of Erased? On reflection, would Harry truly avoid professors out of fear of losing points? Dumbledore hesitated, recalling the already manifested black gemstone within the Gryffindor hourglass. Clearly, that was not an option. He sighed heavily, plucking another tuft of beard. One could only wonder how Harry had developed such a character. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as at least that Muggle family had not bullied him. Dumbledore soon set aside his worries. Harry behaved like an inquisitive little wizard, peering into every door he passed. Approaching the abandoned classroom housing the Mirror of Erased, he pushed the door open and was met by the sight of the grand mirror standing silently at the center of the room. The surface of the mirror was misty, obscuring Harry's reflection. He scanned the inscription above and leaned closer to discern its meaning. Yet, the mirror revealed nothing. Curiously, Harry circled the mirror of Ariste. This was a magical artifact capable of revealing the deepest desires of the heart, its function reliant on ancient magic pertaining to the realm of souls. However, those methods were evidently insufficient to breach the firewall surrounding Harry's own soul. He saw nothing within the mirror. It was empty, devoid of any shadow. As if Harry Potter himself did not exist. Was this the protective measure Dumbledore had prepared for that object? Harry rapped his knuckles against the mirror's surface, pondering. Did Dumbledore truly believe that this mere mirror could keep Voldemort at bay from that object? Boring. He turned on his heel and departed, never to return. All the carefully prepared words that Dumbledore had intended to share were swallowed back down. Christmas arrived, and while Hermione returned home, Ron remained at school. Harry's Christmas was far from joyous. He had initially planned to cause a bit of mischief for Quirrell during the leisurely holiday, only to be met with his own troubles when Conti sent him a gift along with a hefty stack of documents concerning German affairs. Over the course of the holiday, he received a total of 7 stacks, with a significant portion reportedly comprising overdue work from Harry. That detestable Esposito beseeched him in a humble and deferential tone within the correspondence, insisting that he review the documents before the end of Christmas and provide instructions for the next steps concerning Silver Sunday Harry. After perusing the documents, Harry felt utterly drained, languidly leaning against the corridor wall, snowflakes brushing past his nose and melting before him. Ron and Draco were engaged in a heated exchange when Harry suddenly noticed a striking purple figure in the snow. Quirrell? What was he up to? Harry straightened slightly, only to see Quirrell with his hands over his head, desperately fleeing through the snow in a state of utter panic. The Weasley twins were gleefully pelting him with snowballs, appearing to revel in the chaos. Harry's eyes lit up with intrigue. This seemed rather entertaining. Thus, as Ron and Draco's argument escalated, Harry plunged into the snow, determined to take action. Just before the two were on the verge of a brawl, Harry pulled them both aside. Enough of that. Let us engage in something far more amusing. What? Came their incredulous voices, abruptly silenced as they beheld the sizable snowball before them. Technically, it was not merely a snowball. Harry had diligently packed and struck the surface of the snow, resulting in a sphere that was now as solid as could be. It would be more accurate to call it an ice ball. A suppressed smile of excitement broke across Harry's face as he gestured towards Quirrell, who was merrily engaged in a snowball fight with the Weasley twins, and winked. Shall we join in the fun with the professor? Ron and Draco widened their eyes, gazing at the hefty ice ball in Harry's hands, both gasping in shock. Ron wore a look of terror, unable to utter a sound, while Draco, after a brief pause, weakly inquired, "That ball?" Ron blurted out, "Harry, are you planning to kill him?" Draco expressed more diplomatically, "I fear this might be a tad dangerous." Harry, brimming with enthusiasm, interrupted, "Never mind, I have my own rhythm. If you don't want to join, just watch." He flicked his wand, cheerfully carrying his creation to ambush Quirrell. Ron and Draco exchanged glances, bewildered. Later, it was reported that Professor Quirrell had inexplicably fallen into the Black Lake, breaking the ice and creating a significant hole. And it was the Weasley twins who fetched a professor to assist in retrieving him. Following that incident, Quirrell was sent to the hospital wing, where he was said to have suffered multiple fractures across his limbs and torso, remaining bedridden for the entirety of the holiday. Though Quirrell did not perish, Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. After a brief period of shock, Draco regained his composure, reasoning that Quirrell was still alive, after all. Ron, however, remained anxious for quite some time. Upon seeing the professor, he felt a pang of guilt and earnestly began to advise Harry against such reckless pranks. He remained oblivious to the fact that Harry genuinely wished to eliminate Quirrell. After Christmas, the long-awaited Quidditch matches commenced preparations, with teams from each house intensifying their practice. Harry had heard the Weasley twins complain about Wood's fanaticism no fewer than 10 times. George placed his hands at his temples, his eyes spinning wildly, and sighed, "You cannot possibly imagine how insane Wood is." Fred chimed in enthusiastically, "Wood is nothing short of a Quidditch fanatic." George wholeheartedly agreed, "Absolutely. His mind is consumed entirely by Quidditch." Harry rested his chin on his hand, listening sleepily as the two jokers chattered away around Ron and himself, whispering, "It's not just Quidditch that excites him, is it? Perhaps he longs to triumph over Slytherin." As the thought crossed his mind, Harry suddenly realized, hasn't Slytherin claimed the championship for several consecutive years? Upon mentioning this, both George and Fred appeared somewhat disheartened. Indeed, they've secured the House Cup for 6 years running. If they continue their winning streak this year, it will be 7. George remarked glumly. Quidditch contributes a significant number of points. Fred glanced at the Gryffindor hourglass, which already held a thin layer of rubies, earned solely through Hermione's relentless answering of questions. Unfortunately, she alone could not possibly fill the gaping hole Harry had created. Even the task of the goddess Nuwa mending the heavens would seem simpler. However, The silver lining was that the Gryffindors had developed a genuine admiration for the know-it-all girl. Hermione, intrigued by the unique sport of wizards, sat beside Harry, savoring a pie while engrossed in Quidditch through the ages. The hefty tome, despite its subject matter, caused Ron to involuntarily grimace in discomfort. Draco sauntered past nonchalantly, casting a glance at Hermione, who was absorbed in her reading. He raised his chin haughtily and disdainfully remarked, "You truly are a muggle-born witch, Granger. I take it you've never played Quidditch before?" His tone was one of certainty. Hermione's page-turning faltered momentarily, her delicate brows furrowing in anger as she glared at Draco. After years of study at Hogwarts, combined with her extensive reading, Hermione had likely pieced together the situation regarding wizards. The term muggle-born, though somewhat more palatable than others, still failed to mask its inherent meaning. Draco's words were undoubtedly a blatant display of bloodline prejudice. Continuing his taunts with a deliberately drawn-out tone tinged with arrogance, Draco added, "If you're interested in Quidditch, I suggest you abandon that hope. A muggle-born like you would only embarrass herself on the pitch. But I, on the other hand," he boasted, "am quite the Quidditch player. By second year, I'll be on the Slytherin team, and you'll be watching from the stands as I utterly dominate your Gryffindors." Ron rolled his eyes. "You? With those skinny arms and legs?" He then took a fierce bite of his chicken leg, only to be restrained by George and Fred. The three red-haired Weasleys exchanged glances, and the twins flanked Hermione, dragging the chicken-mouthed Ron along with them. Ron paused, momentarily in sync with the pranksters. He craned his neck, struggling to swallow the meat, his face contorting in distaste. The three Weasleys simultaneously drooped their mouths, squishing their features together, and let out a collective "oi" aimed at Draco. Harry nearly spat out his drink. Hermione's expression changed several times before settling into a peculiar mix of amusement and embarrassment. Draco's face turned beet red as he fumed. "You red-haired vermin. What do you mean by that?" George mimicked in a high-pitched voice, "I am quite the Quidditch player." Fred, grinning mischievously, threatened, "Little Malfoy, mind your tone, or we'll send a bludger your way and turn you into a swollen-faced Malfoy." Ron chuckled gleefully. "Hey, I like that. Why you wretched lot." Draco trembled with rage. Just before he could speak, Harry cut him off, mimicking George's tone. "I'm going to tell my daddy." Draco retorted, bewildered. "What?" The group paused. Chapter 32, Blood Purity, Nonsense. Draco's face flushed visibly. "Oh, come on, Draco," Harry drawled leisurely. "You're 11 now. How can you still rely on your father? And I seem to recall telling you that only beasts concern themselves with bloodlines." Harry inquired enthusiastically, "Have you considered getting a pet, young master?" Just as Draco was about to lose his temper, his expression froze as he stared at Harry, puzzled by his words. "What about a puppy? Do you prefer purebred Labradors, mixed-breed Samoyeds, or perhaps a little mutt?" "Oh," Harry mused, stroking his chin, "but from your perspective, I suppose you wouldn't think much of a little mutt." George and Fred immediately collapsed with laughter, while Draco took a moment to comprehend Harry's implication. Smoke seemed to rise visibly from his head. "You wretched Potter," Draco shouted. "You will pay for your words." Sure," Harry replied dismissively. "Let me see what you're capable of." Then he muttered, "Honestly, you get upset when I speak the truth." Draco seethed with impotent fury. "Potter." Harry politely corrected him. "Please note, it's Potter, not wretched Potter." George and Fred exchanged amused glances, making exaggerated faces. Mispronouncing the great savior's surname results in Slytherin losing 5 points. Ron burst into laughter, and Hermione stifled her giggles behind her hand. All right, Harry said, observing Draco's nearly apoplectic expression, shrugging his shoulders before brandishing his wand playfully. "So how do you plan for me to pay the price? Do you wish to duel me, Mr. Malfoy?" Draco's expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but recall the 2 silent ears that had sprouted atop his head at platform 9 3/4. He instinctively took a step back, his voice tinged with nervousness as he stammered, "Who wants to duel you? I don't want to lose points." Ron chuckled mockingly. "Malfoy, why are you stuttering? Haven't you already been taught a lesson by Harry?" Is the little Malfoy, who can't be separated from his daddy, about to burst into tears? Draco's voice became shrill. "Shut up, Weasley." While Draco did not cry out of fear, he was on the verge of tears from rage, his body trembling as he spat. "You will pay for this." He stormed off, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, leaving the dining hall in a huff. Harry watched Draco's retreating figure, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Draco was indeed a scion of a long-standing noble family, by nature. One would expect a noble to pursue profit rather than blindly adhere to blood purity. In Harry's view, Draco, as a traditional aristocrat, should have prioritized self-interest even if he extolled blood purity. Yet, it seemed Draco took the ideology to heart, whether through genuine ignorance or willful ignorance. It was unclear if he had been spoiled or if the Malfoys intentionally raised their son in such a manner. Harry found no conclusion. He felt the twins hook their arms around his shoulders, winking at him. "Nice comeback, Harry." I'll remember little Malfoy's expression for the rest of my life. Harry smiled, remaining silent. Hermione hesitated. But isn't this a bit excessive? I remember that Malfoy is a noble, right? She glanced at Harry with concern. Hermione, being a Gryffindor, had inevitably been influenced by some of the house's beliefs, compounded by rumors that the Malfoy family had once served the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, after all, was the arch-nemesis of the Savior, and Harry might find himself in danger. This is a matter of great concern for Hermione, for Harry's words indeed sounded exceedingly unpleasant. Harry, however, appeared utterly indifferent. What does it matter? As it stands, Hogwarts remains Dumbledore's domain. No matter how influential Malfoy may be, his reach does not extend here. If he dared to overstep, I possess the capability to put him in his place. Moreover, Draco's intellect is as lackluster as his golden locks are striking. His mind is filled with nothing but nonsense. It is imperative to address his arrogance and his bloodline theories while he is still young, allowing him to face embarrassment and learn humility, lest he develop into a figure of repugnance. Such a fine appearance wasted on the decay of feudal prejudice would be a tragic folly. Given Draco's abominable character, I doubt he is capable of learning. He is bound to stumble repeatedly, each time failing to glean any wisdom from his mistakes. Furthermore, such bloodline theories are no different from the discrimination against Muggles. Both stem from a contemptible lineage bias. The previous witch hunts initiated by the Church, should they give rise to a purge of Muggle-born wizards in this world? Absurd. It is laughable that both Dark Lords held disdain for Muggles, one seeking dominion while the other resorted to slaughter. They fail to recognize the vast disparity in numbers between wizards and Muggles, fools that they are. Not teaching Draco a lesson is merely an act of mercy, considering his youth and the fact that he is not inherently malevolent. Bloodline theories, Harry scoffed, are utter nonsense. The repercussions of this quarrel lingered for quite some time. Whenever Draco crossed paths with Harry, he would glare fiercely, snort derisively, and strut away with his platinum locks held high. This continued until the day of the Quidditch match. Harry, alongside Ron and Hermione, was making his way to the Gryffindor stands when Draco, flanked by two portly companions, strode past them with significant force. Draco collided harshly with Harry's shoulder, causing Harry's expression to contort momentarily. Neither boy was particularly overweight, yet Draco's considerable strength, combined with Harry's fragile frame, resulted in a jarring impact that nearly sent Harry reeling. He gasped in pain, while Draco shot a venomous glare back at him, lifting his chin defiantly as he walked away. Once outside the trio's sight, Draco's expression began to twitch. The forces of impact are reciprocal. He grimaced and bent slightly, clutching his shoulder while muttering curses. Damn Potter. Did he grow up eating rocks? So hard. It hurts like hell. A whistle pierced the air, and Draco looked up in irritation, spotting Blaise with a mocking grin. Oh, did the Chosen One give you a thrashing? Theodore, standing beside Blaise, glanced at Draco with a dispassionate gaze. Draco immediately straightened, puffing out his chest. Him? That Potter? I could take him down easily. Theodore merely returned his gaze to his book, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, while Blaise mocked. Then why are you nursing your shoulder and cursing? Daphne and Pansy cast concerned glances at Draco. I'm fine. Draco, with a stubbornness as unyielding as stone, maintained his posture, despite the pain radiating from his shoulder. It was Potter who should be worried. Blaise, recognizing Draco's obstinacy, shrugged indifferently. Suit yourself, but speaking of which, you seem to be on rather good terms with the Chosen One, huh? Does your father know? Draco retorted fiercely. What business is it of yours? Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione surrounded Harry, expressing their concern. Ron, indignant, exclaimed, Hey mate, Malfoy is utterly unreasonable. How are you holding up? Hermione tentatively reached out to touch Harry's shoulder. Memories of the first flying lesson, when Harry was injured and sent straight to the infirmary, weighed heavily on her mind, especially given Harry's currently grim demeanor. Concerned, Hermione hesitated before asking, Harry, are you all right? Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Harry grimaced, inwardly lamenting. He could bet his shoulder was definitely bruised. Grinding his teeth, he shot a menacing glare towards the Slytherin stands. Just wait, you platinum-headed twit. If he didn't make Draco pay for this, he wouldn't be worthy of the name Harry Potter. Chapter 33, The Out-of-Control Bludger and the Misfortunate Harry. Quidditch was in full swing, enveloping Harry in a fervent atmosphere. Ron bounced beside him, unable to sit still as if pricked by 1,000 needles. In such an environment, even the usually composed Hermione was swept up in excitement. Cheering animatedly, her cheeks flushed. Yet Harry was drawn to something else entirely. On one hand, he sensed the cold, malevolent magic emanating from the teacher's stand, directed pointedly at him. On the other hand, the proximity to the forbidden forest revealed a simmering, restless magic brewing silently at its edge, radiating a fiery aura. Among the staff were Snape and Quirrell. While Snape was indeed acerbic, he would not stoop to bullying a student in front of others, Conversely, Quirrel, suspected to be a host for Voldemort, posed a significant threat. At the forest's edge stood Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Whatever he had brought with him remained a mystery. Harry pondered, tapping his chin. After the Quidditch match, he would investigate the 4th floor and then see about removing Quirrel. If he could rid him of that parasitic Voldemort, all the better. Just as he was mulling this over, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin commenced, and Lee Jordan's commentary briefly shifted Harry's focus back to the field. Oliver has caught the bludger. Brilliant. Oh no, watch out. We see Flint from Slytherin charging at Angelina. He's going for a sneak attack. How shameless. Lee Jordan's outraged shout was quickly followed by Professor McGonagall's reprimand. Lee Jordan. All right, Professor. Lee's voice was still laced with indignation as he swallowed his words. Reluctantly rephrasing, Flint has employed some rather aggressive tactics that clearly caught our Gryffindor players off guard. Marcus Flint, a hulking brute, barreled forward unexpectedly, catching Angelina off guard and knocking her from her broom. Flint wore a triumphant smirk. Gasps erupted from the stands, quickly followed by a chorus of boos. Fortunately, Angelina was a nimble and strong girl. She managed to grab the broom handle with one hand, deftly regaining control as she lowered herself swiftly and remounted. The young witches and wizards erupted in cheers, while Professor McGonagall sighed in relief, her grip on her wand loosening slightly. She certainly did not wish to see her student injured, and her admonishment of Lee was merely a matter of fairness. After all, his commentary echoed throughout the arena, audible to every young witch and wizard. Should he have let loose a stream of curses, it could incite chaos. Shameless. Unbelievably disgraceful. Ron leapt 3 feet in the air. Furious. He had nearly been scared to death. Angelina was at least several dozen feet above the ground, and a fall could easily break her neck. That bear-like Flint was cunning and vicious. Those vile Slytherins. Ron seethed. Harry felt little concern. The process mattered not, but the outcome did, as long as it satisfied him. The means by which it was achieved, the lives lost, and the damages incurred were of no consequence to him. However, the actions of Slytherin were undeniably foolish. A mere Quidditch match, nearly escalating to a matter of life and death, would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the house. Moreover, this was a school, and since the 1980s, Slytherin's standing in the magical community had become precarious. It was ill-advised for Slytherins to make enemies during their formative years. Hermione had calmed down. The earlier harrowing scene had fully awakened her to the dangers of Quidditch. Now, as she watched the team soaring chaotically in the sky, a sense of dread enveloped her. Lee Jordan's commentary persisted. Flint was intent on launching another ambush. McGonagall frowned. Lee Jordan, abruptly shifting gears, exclaimed with fervor, "All right, Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindor chaser has successfully struck the snitch, thwarting Flint. Well done, mate. Aim for that bare-faced Slytherin." The exhilarated Lee was swiftly reprimanded by McGonagall, who smacked him on the back of the head. "If you cannot maintain proper commentary, we shall find someone else." "Oh, this is terrifying. I apologize, Professor. Wait, where's the snitch heading?" Lee, still feeling the sting of McGonagall's chastisement, noticed an anomaly on the field. The snitch, having been batted away by George and Fred to intercept Flint, was not continuing on its erratic path, but instead hovered ominously in the air, shaking from side to side. The Weasley twins and Slytherin's beaters rushed towards it, eager to seize the snitch. Yet, just as they were about to make contact, it abruptly veered, hurtling straight towards the Gryffindor stance. Its target, Harry's head. "My Merlin." Lee Jordan's voice rang out in panic. "Get out of the way." In Harry's eyes, the rapidly enlarging snitch reflected his impending doom, and without conscious thought, he tightened his grip on his sleeve, a spell at the ready. Just then, Ron and Hermione seized him from either side, their expressions filled with fear as they swiftly pulled him beneath the seats. "Hurry, Harry." Hermione's voice pierced the air, sharp and urgent. With a forceful tug, they dragged Harry down to the ground, his head colliding painfully with the edge of the seat, causing him to roll his eyes in agony. The trio clumsily tumbled on the floor as the snitch crashed onto Harry's seat, causing it to collapse in a cloud of dust. The surrounding young wizards erupted in chaos, leaping from their seats in terror to evade the impending disaster. The snitch quivered momentarily atop Harry's seat before soaring once more, aiming to strike the trio. The fragmented snitch was already in Harry's grasp. As Ron and Hermione rolled with him from beneath the seat into the aisle, Harry heard a sharp crack, followed by an excruciating pain that twisted his expression. "Damn it. My arm is dislocated." Was Hogwarts truly cursed against him? Before he could fully grasp the situation, Harry felt a tightening grip at the back of his neck as a swarm of Gryffindor classmates hastily pulled him up from the ground, narrowly avoiding the next onslaught of the snitch. In an instant, George and Fred were on their brooms, desperately pursuing the rampaging ball. However, George was unceremoniously dislodged from his broom, dangling precariously in midair. Fred, narrowly avoiding a collision with the stands, glared in frustration at the snitch that was wreaking havoc on Harry. Most Slytherin students reveled in the chaos unfolding among Gryffindor, yet a few, including Blaise, wore expressions bereft of amusement. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an air of scrutiny and seriousness in their gazes. The snitch's sudden rampage was clearly out of the ordinary. Someone must have been pulling the strings behind the scenes. Aside from the lingering followers of the Dark Lord, they could conceive of no one else daring to act against the boy who lived under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Their imagination, it seemed, lacked the audacity. For the Dark Lord had already infiltrated Hogwarts. Draco had vanished from his seat. Snape's brow furrowed deeply as he fixated on the rogue snitch, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from behind him. In an instant, the snitch before Harry exploded. Snape sprang to his feet. Among the throng of young wizards, several lower-year students were present. Harry distinctly observed a handful of upperclassmen aiming their wands at the snitch, seemingly intent on obliterating it, yet hesitated upon noticing the younger Gryffindors beside Harry. Regrettably, these younger wizards possessed few spells to their name, aside from awkwardly shielding Harry. They were ill-equipped to handle the threat. However, the unseen force manipulating the snitch would show no mercy to students. Should it strike true, the consequences would be dire. A grimace spread across Harry's face as he forcefully pushed down the heads of Dean and Neville, who were tugging him backward in fright. Just then, Harry's wand slipped from his sleeve, and the long-anticipated spell erupted forth. Reducto. The explosion reverberated as the oncoming snitch detonated before him. Silence enveloped the surroundings as Harry shifted his painfully throbbing arm and sighed softly. "Would you mind letting go of me?" He raised his uninjured arm and, grasping his dislocated wrist, audibly snapped it back into place, eliciting a sharp pain that made him wince. His face contorted momentarily before he managed a strained smile. "If this happens again, I hope you won't interfere." While the intentions of these younglings were noble, it did little to quell Harry's irritation. He was genuinely in pain. What could have been a painless experience had erupted into chaos, adding to his woes. Unable to resist, Harry rubbed the back of his head, his mood darkening further. "If this occurs again, I shall blow you all up with me." Damn it. He was going to be in agony. Harry cradled the back of his head, suspecting he might have sustained a subdermal bruise, and with a grim expression, he turned and strode away. Damn it. The thought of enduring 7 more years in this cursed school ignited a desire within him to obliterate Hogwarts. To hell with Voldemort. In the aftermath, the snitch lay in ruins, and Snape, discerning the nature of the spell and its caster, acknowledged that Potter had shown some cleverness. After ensuring Harry was unscathed, Snape returned to his seat with a malevolent demeanor, intent on tracking down the instigator of the chaos. Then he spotted Draco. The platinum-haired young lord clutched a wooden stick, one hastily retrieved from the edge of the pitch. Amid the turmoil in the Gryffindor stands, Draco had cast aside his conflict with Harry. He hurried away, barely pausing to inform his friends, darting down from the Slytherin stands. The Gryffindor stands were too chaotic for him to assist, so Draco resolved to confront the source of the problem. The snitch had undoubtedly been cursed. An attempt on Harry's life. The one who cast the spell could not afford to reveal their wand in plain sight. Their focus would remain solely on their target. The Quidditch pitch was vast and remarkably open. If one were to conceal themselves in its nooks and crannies, it would be exceedingly difficult to maintain a constant watch over the bludger. Therefore, this individual must be situated among the spectators, within the entirety of Hogwarts. Few possessed such capabilities. Although the Slytherins were in fierce competition with Gryffindor, Dumbledore remained, and a cadre of professors were observing, leaving the upperclassmen with little audacity to engage in such antics. Draco promptly set his sights on the staff box. There, he discerned 2 individuals murmuring incantations, Professor Snape and the garlic-scented Quirrel. Without hesitation, Draco dismissed his head of house from consideration. He stealthily maneuvered from the corner of the staff box to Quirrell's rear, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head with a wooden stick. With all his might, Draco struck Quirrell, who promptly rolled his eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness, the incantation abruptly ceasing. Now, Snape regarded Draco with an inscrutable expression, his demeanor betraying no sign of alarm, even as he observed the weapon still clutched in Draco's hands. Draco felt a flush of embarrassment and a twinge of guilt. Furtively, he attempted to conceal the stick behind him, internally lamenting, "Merlin, this was undoubtedly the most Gryffindor-like decision he had ever made." To be caught red-handed by Professor Snape was enough to make him wish for a swift demise. Snape's lips curled downward as he scanned the vicinity. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the other professors remained fixated on the Gryffindor side, Snape advanced, gripping Draco by the collar and striding purposefully toward the corner. "Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you would care to enlighten me on what transpired with Professor Quirrell?" His smooth voice resonated, and Draco's expression shifted as he cautiously assessed Snape's countenance. He keenly sensed Snape's anger, though it was tempered. Indeed, he harbored a gut feeling that Snape would choose to keep this incident under wraps. If this matter were not to be divulged to the other professors, what difference did it make if it had occurred at all? Thus, Draco's eyes flickered mischievously as he replied, "Professor, I have done nothing. I merely approached Professor Quirrel, and he fainted for no apparent reason." Snape's dark eyes shifted to the stick in Draco's hand, as if silently inquiring. Draco fidgeted with the wooden stick. Attempting to defend himself, "I was merely seeking an object capable of striking the bludger." Snape scoffed lightly, roughly seizing the stick from Draco's grasp. His voice icy, "There will be no next time." With a sigh of relief, Draco felt the weight of the stick lift from his hands. However, Snape's expression darkened further. "Furthermore, I believe Lucius deserves to be informed of this incident." Draco's world dimmed momentarily. Harry found himself back in the hospital wing once again. Madame Pomfrey stood arms akimbo beside his bed, exhaling in exasperation, while Harry's expression was one of embarrassment, mirrored by Ron and Hermione, who sat awkwardly at his bedside. Harry had initially assumed his injuries were merely minor contusions and had not thought much of it. To him, as long as he wasn't dead, it was merely a trifling matter. Little did he know, upon returning to the dormitory after the match, he had collapsed, only to be hastily carried to the hospital wing by his panicked Gryffindor peers. Rumor had it that his condition was quite serious. Madame Pomfrey insisted he remain bedridden for a fortnight. The chastised Gryffindors, who had received a scolding from Harry, no longer bore any resentment. Instead, they felt a sense of awkwardness. They understood why Harry had been so furious. Had they been subjected to such treatment, their ire would have been far greater. Thus, during his convalescence, Harry received a plethora of gifts from classmates, each imbued with concern and regret. Besides the Gryffindors who clustered at his bedside, Harry also noticed a platinum-haired head occasionally peeking around the door of the infirmary. Draco had visited, though perhaps too prideful to enter, yet Harry still received his gift, delivered by Madame Pomfrey. Well, Harry mused, toying with the dark green box. Perhaps he could forgive him this once and refrain from causing the young master any further trouble. Following this incident, everyone came to the profound realization of just how fragile Harry truly was, sensing he could perish at any moment. In truth, Harry could have healed himself and discharged from the hospital rather swiftly. Yet he chose not to. Instead, he utilized his time in bed to return the documents sent by Connie, along with a letter expressing his deep regret for being unable to fulfill his duties. Simultaneously, he requested that Connie consider ways to expand the research team to expedite the integration of magic and technology. Conti, situated in Italy, nearly suffered a stroke from the frustration. Chapter 35. A return to the fourth floor. During the fortnight spent in the hospital wing, Harry experienced the most leisurely and tranquil days, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping to the point of gaining a bit of weight. He even contemplated overstaying his welcome in the infirmary. However, he was unceremoniously expelled by Madame Pomfrey. Very well, if he was not allowed to stay, he would comply. Harry returned to the common room, where the young witches and wizards gathered to warmly welcome his return. Ron approached, shoving a chicken leg into Harry's hands, winking, "You missed dinner, so I brought you something to eat." "Thanks." Harry accepted the chicken leg and pie from Ron, plopping down in a chair by the fireplace. Exiting the hospital wing felt akin to the end of a holiday for Harry. At 1 a.m, he stirred restlessly in his bed, rising with a palpable sense of irritation. He tousled his hair and, like a specter, slipped out of the Gryffindor common room, heading straight for the fourth floor. After moving the three-headed dog from the trapdoor, Harry leaped down, landing in a soft bed of vegetation. With a glum expression, he waved his wand, unleashing black flames from its tip that swiftly incinerated the writhing devil's snare. Ahead lay a door, secured by a hefty lock, while a winged key circled above. Ignoring the broomstick in the corner, Harry forcefully breached the door, shattering the chessboard behind it and tossing aside the snoring troll that resided within. Extinguishing the last remnants of fire, he stood before the mirror of Ariste, gazing impassively at its empty surface. After a moment's contemplation, he furrowed his brow in annoyance and reluctantly withdrew a portion of his soul barrier, allowing the mirror's magic to probe into his essence. His reflection appeared, surrounded by a multitude of figures. He smiled and reached out, pushing a red gemstone from the mirror's surface. Harry caught the small stone, weighing it thoughtfully before scrutinizing it closely. The more he examined it, the brighter his eyes shone. The magical energy contained within this stone was substantial. Though not quite on par with his own, it was still considerable. Should this stone be produced en masse, the spell guns could also be manufactured in abundance. At that point, with proper installation, the killing curse could achieve unlimited ammunition or even multiple trajectories. Not only the killing curse, but also the cruciatus curse, the soul curse, and the blasting curse could be transformed into weapons devoid of the need for wizards to cast spells. Perhaps it was time to contemplate magical artillery. What a remarkable find. Harry joyfully stowed the small stone away, intending to bring it back for the research team to devise a method for mass replication. He then turned his gaze back to the mirror of Ariste. Having obtained what he sought, Harry re-established the barriers of his soul, and the mirror once again reflected emptiness. I do not show you your future, but rather your desires. Harry gently touched the mirror's surface, softly reciting the gilded inscription above it. How mundane, he scoffed, wondering who could be beguiled by such ephemeral fantasies. With a light heart, Harry returned to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Quirrell and his master remained blissfully unaware that their desires had already been preempted. He was meandering through the forbidden forest, pursuing a young unicorn, desperately attempting to alleviate his decaying body with the creature's blood. The golden-hued unicorn, in a state of sheer panic, summoned an unprecedented strength born of its instinct for survival, galloping away and seeking refuge in the unicorn's sanctuary. Enough, stop! A hoarse voice called from behind, prompting Quirrell to abruptly halt, replying with deference, Master. Shall we not continue the pursuit? Fool, the voice hissed, before you lies the unicorn's habitat, you cannot trespass. There will be other opportunities, return at once. Quirrell clenched his wand tightly, frustration gnawing at him as the transformation of his body instilled a deep-seated dread. Yet, he also understood that attempting to procure blood from such a powerful magical creature within its domain was a fool's errand. Obtain the Philosopher's Stone. The voice seemed to sense Quirrell's trepidation, its tone laced with temptation, and you shall be granted everything when the Dark Lord returns. Quirrell's expression grew fervent, replying with reverence. Yes, my master. The following morning, Harry received a message from Agatha. At 2:32 a.m., Quirrell and Voldemort attempted to hunt a juvenile unicorn, but failed, appearing near the unicorn's habitat without venturing further, then returning to the castle. Harry opened the full map of Hogwarts and located the Forbidden Forest, identifying the area marked as the unicorn's sanctuary. That place was indeed deep within the forest. For the 5th time, Harry pondered, nodding at the screen, sneering, a mere cub. And they couldn't capture it. What a pair of imbeciles. He typed a message on his phone, sending, notify me immediately if Quirrell makes another move. Stowing his phone away, he turned and made his way to the Great Hall. A new day of classes awaited. At the entrance to Potions class, Harry and Draco crossed paths. They exchanged impassive glances for a moment before, in unison, they lunged toward the classroom door. Draco, irate, raised his hand and shoved Harry's face, desperately trying to push him aside. Move aside, Potter. I arrived first. Harry, unwilling to yield, pressed against Draco's platinum-haired head with all his might. Who can prove you were first? The door? Call out to it if you think it will testify on your behalf. Damn it, Scarhead. Draco shrieked. Don't mess with my hair. Harry ignored him. I will mess with it. As he said this, he exerted force, turning Draco's meticulously styled hair into a tangled mess, taunting. Do you think I care? With all that gel, I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. You're just asking to go bald early. Who wants to go bald? Draco's vision blurred with rage. I'll tell my father. What else can you do besides tell your father? Harry laughed loudly, and the two began to grapple. It was unclear who tripped first, but both tumbled to the ground, rolling past the threshold into the classroom. While Harry was bedridden, Draco had quietly visited him. And Harry was well aware of it. He had intended to have a civilized conversation with Draco. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing the arrogant tone of the platinum-haired young lord, Harry's hands itched to retaliate, particularly when Draco held his head high. He longed to push down on that platinum crown in a decisive blow. However, this was clearly out of the question. Harry could have used magic to deal with Draco, but it never occurred to him. His mind was consumed by the thought of a brawl. The students from Slytherin and Gryffindor stood at the door, exchanging bewildered glances, an unusual moment of harmony. Ron and Hermione gaped, watching the situation escalate, and in the blink of an eye, Harry and Draco had rolled into a heap beneath the podium. Only then did they snap back to reality. Hermione clutched her chest, her expression one of suffocation. Stop. Stop. What on earth are you doing? Class is about to start. Over who entered the door first? How childish. Ron, however, was wide-eyed, rolling up his sleeves to dive in. Mate, I'm here to help. Hermione nearly screamed, Ronald Weasley. She rushed in, trying to stop Ron from joining the fray. At the classroom door, Crabbe and Goyle exchanged confused glances for a moment, then stuffed their paper cupcakes into their mouths, rolling up their sleeves with fierce determination as they charged in to support Draco. Merlin, Pansy, and Daphne were left dumbfounded. This is so unbecoming, Pansy muttered under her breath. Chapter 36. Brawling in Public, Points Deducted. Blaise stroked his chin thoughtfully, observing Crabbe and Goyle already entangled with Ron, suggesting, perhaps we should also lend a hand? Pansy and Daphne looked at him as if he were daft, as if to convey the absurdity of his notion. Theodore shifted slightly, distancing himself from Blaise, muttering, you go ahead. Oh, Blaise touched his nose and chuckled. then perhaps it's best I refrain. I don't want my handsome face to suffer. At that moment, Harry and Draco had already toppled numerous desks, their faces bruised, and Harry's glasses were nowhere to be found. They were so engrossed in their scuffle that they remained oblivious to the throng of young wizards gathered at the classroom entrance. Harry seemed to hear Ron and Hermione's frantic coughs, which grew louder by the second. Finally, Harry began to sense something was amiss. Ron was one thing. But how could Hermione also be coughing? Before he could ponder further, the overhead light suddenly dimmed. The two grappling figures froze. Their antics halted as a towering silhouette obscured the feeble light in the underground classroom. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, devoid of even the whispers of small creatures, leaving them with an overwhelming sensation of being submerged in icy water, as if someone were glaring at them with malevolent intent. Still sprawled on the ground, their faces inches apart, Draco looked up into Harry's green eyes, while Harry glared down into Draco's gray ones. Both boys discerned palpable fear reflected in each other's gaze. Harry gestured subtly. "You're below. Look up and see who's behind you." Draco's eyes blazed with fury. "Damn Potter. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you look for yourself?" As the two boys ceased their fighting, finally recognizing their predicament, Snape's smooth, low voice interjected, "Well, it appears our great savior and the valiant Mr. Malfoy have finally come to the realization that they should be attending class, haven't they? Harry, Draco." Their faces drained of color. "Damn it." Harry sprang up, leaping a considerable height as he abruptly disengaged from Draco, silently smoothing out his crumpled robes. Draco, too, pressed his lips together, remaining silent, as he lowered his head and climbed to his feet, not daring to meet Snape's gaze. He felt utterly defeated. How humiliating. If it weren't for Potter's provocation, it would all be that wretched Potter's fault. If his father found out about this, he would surely be furious. Harry was equally dismayed. When had he become so childish? Engaging in a scuffle with a mere brat and failing to win. It is all the fault of that insufferable young master. How can he be so infuriating? Both individuals felt a wave of dizziness, utterly mortified. Excellent, splendid. Snape appeared at a loss for words, his anger manifesting itself in a chilling smile, suggesting that Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy were bursting with energy. A brawl before class. Snape hissed, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle. For your gallant exploits, each of you will lose 50 points. Ron's expression was one of utter despair. Hermione took a deep breath, closing her eyes in dismay. This amounted to a total of 150 points lost, erasing half a semester's worth of effort in an instant. Ha ha, how amusing, she thought, feeling inexplicably cheerful, as if teetering on the brink of madness. Draco's world crumbled. His face turned ashen, yet he remained silent. The professor had never deducted points from Slytherin before. It seemed he was genuinely infuriated this time. As long as it was not Harry's provocation, Draco remained calm and perceptive, choosing his words wisely to avoid drawing Snape's ire. Just then, Draco caught a glimpse of Harry's movement. The Potter was shifting his feet, seemingly intending to step forward. A cold sweat broke out on Draco's brow. Given Harry's notorious history of confrontations with Snape, he instinctively feared the reckless hero was about to speak up again. Did he not recognize the peril of the current situation? In a moment of panic, Draco reached out, grasping Harry's arm and forcefully holding him in place, then pressed him to apologize. "We shouldn't fight in class. My apologies, Professor." Harry's lips moved. He had no intention of continuing the tradition of hurling insults at Snape. After all, he was not in the right. He merely wished to offer an apology. Why was the young master acting as if he were under duress? However, sensing Harry's slight struggle, Draco tightened his grip, resolutely preventing Harry from raising his head and denying him an opportunity to speak. Snape's voice cut through the tension. "You two, now, immediately. Take your seats and prepare for class. After class, you will accompany me to the headmaster's office. You must face the consequences of your recklessness." "Yes," Draco and Harry replied, dejected, turning away in silence to find the nearest potions workstation. Once seated, Draco brooded over the 50 points deducted from Slytherin, growing increasingly irate, and turned to kick Harry underneath the table. Harry shot him a glare and promptly retaliated with a kick of his own. Draco's anger flared. Under the table, they exchanged kicks, neither willing to concede defeat, and the atmosphere of tension began to resurface. Just before the table was overturned, an immense force surged from behind their chairs, causing both to lurch forward. Startled, Harry and Draco turned to see Hermione, her eyes ablaze, glaring at them. Ron, seated beside her, exchanged knowing glances with Harry. Upon seeing the two troublemakers finally settle down and glance back, Hermione's face darkened, and she made a gesture with her fingers, indicating, "I will be watching you." Draco, Harry, the two, once again at fault, fell silent and turned back to focus on the slide Snape had placed at the front of the classroom, commencing the brewing of potions. This entire commotion had not escaped Snape's notice. His expression darkened like a stormy sky, yet he refrained from turning to scold them, fearing it might push him to the brink of fury. That Potter boy was even more audacious than his late father had ever been. Snape felt that acquiescing to Dumbledore's request was merely inviting more torment upon himself. With his back turned to the recently brawling youngsters, Snape glared coldly at Neville, directing his ire towards him. Points deducted. Points deducted. Points deducted. Cursed, foolish Gryffindor. Deduct them all. Every last one. Poor Neville, standing in for Harry, became Snape's outlet for frustration, resulting in a significant deduction of points from Gryffindor throughout the lesson. By the end of class, his face was pale, his legs trembling. He was shakily dragged out of the classroom by Seamus and Dean. Chapter 37. Detention or Forbidden Forest. Snape wore a disgruntled expression as he kept the 6 involved students in the classroom. The little ones huddled quietly in a corner, observing Snape's irritable cleanup of the remnants and flasks left behind from potion brewing. Harry hesitated for a moment. A flicker of conscience stirred within him, urging him to lend a hand to Snape. Yet, recalling the grievances detailed in Agatha's intel regarding Snape and his father, he withdrew his outstretched foot. Perhaps it was best not to bring further misfortune upon himself. After tidying up the classroom, Snape, with a stern countenance, seized Harry and Draco by their collars. Casting a dark glance at the remaining 4, "You lot, follow me." Harry and Draco were pulled along, the long strides of the adult man forcing them to trot to keep up, while Ron and the others hurried behind, panting heavily. The earlier conflict had already spread among the students after class, and on their way to the headmaster's office, Harry and his companions frequently encountered passing young witches and wizards. They peered at the 6 with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves, while a few yellow and black-clad students even dared to reach out and poke Harry as they passed. This provoked a furious deduction of points from Snape. 10, 10, and 10. The faces of those following Snape darkened. Aside from Harry, everyone feared they might be expelled. Although Harry knew that was unlikely, as Hogwarts would not expel students unless lives were at stake, the others were unaware. Ron and Hermione's expressions mirrored each other's anxiety, with Ron muttering, "If Mum finds out I've been expelled from Hogwarts, she'll break my legs." Hermione stifled a sob. Crabbe and Goyle pondered their next meal after only 3 seconds of concern. Snape strode with purpose, his robes billowing as he nearly burst through the doors of the headmaster's office, startling Dumbledore, who was caught indulging in a lemon sherbet, nearly choking on the confection. "Cough. Cough," Dumbledore said, tugging at his beard to regain composure, smiling at Snape. "What has transpired, Severus?" Snape wasted no time in retorting, "Dumbledore, take a look at your precious savior." Snape pointed angrily at Harry's forehead, who instinctively shrank back, almost fearing the wrath of the irate professor. Before class, in the classroom, a brawl ensued. Snape hissed. Not only were 13 desks overturned, but 7 cauldrons were also damaged. "Dumbledore, I sometimes find it astonishing that your so-called savior boy is not classified among dangerous magical creatures." Snape glared at the pile of sweets that Dumbledore had carelessly left within reach, recalling the request for tooth-whitening potion, causing his temples to throb. If our esteemed white wizard is so idle, perhaps he should suggest to the Ministry of Magic that they classify the savior as a dangerous magical creature. Beware all who cross his path. "Dumbledore, huh?" Harry displayed an awkward smile. Behind Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses, those blue eyes regarded Harry with a hint of surprise, while his hand stealthily moved to conceal some sweets within his robes. Severus Snape's mood darkened further. "I shall inform Madame Pomfrey that your sugar intake requires reduction." "Oh, surely it cannot be so, Severus," Dumbledore gently interjected. "I comprehend the situation, Severus. One must exercise a degree of leniency. It is quite normal for children to be a tad mischievous." After all, based on the information he had received, the reason for the altercation between Harry and Draco was rather naively touching. Yet Snape was of a different opinion. He nearly roared, "Do you consider brawling in public to be normal? Dumbledore, has your mind finally been clouded by sugar?" Dumbledore hesitated. I believe there must be a reason behind this." Observing the increasingly grim expression of his potions professor, Dumbledore hastily shifted the topic. "However, Severus has a point. A public brawl before class is a serious matter, and I believe the 2 gentlemen should receive some, He winked and gestured with his hand, a minor punishment. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore continued, "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle, you shall serve detention with Mr. Filch in the castle for a month." Crabbe and Goyle lowered their heads uncomfortably, while Hermione and Ron dared not lift their gazes to the kindly old headmaster, their expressions betraying their shame. As for Harry and Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore pondered, "I believe, as the principal figures, you require something more imaginative as a punishment." At this juncture, Dumbledore seemed quite pleased with his own idea, playfully winking at Harry. "Oh, Harry, Perhaps you could get to know our amiable groundskeeper. I am certain you will become fast friends." Harry blinked, surprisingly compliant as he nodded. The old bee still had the leisure to say such things. Did he take pride in raising and lowering matters so lightly? Snape was utterly exasperated. Dumbledore. The nature of Dumbledore's so-called imaginative punishment would soon be revealed to Harry and Draco the following night. Late that night, as the young wizards prepared for bed, Professor McGonagall whisked Harry away from the common room. Just before leaving, Harry clearly noted the worry in Ron and Hermione's eyes. Hermione elbowed Ron, then turned to Harry. "Harry, we'll be waiting for you here." Harry waved his hand, reassuring them. He did not perceive anything within Hogwarts as a threat to him. At the castle entrance, he encountered Draco, who had also been summoned by the professor. After a brief moment of mutual contemplation, the castle caretaker, Filch, arrived with an oil lamp in hand. "So, Argus, these two young gentlemen are temporarily entrusted to your care. Please take them to Hagrid." McGonagall gestured to Harry and Draco. Filch raised the oil lamp slightly, his aged, murky eyes scanning the two boys ominously, causing Draco to feel a twinge of trepidation as he instinctively stepped back, seeking refuge behind Harry. Harry calmly glanced at Filch, even finding the leisure to speculate on what ingenious plan Dumbledore had concocted. Filch, noticing Draco's barely perceptible flinch, revealed a satisfied smile. "Of course, Professor McGonagall. I shall escort these two disobedient students to Hagrid." McGonagall nodded. "Thank you for your assistance." Snape remained silent throughout, his brow furrowed deeply. Watching Harry and Draco's figures vanish into the night behind Filch, he could no longer suppress his doubts. "Minerva, do you genuinely believe this is a prudent idea? Allowing two little brutes to accompany that careless giant into the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore must be losing his faculties." Snape swallowed the last remark. McGonagall, too, wore a frown. But her faith in Dumbledore prevailed. She spoke slowly. "I trust that Albus has his reasons. Severus, there is no need for excessive concern." She turned to comfort the furrowed brow of Snape, asserting that Hogwarts was the safest place, and that the Forbidden Forest was not devoid of magical creatures that held favorable relations with Albus, such as the Centaur tribe. However, Snape's expression darkened further, taking on a pallid hue akin to a deadened gray. His features twitched momentarily, and finally, under McGonagall's worried gaze, he forced a semblance of a smile. "I hope so." But in reality, the so-called plans of the old bee merely involved sacrificing his potions professor's rest time, compelling the poor old professor to act as an unseen bodyguard for two little giants. The mere thought of having to traipse through the Forbidden Forest alongside Potter while ensuring the little giant's safety made Snape feel as though he might explode. Chapter 38. A Great Surprise. Draco and Harry followed closely behind Filch, this time refraining from further quarrels. Primarily, Draco was now too preoccupied to provoke Harry. He was focused on Filch's path, already sensing an ominous foreboding ahead. Before them lay the pitch-black, lightless expanse of the Forbidden Forest. A plethora of magical creatures resided within, each more dangerous than the last for young wizards. Harry, however, felt no apprehension about entering the forest, aside from the magical creature's habitat. He had become quite familiar with the other areas of the Forbidden Forest. He sighed, tugging at his robes, as Draco's grip tightened on his clothing. Perhaps Draco was unaware of how increasingly forceful his grip had become, his pace slowing considerably. Unable to contain himself any longer, Harry abruptly turned, glaring at Draco with irritation as he attempted to reclaim his garment. "Hey, you're going to tear my robes apart." Draco's face flushed crimson, but he dared not release his hold, instead gripping tighter as he stared apprehensively at the encroaching Forbidden Forest. Draco sneered, "Potter, it is an honor to be protected by Malfoy. Harry, your idea of protection is merely to shield me behind you? How absurd." He chuckled in disbelief. "An honor, indeed. Should I then cherish the robe that your esteemed hands have touched?" Draco's face reddened further, yet he maintained his grip, clearing his throat as he casually remarked, "If you wish, I would not be opposed." "Harry." "Okay, fine." Harry sighed. "How did I never realize how thick-skinned you are?" Draco held his chin high, remaining silent. Filch attempted to interject several times, but their bickering drowned him out, his expression shifting from excitement to a darkening scowl as he hastened his pace, eager to usher the two little miscreants into the forest. Hagrid stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, holding an oil lamp and awaiting their arrival. His serious demeanor was obscured by his thick beard, and upon seeing them, Hagrid raised the lamp and exchanged brief greetings with Filch. "So, Hagrid, these two disobedient students are entrusted to you." Filch's raspy voice dripped with evident schadenfreude. "I believe this excursion into the Forbidden Forest will leave a lasting impression on them." The earlier indignation in Draco had dissipated, and as he gazed into the impenetrable darkness of the forest, his complexion turned pale. He clung to Harry's robes, wishing to attach himself to the great savior. The dim light of the moon revealed Filch's satisfaction as he noticed Draco's terror. He deliberately remarked, "I hear there are werewolves living in the Forbidden Forest." With a hoarse, mocking chuckle, he turned to leave, his voice echoing through the night. "Good luck, you disobedient little brats." Draco, evidently shaken, tightened his grip on Harry's robe. The collar constricted around Harry's neck, and he rolled his eyes, nearly losing consciousness. "Malfoy!" Harry snapped, tugging at his collar, glaring at Draco with fiery indignation. Embarrassed, Draco reluctantly released his hold, only to grasp it again 3 seconds later. "There's no need to worry, kids," Hagrid said with a resigned glance at Filch's retreating figure. "The creatures in the Forbidden Forest are quite friendly." Draco shot Hagrid a look of disbelief, realizing with horror that the half-giant was serious. He genuinely believed those magical beings in the forest were safe. Harry shrugged with a chuckle. "Let's hope so." Draco turned to glare at him. "How can you still be smiling?" He couldn't fathom why anyone could be so optimistic in the face of the Forbidden Forest dangers. "Hey, relax a bit, young master." Harry ruffled Draco's hair. The young master, who had just been loudly teased by Harry about being prematurely balding, had foregone hair gel today. His tousled platinum locks were surprisingly soft, diminishing the air of arrogance that usually surrounded him. Harry playfully raised his eyebrows. Dumbledore wouldn't allow a Malfoy to meet an untimely end at school. Even if the Forbidden Forest is perilous, he paused, "At least we're safe." Draco exploded, "Potter, don't mess with my hair." Harry nonchalantly complied, playfully turning Draco's platinum head into a nest. Hagrid watched the two banter with a smile. And when a massive dog emerged from the wooden hut, he waved Harry and Draco over. All right, everyone else here, let us go." As he spoke, the large black dog approached, wagging its tail. Hagrid pulled out a piece of jerky and tossed it, introducing, "This is Fong. He'll accompany us into the Forbidden Forest. You boys better stay close behind me." Hagrid's gruff voice warned as he led the way into the forest. Recently, a strange creature had been spotted in the Forbidden Forest, and several lone unicorns had been injured. The centaurs had seen some unsettling things. "I don't think that creature will show you any mercy," Hagrid mumbled, parting the underbrush as he guided Harry and Draco deeper into the woods. Draco's face drained of color, his fear palpable, while Harry strolled along with an air of nonchalance. The tall, dense grass occasionally rustled ominously. When Harry turned to look, he spotted a small creature, as black as coal, nestled in the grass. Its beady eyes sparkling as they fixed on Draco's platinum head. It was a niffler. Harry glanced at the niffler, then at Draco's golden hair. And without the constraints of hair gel, Draco's fear seemed almost to manifest above him, causing his soft hair to fluff up slightly. However, the niffler appeared to be a bit frightened of Harry, merely observing the young master from a distance. Harry bent down and picked up a round, plump magical creature from the ground. Upon realizing what it was, he raised an eyebrow, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, began to tease Draco. "Guess what I found?" "What?" Draco questioned, swatting Harry's hand away from his sleeve and turning to look at him. The two followed closely behind Hagrid. The dim lantern light limited Draco's vision. He could only vaguely make out the round outline in Harry's hand. He had a rough idea. It was likely some magical creature. He grimaced. "I say, Potter, can you refrain from picking up every filthy thing you find? It's disgusting." "Oh." Noticing the young master's sudden change in expression, Harry softly questioned before realizing that Draco hadn't actually seen it. So he pulled out his wand and lazily waved it Lumos. A flicker of light illuminated the object in Harry's hand. Draco stared at the creature's 8 fuzzy legs, sensing something was amiss. He leaned in too close, his warm breath brushing against Harry's knuckles, making him uncomfortably squeeze the spider. The poor spider emitted a tiny squeak. This position was decidedly awkward, prompting Harry to thrust the creature closer to Draco, grinning as he made a flower-opening gesture. Surprise. Now, Draco could clearly see the 8 black, gleaming eyes and the clicking pincers, dark venom dribbling ominously from them. Familiar? Indeed. He had seen descriptions of spider-like magical creatures in Fantastic Beasts. Wasn't this a juvenile acromantula? Goodness, why was there an acromantula in the Forbidden Forest? Draco's pupils dilated in alarm. "Get it away! Get it away!" Draco screamed in sheer panic, collapsing onto the ground and wildly flailing his arms in rejection of Harry's approach. As the warm, humid breath retreated, Harry inexplicably sighed in relief and decided to provoke Draco further. Seeing him so frightened, Harry refused to relent, instead drawing closer with the juvenile acromantula. "What are you afraid of? It's not fully grown yet. Besides, acromantula venom is a rare and valuable ingredient. No amount of value is worth more than my life." Draco trembled, his gaze fixed in horror, appearing genuinely paralyzed by fear. Harry shrugged helplessly, then seemingly casually remarked, "Speaking of which, spiders are social creatures. Yet I only have one here." He lifted the little spider in his hand, pondering aloud. "Draco, you didn't happen to squash its siblings, did you?" "Draco? Draco?" The The young master jumped 3 feet in fright. He frantically patted his robes, trying to ascertain whether spider corpses were stuck to his backside. Harry burst into peals of laughter as Draco finally realized he had been tricked again, and he erupted in indignation. "You insufferable Potter. Let's duel." Harry remained silent, simply raising an eyebrow and sizing Draco up, his expression clearly conveying, "You?" Draco's face twitched in frustration. He genuinely couldn't understand why Potter seemed to infuriate him so effortlessly during every conversation. As they proceeded, rustling sounds emanated from the grass ahead. Hagrid, having quickened his pace to scout ahead, finally realized the 2 students were lagging behind, murmuring to each other, and turned back with a flustered urgency. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up," Hagrid called out in his gruff voice to Harry and Draco. Harry nonchalantly grasped the acromantula, casually gripping Draco by the scruff of his neck. "Here we go." Draco struggled for a moment in dissatisfaction, but upon gazing into the dark expanse of the forbidden forest, he settled down. With his hands tucked away, Harry utilized the ample fabric of his wizarding robe to conceal his actions, as he deftly toyed with the unfortunate spider, reducing it to a frothing, dazed state. The little wizard was indeed a delectable morsel on the acromantula's menu, and it seemed inconceivable that such a creature could thrive in Hogwarts, reputed to be the safest haven in the magical realm. Quite a puzzle, isn't it, Hagrid? Maintaining his composure, Harry discarded the spider's lifeless body, shrouded by the night and his robe. Hagrid's expression, already stern, now bore an undercurrent of suppressed fury as they advanced, revealing patches of silvery liquid scattered throughout the grass. As anticipated, Harry's gaze darkened momentarily, discreetly brushing against the protruding shape at his waist. Quirrel and his parasitic Voldemort were, indeed, relentless in their pursuit of unicorns. Seizing this opportunity to gauge the prowess of this second-generation Dark Lord, Harry pondered whether Voldemort or Quirrel would emerge as the true MVP of the evening. Having aided in such a grim task, Dumbledore could certainly consider it a commendable deed. Draco lowered his voice, though his tone trembled with unease. "What is this?" Hearing the inquiry, Hagrid replied in a low growl. "This is unicorn blood. It appears another solitary unicorn has fallen victim. Quickly, children, we must hasten." The deeper they ventured, the more the silvery blood pooled around them, until they emerged from the thicket to find a feeble unicorn collapsed beneath a gnarled tree, its beautiful eyes now closed, its breath barely perceptible. Woof! Fong, who had been trailing closely behind Hagrid, suddenly bristled, baring his teeth and growling at the nearby bushes, though his tail was firmly tucked between his legs, hiding behind Hagrid. Clutching a small red umbrella, Hagrid pointed its tip towards the direction of Fong's growl and bellowed fiercely. Who's there? Step forward." A figure cloaked in black drifted forth from the underbrush. Harry tightened his grip on the magnum, while Draco instinctively took 2 steps back, inhaling sharply. However, the figure appeared indifferent to their presence, striding directly toward the ailing unicorn. To Draco and Hagrid's horror, the figure cut a gash into the unicorn's neck, kneeling to greedily drink its blood. Much of the blood spilled from his lips, pooling beneath the unicorn, transforming the grass into a silvery lake. Harry inhaled sharply, his heart aching. That's unicorn blood. It's precious. Such a waste. A travesty. Moreover, unicorns that die under unnatural circumstances yield blood that is an exceedingly rare specimen for research. Damn it, Quirrel, if you can't handle this, let me take over. The unicorn's demise seemed to send a tremor throughout the forbidden forest, enveloping the area in an eerie silence. The sound of gulping echoed in the ears of the onlookers, akin to thunderclaps. Despite his usual bravery, Hagrid trembled slightly at the horrifying scene before him. Alongside a heartbroken Harry, both Hagrid and Draco were momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, the figure in black ceased his consumption, exhaling as if in satisfaction, and slowly turned his gaze toward the 3 individuals not far away. Primarily, he focused on Harry. Harry Potter's hoarse voice emerged, low beneath the shadow of his hood, revealing a hint of ominous red light, imbued with evident malice, the boy who lived against all odds. Hagrid, anxious, reached out to pull Harry behind him, but grasped only air. Harry, hands tucked away, narrowed his green eyes, surveying the cloaked Quirrel and the parasitic Voldemort. The glasses obscured his expression, rendering it inscrutable. With a mocking chuckle, he remarked, "All bundled up, are we? Does this mean you know you're not fit to be seen? Let me guess, have you been disfigured or gone bald? Or perhaps a combination of both?" An abrupt silence enveloped the scene, as Hagrid and Draco's pupils dilated in shock, their expressions betraying their breathlessness at Harry's audacity. The cloaked Quirrel also fell silent, visibly shrinking back, acutely aware of his master's growing anger. Indeed, the boy who lived was remarkably bold. That hissing voice arose once more. But before he could finish his threatening words, Harry interrupted with a swift motion. "Speak plainly. if you have something to say. Don't try to distract me. I'm not your father, and I have no obligation to listen to your absurd proclamations. In the shadows, Snape's features twitched in irritation. That Potter boy certainly had a sharp tongue. The silence lingered for a moment before Quirrel seemed to find amusement in the situation. Very well. Very well. The enraged voice commanded without warning. Kill him. Kill that boy. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the command, the cloaked Quirrel raised his wand, aiming it at Harry. Unleashing a flash of green light, Avada Kedavra. Snape's pupils constricted as he grasped his wand, ready to spring into action, but hesitated, startled by the sudden turn of events. Harry, gripping the magnum, aimed it at the green light, which collided with several solid bullets, erupting in a thunderous explosion, reflecting cold light off the steel barrel. The magnum had been equipped with a silencer, and aside from the minor blast upon impact with the killing curse, no other alarming sounds ensued. Quirrel froze, retreating rapidly while eyeing the iron weapon in Harry's hand with caution. He recognized that it was this very object that had intercepted the killing curse. Harry smiled, his eyes gleaming with mischief, though his smile did not reach the depths of his gaze. With a subtle motion, he twirled the magnum in his palm and beckoned Quirrel with a finger. Come now, let us see who prevails, your wand or my gun. Chapter 40. Times have changed. The cold, sinister voice continued to emanate from beneath the cloak, laced with barely concealed fury. Do not concern yourself. Kill him. My friend, slay that boy for me. Quirrel seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Despite witnessing the spectacle of the gun intercepting the killing curse, he remained undeterred. Like a character straight out of a mindless film. Harry smirked, shrugging helplessly. Very well. Since you wish to kill me, don't blame me for preemptively striking. No sooner had he spoken than 3 bullets were expelled in rapid succession, producing a series of unnatural dull thuds, piercing Quirrel's shoulder, thigh, and arm. Unable to evade, Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. Has Voldemort not learned his lesson? Quirrel let out a blood-curdling scream, staggering dangerously close to collapsing into the silvery pool of blood. Yet he clung desperately to his wand. No, master, I cannot do it. I cannot kill him. He moaned pitifully. His weapon is too strange. Fool. The cold voice echoed as the figure in black became increasingly nebulous, his outline blurring. He ascended, seemingly unscathed, and charged towards Harry with incredible speed, revealing 2 blood-red, frenzied eyes beneath his hood. Harry had anticipated this. No matter how cornered Voldemort was, he had once been a formidable Dark Lord, and his methods would undoubtedly surpass those of Quirrel, the turban-wearing man. Harry swiftly raised his hand, aiming directly at the forehead of the Dark Lord Voldemort, and pulled the trigger. In the fleeting moment as the bullet hurtled toward him, Voldemort's form shimmered, dissipating like ethereal smoke, effortlessly evading the projectile. The bullet whizzed past him, embedding itself into the trunk of a tree behind. Wait a minute. He dodged a bullet. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, bloody hell, impressive. Yet, despite his admiration, he knew he had to evade as well. He suddenly leaned back, executing a dramatic maneuver. The black mist that was Voldemort floated away, brushing past Harry's forehead and causing a wave of dizziness that emanated from his scar. Harry steadied himself with a slight push of his hand, shaking off the fog in his head, only to turn and find the dark forest devoid of the Dark Lord's presence. Clearly, Harry's triple strike had jolted the parasitic Voldemort from his stupor. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, he chose to retreat with his minion. However, this excursion into the forbidden forest bore fruit, as Harry discerned the results he sought. Firearms and ammunition, for the most elite of wizards, posed a lesser threat than one might presume. Take Voldemort as an example. Here, he was merely a lingering soul, and within 7 paces. The efficiency of a well-aimed bullet was not guaranteed to be 100. Perhaps next time he should try the killing curse? Harry felt an exhilarating anticipation. You. A stammering voice broke the silence. Harry turned to see Hagrid and Draco huddled together, trembling. The former, who had previously held reservations about Draco's Slytherin lineage, now seemed indifferent, while Draco, who had typically been disdainful of Hagrid's half-giant heritage, felt no animosity. They simply sought warmth in each other's company. Their eyes filled with terror as they gawked at the glinting firearm in Harry's grasp. What is that? Hagrid's finger trembled as he pointed at Harry's gun. A gun. Harry replied nonchalantly, twirling the barrel before tucking it back into his coat, teasingly adding, Muggle weaponry. Draco, incredulous, exclaimed, but it just cast a spell. That same green. Ominous curse. Oh, that, Harry said with a hint of pride. Who can blame my superior skills? The killing curse collided with the bullet, and naturally, it exploded. He cautioned, but I wouldn't recommend it for novices. Otherwise, before their reflexes kick in, they might find themselves having tea with death. Although the speed of a spell's incantation can surpass that of a bullet and even approach the speed of light, the caster is still human, without surpassing human limits. It is relatively easy for Harry to observe the initial movements of a wizard. This is impossible, Draco mumbled, skepticism lacing his voice. How could a muggle weapon counter an unforgivable curse? Why is it impossible? Harry chuckled, amused, as he patted Draco's shoulder. Young master, times have changed. Snape's expression darkened as he assessed the situation, deciding that Hagrid and the two young giants were no longer in danger before departing with a scowl. He moved with remarkable speed, nearly becoming a blur as he headed straight for the headmaster's office. Damn it, how could that Potter brat possess such a dangerous item? And Dumbledore remains oblivious. Snape pondered, imagining the catastrophic casualties that would ensue if Harry's muggle weapon were to misfire within the castle. Furthermore, that audacious young giant could very well meet his demise under the hail of bullets. At that moment, Hagrid and Draco had regained their composure. Hagrid, now timidly glancing at Harry, felt that the child of James and Lily was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Moreover, after witnessing Harry fire several shots at a suspected dark wizard, he dared not utter a word, instead taking a few cautious steps toward the unicorn's condition. Draco, having calmed down, found his disbelief dissipating, replaced by a thrill of excitement. The fusion of gunpowder and steel produced immense lethality, and the unique romance born from such a concoction invigorated him. He felt as if he could hear the rush of blood coursing through his veins. He thought it was simply magnificent. Harry, Draco ventured closer, his eyes sparkling. Can I see that? Before Draco could finish his request, Harry anticipated his words and promptly refused. No. Draco's expression fell. Dissatisfaction etched on his face as he protested. Why not? Harry appraised Draco's slender arms, scoffing, with those spindly limbs. How could you possibly handle a gun? Draco, growing increasingly irate, retorted, and you? How much stronger are you? You're no more robust than I. A vein throbbed at Harry's temple as he maintained a smile, his gaze turning menacing. He stepped closer, causing Draco's eyelids to flutter nervously. He instinctively took a step back. What are you planning? Draco's mind raced with apprehension, fearing that Harry intended to deliver a beating. His eyes darted to Harry's delicate wrists, filled with contempt. So thin. Can you even overpower me? Draco's expression was unmasked, further igniting Harry's fury as he pressed forward. Damn it. I'm a bit scared, Draco thought to himself. Though he believed himself stronger than Harry, he knew his magical prowess fell short. He vividly recalled the time on the platform when Harry had silently tapped him on the head. The memory of Harry's warm, fuzzy ears sent a chill down Draco's spine. It was terrifying and utterly humiliating. As Draco retreated, backing against a tree, he found himself cornered. What do you want from a Malfoy? Draco gasped, warning. If you won't show me, I'll just ask my father. Do not come any closer. Harry raised his hand and swung a punch toward Draco's face. Draco's pupils dilated as he instinctively closed his eyes. Harry's fist struck the side of Draco's face, leaving a deep dent in the sturdy tree trunk, wood chips bursting forth, carrying a damp scent that lightly stung Draco's cheek. Unaware of the searing pain, Draco opened his eyes hesitantly, shifting his feet to behold the gaping hole beside his head. The tree was large enough for two to embrace, and it appeared that Harry's punch had penetrated right to the heartwood. Draco's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Harry leisurely withdrew his hand, flexing his slightly reddened joints. When he struck, he had subtly cast a protective charm over his fragile bones. So the pain was merely mild and manageable, allowing him to intimidate Draco without hindrance. With satisfaction, Harry observed the blend of terror and disbelief etched across Draco's face. A smile of triumph gracing his lips. I have strength, do you? He taunted. Malfoy, how many punches do you think your head can withstand? Or, Harry paused deliberately, lowering his voice. Why not take a guess at how many blows it would take to shatter your skull into pieces? Chapter 41, From Home. All sound seemed to be lodged in Draco's throat, his gaze fixed on the hollow left by Harry's punch, rendering him nearly speechless. As for how many punches his head could endure from Harry? Draco felt utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Harry could send him to meet Merlin with a mere punch, or perhaps even without one, as a slight exertion of force might suffice to flatten him like a pancake. This was merely the lighter side of his predicament. Thus, Draco shook his head frantically, his gray eyes brimming with terror, the fear almost spilling over. Harry seemed to perceive something suspicious and glimmering in his gaze, as if the young master might burst into tears. A frightened young master was rather charming, prompting Harry to feel a pang of conscience. With a grin, he took a step back and casually reassured him. All right, fret not. I won't kill you. At this moment, there appears to be no necessity for violence. After a brief pause, he muttered under his breath, if it comes to that, I shall avoid striking your face. Although Malfoy was undeniably infuriating, he was also quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Draco's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and fear swirling within him. Yet he dared not utter a curse. Harry, what are you doing? At that moment, A hesitant voice interjected. Having thoroughly examined the unicorn's condition and confirmed its fate, Hagrid felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He plucked a few dried grasses from the side, transforming them into delicate white flowers to place upon the unicorn's wound. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Harry and Draco, a rather perplexing scene. From Hagrid's perspective, it appeared as though Harry was bullying Draco. Hagrid hesitated momentarily. "Nothing," Harry replied calmly, turning to Hagrid with a sweet smile. "How is the unicorn? Can we leave now?" Yes, Hagrid nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at the terrified Draco. "Come on, let us go." He straightened up, preparing to lead Harry and Draco out of the forbidden forest. Draco's legs felt weak. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. Harry shrugged nonchalantly, reached out, and grasped the back of the young master's collar, lifting him up and giving him a shake. "Time to go, young master." Draco whimpered, "Wah." At that moment, two tall figures leapt forth from the side, causing Hagrid to immediately become alert. Stepping in front of Harry and Draco, only to relax upon recognizing the newcomers. "Oh, it's you, Firenze." Hagrid wiped away non-existent sweat, greeting the approaching centaur with a smile. Firenze, the centaur, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then glanced beyond Hagrid, spotting the deceased unicorn beneath the trees. A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed his features as he sighed. A unicorn has fallen. The centaurs behind him remained silent, but gazed up at the night sky. After a moment, one of them turned to Harry, regarding him with a deep, penetrating gaze, and solemnly remarked, "The light of Mars grows ever brighter. Mars signifies war." Harry rolled his eyes. "What is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to foretell my doom?" Yet Hagrid did not grasp the implication. And Draco had no inclination to listen. Hagrid chuckled lightly, offering a few non-committal remarks before bidding farewell to the two centaurs. Hastily leading Harry and Draco away while muttering to Harry, "These centaurs are always so cryptic, spouting words that make no sense." As he spoke, he hesitated. "Harry, about that thing you used," he referred to the gun. Harry tilted his head quizzically. "What about it?" "Nothing," Hagrid sighed. "I merely meant it could be somewhat dangerous. Dumbledore might not permit it at Hogwarts." "Oh, you mean to remind me." Harry grinned, gesturing towards the castle not far off, where two figures stood at the entrance. "I suspect Professor Dumbledore is already aware." Indeed, standing at the castle entrance were none other than Snape and Dumbledore. Hagrid's voice trailed off. "Hagrid, you've done well," Dumbledore said cheerfully as he approached, taking Harry and Draco under his wing. "It's quite late. You should return and rest." "Of course, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid replied gruffly, casting a worried glance at Harry before departing. Snape's dark gaze swept over Harry before he seized the pale-faced Draco and pulled him closer. Dumbledore then spoke, "I presume Mr. Malfoy is also quite fatigued. Severus, please escort Mr. Malfoy back." His gaze shifted to the composed Harry, and from behind his crescent-shaped glasses, his blue eyes bore a keen scrutiny. "I believe I need to have a word with Mr. Potter." Harry blinked. "All right, Professor." Snape shot a final glare at Harry before departing with Draco in tow. Harry followed Dumbledore back to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, pointed his wand at the desk, and a cup of honey tea appeared before Harry. He playfully winked at Harry. "Care for some honey tea?" "No, I prefer black tea." Harry declined the honey. Dumbledore shrugged, switching the cup for one of black tea. An air of silence enveloped them. Harry sipped his tea, waiting for Dumbledore to speak. Yet Dumbledore remained silent. So, Harry ordered a small lamb chop. About 20 minutes later, having finished his lamb chop, Dumbledore could no longer contain himself. He rested his chin on his clasped hands, gazing intently at Harry, and slowly began, "Harry, I've heard that you are in possession of." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "Some dangerous weapons used by Muggles?" "Oh, yes," Harry replied cheerily, showing no intention of concealment. "If you're referring to the gun, may I see it?" Dumbledore inquired gently. Of course, Harry readily consented, retrieving the magnum from his pocket and placing it on the desk before Dumbledore. Dumbledore picked up the gun, examining it closely. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Oh, it looks quite impressive." He quickly added, "Of course, it is also extremely dangerous." "A handgun isn't particularly dangerous," Harry disagreed. "Much more dangerous than a handgun," he asserted. "However, I still prefer handguns. They are lighter compared to other weapons." Dumbledore observed Harry, who seemed blissfully unaware of any impropriety, his expression reflecting a hint of exasperation. "But that does not negate its potential danger. Harry, Hogwarts is filled with young wizards. Do you think it appropriate for a gun to be present here?" "Why not?" Harry calmly retorted. "Have I committed murder at school? Besides, I possess a gun license." "No. I mean," Dumbledore sighed, looking at Harry with a sense of resignation. "The dangers of firearms might be greater than you imagine. It is far too perilous to have it at school. I believe I must temporarily confiscate it to prevent any horrific accidents." Dumbledore's words implied he wished to seize Harry's gun. Feigning ignorance, Harry cheerfully inquired, "Oh, Professor, If you'd like, I could gift it to you. My family will send me a new one anyway. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, but he caught the key phrase. Your family sends you one. However, to his knowledge, the Dursleys were not the sort to allow a child to possess a firearm. It was utterly absurd. Thus, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before remarking. It seems you get along quite well with your aunt and uncle? Absolutely, Harry replied, his eyes crinkling with a smile. They are quite amusing people. My family is very concerned about me, especially after learning of my past and the discrimination faced by wizards of my bloodline. They believe I require reasonable means of self-defense. Here, the term family certainly does not exclusively refer to the Dursleys. In fact, the Dursleys are not particularly concerned. They merely perceive that Harry's arrival at Hogwarts heralds potential danger. Well, that's acceptable. At least Petunia still harbors concern for her sister's child. Dumbledore sighed and returned the magnum to Harry. However, Harry, it is imperative that you understand the wizarding world's attitude towards muggles. Should you use muggle weaponry to harm anyone, you may find yourself under scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot. Dumbledore spoke earnestly. I hope that when you wield such a weapon, it is with careful consideration. Harry replied readily, of course. After all, I am not some sort of monster. He playfully mimicked a gun gesture against his temple. Using a gun is improper. It brings tears to loved ones. Dumbledore chuckled. All right. Harry, you ought to return to rest. Chapter 42. Have you been infested by cockroaches? Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Harry suddenly made a face. The Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot? Huh. He turned back towards the common room. Meanwhile, the headmaster's office was in turmoil. Snape had arrived early, lurking in the shadows. Upon witnessing Dumbledore returning the gun to Harry and allowing him to depart so lightly, he felt as if his head might explode. The moment Harry stepped out, Snape rushed to Dumbledore, nearly wishing to seize the old man's collar and extract the madness from his mind. Glancing sideways, Snape caught sight of a pile of cockroaches that Dumbledore had yet to conceal, and recalling the rapidly depleted strengthening solution, he was filled with a murderous intent towards the old fool. Dumbledore, has your mind been devoured by cockroaches? He slammed his hand on the desk in front of Dumbledore, leaning in close and glaring fiercely into Dumbledore's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was frantically shuffling the pile of cockroaches into his robes, desperate to avoid the wrath of the potion's master. That is a gun. You allowed him to take it to class. Snape had no time to notice the old man's subtle movements. He hissed. Have you forgotten the devastation wrought by that lunatic group using muggle weapons? They nearly blew up the Ministry of Magic. Calm yourself, Severus, Dumbledore replied with composure, tossing a lemon drop into his mouth with a soothing tone. Bombs and guns are not the same thing, he continued with a smile. And I trust that Harry would not misuse it. He will be here for 7 years, with his teachers and friends. Severus, consider this, the Dursleys, despite their disdain for wizards, can coexist harmoniously with Harry, which speaks volumes about his character. Dumbledore cautiously glanced at the furious potions professor, feeling the need to avoid provoking him further, and cleared his throat to explain, albeit reluctantly. I have taken Harry's firearm. He will acquire a new one unless he chooses to forego bringing a gun to school, given that the Silver Daylight Group has already introduced muggle weaponry. The perception of such items among wizards is indeed changing. Therefore, allowing the chosen one to harness muggle power might yield unexpected benefits. Snape's lips curled in disdain as he glared at Dumbledore, managing to squeeze out a response through gritted teeth. Very well. I hope that Potter lives up to your faith. Let us see if you can still smile when Hogwarts lies in ruins. Upon returning to the common room, Harry found Ron and Hermione seated by the fireplace. Hermione clutched a hefty tome, attempting to muster some energy through reading, but the more she read, the sleepier she became. Harry noticed that not only was the book upside down in her hands, but the pages bore suspicious creases, as if dampened by drool. Meanwhile, Ron reclined in his chair, perilously close to sliding onto the floor, appearing utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Both were evidently too tired to comprehend their own existence. Harry's lips twitched as he approached and patted Ron's shoulder. Ron struggled to open his eyelids, squinting at Harry. Harry, you finally returned. Why are you crawling? Crawling? My dear fellow, you are the one crawling, Harry retorted, exasperated. You two have actually waited here this long. What time is it, and why are you not asleep? Harry? Hermione stirred, rubbing her weary eyes. Upon seeing Harry, she sighed in relief and slowly rose from her chair, yawning. You're back at last. Go get some rest. At least tomorrow is the weekend. Clutching her book, she mumbled incoherently as she stumbled back to the dormitory. Harry sighed in resignation, casting a glance at the now unconscious Ron before bending down to flip him over, grasping the back of his collar to drag him back to the dormitory. The next day, with no classes scheduled, Harry slept in late and consequently missed breakfast. By the time he returned to the dormitory after lunch, Ron had only just emerged from his bed. sitting up with a dazed expression. Spotting Harry, Ron scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Harry, when did you come back last night? How did I end up in bed? He winced, pressing on his back and rear end. Why does my back hurt so much? Harry paused, recalling how he had dragged Ron from the common room to their dormitory, the redhead's back polishing the floor while cleaning dozens of stairs in the process. It was no wonder he was in pain. Yet, Harry maintained a neutral expression and replied, You don't remember? When I returned, you were asleep in the chair. I woke you up, and you made your way back to the dormitory on your own. It's likely just the position in which you slept. Your back should feel better in a couple of days. Really? Ron murmured, scratching his hair. I don't recall any of that. It feels like something's off. After a moment of contemplation, Ron abandoned his thoughts. Perhaps I was just too tired. He quickly perked up again. Harry, where did Professor McGonagall take you yesterday? The Forbidden Forest, Harry replied. Ron's eyes widened in realization. Oh, it was the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, he seemed to panic, turning sharply and exclaiming, What? The Forbidden Forest. Did you encounter anything? His voice fell to a whisper. I've heard it's extremely dangerous there. Ah, indeed, Harry replied cheerfully. There was a dark wizard hunting unicorns. However, seeing our numbers, he fled. Ron gasped, his face turning pale, Merlin's beard. Then, recalling something, he stuttered. What about Malfoy? Did he go with you and return? Ah, yes. Harry chuckled at the memory of Draco's terrified expression. He was scared half to death. As for who terrified him, that's not your concern. Yet this time, Ron did not revel in Malfoy's misfortune. He muttered absently. He asked back, then? I thought Malfoy was a goner. Harry replied. It's not that dire. Ron snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing the nature of his words, and awkwardly explained. I always felt that Malfoy's loathsome character would eventually lead to his demise at the hands of a dark wizard. Harry sincerely countered. No. In the face of those he can't overpower, he's quite perceptive. Unable to suppress a laugh, Harry added. He is so frightened that he doesn't dare to speak. In Chapter 43, The Forbidden Forest Chain Explosion, Draco was indeed startled by Harry's punch. When he and Harry crossed paths in the corridor, his complexion turned pale, and he immediately darted behind Crabbe and Goyle, pulling his lackeys along as he fled. Ron, who had been ready for a confrontation, froze in disbelief, his stance collapsing. He stared incredulously at Draco's retreating figure before turning to Harry. Did you? Ron hesitated, mumbling. Harry, did you secretly punch him? Harry interjected defensively. I did not. Do not tarnish my reputation. I merely gave him a slight scare. That is all. Harry thought indignantly, though it was merely a minor intimidation. Ever since Draco returned from the Forbidden Forest, he was haunted by the image of that massive hole beside his head, now avoiding Harry like the plague. Yet, beneath his fear, a complex emotion brewed within him. If it were Harry, perhaps he could indeed vanquish the Dark Lord. For the time being, Draco dared not provoke Harry. However, Snape's scrutiny of Harry intensified, yet this did not hinder Harry's activities. With the usual classes being straightforward, he found ample time to engage in other pursuits, such as surveilling Quirrell and the parasitic entity he harbored. Consequently, after another of Quirrell's dubious actions, Harry immediately followed him. Silently, he drifted out of the castle, merging into the ink-black forest, guided by the map's indications toward Quirrell's advancing direction. Along the way, the unicorn's blood grew increasingly abundant. Suddenly, Hagrid, who was also searching for traces of the dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest, was alarmed, gripping his little red umbrella, turning to see who was there. No one answered. Hagrid furrowed his brow, doubting his senses. Was it merely an illusion? He turned and hurried toward the direction where he had sensed something amiss. Once Hagrid had distanced himself, Harry emerged leisurely from behind a tree and continued onward. At that moment, Quirrell had successfully slain yet another unicorn, and as Harry stepped into the silvery pool of blood, Quirrell was greedily lapping up the unicorn's blood from its wound. Without a flicker of emotion, Harry waved his hand, sending forth a green curse that surged toward Quirrell. Quirrell rolled swiftly, evading Harry's ambush, and seizing the opportunity, Harry dragged the sprawled unicorn's corpse into his magical space. Harry Potter, Quirrell uttered after a moment of silence, his voice laced with venom as he spat out Harry's name. How dare you show your face before me? Harry chuckled lightly. I specifically came to find you. Professor Quirrell, how about letting your master have a little spar with me? Harry clearly observed Quirrell freeze, standing in place, bewildered by how Harry had come to know. If one could see his eyes, they would behold the trembling pupils within. Let me speak with him. A hoarse, icy voice slithered from behind Quirrell's head. Quirrell quickly turned, removing his hood, respectfully presenting his nape. A snake-like visage clung to the back of Quirrell's head, its flat features devoid of a nose or eyebrows. Where nostrils should have been were merely two narrow slits. Its eyes were blood-red vertical pupils, resembling a serpent in partial transformation. Most disturbingly, Quirrell's head was bald. indicating that Voldemort, too, bore no hair upon his forehead. Harry's lips curled in revulsion, though he felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Voldemort's voice, laced with a peculiar hissing quality, coldly regarded Harry. I have always been curious about the power you possess that eludes my comprehension. You ask me? Harry questioned, pointing at himself and shrugging. Then you've inquired of the wrong person. I'm not privy to such knowledge. That power allowed you to survive my killing curse. Voldemort's voice simmered with barely contained fury. It made me lose everything, reducing me to this pitiful, lingering state. Look at what I have become. Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's body, advanced toward Harry, roaring, a wretched fragment of a soul. Harry stepped back in disdain, unwilling to be splattered by Voldemort's spittle, and found the parasitic voice intolerably grating. He rummaged through his robes, seizing an object, and as Voldemort's agitation peaked, he lunged forward, shoving it into Voldemort's mouth. Ugh! Voldemort exclaimed. Shut your mouth, Harry smiled. But if you truly seek answers, I might offer you one. Because I have a mother, and you do not. Voldemort. Finally, Voldemort expelled the wriggling creature he had been chewing, a juvenile eight-eyed giant spider. Before being expelled, it had bitten Voldemort several times in a panic, and upon being released, it scurried frantically into the depths of the forest. Upon seeing the spider, Voldemort's expression soured as if he had died anew. Harry Potter. Ignoring him, Harry waved his wand, killing curse. Green flames erupted from the wand's tip, spreading rapidly upon hitting the ground, forming a circular green inferno that enveloped both Voldemort and Harry in a fierce confrontation. Harry then dodged to evade the killing curse Voldemort unleashed in his fury. The killing curse and the fiend fire were both advanced forms of magic, and under Harry's adept manipulation, their fusion wielded an undeniable suppressive force against other spells. Thus, when that green light surged into the fiery curtain, it was instantaneously consumed, becoming a part of that blazing inferno. Voldemort, come try these, Harry declared, dramatically revealing a series of peculiar, sealed objects cascading from his sleeves. They were a string of explosives. Under the intense heat of the flames, they trembled unnaturally, as if some horrific power was about to erupt. A barrier descended from above, shielding Harry, who then lightly raised his hand, tossing the string of explosives into the fire. An explosion ensued. The explosive force intertwined with the fiend fire, coiling into a colossal serpent that lunged toward Voldemort, shaking the entire forbidden forest. Voldemort angrily waved his wand, attempting to draw upon the magic within Quirrell to resist the serpent. The Dark Lord was indeed formidable. He held the serpent at bay 3 paces away, preventing it from advancing. Harry cast a casual glance, rummaging through his robes once more, and pulled out another string of explosives, gleefully tossing them toward the green fire serpent. The serpent erupted before Voldemort once more. This detonation triggered a chain reaction, and with Harry's magical enhancement, a sequence of 9 resounding explosions echoed throughout Hogwarts, the blazing flames engulfing nearly half of the Forbidden Forest. Magical creatures caught nearest to the explosions perished with anguished cries, consumed by the green fire, dissipating into nothingness. Quirrell and Voldemort, being the closest to the blast, bore the brunt of the calamity. Quirrell was reduced to ashes in a scream, while Harry lunged forward, seizing a fragment of a soul attempting to escape the fiery circle in a spectral form. Harry tugged at the dark mist, swirling it in the emerald flames, observing the grotesque visage that faintly emerged from the black smoke. A delighted smile spread across his face. Surprise. Harry laughed heartily. How does it feel, Voldemort? To perish at the hands of Muggle technology? Voldemort's expression twisted into a grimace. Surprise, you old fool. Dumbledore must be blind to have mistaken this for a savior. Chapter 44, Nothing Gained. From the filthy black mist in Harry's grasp, Voldemort's shrill curses and anguished screams reverberated. The lethal flames, a fusion of the killing curse and fiend fire, burned at the very edge of this fragmented soul, threatening to reduce it to ashes. Yet, upon hearing Harry's taunting inquiry, Voldemort erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice piercing and shrill, causing those who heard it to wince in pain. Foolish boy, do you truly believe you can kill me? Do you think the Dark Lord would simply perish here? Voldemort cackled. The Dark Lord is immortal. I have already embarked on the path to eternal life. Harry Potter. I shall return. When I reclaim my throne, I will ensure your demise is most excruciating. In an instant, with a mere blink, the green flames consumed Voldemort's essence entirely. Only a faint, ghostly glow lingered in the air, poised to descend upon Harry. Momentarily stunned by Voldemort's proclamation, Harry quickly withdrew his hand, a shimmer of pale golden magic flashing past him. Upon contact with that magical aura, the drifting flames abruptly extinguished. Damn it, why does my head hurt so suddenly? Harry muttered, discomfort washing over him as he closed his eyes, shaking his head to suppress his thoughts. He turned his gaze towards the castle. The commotion in the Forbidden Forest had caused such a ruckus that the ground nearly erupted with explosions, rousing the young wizards and professors within the castle. It was likely that the professors dispatched to investigate were already en route. Realizing this was no place to linger, Harry pressed his throbbing head and waved his sleeve, casting a spell that struck the ground, creating a roughly circular fissure. The magic, potent enough to silence every incantation, spread along the crack, unleashing a tempest of dust that obscured his vision. Once the dust settled, both the flames and Harry vanished without a trace. The pain in Harry's head became unbearable, prompting him to channel his magic, forcefully overcoming Hogwarts' anti-disapparition charms, and silently returned to his dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, after Voldemort's remnants were reduced to ashes, a magnificent silver crown, adorned with a large sapphire, trembled subtly in a hidden chamber within Hogwarts. A black gleam flickered within the gemstone, before silence enveloped the room once more. In stark contrast, at 12, Grimmauld Place, an exquisite locket began to emanate a thick black mist. An aged house elf, startled by this commotion, hurriedly emerged, witnessing the locket's bizarre activity, and emitted a piercing shriek. In its terrified and despairing gaze, a green light flashed, rendering it silent, and the locket vanished with a crack. At Hogwarts, Harry collapsed beside his bed and face-planted into the mattress, rolling about in agitation. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." "Harry? Harry!" Ron's anxious voice reached him, though it felt muffled, as if filtered through a veil. Ron yanked Harry from his cocoon. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Just had a nightmare," Harry replied weakly, climbing up with Ron's assistance, shaking his head groggily. "I think I heard something significant outside." "What happened?" Ron appeared puzzled, shaking his head. "I don't know. But Percy just came by to tell us to gather in the common room." "All right." Reluctantly, Harry followed his housemates out of the dormitory. In the common room, a throng of young wizards had already congregated, filling every corner to capacity. Upon seeing Harry, Hermione's eyes lit up, and she rushed over, whispering urgently, "Harry, I just heard George and Fred say the Forbidden Forest exploded." Harry blinked in astonishment, his expression reflecting shock as he quickly lowered his voice. "What? How could the Forbidden Forest explode?" Ron scoffed. "Don't listen to their nonsense. How would they know?" Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glance, harboring little fondness for the redhead who often belittled her brothers, and retorted, "Your brothers just returned from a nighttime escapade. They were scolded by Percy." She emphasized, "They claim to have seen it with their own eyes." Ron muttered, shifting his gaze, "Fine. I suppose it is something they could pull off." The common room buzzed with noise until a silver cat materialized from the wall. Percy recognized it as Professor McGonagall's Patronus and immediately cleared his throat, demanding silence. The silver feline Patronus spoke, channeling Professor McGonagall's voice. "The two head students of Gryffindor, keep an eye on your fellow students. No one is permitted to leave the common room until we ascertain the situation." "Yes, Professor." Percy and another female head student exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Wow, what is that?" Ron marveled quietly at the silver Patronus, unable to contain his astonishment at its ability to emit McGonagall's voice. "It must be McGonagall's Patronus," Hermione surmised after observing for a moment. "It is a magical entity summoned by the Patronus charm, typically appearing silver, capable of dispelling certain dark magic and conveying messages. It is the bane of Dementors." Harry, feeling lethargic, lowered his eyelids as Ron and Hermione murmured beside him. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to glance at the Patronus. Coincidentally, the Patronus was also looking at him. Harry blinked and rested his chin in his hand, returning the gaze. The Patronus then averted its eyes, nodding to the two head students before turning to depart. Harry lowered his head again, quietly pouting, "Explosions?" The Action Group has used bombs during their operations in various magical ministries. Such large-scale detonations are easily reminiscent of Muggle weaponry. I wonder, who in Hogwarts currently possesses Muggle weapons? Harry would wager that the ones concerned about his well-being were either Dumbledore or Snape. Yet, they were destined to gain nothing. Receiving the Patronus message, Professor McGonagall shook her head at Snape and Dumbledore. Snape scoffed, crossing his arms in annoyance as he gazed toward the barren, scorched earth. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, withdrew his gaze, affirming it could never be Harry. He continued to console Hagrid. At that moment, Hagrid was nearly consumed by guilt. Even he, in his naivety, should have realized that the figure he had perceived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest had clearly been leading him astray. He had indeed fallen into a trap, granting the perpetrator the chance to obliterate the forest. "Hagrid, this is not your fault," Dumbledore reassured, stroking his beard thoughtfully as he surveyed the charred expanse before him. "At least some important magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest remain unscathed. Your timely departure may not be a bad thing." Dumbledore closed his eyes, carefully sensing the residual magic lingering in the air. Clearly, This place had not only experienced an explosion, but had also witnessed a fierce battle. Scorch marks from fiend fire and the killing curse were evident everywhere. Hagrid, had you been present, you might have faced dire consequences. Hagrid, feeling wronged, wiped his face, finally relaxing a little. Dumbledore gently patted Hagrid's shoulder, speaking softly. There is no need for self-reproach. He paused, a quiet sigh escaping him. However, the prospect of the Forbidden Forest regaining its former splendor seems bleak. The professor's investigations are destined to yield naught. Chapter 45. The Submission of the Dragon. The series of eruptions within the Forbidden Forest heightened the vigilance of all the professors, who became acutely aware that, at this very moment, a perilous individual might be lurking within the halls of Hogwarts. Yet, they remained utterly oblivious as to the identity of this enigmatic figure. Professor Sprout hesitated for a moment, surveying her surroundings before inquiring, "Who has seen Quirrel?" The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, having only recently been appointed, found it challenging to forge deep connections with the resident professors of Hogwarts, which led to their collective realization that someone seemed to be conspicuously absent. Everyone paused, recalling the moment Dumbledore summoned all the professors via Phoenix, only to recognize that Quirrel was notably missing. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Perhaps Quirrel could provide us with a clue. After exchanging glances, they ultimately resolved to seek Quirrel in his office. However, they were destined to encounter only remnants of his presence. Perhaps merely some belongings of the man known for his purple turban, such as a white crystal vial with traces of unicorn blood. Dumbledore held the crystal vial before him, scrutinizing it closely, his brow furrowing even deeper. "This is unicorn blood, Dumbledore," Hagrid muttered, his voice heavy. Given his frequent excursions into the Forbidden Forest and his profound interest in magical creatures, he could easily identify it. It appears that it was extracted no more than a fortnight ago. It seemed that Quirrel was indeed the dark wizard responsible for the slaughter of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore silently placed the vial down, prompting Snape's gaze to follow its trajectory. If that were the case, Quirrel's absence might suggest he had ventured back into the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns once more. Professor McGonagall frowned in disgust, speculating, "Yet we did not encounter him while in the Forbidden Forest. The scorched earth had been nearly consumed by the malicious flames. If Quirrel had truly been there, he likely would not have survived." Professor Flitwick rendered his judgment. "Be bold. Perhaps Quirrel was embroiled in a confrontation with an unknown individual." Dumbledore let out a deep sigh, but he and Snape exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken worries lingering in the air. Based on nearly a year of observation, it was evident that Quirrel had intricate ties with the seemingly immortal Voldemort. Given Quirrel's capabilities, it was fanciful to believe he could create such a ruckus on his own. If it were Voldemort in conflict with a powerful wizard within the Forbidden Forest, that would indeed be more plausible. Dumbledore and Snape were acutely aware of the reasons for Voldemort's presence at Hogwarts. The arrival of the Chosen One was merely one aspect, with the Philosopher's Stone residing within the castle being another. What they had not anticipated was that this stone, meant to test the Chosen One, had also attracted another formidable wizard. This individual had audaciously detonated the Forbidden Forest, which bore no distinction from an assault on Hogwarts itself. Dumbledore subtly shook his head at Snape. The Philosopher's Stone had likely already vanished. Snape grimaced, his mouth twitching in a frown as he diverted his gaze. They were unable to apprehend the arrogant, unidentified wizard, leaving the matter unresolved, yet unease lingered among the professors. Ultimately, upon Dumbledore's confirmation, it became evident that the Philosopher's Stone had indeed mysteriously disappeared from beneath the trapdoor on the 4th floor. Furthermore, Dumbledore's eagerly crafted challenges for the Chosen One had become moot. Not only had the stone been lost, but every clue Dumbledore had woven around Harry was disregarded. Harry had never acknowledged Hagrid's invitation for afternoon tea, thus remaining unaware of the theft from Gringotts. With the Philosopher's Stone now lost, it was fortuitous that the trials need not be continued. More significantly, Dumbledore discovered other items among Quirrel's possessions, traces of Voldemort, be it familiar remnants of his magical presence or signs of the Cruciatus curse. Hagrid, clutching a package with furtive intent, stealthily entered the headmaster's office, interrupting Dumbledore's contemplation. "Hagrid, what brings you here?" Dumbledore gently pressed his forehead, looking up with a smile at the half-giant. Hagrid, his face flushed, stammered before clumsily pushing the package toward Dumbledore. "What is this?" Dumbledore inquired, prodding the dusty parcel, only to be bitten on the fingertip by its contents. "Oh." Dumbledore swiftly withdrew his hand, holding it before him. Having sensed a sudden surge of heat upon being bitten, an ominous premonition began to settle in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore endeavored to maintain a semblance of composure as he continued, "Is it alive?" "Hagrid, what manner of magical creature is this?" Hagrid awkwardly scratched his head and replied in a hushed tone, "This is my Norbert." Dumbledore pressed further, "Norbert?" Hagrid fumbled, Norbert is a baby dragon that hasn't fully grown yet. Dumbledore's vision momentarily darkened. He inhaled sharply, struggling to suppress the twitching of his lips. Hagrid, I believe you must understand. It is illegal to privately keep a dragon. Where did you acquire this dragon? It was given to me by someone who said he adored magical creatures and wanted to learn more from me, in exchange for a dragon egg. Hagrid recounted in fragmented sentences, his voice breaking as he concluded, that wretched dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest is far too dangerous. He nearly destroyed the forest. And I fear he will harm Norbert. Hagrid, sniffling, made a request. Dumbledore, can you take Norbert to a safe place? Initially pensive, Dumbledore considered that the hooded figure who had negotiated with Hagrid about the three-headed dog was likely Quirrell. Of course, it could also be his master. They might have secured the Philosopher's Stone or been outmaneuvered by another. Regardless, it was all in the past. Upon hearing Hagrid's plea, Dumbledore felt a sense of relief wash over him. He did not wish for his loyal half-giant friend to be incarcerated in Azkaban. He understood that Hagrid's nature was not malevolent, and a dragon was far too perilous to be reared among young witches and wizards at Hogwarts. Certainly, Hagrid, he proposed gently. I believe we can send Norbert to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. The Weasley boy is working there. Charlie, do you remember? He is a good friend of yours. I am sure he will take good care of Norbert. Norbert was eventually sent away, and as he watched Charlie depart with the box containing Norbert, Hagrid returned to his hut and wept heartily. He felt as though he had sent off a beloved child. However, upon receiving photographs from Charlie, he quickly emerged from this sorrow. Harry received yet another note from Hagrid inviting him for afternoon tea. With the Philosopher's Stone gone, Dumbledore would likely refrain from sending Hagrid with any more mysterious clues. Harry prepared to see what Hagrid wished to discuss. Chapter 46. The Album. Seizing a moment of solitude, Harry ventured alone to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid exuded warmth as he eagerly rushed to open the door upon hearing Harry's knock. Still clad in an apron and holding a freshly baked treat he referred to as rock cakes. To be frank, these cakes were hardly suitable for immediate consumption. Curiosity got the better of Harry, and upon taking a bite, he nearly shattered a tooth. Besides the rock cakes, Hagrid poured Harry a cup of tea. And while Harry savored it slowly, Hagrid unfastened his apron and turned to rummage for something. Harry, just a moment, Hagrid mumbled, scratching his head. I have something for you. Harry nodded silently, watching Hagrid's massive figure navigate through the clutter. Moments later, Hagrid cautiously approached, cradling a thick book in his hands. Harry paused, his gaze fixed on Hagrid, and inquired softly, "What is that?" With a beaming smile, Hagrid handed it to Harry, saying, "This is an album. It has been with me for over a decade, and I believe you will find it quite valuable." A decade-old album. The span of time left Harry momentarily dazed, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. As he accepted the album, he hesitated to open it, instinctively holding his breath and asking quietly, "What kind of album is it?" "It's your parents' album," Hagrid replied, his hand gently caressing the cover, his voice tinged with nostalgia. He reminisced about James and Lily, who were indeed the talk of the school during their time. Many boys admired your mother, yet she chose James, and similarly, numerous girls were enamored with your father, who opted for Lily. Your father and his friends were the most mischievous students at Hogwarts. Even the professors were often at a loss. And your mother frequently found herself exasperated by their antics. James was always apologizing to Lily, yet he never quite changed. He once confided in me that he enjoyed showing off in front of her, believing he could charm her, while Lily would complain to me about his antics. Hagrid rambled on, his words tinged with sadness. They were quite the couple, Harry, so well suited for one another. No one could have anticipated what would transpire later. Hagrid's lips moved as if to speak further. If they were still alive, you would be the happiest and most carefree child in the world. Yet, recognizing the inappropriateness of such thoughts, Hagrid swallowed the words back into silence. Harry felt a wave of disorientation wash over him as he gently caressed the album, almost reverently turning to the first page, where a dark-haired man and a red-haired woman embraced in the snow, their expressions radiant as they smiled at him. It was his parents. If they were still alive, Harry's voice trailed off, sounding almost like an unconscious monologue. What kind of life would I lead? They loved you immensely, Hagrid said, turning his head away to discreetly wipe away a tear. You would have been very happy. Harry was well aware that his mother had sacrificed everything to ensure his survival. Yet, it was unlikely she could have fathomed the extent of Voldemort's madness. As he gazed into Lily's green eyes in the photograph, Harry closed his own momentarily. Voldemort had been so deranged that he had torn his soul into countless fragments. Harry had felt something amiss during the destruction of the Forbidden Forest. For wizards, the soul held immense significance. It was both fragile and resilient. The killing curse could sever the soul from the body and cause death, yet it could not extinguish a soul. As the Dark Lord, Voldemort possessed a power greater than most, and logically, he should not have been so easily vanquished by the killing curse. In Harry's estimation, he He should have lasted at least 3 days. Moreover, Voldemort's strength fell short of Harry's expectations, with the likes of Alia traversing Germany, France, and Hungary gathering intelligence. One could not overlook Grindelwald's past exploits. The Dark Lord's power had once incinerated all of Paris, yet Voldemort seemed feeble by comparison. Unless, of course, there was something amiss with his soul. But who could manipulate the soul of a Dark Lord? Aside from Voldemort himself, Harry could not imagine anyone capable of such a feat. The name Voldemort was intriguing. Perhaps he believed that by keeping his soul in fragments, he could evade death. Unaware that without a corporeal form to serve as a protective barrier, his soul would ultimately wither away with the passage of time. Harry surmised that Voldemort had split his soul at least 3 times, likely more. In the violent process of fragmentation, his soul lost stability, rendering it more susceptible to shattering. Thus, on the fateful night when his parents fell to Voldemort's hand, as the Dark Lord cast the killing curse at him, he inadvertently left a portion of his soul within Harry's. From that night onward, Harry Potter became the living vessel for Voldemort's preserved soul. If only his mother knew this, would it sadden her? Sensing Harry's despondency, Hagrid fell silent, gently patting him on the shoulder. After a moment of hesitation, he offered a quiet consolation. "Harry, don't be disheartened. James and Lily would want you to live a good and happy life." "I know," Harry replied, forcing a smile as he tightly clutched the album, finding an unprecedented sense of comfort in Hagrid's presence. "Thank you, Hagrid. This means a great deal to me." After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry hurried back to his dormitory, wrapping himself in his blanket as he meticulously examined the album, yet his mind wandered to another matter. He was the living vessel for Voldemort's soul, which also explained the dizziness he experienced in Quirrell's presence and the splitting headache that followed Voldemort's demise. However, Harry had undergone multiple physical examinations previously and found nothing amiss. It wasn't until he had dispatched Quirrell that he took the opportunity for a thorough examination of his soul, uncovering a faint, nearly imperceptible anomaly in his soul's energy. But that power was so weak that it could easily be overlooked even under close scrutiny. In contrast, the energy belonging to Harry himself dominated the majority. This led him to a hypothesis. During the years spent in another realm, Harry had endured countless burns from the church's holy water, which had severely injured him and necessitated the reforging of his soul. It was then that he had sensed the oddity within his soul, but he had dismissed it as a mere after-effect of the holy water. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that he had digested Voldemort's fragmented soul along with the potion. After returning from the alternate realm, time reset, and Harry's soul power surged immensely. Not only was his magical energy vast, but the frequency of its flow within him was also extraordinarily high. This indiscriminately inflicted severe damage upon his body, while simultaneously wounding the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within Harry. To rephrase, Harry's soul was of such quality that when it re-entered his body, it inadvertently crushed Voldemort's soul fragment. The remaining fragment, now barely clinging to life, retained a faint consciousness, seeking refuge in order to survive. Yet, it was still captured by Harry. This entity possessed its own awareness, akin to a parasite on Harry's soul, which he found utterly revolting. He pondered how to rid himself of this parasitic remnant. Perhaps the same curse that had summoned it could also be used to send it away? Chapter 47, Azkaban. A considerable time had passed since the confinement in the Forbidden Forest, yet Draco remained ensnared in the shadows, exhibiting an unprecedented level of compliance in Harry's presence. Naturally, had it been Ron alone, he would have brought along his little entourage to test the waters. As the end of term approached, the young wizards busied themselves, and the library became perpetually crowded. Some students reviewed their notes with serene composure, while others anxiously scrambled to catch up. However, for Harry, the impending final examinations posed little challenge. Nearly every professor lauded his performance in the finals, with the exception of Snape. Each time Snape overheard his colleagues' praises for Harry, a peculiar grimace of distaste contorted his features, reminiscent of witnessing Dumbledore and Voldemort engaged in a waltz. Fortunately for Snape, he managed to maintain a semblance of professionalism during the exams, refraining from allowing personal grudges to influence Harry's grades. Otherwise, he might have found himself experimenting with the taste of chain explosions in the dungeons. After bidding farewell to his friends at platform 9 3/4, Harry paid little heed to the ensuing tussle between Ron and Draco. Following his farewell to Hermione, he briskly exited the platform, where he spotted his aunt and uncle waiting at King's Cross Station. Harry paused momentarily, taken aback. He had anticipated the entire Dursley family would come to fetch him. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon wore expressions of utter distaste, as if they had just consumed something revolting, glaring at Harry with palpable reluctance. In stark contrast, Dudley bounded over, brimming with excitement, his voice booming. "Harry, you're back. Where's Hedwig? Was school fun? Did you bring back anything entertaining?" As he lunged towards Harry's luggage, he attempted to poke Hedwig through the bars of her cage. Poor Miss Snowy Owl, upon seeing the plump boy barreling towards her, fluffed her feathers in fright and flapped her wings in panic within the confines of her small cage. Harry grimaced slightly. The mystery was solved. It was evident that this little brat was up to no good. Thankfully, Harry was prepared. With a sigh, he showed no leniency towards Dudley, delivering a light slap to his forehead and gently pushing him away. Step aside, Dudley. Curb your curiosity. Do you wish to be made a spectacle in front of everyone? Hey! Dudley stomped his foot in discontent, glaring at Harry with indignation. He clenched his fists, raised his arm, then begrudgingly lowered it. No, no. Harry was not like those tough guys. He was easily susceptible to harm. Thus, Dudley repressed his anger and, with a sense of entitlement, extended his hand, demanding, I want to see Hedwig. Just as his hand was about to reach the cage, Harry swiftly pulled the terrified Snowy Owl into his embrace. Dream on. Hold your horses. Observing Dudley's face turning a shade of crimson, Harry warned. Don't make me use those tricks on you. Fine. You're so tough, Dudley replied angrily, trailing behind Harry with heavy footsteps as they prepared to board the car. Harry found it somewhat surprising that Aunt Petunia didn't come rushing over to fuss over her precious Duddykins. Or perhaps she simply lacked the energy. Like a ghost. Petunia assisted in loading Harry's luggage into the car before sliding into the passenger seat with a thud. Uncle Vernon silently took his place in the driver's seat. Once Harry and Dudley settled into the back, Harry nudged Dudley with his elbow and quietly inquired, What did you do? Why did Aunt Petunia come to pick me up? Dudley finally managed to wrestle the cage away from Harry, tossing his hair with pride as he replied, I was worried Mom and Dad wouldn't agree. So I didn't sleep last night and sneaked into their room to remind them several times. He then scratched his head in confusion. But I don't know why they yelled so loudly every time I woke them up. Aunt Petunia inhaled sharply, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Harry chuckled awkwardly. They were probably terrified you'd give them a heart attack. Dudley Dursley was indeed a remarkably thick-skinned little brat. As it was a rare holiday, Harry intended to stay at number 4, Privet Drive for a while, waiting for the moment when he and the Dursleys could no longer tolerate each other before seeking alternative accommodations. During this time, he would temporarily entrust his responsibilities to Connie. He planned to relish his well-deserved break as a student. Nonetheless, while indulging in leisure, he still had to arrange the work that needed to be delegated to Connie. In the frigid waters off the northern coast of Scotland stood a foreboding edifice, its exterior fashioned from granite and resembling a triangular structure. This was a region uncharted by satellites, and above this ominous building, countless dark creatures floated beneath the overcast sky, their hollow eye sockets seemingly filled with greed. Circling the gloomy prison below, several aurors hurriedly traversed the area, steering clear of the dark entities overhead as they hastily vacated this terrifying and eerie locale. Behind them, shadowy figures cloaked in darkness and icy malevolence silently entered the infamous prison. The dark apparitions sent the long-imprisoned inmates into a frenzy of excitement. Are they dark wizards? Yes, dark wizards. Look at their attire. Are they Death Eaters? You know, the servants of that great one. Is the master here? Has the master come to rescue us? Shut up, you madwoman. You're so loud. The chaotic shouts, piercing laughter, and frenzied roars created a cacophony that filled the air. Pop. One individual popped a bubble from her mouth, impatiently tilting her head. A strand of brightly colored hair tumbled out from her hood as she irritably waved her hand, a chilling light emanating from her pale fingertips. I say, can't you lot, who are so enamored with dementors, quiet down a bit? Must the dead not resemble the dead? At her words, the nearest dark wizard let out a pained scream as a crimson tongue fell from his mouth, accompanied by a torrent of blood. The prison fell into an eerie silence. All the inmates wide-eyed. Did she just sever his tongue? Who is she? When did such a ruthless individual emerge? Have they truly languished in Azkaban for so long that they've fallen behind? Janet, calm down, my dear. We are here to find someone, not to kill. Spoke the lead figure in a dark robe, gently reminding her. The master undoubtedly wishes to avoid unnecessary conflict. Humph. Janet flicked her colorful hair that hung in front of her chest, scoffing. But they are exceedingly noisy, Rowena. Don't you find it headache-inducing? But you insisted on coming here. Rowena sighed, waving her hand, silencing everyone, regardless of their willingness. Now it's quiet, I assent it? Rowena smiled, turning to her companions. Have you located him? Where is Sirius Black? The individual stowed away their instrument and pointed ahead, succinctly replying, just up ahead. As they vanished into the darkness, Rowena's magic was lifted, and the noise erupted once more. Who are they? They don't even recognize that crazy Bellatrix. They can't possibly be Death Eaters. Could it be that another dark wizard has arisen outside? Are they searching for Black? What could they want with him? Sirius himself curled up in a shadowy corner, the enormous black dog lifting its gaze toward the cloaked figures outside the cell. He heard the commotion but had no idea why these individuals were seeking him. Who would care about a convicted criminal? Had it not been for his arrogant and foolish suggestion back in the day, Lily and James would not have been exposed to the Dark Lord's gaze, and thus they would not have met their demise. The black dog perked up its ears, having caught the hushed whispers. Is this the black that little Peter mentioned? Chapter 48. The discovery of a large black dog. The black dog's ears suddenly stood erect. Little Peter? That repugnant rat, he is still alive? What shall we do? Janet, hands on her hips, squinted at the large black dog cowering in the corner. Did the master say anything? After a moment of silence, Rowena unexpectedly lifted her black robe and delivered a forceful kick to the iron bars. The onlookers behind her immediately tensed, holding their breath. The sturdy iron bars bent grotesquely under the strength of Rowena's kick. With another swift strike, a sharp crack echoed as the bars snapped cleanly in half, creating a gaping hole in the cramped cell. Sirius, unable to contain his astonishment, stared wide-eyed. After spending far too long in the frigid prison, his somewhat rusty mind suddenly jolted to life. One could only imagine the consequences had such a kick landed upon his skull. The large black dog's fur bristled, and its thick tail tucked between its legs as it lowered its center of gravity, emitting a low growl from its throat. The group behind Rowena swallowed nervously. Their leader cast a glance at Black, cleared her throat, elegantly adjusted the skirt hidden beneath her robe, and with a grand gesture declared, after all, the master did not command his death. Take him. Rowena's team surged forward, rushing into the cell to pounce upon the panicked large black dog. Woof, woof, woof. Sirius barked ferociously, only to be silenced by Janet's firm grip on his mouth. Hey, quiet down, Black, Janet reasoned. If you act so ferociously before the master, you might end up as stew. Sirius's eyes blazed with indignation. Woof, woof, woof. A colleague beside her timidly protested, but he is an animagus. The master wouldn't eat a human. Janet frowned. Of course I know that. I just want him to settle down. Just as she was about to continue her argument with her colleague, a flash of red light struck the black dog, causing Sirius to tilt his head and fall into slumber. The dispute between Janet and her companion abruptly ceased as they silently turned to face Rowena, who had turned to look at them unbeknownst to them. With a gentle smile, Rowena gestured with her fingers and inquired softly, "He has quieted down. Can you now?" The two, silent as a mouse, nodded repeatedly. As they departed from Azkaban, the imprisoned dark wizards remained eerily quiet, fearful of provoking these unknown wizards. Yet, despite their efforts to maintain silence, chaos ensued among them, resembling a frenzied dance of demons. However, these matters were no longer of concern to them. After escorting the unconscious large dog, they arrived at the most anticipated part of the mission, delivering the dog to number 4, Privet Drive, to Harry. On that day, Harry, seeking amusement, spied a tall, sturdy tree in the yard. With splendid sunlight gracing the day, he wasted no time before soaring up into the branches, even placing a cushion beneath him for added comfort. Dudley stood beneath the tree, gazing longingly at the cupcake in his hands, wishing to join Harry, feigning ignorance. Harry had no intention of allowing Dudley to ascend. Given Dudley's size and weight, the tree would surely suffer. Frustrated, Dudley shouted and jumped beneath the tree, resembling a frantic trumpet. Harry rolled his eyes, contemplating the urge to knock Dudley out. Before he could act, a sudden thud echoed from below, and Dudley collapsed, eyes closed, the ground shaking beneath his weight. Harry straightened in surprise, peering down to see an unconscious black dog sprawled atop an equally unconscious Dudley. Oh right, considering the timing. It was indeed time to rescue Black from Azkaban. Realizing this, Harry quickly turned his gaze to the corner of the street, where a surge of magic lingered. As he glanced over, a colorful head poked out, eyes sparkling with mischief, only to be hastily shoved back by a gloved hand. Harry. He silently withdrew his gaze, pondering why his team seemed so keen on observing him. Their efficiency was commendable. With a sigh, he selectively ignored the lurking figures near the street corner. Retrieving his attention, Harry leapt from the tree, strolled casually to Dudley's side, and dragged the deeply slumbering black dog away. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Dudley's chubby face. Ouch! Dudley jolted upright, eyes wide with shock, frantically patting his head and bottom. What happened? Satisfied his body parts were still intact, he relaxed slightly, only to become bewildered, rubbing his cheek. He grimaced. Why does it hurt, Harry? Did you hit me? Harry remained composed, justifying, I did not. Your flesh is thicker than stone. How could I possibly hurt you? Dudley's eyes narrowed. I heard that. You're insulting me. Harry shot back. Nonsense. You're just overthinking it. It was merely a metaphor. A perfectly normal metaphor. Dudley, sensing Harry's assertive demeanor, began to doubt. Really? His attention shifted. You just tripped and knocked yourself out, Harry interrupted, distorting the truth and laughing loudly. I've only been at Hogwarts for a year. Dudley, how are you getting so foolish? Tripping on flat ground. Harry continued to twist the knife. Need me to fetch you a pair of crutches or a wheelchair? Dudley's face flushed crimson as he stomped and roared. Harry Potter, you're just making excuses. You're insulting me. Just wait. I'll tell Mom not to feed you tonight. Starve you. Fuming, he turned and stormed away, hurling curses. Harry shrugged, cradling the black dog with its tongue lolling out, and sauntered inside. Naturally, compared to Harry, Aunt Petunia favored her precious Dudley more. Thus, when Dudley thundered into the kitchen, demanding Aunt Petunia not to feed Harry that evening, she was overjoyed. Believing her dear Dudley had finally recognized the horrors of wizardry and resolved to sever ties with Harry, she readily agreed. As Harry ambled past them, he cast a sidelong glance, then boldly produced a mirror transformed into a magical smartphone, contacting the nearest team. Rowena, I want a KFC meal deal. And I want it tonight. Receiving Harry's unexpected communication, Rowena blinked in confusion. Huh, okay. She gazed through the two-way mirror at the vibrant, tumultuous expressions of Petunia and Dudley, hesitating momentarily before inquiring. Just one order, is it? Yes, merely one order, Harry replied with a scoff, elegantly tossing his hair as he turned to ascend the stairs with his black dog in tow. Just before he closed the bedroom door, he heard Dudley's piercing shriek from downstairs, sharp as a boiling kettle. Mom, I want KFC too. I want to eat more than he does. Harry smirked, rolling his eyes before slamming the door with a heavy thud. Fool. Chapter 49, A Stick for a Sweet Date. Word has it that Dudley had thrown yet another tantrum. But what concern was that of Harry's? The ones truly burdened should be Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Sirius awoke in the evening, and as consciousness dawned upon him, he was poised to strike, for his memories were clouded with the recollection of being abducted by a group of sinister figures clad in black robes. Uncertain of their intentions, Sirius resolved to take the initiative. Their greatest folly was not confining him. Nonetheless, this afforded him the opportunity to exact revenge upon that wretched rat. Without even opening his eyes, Sirius lunged at the person beside him, only to be restrained by Harry, who pressed him firmly against the ground. No, Sirius whimpered, struggling in vain, and upon realizing his futility, his spirit plummeted. Alas, my life is forfeit. Stay still, Harry admonished, exasperated by the commotion, as he pinned the black dog down with both hands. You are filthy. If you dare to soil my room, I shall stew you for soup. Sirius paused, his struggles easing as Harry perceived a semblance of tranquility in him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Grabbing a damp towel from a nearby basin, he began to wipe down the large dog. For a creature covered in fur, the dampness was decidedly unpleasant. Instinctively, Sirius shook his head, causing a few droplets to escape from the towel. Sirius gazed at the person restraining him, and his eyes widened with delight. Behold, behold this wild tuft of black hair, this strikingly clear green eye, and that face. Oh, that scar, cursed Voldemort. Excitement surged within Sirius. Is this Harry? He bears an uncanny resemblance to James. Truly. The great black dog once again became animated, flailing his limbs and knocking over the water basin, dousing Harry in the process. Don't move, Harry bellowed in frustration, his anger flaring. Woof. Sirius promptly crouched down, ingratiatingly nudging against Harry's feet. Harry, his expression contorted with ire, inhaled deeply and seized Sirius by the ear. You wretched creature. Don't force my hand. Sirius, selectively disregarding the threat, recognized that this was his beloved godson. How obedient Sirius could be. As the night wore on, Sirius remained in a state of exhilaration, yet amidst his excitement, he began to ponder their current predicament. Those dark wizards had unknown intentions. Perhaps they sought to introduce him to their master? But why was he now alongside Harry? Had their master set his sights on Harry? Alarm bells rang in Sirius's mind. Could it be that yet another lunatic like Voldemort had fixated upon Harry? The mere thought of a Voldemort-like figure fixating on Harry sent waves of anxiety through Sirius. Except for the initial incident, Harry and Sirius cohabited harmoniously. However, the Dursleys were evidently in disarray. Petunia wished for Dudley to eat, but Dudley was incessantly clamoring for KFC. It was not until the late hours that he finally quieted. The following day, as Harry descended the stairs with the awakened Sirius, he noticed that the shadows beneath Petunia and Vernon's eyes had deepened. Upon seeing Harry casually descend the staircase, even taking the time to scrutinize them with a smirk that clearly conveyed amusement at their misfortune, Petunia's ire ignited further. She slammed the spatula onto the countertop, glaring at Harry, and bellowed, Harry Potter. She pointed at the listless Dudley, her fury palpable. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. My darling Dudley was once so well behaved, and now you've turned him into this little monster. What nonsense is this old woman spouting? Harry is undeniably a good child. Woof, woof, woof. The enraged black dog burst forth from behind Harry, appearing ready to take a bite out of Aunt Petunia's neck. "Ah!" Petunia screamed, retreating until her back met the countertop, nearly toppling the pots and pans. Harry swiftly kicked back against the agitated Sirius. The black dog, reluctantly wagging his tail, settled at Harry's feet. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Vernon and Dudley rushed into the kitchen, and upon witnessing the enormous black dog, both inhaled sharply. Vernon immediately turned to fetch a gun, only to be frozen in place by Sirius's ferocious barking and poised stance, too frightened to move. A semblance of human-like mockery flickered across the black dog's face. He had no intention of sparing this family. Suddenly, he leaped from behind Harry, charging forward with abandon. "Petunia! Ah, 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 ah!" With remarkable swiftness, Harry seized the dog's tail, causing Sirius to yelp in pain, nearly shedding tears. "Whimper, whimper," Sirius, feeling wronged, crouched down, lowly whimpering at Harry's feet, wagging his tail in a conciliatory manner. Harry regarded this dog godfather with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. What on earth? Has he truly mistaken himself for a dog? Has his time in Azkaban deranged him? "Harry Potter, what is that? What is that creature?" Petunia asked, her voice trembling with fear as she pointed at the imposing black dog at Harry's feet. "Oh," Harry snapped back to reality, cheerfully providing an answer with a light tone. "I found this dog." He grinned, bending down to scratch the dog's chin, deliberately posing a rhetorical question. "Aunt, don't you think he is rather handsome?" Petunia felt her scalp prickle. This dog was clearly no docile creature, and it appeared fiercely protective. She was acutely aware of the dynamics between her family and Harry. Should this ferocious beast remain in their home, it was only a matter of time before it might sever their throats. Cursed be the day that little Potter had brought this creature into their abode without her notice. In any case, with a sullen expression, Petunia clenched her teeth and threatened, "I will not allow that beast to reside in my home." Her voice icy, she declared, "Either it goes, or you do." Vernon, equally incensed, raised his fist, as large as a cauldron, threateningly stating, "Harry Potter, if you allow it to stay in my house, I shall put an end to that beast and turn it into soup." Sirius, once more incensed, barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Harry pressed the dog's head down with one hand, casting a gentle, reassuring glance at the terrified and wary Dursleys. "Oh, no need to be so agitated. Aunt, considering the time, I must take my leave, and I will be taking Black with me." With a cheerful smile, Harry bent down, affectionately wrapping his arms around the dog's neck, rubbing against Sirius's fluffy coat, but his words carried an undercurrent of ominous foreboding. "However, I must remind you, Black is not a mere beast. I imagine you wouldn't relish waking up with your throats severed in your dreams, would you?" The Dursleys' faces shifted through shades of green and pale. Dudley appeared as though he might faint, while Vernon and Petunia seethed with rage. Yet, they fell silent. Harry cast a glance at their expressions and was delighted to discover their evident discomfort, which instantly elevated his spirits. "Oh, please, do not wear such a countenance," he said cheerfully, turning his gaze towards Vernon. "It seems there are still some projects pending with Hubert. Perhaps you would be inclined to continue our previous collaboration?" Vernon's corpulent face twitched a few times before he forced out an unattractive and sycophantic smile. "Oh, is that truly the case? What a privilege for the Dursleys. When may I meet with him?" Pettigrew, witnessing this, found it unwise to continue her fury and could only suppress her indignation as she resumed cooking. Not only did she have to prepare a meal, but she also had to ensure that Harry's portion was the most sumptuous and exquisite. Harry observed the sudden shift in attitude from Vernon and Petunia with a sense of triumph, tossing his head back in a casual manner and coolly remarking, "Wait for him to contact you." He then tugged Sirius along to the sofa and plopped down. No sooner had he seated himself than Dudley sprang up like a startled bird, clutching a pile of snacks as he distanced himself from the vicious dog and Harry, who was accompanied by it. Seizing the opportunity, Harry commandeered the television remote, switching to his preferred program. Upon witnessing his cartoon being replaced, Dudley's expression morphed into one of dismay. He seemed poised to engage in a battle for the remote. But upon noticing the imposing presence of the large black dog steadfastly at Harry's side, he opted to sulkily retreat instead. Sirius exhaled a gust of warm air, his canine visage betraying unabashed amusement. Dudley dared not voice his displeasure. Consequently, Sirius happily redirected his attention, lying down at Harry's feet and wagging his tail. Chapter 50. Some Past Events. Harry once again played the matchmaker, presenting Vernon with a substantial project, prompting the Dursley family to don radiant smiles as they prepared an extravagant feast to warmly welcome Harry. This could be seen as an attempt to appease him, or perhaps a celebration, for the peculiar little monster from the Potter household was finally preparing to leave. After the meal, Harry did not linger at number 4 Privet Drive. Once he had cast sufficient spells to obscure the Dursleys from their taciturn neighbors, he began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. While packing, Harry noticed that a few boxes of chocolate frogs were missing from his bag. He paid it no mind and calmly collected his things before heading downstairs. Sure enough, he spotted a chocolate frog at Dudley's lips, struggling to escape. With a nonchalant shrug, he grasped Sirius by the collar and exited the house. Upon seeing Sirius, Aunt Petunia's expression became one of sheer suffocation. After bidding farewell to his aunt and uncle, Harry dragged Sirius along. A complex magical circle unfurling beneath his feet as he stepped into it. In a flash of white light, accompanied by a gentle jolt, Harry and Sirius landed firmly on the ground. Awaiting them was Connie, who promptly approached to take Harry's luggage. He opened the cage, releasing the impatient Miss Hedwig, who joyfully hooted and spread her wings, soaring into the azure sky. Conti's gaze lingered momentarily on the inquisitive Sirius, and he quietly inquired, "Master, how would you like me to accommodate him?" "I shall arrange it," Harry replied, tugging on Sirius's ears as he led him towards the manor. As they walked, Harry asked, "How is Peter Pettigrew faring?" Connie smiled gently. "Miss Dragon is exceptionally skilled. She has extracted all the information that Rat possessed." However, he hesitated for a moment. "From my observations, under Miss Dragon's methods, Peter appears to be on the verge of a mental breakdown and is currently undergoing basic treatment with Miss McKinley." Connie continued, "After all, you still require him to obstruct the Ministry of Magic regarding Mr. Black." He glanced at the somewhat dazed Sirius and slowly added, "To retrieve him." "Oh, very well," Harry conceded with a hint of resignation. Yet, this was precisely what Peter deserved. The dragons were indeed formidable. Despite having encountered many individuals, the trio of Long, Mei, and Gui dragons stood out as particularly fearsome. These several Chinese mercenaries, who hailed from humble beginnings, ranked among the elite in Harry's current cadre. After all, they were his fortunate finds from the Golden Triangle region. At the time, Harry had followed the direction of his lucky pocket watch to locate them just as they had orchestrated the demolition of the Golden Triangle Drug Lord's main base. The youngest of the trio, Gui Long, was a wizard with extraordinary talent, having developed her own mastery of magic through self-exploration. Magic is indeed a wondrous force. Without a doubt, she had attracted unwanted attention. After being captured by the drug lord, she was injected with narcotics in an attempt to shatter her mind and bring her under his control. Yet this sister was ruthless not only towards others, but even more so towards herself. At the cost of her own foundation, she contacted her siblings, Long E and Long Mei, who were frantically searching for her. When she knelt before the drug lord, feigning submission, she cleverly conjured explosives, burying a multitude of C4 beneath the drug lord's base. When her elder siblings arrived to rescue her, she detonated the very base that had imprisoned her, sending debris flying 3 yards deep. The scum within the base perished in droves. Upon receiving her distress signal, Long E and Long Mei swiftly began their escape. Meanwhile, the local warlord, who had conspired with the drug lord, suffered catastrophic losses. Upon realizing that the chaos had been wrought by a few Chinese mercenaries, he was consumed with rage. Thus, the local warlord dispatched a considerable armed force, determined to take their lives at any cost. The scene was one of utter pandemonium, with off-road vehicles racing ahead and bombers pursuing from behind. Not only did shells rain from the sky, but torrents of bullets followed suit. Harry was astounded by this spectacle of fortune. It was best left untouched. Consequently, he turned to depart, but after learning the full story, Harry quickly returned to rescue his fortunate comrades. Harry, too, harbored a deep disdain for narcotics. During his years in the alternate realm, he had encountered similar mental addictive substances. However, in the eyes of the clergy and aristocrats, these were dubbed ecstasy birds. They believed that the euphoric sensation experienced after consumption was a divine blessing bestowed by their deity. They claimed that after taking the ecstasy bird, one could commune with the divine and receive its rewards. Thus, this potion was sold at exorbitant prices, considered an exceedingly precious commodity. However, after Harry and his senior colleagues reviewed historical records, they discovered that this potion had repeatedly been classified as a forbidden substance. Initially, they could not comprehend why until a few wizards perished as a consequence. That boy had a remarkably similar experience to Harry's. His parents and sister were sacrificed on the pyre at the behest of the clergy, accused of heresy merely because he was a wizard, and thus his family was also deemed heretical. Yet, unlike Harry, who aimed his sword at the ecclesiastical authority, this boy bore the weight of all blame upon himself, spiraling into despair. Later, as Harry grappled with the dilemma posed by the ecstasy bird, that boy appeared before him with a substantial quantity of the substance, seemingly procured from nowhere. He declared that since this potion could facilitate a meeting with the divine, he wished to conduct an experiment for the wizards. If he truly could meet the deity, he would demand to understand why it had forsaken wizards. Why were wizards deemed heretical beings that must be purged? Even if he is a heretic, his parents and sister remain among his most devout followers. At that time, unaware of the loathsome nature of the blissful divine bird, Harry gazed into the child's resolute eyes and could not bring himself to intervene. This reluctance, however, led to dire consequences. When his senior sister arrived with comprehensive experimental data, sternly indicating that the use of the blissful divine bird would cause irreversible damage to the brain, Harry immediately sought out the child who was to consume the potion. Yet, he was too late. The child had already perished. At the time of his death, he was merely 14 years old. From that moment onward, Harry developed a profound loathing for drugs that could affect the mind. He abhorred substances that fostered addiction and thus resolved to rescue the trio of siblings who had caused immense trouble for the drug lord. Having previously departed, Harry arrived to find the siblings at a point of no return, yet they were still alive and could be saved. When they witnessed Harry crush several bombers into mere scraps of metal, they were astonished and readily acquiesced to his demands. In their eyes, this was an exceedingly profitable collaboration. What could be more precious than their lives? Thus, in a burst of vindication, Harry dispatched the foolish warlord amidst the siblings' triumphant cheers. With the decree's architect dead, a new hunt began in the Golden Triangle, and no one would concern themselves with a few escaped mercenaries. Harry successfully returned to Italy with the trio. Moreover, serendipitously, the lucky pocket watch guided Harry to fortune that solely encompassed the siblings. However, after taking them away, another member of the mercenary team followed suit. He was a young Latino man, lacking in physical combat prowess, yet possessing formidable skills in the digital realm as a highly capable hacker. Although they had settled within the Esposito Mafia, the substance injected into Longue had indeed inflicted harm upon her. Currently, she was housed in a specially designed cell near the dungeon, undergoing intensive treatment while struggling through the agonizing withdrawal symptoms. This was also one of the significant reasons why Longue took over the interrogation team. As for Longue, Harry pondered, Connie, where's Longue? Is he off in Southeast Asia eliminating drug lords and warlords again? This. Conti paused for a moment before delicately responding. You see, Mr. Long is quite the vengeful individual. He emphasized again, quite vengeful. Before meeting you, he was an ordinary man, but now that he wields magic, what is the harm in eliminating a few scoundrels? Harry. Okay, fine. Chapter 51. James, Lily, I am sorry. Harry's conversation with Connie naturally did not exclude Sirius, serving as a subtle test. Sirius Black, after all, had familial ties from his parents' generation, and Harry could not simply disregard him languishing in Azkaban. However, as far as he knew, the parents who had opposed the Death Eaters in the 70s and 80s, with very few exceptions, seemed to possess an overwhelming sense of justice. Harry was uncertain of Black's views on the Silver Sun and the Esposito Mafia. He needed to ascertain Black's stance. The attitude of this large dog would determine whether he would become a man or remain a dog. If he chose to be a man, it would certainly bring joy to all, and Harry would be delighted to have another capable ally. If he opted to remain a dog, that was acceptable too. The Silver Sun Group and the Esposito family were substantial enough to provide for him comfortably. Miss McKinley mentioned that in another half-month, Peter would recover sufficiently to appear in court, at which point a little maneuvering at the Ministry of Magic would suffice to revoke the series of charges against Sirius Black. Conti meticulously informed Harry of the arrangements ahead. Harry listened impassively, occasionally nodding as a form of acknowledgement, while firmly grasping Sirius's dog ears to lead him to the couch. Poor Sirius. Confusion and bewilderment flooded his canine features as he was helplessly pressed to the ground. Suddenly, Harry remarked, as far as I know, Cornelius Fudge is not a particularly astute individual. Connie smiled slightly, readily agreeing. Naturally, Master, if he is unwilling to cooperate, Manly and Johnny will find ways to ensure his compliance. Sirius. What Master? What Cornelius Fudge? What method of compliance? Moreover, Hubert has successfully established long-term collaborations with the old British aristocracy, such as the Malfoys. He believes that seizing control of Diagon Alley would be immensely beneficial for your future development. Diagon Alley? Harry furrowed his brows in contemplation before shaking his head in denial. No, Diagon Alley is not important. What matters is Gringotts, which lies within Diagon Alley. Who could ever have too much money? The Soul Bank is the lifeblood of the wizarding economy. However, before we take action against Gringotts, I hope you can first secure Nocturne Alley. Harry turned with a smile, seemingly reminiscing about the wizarding black market. In illegal locales, one often finds an abundance of rare goods. Harry emphasized, I want both Nocturne Alley and Gringotts. Oh, a hint of mockery flickered in Connie's eyes as he playfully quipped with Harry. Then I fear Hubert may be displeased. Harry understood perfectly. Hubert was a commercial genius. Nocturne Alley, while a hub for trade, was also a gathering place for dark wizards, where strength ultimately spoke louder than words. Indeed, his combat prowess was hardly impressive. Harry wholeheartedly agreed. Let him connect with the operational team. Connie, yes. Sirius. What long-term collaboration? What seizing of Diagon Alley? What illegal activities? What do you mean by I want it all? Harry recalled another matter. How is the investigation into Voldemort's early years progressing? Connie fell silent for a moment. His head slightly bowed in a show of embarrassment. I apologize, Master, but as of now, we have found nothing of substantial use. Voldemort appears to have emerged from thin air. The only information we can find pertains to his activities in the 60s and 70s, his rise seemingly untraceable to anything earlier. Connie carefully chose his words. I have instructed the intelligence team to expand the search radius to investigate whether Voldemort has changed names. As for the matter you mentioned regarding his soul-splitting and the creation of Horcruxes, it will be difficult to uncover the truth before we can trace his origins. Harry frowned, and Connie quickly reassured him. I will continue to urge those below. Please be patient. Harry, displeased, inquired, how long will that take? Since Voldemort advocates for blood purity and has rallied his base within Slytherin, we should look into stories and artifacts related to Slytherin. He muttered, I hope to soon learn how many lives that scoundrel has. I do not wish to kill one only for another to appear endlessly. That would exhaust me. Harry provided a hint, and Conti recognized that he was not overly angry, sighing in relief. Yes. Sirius. Sirius remained utterly perplexed. What Voldemort? What Horcrux? What scoundrel? What lives? Why is it that he recognizes every word, yet cannot comprehend their collective meaning? Why does Harry speak of murder with such ease? Upon his release, has babysitting turned into a prelude to becoming a Dark Lord? The sky fell for Sirius. It was certain that Harry was struggling and was being forced into these actions. It is all his fault. Had he emerged from Azkaban sooner, he could have safeguarded Harry. James, Lily, I am so sorry. A mournful howl erupted from the large black dog, transforming abruptly before Harry and Conti's bewildered eyes. Harry, my Harry. Sirius leaped forward with a howl, enveloping the startled Harry in a tight embrace. Conti's pupils dilated, a flicker of green light passing through his palm. But the impulse to act was forcibly suppressed as he considered the bond between Sirius and Harry. It's all my fault. Sirius cried. How could you have ended up like this? Has someone bullied you? Surely, someone must have bullied you. The more Sirius pondered, the more convinced he became. And his emotions took a swift turn, his anger igniting. Who is it? Who has dared to harm you? I shall hunt them down. Connie. He recalled Harry brandishing a rocket launcher during a skirmish at the harbor and couldn't help but glare at Sirius. Are you jesting, Mr. Black? Harry struggled vigorously, breaking free from Sirius's grasp, and regarded him with an incredulous expression. Someone bullied me, Harry murmured, chuckling to himself. Who gave you that impression? Oh. Sirius choked back a sob, his tousled hair falling around his cheeks, hesitating as a flicker of uncertainty crossed his gray eyes. No, could it be? Harry. As Harry reflected on the reasons that had led him down this path, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although in another world the church lay in ruins and the god Camus had met his demise at his hands, well, I suppose that counts. Harry shrugged and couldn't help but smirk. Those radiant paladins, amid the onslaught of the church and aristocrats, who hasn't he slain a lackey? Which wizard willingly stains their hands with blood, committing murder indiscriminately? It is all a result of circumstance. Sirius exploded with rage, howling. I knew it. I knew it. Who is it? Harry looked at the furious Sirius, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Do not be angry, Sirius. They are already dead. He chuckled lightly. I killed them. Chapter 52, Reunions and Chit-Chat. Sirius. Harry did the killing? Oh, Sirius responded slowly, his brain struggling to process the implications before he blurted out. No one found out, right? Conti. Harry smiled. No, they didn't. Sirius instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, that is a relief. Conti displayed a deadpan expression. This is it. I can sense that Sirius will be the kind of oblivious parent who mindlessly supports his child's reckless antics. He sighed internally, glancing at Harry. After receiving a nod from Harry, Conti silently departed, leaving the space for Sirius and Harry. He surmised that a family reunion would undoubtedly entail much to discuss. This is good. At least it appears that Sirius Black will firmly stand by his master, which is splendid. Now, he must prepare the documents that his indolent master needs to approve next. Conti cheerfully retreated to the study. However, Sirius still felt a twinge of anxiety. He reached out to tousle Harry's unruly hair, unable to mask his concern. But, Harry, why are you so thin? Your father was as robust as a calf at your age. Is it that your upbringing has not been favorable? Were they withholding food from you? As that thought surfaced in his mind, his anger surged. He leaped from the sofa, fuming. Is it that muggle sister of Lily's? Is it them? How have they treated you? I shall go and kill them. Harry gripped his robe firmly, forcefully pushing him back onto the sofa. Calm down, Sirius. Didn't you see at Aunt Petunia's? They wouldn't dare bully me, and besides, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon have treated me quite well. Dumbledore did not provide them with any maintenance fees, and the welfare benefits from the British government are nowhere near sufficient for a child who has lost their parents to thrive. Harry reassured Sirius. Compared to the children in the orphanage, I am quite fortunate. He then drew a weapon from behind his waist, spinning it around in his palm. Pleased to see Sirius's eyes widen in shock, boasting, "Moreover, I hold the truth in my hands. How could they still dare to bully me?" "Wow, cool," Sirius exclaimed, his gaze nearly glued to the cold, metallic sheen of the magnum. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, looking disapprovingly at Harry. "But if they truly treated you well, why are you so thin?" "Ah," that Harry feigned solemnity, sighing dramatically, clutching his heart. "Perhaps it is simply the envy of the heavens, for I am a genius." "Sirius?" Sirius appeared bewildered. "What do you mean?" "You may be unaware, Sirius." Harry grinned mischievously as he leaned closer, spreading his hands. "I am quite formidable." Sirius glanced at his protege, then at Harry's outstretched hands, hesitating for a moment before raising his hand to initiate a high five. Seeing this, Harry quickly withdrew his hand, leaving Sirius to clap at nothing. In the next moment, an ominous green glow erupted from Harry's palm. Sirius paused, and then his mind buzzed. How can the killing curse be held in one's hand? That is an unforgivable curse that takes lives. He shrieked, "The killing curse. Toss it away. Quick, throw it away." He rushed over in a panic. "Harry, my Harry, don't die. Please don't die. Harry." Before he could finish his sentence, Sirius's face loomed large before him, and Harry's own panic escalated. Wait. Fearing Sirius might crash into the killing curse, he hastily pulled his hand back, leaning away sharply, extinguishing the green light. "Sirius, I am fine. That mere killing curse cannot kill me." What? Sirius's mind continued to buzz, not quite comprehending. Or perhaps he just couldn't react. After all, what does it mean that a mere killing curse cannot harm me? Voice cracking. No. Sirius, somewhat dazed, gripped Harry's arms, placing his hand beneath Harry's nose to confirm he was still breathing, relaxing only slightly, though his tension was still palpable. "Harry, you need to get checked out." "No, it's unnecessary." Harry caught his hand, exhaling in exasperation, soothingly replied, "Sirius, listen to me. The killing curse cannot kill me. My magic is powerful, but my body lacks resilience, much like an unending stream of water filling a sealed bottle. You, being a member of the Black family, must understand my meaning, right?" Sirius halted, his uniquely black family gray eyes fixed upon Harry, a complex and profound expression within them. He certainly understood that once a container reaches its threshold, it will inevitably shatter. However, logically speaking, such a situation should not arise. Wizards with great magical power typically grow rapidly, reaching heights of admiration before their magic turns against them, unless some unforeseen circumstance halts their growth. Their fate is but one, premature death. Yet, Harry, seeing that Sirius seemed to regain his composure, Harry slowly began. "The reasons behind my magical condition are, of course, more intricate. Sirius, perhaps in time, you will come to know." Harry slightly lifted his chin, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. "But for now, you only need to know that I am formidable. How is your health at present?" Sirius inquired, his concern palpable. "I am quite well," Harry replied candidly, acknowledging that the injuries he had previously sustained still bore some lingering effects, yet they no longer posed any significant hindrance. Sirius, perplexed, noted that despite the Cruciatus curse, Harry's magical prowess had reached unprecedented heights, a level of power not easily dissipated. However, he refrained from pursuing the subject further. As much as he was entitled to express concern for Harry as a family member, their years of separation rendered such personal inquiries inappropriate. Harry, intent on being forthright with Sirius, confessed, "I disclosed this matter to my aunt and her family when I was 7, and then I departed, embarking on what could be termed a global journey. The Contes are individuals I encountered later. They have marked me and serve as conduits for my magical energy. Together we formed the Silver Sun. The Esposito Mafia serves as the base and foundation of the Silver Sun." He paused, contemplating how to describe the essence of Silver Sunday. Recalling the near catastrophe at the Ministry of Magic, he forced a chuckle and evasively remarked, "You'll come to learn about that in due time." As their conversation dwindled, Harry reaffirmed his position with Sirius. Naturally, Sirius could never stand opposed to Harry, not even under Dumbledore's influence. The loss of James and Lily at the hands of the Dark Lord carried a weight of responsibility that he could not escape. His pride and folly had prevented him from nurturing Harry properly, deepening his sense of guilt. Regardless, he would never commit any act that could harm Harry. Upon observing Harry's vibrant green eyes and youthful visage, Sirius's expression grew resolute. "Oh, what a remarkably charming and delightful young man Harry is." Chapter 53, German Intelligence. The urgency of their reunion was palpable. Sirius was eager to learn about Harry's circumstances, while Harry sought to ascertain Sirius's stance. However, they soon realized that Sirius's appearance was quite disheveled. "This is rather unfortunate, Sirius," Harry teased, playfully tugging at the tattered fabric of Sirius's attire. "Oh, I suppose I cannot help but feel a bit embarrassed," Sirius replied, sheepishly rubbing his nose, mimicking Harry by tugging at another frayed piece of cloth adorning him. "The conditions of Azkaban do not permit one to dress like a gentleman of means." Harry chuckled, rising to his feet with a buoyant tone, suggesting, "While Azkaban may disallow it, I certainly permit it. I shall arrange for someone to assist you with your grooming and to tailor a few outfits for you." "I can see it," he said, pointing to Sirius's face, then to his own eyes, playfully gesturing a blooming flower. "Your bone structure is quite appealing. In your youth, you must have been quite the catch. Even now, with a bit of sprucing up, you would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of many young ladies." The more he spoke, the more Harry found his reasoning compelling, nodding vigorously and winking at Sirius. "Indeed, you shall look remarkably dashing, Godfather." This Godfather was not to be confused with another. Although the Mafia led by Conti often referred to Harry as Godfather, it did not hinder him from using the term to forge a closer bond with Sirius. Hearing Harry's affectionate address, Sirius's heart swelled with joy. Moreover, Harry's emerald eyes, a legacy of Lily's fine genes, sparkled with sincerity, conveying genuine emotion when he spoke. Of course, such sincerity could also lend itself to sarcasm, as evidenced by the incident that had once left a certain Malfoy utterly exasperated. In any case, Sirius reveled in the compliments. He did not even have time to change his attire, and with his unkempt appearance, he shook his head with an air of self-satisfaction, laughing heartily. "Indeed, I was quite popular in my youth." Harry merely observed, his gaze drifting to the dust floating in the air, remnants of Sirius's earlier antics. He shifted away slightly, suppressing a grin as he suggested, "However, I believe that until you have attended to your appearance, no female will take notice of you." Sirius's laughter abruptly ceased. Looking at the tattered fabric draped over him, he shot Harry a reproachful glance before making his way to change clothes with the elderly housekeeper waiting at a distance. Harry rose from the sofa, preparing to retreat to his study. Yet, before he could cross the threshold, he caught sight of a sight that made his heart race with dread. Connie was seated comfortably on a leather sofa, a formidable stack of documents, 3 towering piles, each a meter high, arrayed before him. Conti's demeanor was relaxed, indicating he had been waiting for some time. The instant he sensed movement at the door, Connie turned, his gaze honing in on Harry, who was clearly attempting to shirk his responsibilities. No jesting. The moment their eyes met, Harry nearly experienced cardiac arrest. He turned on his heel and fled, but his escape was thwarted. Upon detecting Harry's hesitation, Conti, who had endured a year of Harry's indolence, instantly reacted. He appeared at the door in a flash, seizing Harry's arm and drawing him into the study. Conti's grip was firm, yet his smile remained gentle as he humbly stated, "Master, I have compiled the matters from this month that you had not yet addressed. Please review them." "No, Connie," Harry protested desperately, struggling momentarily before realizing the futility of his efforts. At his current, not fully developed height, his feet barely grazed the ground as Connie hoisted him up. While Harry could have retaliated physically, he deemed it unnecessary at this juncture. After all, one must not neglect their responsibilities, and he was indeed rather lazy. Having someone to keep him on task was rather beneficial. In truth, it was a case of being verbally resistant, yet physically compliant. Nevertheless, Harry resolved to make one final stand. "I believe," he attempted to argue, "that with such an extended break, I have ample time to handle these matters." And, he added, his teeth clenched, "Conti, please maintain a level of respect for your master." "I consider myself to have a fair understanding of your character," Harry asserted, albeit somewhat defensively. Conti leisurely deposited Harry into a chair and, with a resounding thud, placed the 3 stacks of documents upon Harry's desk. The forceful noise caused Harry to startle visibly. "For you, no matter how long the holiday may be, time is always in short supply. I wager that if I do not prompt you soon, you will not even glance at these documents. A multitude of affairs awaits your directives, Master. The mark of Silver Sun will guide us forward." Conti unflinchingly exposed Harry's shortcomings. Though Harry felt a pang of guilt, it did not prevent him from glaring at Conti. The mark of Silver Sun merely wished to succumb to the softness of a large bed and slumber. A mature servant ought to learn to guide themselves forward. Indeed, this was the essence of Harry's contradictory nature. Conti blinked innocently, feigning a melodramatic lament as he pleaded, "Do not glare at me so, Master. I hold you in great esteem. However, I have not rested for 3 days, and I thought you would not wish to lose such a valuable assistant as your dedicated housekeeper." He jested. "Or is it that my authority has grown so vast that you must resort to such oppressive measures to rid yourself of me?" Harry fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Conti, finally noticing the deep shadows under his eyes. Have you truly not slept for 3 days? Harry inquired with a sense of incredulity, struggling to fathom the absurdity of the situation. Conti's expression faded at a visible pace, transforming from his usual humble demeanor into a faint semblance of death. Harry even suspected he could see a ghostly white apparition hovering above Connie's head. Connie replied in a half-hearted manner, "Yes, master. I feel as though I am on the brink of a sudden demise. Your loyal steward sincerely hopes you possess a practical and clear understanding of the current scale of your estate. It is quite challenging for me alone to manage everything seamlessly." "Oh," Harry responded dryly. Connie was an exceptionally capable assistant, and Harry was not ready to part with his versatile butler just yet. "Very well. I shall grant you 3 days of leave. Take the time to rest properly." Thus, Harry feigned a capitalist's concern. Connie sighed. "I fear that may be quite difficult." This took Harry aback. He had expected Connie to be pleased about receiving time off. Hence, he asked why. Connie sighed again, extracting a stack of papers from the 3 towering piles of documents and placing them before Harry. "This is the new intelligence from Germany." "Oh," Harry raised an eyebrow, curious as he began to peruse the documents. Conti stated with precision, "Arya has uncovered some rather intriguing information. This compilation of intelligence records not only the recent changes among the German saints, but also the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, as well as the lineage of my mother and myself." "Wait." Harry suddenly looked up, raising his voice. "Grindelwald? And whose love-hate relationship?" Conti offered a frail smile. "Dumbledore." He humbly indicated, "Do not overthink it. You are correct to assume it is indeed that Dumbledore, your current headmaster." "Harry." He lowered his head, beginning to sift through the papers, and sure enough, on one page, he found the pertinent information. The brief text recorded that Dumbledore and Grindelwald shared a blood pact, and it was confirmed by the elder that an unspeakable bond indeed existed between them. After all, what pair of genuine friends would form a blood pact? Harry also discovered a well-known statement from Grindelwald himself, directed at Dumbledore's former student, Newt Scamander. Allegedly, he was even Dumbledore's favorite pupil. What did Grindelwald say? "Do you think Dumbledore would mourn for you? Look at that. Just look at those words." Beneath this intelligence, Arya even attached a sharp critique written in Chinese, reflecting the peculiarities of British national sentiment. Harry, his expression turned blank as he slowly lowered the document, slipping into a prolonged reverie. Conti gazed at Harry's face with satisfaction, for it mirrored his own countenance upon first learning of this matter. After what seemed like an eternity, Harry finally spoke in a dreamlike tone. I thought they were sworn enemies to the death." Conti smiled. "You were mistaken. They were, in fact, true lovers." "So," Harry stammered, hesitating, "Grindelwald's defeat and his imprisonment in Nurmengard were not due to his inability to fight?" Connie smoothly interjected, "It was because of love." Harry. He was utterly flabbergasted, his mind nearly fracturing. He mumbled incoherently, "Dumbledore was truly that remarkable." Connie remained silent, merely observing. Chapter 54, The Diligent Worker. All right. Harry rubbed his temples, forcing himself to adopt an optimistic demeanor. "Oh, this at least counts as good news." He inquired, "Grindelwald's magic is still intact, right?" Before Conti could respond, Harry continued to muse aloud. It must still be. Even Voldemort, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, retained immense power. While Grindelwald is merely older now, he willingly chose to remain in Nurmengard, which indicates that Dumbledore still holds considerable weight for him. "Connie, what do you think this implies?" Harry regarded Conti with an oddly gleeful expression. Connie responded with measured composure, leverage, a weakness, essentially, something that can be exploited. "Excellent," Harry exclaimed, closing the intelligence file with enthusiasm. "Connie, let us prepare a plan to visit Nurmengard ahead of time. After all, I am quite a proponent of peace. Should the expansion of Silver Sun bring the German saints to become a stumbling block and ignite conflict, I would certainly feel sorrow for those affected by the war." "Connie, what has come over you again?" He cast a half-hearted glance at Harry, sharply remarking, "Master, that sounds rather hypocritical. Need you say it?" "I am aware," Harry retorted, shooting him a glare before proudly asserting, "As long as other wizards believe it, that suffices. Most wizards are rather politically naive fools." "Connie," he took a deep breath, "I understand your excitement, but do hold your horses. There is more in this intelligence." "Oh," Harry paused, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. "You mean your lineage?" Connie replied. "Arya mentioned that my mother seemingly hails from a branch of Grindelwald's lineage, a squib. And I." He hesitated, lifting a hand to touch his eyes, speaking solemnly, "appear to have inherited Grindelwald's unique eyes. Of course, only a portion was inherited." Harry's expression grew solemn as he carefully articulated, "This sounds utterly fantastical, but I believe you." Connie looked at Harry in astonishment. He had found the news amusing when he first learned it. The child of a squib inheriting the talents of the Dark Lord sounded as if Voldemort and Dumbledore were engaged in a waltz. When I first met you, you were able to see through my spells, Harry said slowly. That was one of the reasons I decided to save you. And it's not that strange. Magic is a wondrous thing, and genetics are equally mysterious. When the two wonders combine, the result is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. However, Harry pondered. Looking at Conti, I imagine this must have some effect on you. Have you explored what your eyes can do? Arya mentioned that Grindelwald's eyes could foresee the future. Conti shook his head. I cannot do that, but they seem to have the ability to pierce through certain magical illusions, such as Confundus charms and transfiguration. Harry nodded in agreement. Yet that is already astonishing and quite useful. Do you wish to venture to Germany to confer with Arya? To investigate your lineage and your mother's past? Harry stroked his chin. Well, I suppose it could be considered a small holiday. Conti was tempted, but he fell silent for a moment, recalling another matter. He glanced at Harry with suspicion, subtly gesturing towards the 3 piles of documents in front of him. Master, if I go, will I return to find your work untouched? Harry, that's difficult to say. No, how could that be? Harry immediately assured, thumping his chest and vowing, I shall work diligently during this holiday. Conti still harbored skepticism. Yet, he begrudgingly accepted, for he truly wished to visit Germany. Although subsequent events would prove him outrageously mistaken, nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to such pitfalls. Once Conti had arranged all matters, he entrusted the operation of the Esposito Manor to the head maid, Emily Pomavet. The head maid was once a seasoned enforcer in an underworld organization, now retired and aged. When adversaries came knocking, she valiantly resisted but faltered, finding herself on the brink of death when Harry intervened, rescuing her. Given her advanced age and the unsuitability for vigorous activity, coupled with her efficiency in handling menial tasks, Conti promptly assigned her to assist him. With the tenderness and indulgence that often accompanies the elderly, she looked upon children with warmth, and Harry's striking appearance only added to this affection. Thus, when Emily discovered Harry frolicking with a large black dog while neglecting the documents on the table, she merely chuckled and shook her head, dismissing it as inconsequential. If every matter required Harry's direct approval, what purpose would Conti serve? With a sense of justification, Emily pondered, and then prepared a small treat for Harry and Sirius. It was evident that Conti would be utterly dismayed upon his return. The inefficiency of the Ministry of Magic was truly appalling. Sirius had been taken away for several days, and only now did the Ministry belatedly sense panic, issuing a warrant for his apprehension. Speaking of which, Sirius Black. Harry found himself momentarily lost in thought. Recalling that Narcissa Malfoy also hailed from the Black lineage, he resolved to gauge the Malfoys' disposition, hoping to forge an alliance, and upon Sirius's exoneration, assist in reclaiming the assets of the Black family, thus alleviating some of Conti's burdens. The Blacks were a venerable pure-blood family, rich in heritage. Surely, their wealth would be substantial, glittering with gold galleons. Harry was confident that his godfather would not be miserly, which would effectively equate to acquiring the fortunes of the Black family. The thought alone was enticing. Without hesitation, Harry took up his quill and penned a letter to Malfoy Manor, under the pretext of inquiring about Sirius Black, sending it directly to Draco. Sirius had always been rebellious and mischievous. The Slytherin aristocratic upbringing could not alter his resolve, nor could the harshest reprimands from family sway his beliefs. Even after languishing in Azkaban for a decade, Sirius remained unchanged, still the audacious mastermind who, alongside his dear friend James Potter, boldly ventured through Hogwarts. Yet, Azkaban was a frightful prison, and prolonged proximity to Dementors had indeed taken a toll on his health, prompting Harry to insist he undergo regular checkups. Sirius acquiesced, but even during the examinations, he could not remain still. Avery McKinley expressionlessly affixed electrodes to Sirius's body, and as the heart monitor emitted a sound, it began to operate steadily. Harry remained by his side, and Sirius, unable to contain himself, began to chatter. Hey Harry, did you know? Your father was quite the remarkable figure in his youth, a true icon at Hogwarts. He stroked his chin, eyebrows raised in self-satisfaction. Of course. I was no slouch either. With such excellence, it was only natural for jealousy to arise, Sirius scoffed, like that gloomy, spiteful Snivellus. Severus. Pathetically weak. Yet he constantly pursued us, clinging to Lily. Pathetic? Harry retorted, rolling his eyes. To my knowledge, aside from the early years when you lot outnumbered him, you could hardly best him even 4-1. Sirius's smile faltered. Oh, let's not speak of that wretched fellow. He quickly attempted to change the subject. Your father was quite dashing in his youth. You shall be no less impressive. He reminisced. I remember countless girls were enamored with me and James. Even your mother succumbed to James's charm. Harry interjected mercilessly. Hagrid told me that Mum always thought Dad was showing off in front of her. Sirius's smile vanished. Oh, haha. He chuckled awkwardly before regaining his composure. That's inconsequential. Your father was the most exceptional seeker on the Gryffindor team, as long as he was there. Gryffindor always secured the championship. Harry remained indifferent. I have no interest in Quidditch. Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? How can there be a wizard who does not adore Quidditch? Once he confirmed Harry was not jesting, he lamented. Oh, what a pity. Listen to me, Harry. Give it a try. You undoubtedly possess more talent than your father. You shall shine even brighter than he did. Sirius's excitement reddened his face. Avery, listening to the beeping monitor, felt a vain throb on her forehead. Harry quickly reassured him. All right, perhaps you have a point. I will give it a try. Really? Sirius exclaimed in delight, promptly attempting to perform sit-ups. The vigorous movement caused the monitor to jolt. Avery, incensed, yanked Sirius's hair and firmly pressed him back onto the bed. Mr. Black, please remain calm and cooperate with the examination. Sirius yelped in pain. Ow? Harry hesitated, unsure of what to say, noticing him still present. Avery shot him a cold glance, her lips curling into a strained smile. Master, please wait patiently outside for a moment. Harry wisely closed his mouth and quietly slipped away. Sirius, thoroughly agitated by Avery, could scarcely focus, his thoughts consumed with the idea of taking Harry flying on a broomstick. Thus, once his examination concluded, Harry found himself encouraged to soar through the skies on a broom. Chapter 55, Hedwig. Having frolicked enough in the expansive meadow, Harry, buoyed by Sirius's enthusiasm, discovered a modicum of enjoyment in flying. They returned to the house, laughing and chatting, when a call from outside caught Harry's attention, bringing a smile to his face. He raised his arm, and Hedwig joyfully hooted, gracefully descending onto his forearm, which he steadied. Good girl, Hedwig. Harry gently stroked her head and playfully tapped her beak, retrieving the letter she had brought and setting it aside. The snowy owl emitted a contented sound in response. Hedwig happily flapped her wings against Harry's arm, while Sirius leaned in, his large face close to her, startling the snowy owl. Whoosh! Hedwig, in a fit of indignation, flapped her wings in Sirius's face. Ouch! Sirius yelped, jumping up in surprise, clutching his handsome face. Harry glanced at the restless Sirius with a mix of exasperation and amusement, smoothing the disheveled feathers of Hedwig as he focused on the silver ring around her leg. The ring was adorned with a blood-red gem, a protective charm Harry had specially commissioned for Hedwig. Now, however, the once clear gem had taken on a murky appearance. This was not a normal occurrence. Good girl. What have you encountered? Harry squinted, softly inquiring. Who? Hedwig tilted her head in confusion. Harry silently pointed at her leg ring, and understanding his meaning, she began to hoot plaintively, voicing her grievances. What happened? What troubles you, Hedwig? Sirius asked again, peering in. Something attempted to intercept Hedwig. Harry meticulously examined the ring, explaining. But it was thwarted by my alchemical device. Sirius's expression grew serious. Is it a dark wizard? He could not afford to ponder further. Harry's identity as the savior was already sensitive, not to mention Sirius had recently learned that Harry was indeed the mastermind behind Silver Sunday. In recent days, he had gathered much of the information he needed. The entity known as Silver Sun possesses a demeanor more flamboyant than that of the Death Eaters. Yet it adheres to principles that even the Death Eaters lack, particularly when considering the authority of Silver Sun and his protege. It is indeed difficult to ascertain Sirius's feelings on the matter. Nevertheless, this does not impede Sirius's concern for Harry. He glanced again at the letter that Harry had set aside. Who sent you this letter? Harry paused momentarily. It's from Draco. He examined the exquisite golden embossing on the envelope, its intricate design unmistakable, the signature wax seal glaringly prominent. Thus, Harry reiterated, it's from Draco. No one but the young scion of the Malfoy family would employ such a refined envelope. Harry offered his scathing commentary. Oh, Sirius grimaced, baring his teeth in a grimace. Harry having friends is commendable, yet why must it be Malfoy? The mere thought of Malfoy inevitably conjured images of his gentle sister Narcissa. Yet, as he reflected upon her, he could not suppress memories of that insufferable, pompous git who had paraded before her during their school days, flaunting his riches. Had he been able, he would have surely broken Lucius Malfoy's nose with a single blow. He vividly recalled that insufferable, arrogant expression that the pompous Malfoy had worn, and mused. Could this little Malfoy be the 20-year-old version of Lucius Malfoy? However, Sirius held a semblance of faith that his sister would adequately guide her offspring. Thus, this little Malfoy ought not to be as detestable as he imagined, he pondered uncertainly. Very well. Sirius appeared somewhat pained, reluctantly stating, Harry. What did he mention in the letter? Harry opened the letter, glanced at its contents, and chuckled. Nothing of consequence. He has invited me to visit Malfoy Manor. It seems Lucius or Narcissa Malfoy wish to discuss matters with me in person. He casually handed the letter to Sirius, winking. Sirius, your sister still cares for you. Sirius remained silent, yet tightly clenched the letter in his hand. Subsequently, Harry summoned Emily. Is anyone available at the moment? He instructed. I would like Hedwig to deliver some items to Ron and Hermione. Please find someone to accompany my dear girl. We must also investigate what has been troubling the situation. Particularly, inform Ron that Scabbers has gone missing, so we can cast that wretched rat into the public eye. Emily nodded slightly, understood. She already had someone in mind. Janet, being delightfully idle of late, had been amusing herself at the breeding grounds, causing a ruckus with her antics, much to the annoyance of the farm owner. Rumor had it that some nursing unicorns had ceased to produce milk. Harry and Sirius prepared to pay a visit to Malfoy Manor, opting for a light and unencumbered departure. Emily cast a glance their way, casually inquiring when they would return and what meal they desired. Observing Harry joyfully reciting the menu to the elderly housekeeper, Sirius scratched his head nervously. Once Emily had departed, he whispered to Harry, "Are we truly going like this? Empty-handed?" Sirius mumbled. "Although I am not fond of the pompous rituals of the aristocracy, Lucius Malfoy, that peacock, surely values such formalities, especially with Narcissa now married into the Malfoy family." The more he reflected, the more anxious he became. Moreover, I recall that Malfoy was a servant of the Dark Lord. Harry, upon hearing this, cast an exasperated glance at Sirius. He retrieved a beautifully crafted black gift box from his magical space and patted Sirius on the shoulder. "Oh, you truly underestimate your brother-in-law. Malfoy is an astute opportunist. I wager he has his means of knowing that Voldemort has not been fully vanquished. Hence he does not dare to openly align himself with the Savior. Yet he senses Voldemort's instability and madness, wishing to place his bets on me. Therefore, Draco's invitation to me is certainly not merely for your sake." Harry circled around Sirius. "Sirius, are you truly prepared to face the world with that visage? You are still a fugitive." Harry tossed the gift box animatedly, fixing his gaze on Sirius. Sirius obediently transformed into a large black dog, and Harry proceeded to secure the gift box onto his back with a ribbon, making sure to loop it around the dog's neck and tie a grand silver bow atop his canine head. After surveying his handiwork, Harry nodded in satisfaction, generously bestowing compliments. "Quite splendid. Sirius, you look dashing." "Sirius, no, I can't help but want to laugh. It's too much." He stifled a chuckle. "Huh?" Sirius cast a dubious glance at him, turning in place, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. Harry promptly interrupted his contemplation. "Let us be off." They chose the swiftest mode of travel, with Harry grasping the dog godfather's ear, leading him into the illuminated teleportation circle, which whisked them directly to Wiltshire. As they approached Malfoy Manor along the winding path, Harry spotted 3 golden heads, 2 large and 1 small, standing at the entrance from quite a distance. He and Sirius, adorned with the grand bow, halted and inclined their heads slightly towards Lucius. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy." Chapter 56, A Visit. Lucius struggled to divert his gaze from the dog bedecked with a bow, instead offering Harry a quintessentially Malfoy smile, aloof, yet unmistakably haughty. "Welcome, Mr. Potter." Lucius drawled languidly. "We are pleased to have you as our guest at Malfoy Manor. Draco has spoken of you on numerous occasions." "Welcome," Narcissa chimed in with a smile. "Draco often speaks fondly of you." Harry, in turn, donned a smile of courteous formality, his tone light yet tinged with insincerity, following a rehearsed protocol. "I am equally delighted to meet both of you. Draco and I share a strong friendship, and it is indeed an honor to visit Malfoy Manor today." Lucius's gaze bore an inscrutable meaning as it swept over Harry. Harry sensed the depth of Lucius's scrutiny, yet did not feel belittled. The Savior, Harry Potter, shared a favorable relationship with Draco, allowing Lucius to glean pertinent information through his son, regardless of the silent spells or the formidable Muggle weapons, which could not alter Lucius's disdain for Muggle blood. He recognized Harry's extraordinary nature. Lucius was convinced that even without the title of Savior, Harry Potter was destined for greatness. Narcissa, standing beside Lucius, placed her slender fingers on Draco's shoulder, her gentle gaze sweeping over Harry before becoming fixated on the large black dog. While she had not noticed it during their initial greetings, now, as she beheld the dog's form and gaze, an absurd sense of familiarity surged within her. She had overlooked the comical bow atop Sirius's dog head, her focus solely on this strangely familiar creature. Narcissa momentarily lost her composure. Sensing the tremor in his mother's hand resting on his shoulder, Draco looked up at her in confusion. Upon observing the unstable emotions in her blue eyes, he silently placed his hand on the back of her hand, offering a gentle pat. "Oh," Narcissa came to her senses, meeting the concerned gazes of her son and husband. She took a deep breath, casting her gaze upon Harry, although the majority of her attention remained fixated on the serious black dog. "Mr. Potter, may I inquire what this is?" Lucius had initially assumed the dog was merely Harry's beloved pet, finding nothing peculiar about it. However, upon hearing Narcissa's question. He followed his wife's gaze to scrutinize the serious dog beside Harry, and his expression subtly tightened. Following the confrontation between the Marauders and Severus Snape, most astute individuals had already begun to speculate regarding Remus Lupin's lycanthropic nature and the illegal and animagus transformations of the other three. Snape had nearly been bitten by the werewolf, an incident that, while downplayed by Dumbledore, still resonated significantly within Slytherin. It was said that Sirius Black's animagus form was the very black dog depicted on the Black family crest. More significantly, upon sensing Lucius's scrutiny, the black dog exhibited an aggressive disdain, its canine visage revealing a distinctly human-like contempt. Lucius could not help but be reminded of the past. The corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, and a vein on his forehead throbbed. That infuriating expression could only belong to Black. Harry, with a cheerful grin, playfully tugged at the dog's ears to prevent Sirius from impulsively snapping at his brother-in-law, then responded in a light-hearted tone, "I found him by the roadside. He is part of my family." Narcissa appeared somewhat dazed, and Harry turned to Lucius. "I believe Mrs. Malfoy has many questions for me?" Lucius regarded him intently, then stepped aside. "Indeed, Mr. Potter, please follow me." The three Malfoys sat together, while a few house elves arranged refreshments before them. Narcissa seemed lost in thought, and Draco, seated beside his parents, initially maintained his composure but soon began to covertly observe Harry, particularly the comically adorned black dog by Harry's side. It was undeniably amusing. Draco felt an urge to laugh, yet decorum compelled him to stifle it. Harry unwrapped the gift box from Sirius's back and pushed it toward Lucius. "I arrived somewhat hastily and only brought this modest token. I hope you will forgive me." Lucius nodded, accepting the box with a measured tone. "It is not a formal occasion, but I am genuinely grateful that Mr. Potter has brought a gift." Harry glanced at the distracted Narcissa and smiled brightly. "After all, Mrs. Malfoy and my family have quite a history, haven't we? It would be remiss of me to arrive empty-handed." As he spoke, he kicked Sirius lightly on the backside, prompting Sirius to squirm uncomfortably before transforming into his human form under Narcissa's gaze. Draco's expression went blank, while Lucius exhibited a knowing demeanor. The moment Sirius caught sight of Lucius adorned in his golden peacock attire, his countenance darkened, and the realization that his sister now bore the peacock name left him feeling dizzy. Harry promptly kicked Sirius's leg, preventing him from acting impulsively. He shot Sirius a look, urging him to engage with his cousin. Hesitantly, Sirius shifted his position and offered Narcissa a fawning smile. "Narcissa, long time no see." Harry pressed his temples in exasperation. Lucius cast a probing gaze, remarking with a hint of intrigue, "I was unaware that Mr. Potter harbored such leniency towards an escaped convict." Harry chuckled. "Sirius is indeed an escapee, but he is no criminal. The real fugitive is that dead rat." Harry's visit to Malfoy Manor was primarily to facilitate a meeting between Sirius and Narcissa, hoping to leverage familial ties for short-term sponsorship from the Malfoys. This was Sirius's role, as despite being disowned by the Blacks, his upbringing as an heir had been substantial. Harry did not expect him to divulge any sensitive information, as long as he did not allow Lucius and his sister to extract everything from him. Had it not been for Hubert dealing with the overturned alley situation and Connie's trip to Germany, Harry would not have needed to visit in person. Oh, how he already missed his reliable aides. Harry sighed wistfully. Lucius, still probing, pondered why Sirius was accompanying Harry, whether he had truly betrayed the Potters, and if there were deeper secrets behind his escape from Azkaban, as well as Harry's future intentions. However, after over an hour of aimless chatter with the cheerful Harry, he had gleaned nothing but air. Lucius offered a weary smile and shifted the topic. "Mr. Potter, I believe Mr. Black has conversed sufficiently with my wife." He continued, "Draco has mentioned you several times. Why not explore my estate together, as peers?" This savior seemed either shrewd or downright foolish, as he appeared utterly oblivious. Failing to extract any information, Lucius resolved to change his strategy. Harry, well aware of Lucius's intentions, recognized the deliberate maneuvering. If they sought information from Sirius, it would require a price. Moreover, allowing Lucius to obtain advantageous information from Sirius would serve as a favor, justifying their involvement in the restitution of the Black family's assets. Thus, he readily agreed. Harry and Lucius departed, and as Lucius slowed his pace, once Harry vanished through the door, he pivoted purposefully towards the study. He intended to confront Sirius Black. The savior was formidable, but that not so bright much should be manageable. Meanwhile, as Harry stepped outside, he spotted Draco peering in curiously. Chapter 57, An Excellent Leverage. Draco craned his neck to glance behind Harry, and upon not seeing his father, he relaxed slightly. "Have you finished talking with Dad?" "Yes." Harry replied leisurely. "Your father is now off to extract information from Sirius." Draco faltered. "Extracting information is one thing. But how can you so effortlessly articulate the veiled language we all understand?" Harry dismissed the concern. He was confident that Sirius would side with him, and allowing him to interact with others posed little risk. Even if his wit faltered and Lucius managed to extract valuable information, it fell well within Harry's predictions. With a mischievous grin, he winked at Draco. "Shall we make a wager, young lord?" Draco eyed him warily. "What kind of wager?" "Let us bet on how much information Sirius will unwittingly divulge to your father." Harry waggled his fingers at Draco. "I wager 50%. Draco scoffed. "Just him? My father has always said that Sirius Black is a complete and utter foolish Gryffindor. Everything my father wishes to know, he will undoubtedly uncover." Harry shrugged, casually retorting, "That may not be the case." Draco refrained from engaging in banter. After a year at Hogwarts, he had witnessed the sharpness of Harry's tongue, and whether through magic or brawn, he knew he could not best him. He had no desire to be outsmarted within his own home. Thus, he turned away, pridefully declaring, "We shall see." He then stepped forward, intending to lead Harry to the garden, where his father had raised many white peacocks, birds Harry had surely never encountered. The mere thought of witnessing Harry's astonished expression filled Draco with anticipation. Harry, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar with him, silently followed along. As Lucius entered the study, Sirius had just been reprimanded by his cousin, who had twisted his ear. Grimacing in pain, he covered his injured ear, continuing to implore, "Narcissa, trust me. Do not associate with that man. Join us, and you will have no troubles." Though Silverday's demeanor was more abrasive than that of the Death Eaters, he was nonetheless part of Harry's faction. Harry was such a benevolent and well-mannered child. Surely, aligning with Harry would be a sound decision. Narcissa nearly succumbed to exasperation at Sirius's flippant remarks. Could one simply choose not to follow? Not to mention, even the slightest defiance against that man would bring about severe repercussions. If it were solely her decision, she might dare to accompany Sirius in a gamble. But she had a husband and children to consider. She was a Malfoy. It was at this moment that Lucius entered, having overheard Sirius's persuasion from outside. Observing the unwavering expression on Sirius's face, he contemplated. Narcissa tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and affectionately draped her arm around Lucius's. However, Lucius could see the simmering frustration in his wife's eyes, prompting him to gently pat the back of her hand in reassurance. They both took a seat opposite Sirius. Sirius scrutinized Lucius with disdain, finding him thoroughly displeasing, and let out a cold huff. Lucius, unfazed by his discontent, delved straight into the matter at hand. "Mr. Black, how did you manage to escape from Azkaban?" "I ran away myself," Sirius replied tersely. "It seems you have quite the rapport with Mr. Potter," Lucius remarked, implying that there were hidden truths regarding past events. Sirius suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and muttered, "Of course, I would never betray a friend." This implied that the betrayal of the Potters was committed by someone else. Lucius smiled faintly before abruptly shifting the subject. "I happened to overhear your earlier comments. I am curious, what gives you such confidence in advising the Malfoys to distance themselves from that man?" Lucius paused, uncomfortably pursing his lips. "What is your basis for this assertion?" Sirius instinctively blurted out, "Of course it's because Harry is far superior to that wretched Voldemort." This could not be spoken aloud. Sirius understood that although all wizards may agree that Harry was the savior of the British magical community, among adult wizards of considerable status and power, few genuinely believed he could defeat the Dark Lord. Sirius abruptly fell silent. "I want to tell you." Lucius sighed inwardly, knowing that a direct inquiry would yield no fruitful answers. "Very well," he said lightly. "Let us discuss other matters, such as your future plans." From Sirius's appearance, it was evident that he was in remarkably good spirits, his complexion vibrant, and far from the disheveled state one would expect from an escaped fugitive. The fabric of his clothing suggested it was of fine quality, and if he had been in the company of the Savior, one might wonder where that wealth originated. Did he perhaps possess an exceptionally affluent relative? Lucius gazed into Sirius's eyes, contemplating how much he could glean from the Black family. Each could rely on their own merits. An inexplicable chill ran down Sirius's spine. At this moment, Harry and Draco had reached the garden, where numerous white peacocks strolled leisurely, their long tails sweeping the ground as if to tidy it. "What do you think?" Draco boasted to Harry. "Aren't my family's pet splendid?" Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation. While the peacocks appeared regal and resplendent, he knew that once they spread their tails, the unsightly baldness of their posteriors would be revealed. He glanced at Draco but refrained from voicing his thoughts, as they were merely someone else's pets. Furthermore, as long as they did not display their tails, their long plumage remained quite beautiful. Thus, Harry nodded silently, delighted by Harry's rare agreement. Draco's enthusiasm soared, and he rambled on about his broomstick, his newly learned spells, and his aspirations to join the Quidditch team in his second year. While Harry responded with perfunctory remarks, he subtly edged towards a thicket in the garden's corner. As he approached, the thicket quivered strangely. Harry discreetly swept his gaze over the vibrant, chaotic hair peeking through the leaves. As his eyes met it, the tuft twitched and quickly vanished into the underbrush. Harry's lips twitched as he lowered his voice to inquire, "Janet, weren't you following Hedwig? What are you doing here at the Malfoys?" The thicket shook once more, and two hands emerged, parting the foliage to reveal Janet's face. She winked mysteriously at Harry. "Master, I have discovered what is intercepting Miss Hedwig," she candidly stated. "I followed that creature here." Harry's expression sharpened. "Oh?" Janet, as if uncovering an earth-shattering secret, squinted her eyes. "It's a house elf, and it belongs to the Malfoys. I heard that elf refer to itself as Dobby, and it seems it is not only attempting to intercept Miss Hedwig, but has also intercepted everything your friend sent you." Truthfully, Harry was momentarily taken aback. Given Lucius's demeanor, it was clear he wished for Draco to foster a good relationship with the Savior. If he had indeed instructed his house elf to carry out such tasks, the consequences would be dire if revealed. After all, it was well known that the Malfoys were a family of Death Eaters. Furthermore, Harry did not believe Draco would neglect to write to him. Lucius's own words were frequently repeated by Draco. Could it be that this house elf had the audacity to intercept Draco's correspondence as well? A house elf betraying its master? However, considering it from another angle, Harry's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The betrayal of a house elf is a scandal of monumental proportions. For a family like the Malfoys, who value their noble reputation, this could be a most advantageous leverage. "Excellent," Harry said, quietly commanding. "In that case, inform Hubert of this matter, and keep a close watch on that house elf. If it makes any move, inform me immediately." "Yes, master." "Harry, what are you doing over there?" Draco finally noticed Harry idling about, and suspiciously approached. Harry reacted swiftly, kicking Janet's face back into the thicket and calmly turning around. "Oh, nothing. Your garden is quite well maintained." Janet stifled the scream that had been on the verge of escaping her lips. Draco, diverted by Harry's praise, proudly lifted his chin. "Naturally. Everything in Malfoy is the best." He then continued to complain. "By the way, why haven't you replied to my letters?" Draco thought to himself. If Harry dared to say he forgot or expressed any indifference, he would make him pay. Harry smiled, walked over, and pulled Draco along, half seriously explaining. I just find serious? I've been busy dealing with Peter Pettigrew's situation, and my aunt and her family don't appreciate wizarding tricks. So I had to set your letters aside for the time being. Don't be upset. Apologies to my aunt." Draco's distant questions echoed. "Your aunt? That muggle family that adopted you?" Their voices grew fainter as, in the thicket, Janet grimaced while rubbing her face. Though the pain was somewhat acute, Janet soon found herself lost in thought, cradling her face, which had been kicked, and erupting into a fit of giggles. It was uncertain whether the blush upon her cheeks was a result of the kick or some other whimsy. Chapter 58. He acknowledges you as family. Harry and Draco meandered aimlessly within Malfoy Manor for quite some time. They had engaged in a few minor squabbles. Ultimately, either Draco swallowing his pride or Harry conceding a step back. In any event, they refrained from escalating to blows, which was indeed a positive outcome. Yet, neither was willing to be the first to break the silence upon returning indoors, as if the one who spoke first would be the true loser. Even as hunger gnawed at them, it was an inexplicable childish desire for victory. As dusk fell, Sirius was finally released. Fleeing in a rather disheveled state from the smiles of Lucius and Narcissa, clasping Harry's arm as if to make an escape. His expression was as pallid as one mourning a death, and Harry could even detect the remnants of cold sweat upon Sirius's brow. He appeared utterly defeated under the orchestrated pressure of the Malfoy couple. However, this was not unexpected to Harry. He held no illusions that Sirius could outmaneuver the astute Lucius Malfoy. Narcissa beckoned to the bewildered Draco, prompting him to scamper to her side. Harry was pulled along a few steps, casting a puzzled glance at Sirius before turning back to Lucius Malfoy. Lucius promptly extended a gesture of goodwill towards Harry. "It is getting late, Mr. Potter. It seems that Mr. Black has pressing matters to attend to." He paused for effect. "However, Mr. Potter, Malfoy Manor would be most welcoming to your presence in the future." It appeared to be a rather satisfactory conclusion. Harry nodded farewell to the three Malfoys, allowing himself to be led away from the manor by Sirius. Once they had distanced themselves from the opulent estate, Harry exerted his strength to halt Sirius. "What troubles you? Your complexion is ghastly." Sirius turned, presenting Harry with a smile that was more mournful than cheerful. "Woe is me. Harry, Malfoy is not human. Woe is me, I am sorry." Observing his godfather on the brink of tears, Harry hurriedly patted his shoulder in reassurance. "Oh dear. Such despair. Have you let something slip?" At this remark, Sirius became even more distraught. He thumped his head against the ground and lamented. "That Malfoy, that wretched Malfoy. He tricked me. He deceived me." Harry crouched down, poking Sirius's shoulder, propping his chin on one hand. "Oh, so what did you inadvertently reveal?" With a woeful countenance. Sirius mumbled, I do not know." Then, with a sudden outburst, he wailed, "But I know he must have learned much from me." Harry rolled his eyes lightly, exhaling a resigned sigh. Standing up, he grasped Sirius's head, and with a flick of his wand, they were transported back to the manor. He firmly seated the distraught godfather upon the sofa, while Emily calmly served refreshments to the pair. Harry casually handed a donut to Sirius. "Do not be angry. Eat this." With a scowl, Sirius stuffed the donut into his mouth, chewing angrily, as if venting his frustration upon the confection. Harry inquired, "So what did you discuss? Pray, elaborate." Sirius swallowed the donut with a despondent air. "Oh, he inquired about you, and I said I could not divulge anything, and then he dragged me into another conversation. He mentioned that Wormtail is frolicking about, seeking to assist me in tracking him down, and I told him that was none of his concern. Then he spoke of the Ministry's search for dark artifacts, suggesting we find a way to dispose of them. Harry, are you not overseeing the Nocturne Alley operations?" He proposed that venturing into Nocturne Alley to dispose of dark artifacts was a sound idea. You could seize the opportunity to see if there was anything you fancied. He also conveyed that Narcissa was deeply concerned about the future of the Blacks and hoped I might protect her and Draco in times of crisis. Do they not realize that following Voldemort is far more perilous? I suggested they find a new master. However, when they asked for my thoughts, I remained silent. Sirius furiously bit off another chunk of the donut, muttering incoherently, "Protecting, huh? How shameless. Am I well acquainted with him?" In summation, Sirius had inadvertently divulged more than he had anticipated. He had likely revealed about 60% of the information, exceeding the budget yet remaining within Harry's acceptable range. Harry sighed softly. "Sirius, you truly leak more than I had foreseen." Sirius's face fell. "I did not intend to, Harry. I cannot outplay that wretched peacock. Do not fret. There is no need for self-reproach," Harry consoled, patting Sirius's shoulder. "This was within my expectations. Moreover, you need not harbor such disdain for him. Consider this. Sirius, Malfoy is a quintessential businessman, a scion of an ancient lineage. For him, casual relationships are a grave misstep, yet despite every word being a test, he is willing to share relatively private matters with you." Harry counted off on his fingers. He proposed aiding in the search for Peter, mentioned dark artifacts. Knowing that in the aftermath of Voldemort, wizards are particularly sensitive to dark magic, and he directly expressed the hope that you would protect his family as much as possible. Does this not indicate that he regards you as family? Sirius was momentarily silenced, his gaze cast down as he pondered. The remaining bloodline of the Black family was dwindling. Harry spoke gently. "Though Narcissa Malfoy is the mistress of the Malfoy household, she is, by all appearances, a gentle soul. I can discern that she reminisces about the past you shared in your youth. Provided she feels no threat towards Lucius and Draco, she would care about the rise and fall of the Blacks, and consequently, she would hold you in greater regard, just as Lucius suggested. In times of need, you strive to protect his wife and child, while he, in turn, will endeavor to assist you, for instance, with the estate of the Blacks that the Ministry has sequestered. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Sirius, our goals have already aligned." Of course, the shrewd and opportunistic Malfoy would not merely regard this familial bond at face value. Given that Sirius had once been adversarial towards him, they could hardly be considered deeply bonded. What he truly valued was the latent benefits he glimpsed in Sirius. Lucius undoubtedly discerned even more from Sirius's utterances. For instance, there must be a formidable support behind Sirius that emboldened him to boldly persuade Narcissa to extricate the Malfoys from that person's clutches. As for what this support might be, Harry wagered that Lucius would be keenly observing the developments surrounding Sirius's exoneration to ascertain who was truly driving the matter. Though Sirius managed to find some solace, Harry could still perceive his despondency. Was it that Lucius's incisive rhetoric had struck a nerve, leaving him feeling defeated? Harry was baffled. Sirius was indeed disheartened. He could not fathom it. Despite their paths diverging so vastly in the end, their beginnings were quite similar. They were both heirs of ancient noble lineages. How could he not hold his own against that flamboyant peacock? Was he truly so foolish? He was not foolish. He had self-taught himself the intricate art of animagus transformation while still at school. Sirius felt indignant. Yet, upon reflection, Lucius Malfoy was indeed impressive. Before reaching adulthood, he single-handedly upheld the crumbling Malfoy family, struggling for survival under the tyrannical reign of the Dark Lord, and even managed to elevate the family standing. It was a form of reluctant evolution, born out of necessity. It's perfectly normal to be unable to contend with him. Sirius sighed, easing the tension in his chest as he reconciled with himself. Chapter 59, A Visit to Nocturne Alley. A few days later, Harry once again encountered his vibrant godfather. Simultaneously, Ivy informed them that Peter's condition had stabilized, Even when subjected to the Veritaserum in court, he would withstand the interrogation. However, it would take a few more days to erase certain memories from his mind to prevent any unrest among the wizards that could jeopardize Silver's future. This particularly referred to the tortures Peter endured after being captured by Harry, as well as Harry himself. Sirius felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to witness Peter face the consequences. He had a strong desire to personally dispatch Peter, but Harry insisted that he still had his uses, leaving Sirius to stifle his frustration. Nevertheless, Harry promised that once the trial concluded and Sirius was cleared of charges, he would arrange for him to visit Azkaban. In a place filled with Dementors, the death of a prisoner was hardly remarkable. Sirius felt a sense of calm wash over him, only to be reminded of another individual. In their time, the Marauders included another member, the werewolf Remus Lupin. Wizards had always feared werewolves, dreading their venom. It was exceedingly difficult for a werewolf to make a living in the normal wizarding society. He wondered how Remus had fared over the years. After the traitor Peter's fate had become evident, Sirius finally found the mental space to ponder the well-being of his other friend. He felt a desire to seek out Remus. However, Sirius did not divulge this intention to Harry, sensing that Harry had been quite busy these past few days. The study, which had remained largely untouched since Conti's departure, had been the scene of Harry's diligent efforts for several days. Sirius felt it inappropriate to disturb him over this matter. Thus, he seized the opportunity while Harry was resting and knocked on the study door. Harry was sprawled on the couch, expelling his soul. Upon hearing the noise, he lethargically lifted his gaze towards Sirius and weakly inquired, "Ah, Sirius, what brings you here?" "I wish to seek someone. I might be away for a while." Sirius candidly explained, "Remus Lupin. You know him, right? He was also a friend of James." Harry regarded Sirius with a look of incredulity. "Perhaps you recall that you are currently a fugitive." Sirius stroked his chin thoughtfully, then stretched his arms and legs, confidently raising his head. "I will be cautious. And I feel I have recovered quite well. Even if I am discovered, they won't be able to catch me." Harry interjected, "Foolish Gryffindor." He intended to outright reject the idea, but at that moment, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the latest email from Hubert, indicating that the operation in Nocturne Alley was in its final stages. Hubert was coordinating a team to cast a barrier over Nocturne Alley, a haven for dark wizards, ensuring that nothing could escape from within, only allowing ingress. He commanded them to sweep through from east to west, eliminating any dissenters, and the remaining defiant ones were swiftly subdued. It was time for the true mastermind to make an appearance, thus establishing authority. "Very well," Harry sighed, rousing himself from the couch. "I have matters to attend to as well. You must be growing weary of staying in the manor. A change of scenery would do you good." As he spoke, he raised his hand, tracing a sigil resembling the silver sun in the air, casting a deadpan look at Sirius, indicating for him to extend his hand. Having seen the mark on Emily's wrist, Sirius instantly comprehended Harry's intent. Joy illuminating his eyes as excitement surged within him. He stepped forward, eagerly extending his hand, watching as the silver sun branded itself onto his palm. Curiously, he prodded it a few times. In the next moment, Sirius felt a jolt of energy, a torrent of magic surging toward him from the mark. He felt invigorated, all fatigue dissipating in an instant. Simultaneously, he was astonished by the immense magical capacity residing within Harry. "All right, off you go," Harry waved his hand. "Should you find yourself pursued, use this to contact me." And so, Sirius set off to find his acquaintance while Harry ventured into Nocturne Alley. Sirius still remembered the address of the Lupin residence, but when he arrived, he found it deserted. Reluctantly, he headed to the Leaky Cauldron, hoping to glean some information. He did manage to acquire news, but he also became the subject of scrutiny. Meanwhile, Harry had already arrived in Nocturne Alley. The moment he stepped inside, he felt a viscous sensation beneath his shoes, accompanied by a squelching sound. Upon lifting his foot, he discovered it caked with semi-coagulated blood. "Ugh," Harry grimaced, waving his hand to push the repulsive matter aside. He tugged at his hood and sighed deeply. "I wish I could just go back and lie down to watch cartoons." Nocturne Alley was eerily silent. All the subdued dark wizards had been neatly bound together by Manly. Disdainfully, she glanced at the blood pooling at her feet, then at the stains on her new boots, her frustration manifesting as she forcefully brought her high-heeled shoe down on the nearest dark wizard's face, sending several teeth flying from his mouth. Manly scoffed, "Disgusting." Johnny and Rowena huddled in a corner, occupying one of the few remaining clean spots. Witnessing Manly's brutality, Johnny instinctively shivered. Rowena remained silent, pressing her back tighter against the wall. She lowered her head, slowly brushing the dust off her dress, one of her prettiest outfits, which she could not allow to become soiled. Hubert and his assistant stood in another relatively clean corner, watching Manly unleash her wrath, casting sympathetic glances at the unfortunate dark wizards while remaining as quiet as mice. When Harry arrived, he was met with this scene. His action team leader, Manly White, was venting her frustrations on the captives, while her colleagues avoided provoking the proverbial mother tiger, behaving like corpses. "Hubert," Harry called out. Everyone immediately perked up, straightening their posture, forming into ranks and bowing in unison. "Master." Hubert stepped forward. "Master, all the wizards in Nocturne Alley are gathered here. Those unwilling to heed your command have been dealt with by Miss White. The remaining individuals have clearly expressed their willingness to follow your orders." "These?" Harry raised an eyebrow, surveying the disheveled dark wizards sprawled on the ground, acutely aware that among them were those harboring evident defiance and schemes. "Is this all? They cannot even match my fortunate friends in loyalty, yet they dare to attempt to deceive?" Harry suddenly chuckled, a powerful magical pressure erupting around him. The dark wizards, already prone on the ground, felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, pinning them flat against the earth. Dizziness consumed them as excruciating pains surged within their insides, and a primal fear of death clawed its way up their spines, nearly overwhelming them. After all, they had not noticed their new master casting any spells or brandishing a wand. He had made no movements whatsoever, yet effortlessly exerted influence over everyone present. The individuals present were seasoned veterans of the underworld, and they understood full well what that entailed. Sensing the genuine terror emanating from this assembly of dark wizards, Harry withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He turned to Hubert and spoke gently. "Hubert, my friends, how could they possibly be compared to you?" It seemed as though he was jesting. "Merely a rabble, hardly worthy of my command. Wouldn't you agree?" Hubert could not suppress a smile. "You are indeed correct." The rabble dared not voice their anger or discontent. The next matter at hand was their fate. Harry paced slowly before the assembled crowd, deep in silent contemplation. While the dark wizards grew increasingly anxious, they could discern that the madman's master clearly held no regard for them, and their fear of Harry's prolonged silence stemmed from the contemplation of whether he might decide to eliminate them. Naturally, they were terrified of the outcome that pointed toward death. In the midst of the lengthy silence, the street was so quiet one could almost hear the dust settling, their backs drenched in cold sweat, their heartbeats echoing in their ears like thunder. They stood upon a taut wire with no escape, uncertain whether life or death awaited them next. Very well. Harry hesitated between two thoughts for a moment before arriving at a decision. "Hubert, among them. Those with some foundation who have established shops in the Upside-Down Alley shall all be placed under your command. You are to swiftly restore order to the Upside-Down Alley. The black market remains a black market, yet it must abide by the rules of a lawless domain." Harry observed the sudden gleam in Hubert's eyes and cautioned, "However, you must remember to leave some insurance measures in place. Those who prove unruly should be dealt with directly, while only the obedient need remain." Conveniently, Hubert was a commercial prodigy, perfectly suited for the task. Hubert had long coveted Diagon Alley, and now that it was not within his grasp, the Upside-Down Alley would suffice. He responded with glee, "Yes, I shall not disappoint your trust." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "As for the others, you can decide their fates." This group of dark wizards still possessed some measure of strength. They could serve as laborers, cannon fodder, or engage in research. Indeed, they could also remain in the Upside-Down Alley to conduct small businesses. Ultimately, to whom they belonged was of little concern to Harry. Chapter 60. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Harry offered a few brief instructions before entrusting the scene to the action team, while he and Hubert moved a short distance away to listen to a more detailed report. In the Upside-Down Alley, there were only a few notable shops. Hubert pondered aloud. Borgin and Burke's is the largest and most renowned establishment in the Upside-Down Alley, primarily dealing in the acquisition and sale of dark magical artifacts. Essentially, it is a general store. I believe this shop holds tremendous potential and can be preserved, gradually transforming into an intelligence contact point. As for the other shops, I intend to consolidate them partially. Hubert briefly outlined his plan to Harry, who found no issues with it, and soon began to drift into a state of drowsiness. Eventually, he was jolted back to reality by a sudden commotion that erupted in the Upside-Down Alley. Manly was the first to hoist a rocket launcher, preparing to confront the intruder and deliver a memorable lesson. However, she was called to a halt by Harry. "No need to worry, it's our own," Harry whispered reassuringly, then turned to the source of the commotion, somewhat perplexed. He could sense through the bond that the newcomer was Sirius. But wasn't Sirius supposed to be seeking out his werewolf friend? Why had he come to the Upside-Down Alley? After a moment's thought, Harry vanished from sight with a flick of his cloak. Harry reappeared at the periphery of the conflict, where the entrance to the Upside-Down Alley lay, the cacophony of insults ringing in his ears. Besides Sirius, there was also a familiar face present. "You disgusting, treacherous, vile little snot," Sirius roared, clutching the wand Harry had prepared for him. "You prattle on about foolish Gryffindor, but how clever are you really? You can't even discern the true traitor. Yet you dare invoke Lily and Harry. Where do you get the audacity?" I will teach you a lesson today. A disheveled man clung desperately to Sirius's leg, shouting hoarsely, "Wait. Calm down. Please, everyone, just calm down. Stop fighting. Sirius, you're still wanted by the Ministry of Magic. It's not the right time to take on Snape." Sirius was beside himself with rage. "Don't interfere. I have my own rhythm. Remus, I am no longer the person I once was." Now he was serious too. Zero, bolstered by the responsibility of fatherhood. He could single-handedly take down Snape. "And you? What qualifications do you have? By virtue of your identity? A fugitive from Azkaban." Snape's expression darkened. He could naturally infer part of the truth from Sirius's outburst. He had to admit that despite Potter and the foolish dog having lived longer than he deemed their most repugnant flaw, they certainly made a formidable pair. No one had ever believed that Black would betray the Potters. However, even if he had guessed part of the truth, it did not prevent him from engaging in a fierce battle with the fool, Black. Upon hearing Snape's retort, Sirius, an old rival, could easily perceive the mockery in Snape's tone and, consumed by anger, bellowed, "I am Harry's godfather." Snape curled his lip in a derisive sneer. "A godfather who has been neglectful for over a decade, wallowing in self-pity in prison? You truly are losing your sense of shame, Black." Snape's words struck a painful chord within Sirius, intensifying his guilt toward Harry, yet in the face of Snape, he felt a surge of fury. Steam seemed to rise from Sirius's head. "I will kill you." Yet Snape did not relent. Each scathing word he uttered pierced Sirius's heart like a dagger. Or perhaps the self-pitying Black had finally allowed more seawater into his brain, choosing to continue in self-deception. For instance, by joining Silverday? Snape scoffed, Surely some fool must think that joining the ranks of Silverday, which is so prominent, would provide better protection for his godson, wouldn't it? Snape barked, "Black, how does Silverday differ from the former Death Eaters? Is this your misguided way of expressing guilt to the deceased?" Utterly foolish. Sirius was on the verge of losing his mind, while Remus genuinely wished for a temporary ceasefire. In truth, he had intended to intervene on Sirius's behalf, as he was, after all, his friend. But why, of all places, had these two chosen to clash in the Upside-Down Alley? In recent days, he had heard whispers of a shift in the atmosphere within the Upside-Down Alley. As a werewolf, one must possess the utmost caution to live peacefully among wizards. Thus, upon sensing a change in the winds, Remus promptly resigned from his job in the Upside-Down Alley and made his escape. Both Sirius and Snape were consumed by rage. Their eyes locked solely on their ancient adversary, each harboring a fierce resentment that the other still drew breath, oblivious to all else. Meanwhile, Remus, with his heightened werewolf senses, detected the heavy scent of blood emanating from the depths of the Upside-Down Alley. A sense of foreboding washed over him. An instinct urged him to flee this perilous place, the pounding of his heart drowning out even the shouts of Sirius and Snape. Everything became indistinct, leaving only the ringing in his ears. The atmosphere in Lupin's mind buzzed with a cacophony of escalating voices. As it became increasingly evident that Sirius and Snape were embroiled in a fierce argument, Sirius clenched his fists, concealing the silver patterns that had inadvertently been revealed, and retorted angrily at Snape, "You know nothing. This is Harry's future. It may even pertain to his health. Of course, I must support him." How could he be so audacious? Snape, incredulous, felt a laugh bubbling up within him. He wished that the damned old bee would witness what kind of fool this proud Gryffindor student truly was. He shot back with scorn, "Foolish dog, it appears the Dementor has devoured your intellect, leaving you as dim-witted as ever." Harry lingered in the shadows, silent, then raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondering the deep-seated animosity that seemingly persisted between these two from their school days. He hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. He was genuinely curious to witness the unfolding drama. Even without direct confrontation, the verbal sparring between Sirius and Snape was nothing short of captivating. However, if their quarrel continued unabated, it could escalate to dire consequences. The disappearance of a potions professor from Hogwarts would certainly lead to more than trivial troubles. Conflicts could severely diminish their available personnel, especially since they had yet to tackle the formidable challenges posed by Germany. In the end, Harry stepped forward. He bypassed Lupin and seized Sirius's wildly flailing arm, dragging him back 3 paces. Sirius abruptly turned, and upon recognizing Harry through the dark cloak, his demeanor shifted. Instantly invigorated, "Oh, I knew you would be here," though he initially intended to call out Harry's name. A glance at the wary Snape made him stifle his excitement with a huff. Lupin, bewildered, could not comprehend Sirius's sudden calmness. He gradually released his grip and scrutinized the newcomer, who was rather diminutive in stature. Snape, expressionless, held his wand poised, yet his tongue could not remain idle. "Look, it appears Mr. Black has found his associate. Is this your colleague, Black?" At the mere sound of Snape's voice, Sirius felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. Rolling his eyes in response, "What business is it of yours, you nosy pest?" Harry, concealed beneath his hood, observed Snape intently. Noticing the alertness etched on Snape's face, he was reminded of the cruel potions professor who had berated him from the very first lesson, and a surge of defiance welled within him. With a slight motion, Snape's wand was abruptly wrested from his control, floating mockingly above his head. Harry gleefully chimed in. "Oh dear, I believe this gentleman is the potions professor from Hogwarts? What brings you chasing after Sirius to my territory?" Chapter 61. Lupin the Werewolf. Snape glared at the wand hovering above him, and upon hearing Harry's mocking inquiry, his expression soured considerably. Harry arched an eyebrow. Why is Professor Snape fixated on his wand? Has he finally come to realize how dreadfully plain it is? Snape's face twitched, his lips curling as if he wished to unleash a torrent of profanities. However, he glanced at his wand, then back at the relaxed Harry, and forcibly suppressed his ire. There were 3 individuals present, and the newcomer had effortlessly disarmed him. Their power remained uncertain, but it was undoubtedly formidable. Provoking them would be unwise. Furthermore, the cloaked figure appeared to hold significant standing. Perhaps they were a high-ranking member of the Silver Dawn. Such a person appearing in Diagon Alley, a haven for illicit dealings, while speaking of his territory, could not bode well. He needed to return to Hogwarts and inform Dumbledore, particularly regarding the matter of a certain Gryffindor fool joining the Silver Dawn. Though Snape remained silent, it did not deter Harry from continuing his banter, cheerfully offering, "No need to fret, Professor Snape, I can assist you." Snape? What madness was this? Wasn't his wand perfectly fine, despite his outward demeanor? A foreboding sensation began to gnaw at him. He had no idea what the cloaked figure had done, but a sudden pop echoed, and his wand trembled before spewing forth a cascade of colorful ribbons that cascaded over his hair, akin to a ridiculous party favor. Snape. The expression on the black-haired Professor's face contorted visibly. Yet, the farce was far from over. Under Harry's command, the wand quivered again, and with a puff, a gigantic, gaudy bow tie erupted from its handle. Snape. Snape. His complexion turned a ghastly shade of ashen gray. The bow tie-esque streamers slapped against his face, causing him to shut his eyes tightly, desperately hoping this ludicrous situation was merely a nauseating illusion. Sirius froze for a moment before erupting into laughter. At one point, his chuckle subsided, and he clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my stomach is cramping." Reflexively, Lupin raised a hand to steady him. But Sirius's face twitched. "It's a cramp." He then looked up again, unable to contain himself, doubling over in laughter. Harry, glancing at the nearly incapacitated Sirius, directed a merciless ultimatum at Snape. "Mr. Snape, if you wish to keep your life, you ought to leave." Snape's wand fell before him, and without uttering a word, he scrutinized the cloaked figure standing beside Sirius, cautiously gripping his wand, and retreated from Harry. Seeing that Harry had no intention of further hostilities, he silently breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly departed. Sirius, still grinning, draped his arm around Harry's shoulder, the pain in his abdomen now merely a dull throb compared to before. He had gleaned something from Harry's actions and raised an eyebrow teasingly. "What is this? Are you at odds with him? Did he bully you?" Sirius then inquired further. "Humph," Harry huffed, casting an accusing glare at Sirius. "If you hadn't feuded with him during school, he wouldn't have taken it out on me." Harry sighed with a hint of regret. "Severus Snape, the youngest potions master, and yet I unleashed my fury upon him in the very first lesson. I have a foreboding feeling that the rift we've created will last for 7 years." With Snape's departure, presumably to convey his mockery and rage to Dumbledore, Harry turned to the dazed Lupin, surveying him from head to toe. "Sirius, is this your friend?" "Indeed." Sirius cheerfully replied. "This is Remus Lupin, a friend of your father." Harry glanced at the somewhat bewildered and visibly awkward Lupin, suppressing a smirk, and remarked in an ambiguous tone, "A werewolf." Lupin lowered his head in embarrassment, while Sirius quickly reassured Harry. "Hey Harry, although Remus is a werewolf, he has never harmed anyone." Sirius added, "He is not like those werewolves who went mad under Voldemort's influence." Harry scoffed lightly, his tone strange, tinged with disdain and perhaps pity. "What difference does it make? They're all werewolves." Merely for the sake of survival, he chose a divergent path from other werewolves. Werewolves are perpetually scrutinized with wary and suspicious eyes by wizards, even though many among them were once wizards themselves. Harry let out a soft sigh. Ah, werewolves, how exceedingly arduous it is to lead a normal life. Sirius and Remus exchanged bewildered glances, unable to decipher Harry's meaning. It was evident that Harry harbored a disdain for werewolves. Their affliction from wolfsbane forced them to relinquish their sanity on every full moon, transforming them into unbridled beasts, oblivious to their own actions. He detested that feeling of being compelled to lose control. Concurrently, Harry disapproved of the wizard's treatment of werewolves. Some werewolves represent a distinct magical race. while others are merely afflicted by an illness. Yet, this malady remains incurable, plain and simple. Thus, Harry addressed Sirius. Upon our return, let Ivy conduct an examination for Remus. Fortuitously, the research team is quite intrigued by the existence of Wolfsbane. Remus appeared somewhat hesitant, concerned that his uncontrollable transformation might endanger those around him. At that moment, Sirius clamped a hand over his mouth. With uncontainable enthusiasm, Sirius readily acquiesced on Remus's behalf. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Remus suspected that his mouth might be crushed in the process. The leaky cauldron was considered entrusted to Hubert, and after Ivy had conducted an examination on Remus, drawing a small vial of his blood for laboratory testing, she promptly shooed him out of the medical department. Sirius eagerly extended an invitation for casual conversation, which Remus gladly accepted, naturally acquiring a substantial amount of information from Sirius. However, Sirius's primary objective in inviting Remus was not merely this. Their greater concern lay in uncovering the truth from years past. The two of them jubilantly celebrated the current dismal fate of a certain deceased rat, engaging in raucous banter, downing 10 bottles of fire whiskey, and ultimately succumbing to inebriation, weeping in each other's arms. Eventually, Emily summoned individuals to drag the two intoxicated souls back to their respective quarters. A few days later, Harry arranged for them to visit the unconscious Peter Pettigrew. Before they entered, all appeared normal. Upon their exit, however, a bloated pig emerged from where Peter had been, utterly unrecognizable. The two were oblivious to the necessity of restraint. Ivy, grumbling, splashed a bit of white freshening potion on the pig. Chapter 62. The rat emerges in Diagon Alley. The upheaval at the leaky cauldron did not impact Diagon Alley, which stood merely a wall away, and aside from a few wizards, few noticed the changes at the leaky cauldron. Even during the holiday season, Diagon Alley remained bustling with wizards eager to shop, alive with commotion, and from a distance, it appeared a scene of tranquility and prosperity. A long queue formed in front of Flourish and Blots, predominantly consisting of witches. Witches of various ages craned their necks to peer into the bookstore, occasionally voicing complaints about the slow progress of the line or engaging in lively discussions with their companions. However, this lively calm was soon shattered. A disheveled, bruised middle-aged man stumbled from some obscure corner, wailing in distress as he plunged into the throngs of people. Hot on his heels was a green curse, which struck precisely at the heel of the middle-aged man amidst the surging crowd. He let out a piercing scream, scrambling forward on all fours. Upon the ominous green light's descent, the previously serene Diagon Alley erupted into chaos. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions, with someone shouting, "That's the killing curse. It's an unforgivable curse." The wizards were thrown into a state of heightened panic. Remus, hiding in a corner, quickly helped a fallen young witch to her feet. But before she could discern who had aided her, her frantic parents whisked her away. Remus let out a deep sigh. He lifted his gaze towards Flourish and Blots, where he spotted Sirius and Harry whispering conspiratorially atop the high roof. Sirius occasionally aimed spells at the hapless rat below while continuing his hushed conversation with Harry. Remus sighed once more. Sirius was visibly restless, having once been a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Stirring up such turmoil in a crowded area like Diagon Alley weighed heavily on his conscience. Moreover, employing the killing curse in such a public setting was exceedingly perilous. Even if he believed he could target Pettigrew, a sense of trepidation lingered. Is this even appropriate? Sirius muttered quietly, frowning as he aimed once more at Pettigrew. Yet, Harry idly rested his chin on his hand, his green eyes fixed on the rat scurrying beneath the wizard's trousers. The Ministry of Magic was utterly incompetent. Cornelius Fudge, held captive by the affluent, foolishly believed that Dumbledore sought to usurp his power, devising a plethora of misguided schemes over the years to retain his position, thereby preserving the dignity of the ministry. An injustice allowing the true culprit to roam free for over a decade, while wrongfully vilifying a genuine hero and awarding the Order of Merlin to the wrong individual was enough to tarnish his reputation. I genuinely fear he might attempt to suppress this matter without a trace. Harry openly expressed his disdain for the ministry. He knelt, casually resting his hand on his knee. Interrupting Sirius's train of thought, "I know what you intend to say. Dumbledore will undoubtedly offer you assistance. That much I can assure you. However, you can't even match Lucius Malfoy in discourse." Harry's piercing gaze swept over Sirius's face. Dumbledore is far more astute than Malfoy. When you find yourself in the courtroom, your old headmaster calling you out to chat, you might just find yourself spilling secrets like a broken jar. Sirius's fur bristled, only to droop again. Fine. Harry's words rang true. Moreover, the process of re-evaluating Pettigrew to exonerate you could not be initiated by Dumbledore. It would be wise for Malfoy to propose it first. What do you think? Harry mused, stroking his chin. How about we preserve the last heir of the Black family as a justification? It's just about time for your cousin and brother-in-law to welcome Dumbledore's greetings. You can simply remain silent behind them and play dead. Sirius. The more Harry contemplated, the more sensible it seemed, and he delightedly praised himself. Yes, exactly. I am indeed clever. Sirius scoffed. Fine, I'll keep quiet when the time comes. Though not particularly bright, he was certainly not foolish. Just look at the way Silver Sun operates. The Order of the Phoenix has been restructured, and it's obvious that Dumbledore regards Silver Sun as an enemy akin to a Death Eater. If he were to discover that Silver Sun's boss is Harry. Sirius shuddered. I dare not even consider it. Thus, he shifted the topic. How do you plan to convey this matter to Malfoy? Harry cast a glance at him, bearing an expression that suggested he was dealing with a simpleton. Godfather, Malfoy is far more astute than you. Sirius? Did Harry just insult me? With a half-smile, Harry prodded Sirius's shoulder, the only contrasting hue on his pure black robes, adorned with the emblem of the Silver Sun, glimmering with iridescence from various angles. Members of the Silver Sun's upper echelon had the liberty to don whatever attire they pleased when engaging in private affairs, yet during missions, they were mandated to wear this standardized uniform. The intricate patterns of the Silver Sun on the robe not only symbolized their identity, but also served as a life-preserving alchemical array. It was well known that Harry held his fortunate friends in high regard. Observe the attire of the individual. It's not difficult to deduce which faction they belong to, is it? Sirius, do you think the wizards below can see us? Harry inquired with a seemingly trivial question. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius replied, Of course they can. Harry sighed in exasperation, still pondering the implications. If they were indeed visible, considering the weight of the Malfoy name among wizards, how could Lucius remain oblivious? Do you recall your conversation at Malfoy Manor? Harry directed his gaze towards the entrance of Diagon Alley, where figures were already approaching, including Aurors drawn by the commotion and the killing curse, as well as members of the Order of the Phoenix alerted by the appearance of the Silver Sun emblem. Harry remained composed, not even shifting his stance. Lucius had offered to assist in the search for Peter, which you declined, given your nature. You would normally be unable to tolerate a traitor who caused your closest friend's demise roaming free. A cunning individual like Malfoy would undoubtedly surmise that you were aware of Peter's likely fate. Thus, understanding who orchestrated Peter's capture would become a crucial point in assessing your relationship with the Savior, Potter. I needn't inform him. Intelligent individuals share an unspoken understanding. Harry remarked, confident that he would propose a reconsideration to the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot before Dumbledore could intervene. Sirius shifted uncomfortably, reflecting on their previous conversation, contemplating the matter from every angle. He was perplexed. Finally, in a despondent tone, he lamented, how could he deduce so much from my response? His frustration was palpable. I shall never converse with him again. Harry glanced at him. It's fine. A straightforward godfather is commendable. After all, a straightforward one won't stab him in the back. At that moment, Peter, scurrying beneath them, had been completely encircled. Members of the Order recognized the once great hero, now reduced to a mere finger's worth of existence. Though the circumstances of his death and resurrection eluded them, their instincts warned them to be cautious, and they raised their wands in unison, targeting Peter. Tonks furrowed her brow and hesitated before asking, Peter, weren't you obliterated by Black? Or did you miraculously survive? The dazed Peter, looking at the circle of people surrounding him, felt the torment of torture had shattered his sanity. Even after Ivy's patchwork healing, his mind was still muddled. Yet, even in his confusion, he was acutely aware of the heinousness of his past actions, and he would not speak the truth. Peter's face contorted as he cried out for help. It's Black. He wants to kill me. I'm terrified. That's why I ran away. I haven't shown my face in 10 years. But he escaped, and now he intends to kill Harry. I wanted to stop him, but I couldn't overpower him. Peter hastily explained, surprisingly quick to fabricate a reason. The crowd hesitated, appearing somewhat convinced yet still skeptical. Smoke seemed to rise from Sirius's head as he roared in fury. Nonsense. Damn rat. I shall slay him. The mere thought of having once misjudged character, wagering his loyalty on a coward like Peter, nearly drove Sirius to the brink of explosion. However, he inhaled deeply and turned to Harry, seeking guidance on their next move. Harry chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, in any case, Snape has undoubtedly informed Dumbledore about your induction into the Silver Sun. So why hide? Sirius, you are not the damned criminal. Reveal yourself and tell them the truth. Chapter 63. Using the dark mark as a tattoo. Granted Harry's permission, Sirius immediately rose, brandishing his wand and unleashing a vicious slicing spell that grazed Peter's cheek, severing one of his ears. Then, Sirius abruptly threw back his hood, pointing at him and shouting, You're spewing nonsense, you filthy rat. The secret keeper was you long ago. If it weren't for your treachery to Voldemort, how would James and Lily have been found? How could they have died? How could Harry have lost his parents? You dare use Harry as an excuse? Sirius glared down at him. In my presence? You must wish for death. Peter shrieked in terror, clutching his ears and rolling on the ground. No, it wasn't me. He trembled, grasping Tonks's pant leg in desperation. He is coming. He won't let me protect Harry. He wants to kill me. Please save me. Harry, using me as a shield, are you? Harry glared speechlessly at the short, overweight, and ugly middle-aged man. What a brazen liar you are. It is indeed true that anger can provoke laughter. Sirius inexplicably burst into laughter, moving his fingers and cursing. Bullshit. A fierce spell shot towards Peter, weaving through the auras and various spells intended to obstruct him, striking Peter and severing his left arm. He let out a pained scream, drenched in sweat. A burst of orange flames ignited from the severed limb, incinerating his sleeve and revealing the grotesque dark mark at the center of his forearm. Gasps echoed as the crowd recoiled from Peter, their wands now aimed at his head. Sirius remained expressionless. Then tell me, what is that on your arm? Your tattoo? Using the dark mark as a tattoo? Quite audacious of you, I assent it. Peter Pettigrew. I never knew you possessed such a peculiar hobby. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He nudged Sirius's arm and whispered, Sirius, your tongue is quite sharp, I assent it. Sirius elbowed back slightly, whispering, don't move. Can't you see I'm putting on a show? Look at their expressions. They must think I'm incredibly impressive. This is a skill. If you ever fancy a girl, you can use these techniques to charm her. You should learn well. These are the invaluable insights I've gathered over the years. Harry, forget it. If my father had also been taught these things by Sirius, Harry suddenly realized. No wonder my mother said he was being flamboyant. At that moment, a voice chimed in. It seems there are still hidden truths regarding past events. The cheerful old man with a white beard, accompanied by a grim-faced professor with black hair, appeared leisurely. Harry glanced at them before looking away. They had likely just emerged from the upside-down alley, still carrying the magical aura from the barriers Harry had set there. However, Harry would wager they left the upside-down alley with nothing to show for it. He didn't trust the loyalty of the dark wizards there. He only believed they feared for their lives. The moment Sirius laid eyes on Dumbledore, his arrogant demeanor faltered. Then he fell silent. Sirius now feels an unsettling conviction that those astutely intelligent individuals can extract any desired information from even a single word he utters. Harry is right. He cannot outplay Malfoy. Let alone Dumbledore. Perhaps feigning ignorance is the wisest course. Sirius silently steps back, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry. Dumbledore turns to Tonks and suggests, perhaps we ought to inquire thoroughly with Peter regarding the events of that year and his resurrection? Of course, Headmaster, Tonks promptly replies. Dumbledore nods with a twinkle in his eye, then gazes at Sirius above him, sighing deeply. Sirius, I believe we need to have a discussion. Sirius remains silent, standing behind Harry, who exchanges glances with Dumbledore. Then, with an unwilling kick backward, Sirius reluctantly speaks. There's nothing to discuss. Dumbledore shakes his head, his gaze lingering on the silver patterns upon their shoulders, as if he wishes to elaborate further. Fearing Dumbledore might unearth something detrimental to Harry, Sirius hastily interjects. Since Peter is now in your custody, my involvement here is moot. His hands tug at Harry's clothing in a frantic manner, prompting Harry to roll his eyes and subtly kick him back. This godfather is somewhat ineffectual. With a playful tone, he greets Dumbledore, saying, Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore. The most illustrious white wizard of the 20th century, it is an honor to finally meet you. Harry deliberately inspects Dumbledore from head to toe, lingering on his violet and gold floral robes, before disdainfully remarking, Oh, I must confess, I am rather disappointed. Your taste leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should seek guidance from others on how to present oneself more decorously. It would surely benefit the eyes of all. Dumbledore chuckles amiably. Is that so? Might I inquire if this gentleman has any recommendations? This was precisely the response Harry awaited. Suppressing his laughter, he feigns deep contemplation, then suddenly exclaims, Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore. What are your thoughts on Grindelwald? The infamous German dark wizard seems like an ideal match for a white wizard. Moreover, he shares a fame akin to yours. Dumbledore's smile falters. Harry bursts into laughter, seizing the moment while Dumbledore's mind momentarily stalls, pulling Sirius along and vanishing from sight. Remus, lurking in the shadows, suddenly widens his eyes. Wait, you're leaving just like that? What about me? Am I not coming? Still reeling. He feels a flurry of activity behind him as four arms reach out, hoisting Remus from his spot. They sling him over a shoulder and dash away. Dumbledore remains silent for a moment, contemplating, and deduces that the figure cloaked in darkness beside Sirius was merely an incidental occurrence. The buried past, once vibrant in the midsummer of their youth, has now faded into mere shadows from half a century ago, with few recalling the spirited confidence of their younger days. Furthermore, who would believe in the dichotomy of dark and light wizards? Dumbledore closes his eyes, concealing the subtle bitterness that lingers within, then lifts his elegant robes with a cheerful demeanor, turning to Severus with a hint of confusion. Severus, do you truly find it unappealing? Severus, wearing a perpetual scowl, disdainfully sweeps past the edge of the robe as though a mere glance would tarnish his integrity. He coldly retorts, Dumbledore, I am not an optometrist, St. Mungo S has an ophthalmology department. Perhaps you should consult them. Dumbledore, with a hint of regret, relinquishes the robe, mumbling, I dare say my taste is impeccable. Severus, ugh. Severus, I feel nauseous. Indeed, Malfoy is a clever man. Just as Harry and his companions departed Diagon Alley, the Aurors had yet to escort Peter back, and Lucius had already placed his application on Fudge's desk. While Lucius may not possess the same stature as Dumbledore, he certainly has wealth. With a hefty sum of galleons, Fudge wiped his brow and acquiesced to Lucius's demands. To demonstrate his sincerity, he immediately set his secretary to preparations in Lucius's presence. Lucius felt a sense of satisfaction, relieved that his haste had allowed him to arrive before Dumbledore. The figures accompanying Sirius in Diagon Alley were clearly from the Silver Sun, a group that had garnered considerable notoriety in recent years. Although most wizards initially associate Silver Sun with its image as a violent marauder, seemingly more fearsome than Death Eaters, who, at least, are concerned with bloodlines, their brutality overshadowed other aspects, leading many to overlook their substantial financial resources and deep-rooted influence. However, Lucius, who collaborates with Silver Sun, is well aware. He also understands that for a scion of Slytherin like Malfoy, should any misfortune arise, Silver Sun would serve as the most advantageous retreat. Chapter 64. Reconsidering the case before re-examination. With the re-examination on the agenda, Harry plans to revisit Malfoy Manor with Sirius a day in advance. Prior to this, he takes the time to write letters to Ron and Hermione. Hedwig delivers the letters, and thanks to Harry's protective charms, she is not intercepted by Dobby. In his letter, Harry shares the news of Sirius's impending exoneration and reveals that he will accompany the Malfoys to support Sirius. Both Ron and Hermione are thrilled for him. Consequently, Hermione sends a plethora of gifts, celebrating and offering her best wishes to Harry. In her letter, she writes, Harry, you are surely destined to enjoy a joyful life with Sirius. Ron, on the other hand, rambles in his letter, sending a collection of sweets and pies made by his mother, along with an enthusiastic invitation for Harry and Sirius to visit the burrow anytime. Naturally, there are also jibes directed at Draco. He even eagerly encourages Harry, saying that if that loathsome Malfoy provokes him, he should not hesitate to lay a beating on Draco. Of course, he insists that Harry should also include Ron in that beating. He boldly writes, after all, you have Sirius to protect you now. He will undoubtedly stand by your side. These two friends provide ample emotional support, delighting Harry as he proudly showcases their letters and gifts to Sirius. Sirius, thoughtfully nibbling on the pie sent by Ron, earnestly remarks, Harry, Ron's suggestion is quite sound. So, do you intend to beat up young Malfoy? I will certainly turn a blind eye. Harry, Sirius takes a hearty bite of the pie, mumbling, by the way, when you do confront him, remember to include his father in that as well. This pie is delicious. Harry does not respond. Instead, he seizes the cream cake from the table and smears it across Sirius's face. On the eve of the trial, Harry and Sirius arrive at Malfoy Manor. Upon their arrival, Harry casually hands Sirius over to Narcissa, considering them to be blood relatives. However, Sirius appears apprehensive, as Harry has wandered the manor alongside Draco, indicating that Lucius is likely quite at leisure. After Narcissa advises Sirius on a few precautions, Lucius, wearing his signature horse-like smile, approaches Sirius for a casual conversation. Sirius tightly shuts his mouth, remaining silent and shaking his head vigorously, nearly dislodging it from his shoulders. This concerns Narcissa, who worries that Sirius, not known for his intelligence, might shake his brains loose with such fervor. Oh Lucius, how unfortunate. Why is Sirius so on edge today? Nevertheless, this did not deter him from continuing to speculate. Could it be that we discussed some rather sensitive topics last time? Yet, I see you appear unable to conceive such notions. Sirius glared at him in anger, only to settle down obediently under Narcissa's intimidating gaze. Lucius remarked, well, it seems you truly cannot fathom these matters. So, was it Mr. Potter who informed you? How did he come by this knowledge? Sirius's eyes widened in terror as he blurted out, you know again? Lucius smiled with satisfaction. Now you know. Sirius. He finally realized he had been outmaneuvered once more, his fury boiling over. Yet sensing Lucius's scrutinizing gaze, he suppressed his anger, bowing his head resolutely and refusing to utter a word. Lucius, with a sense of regret, observed as Narcissa stifled a laugh. He was calculating, after all. There would surely come a moment when Sirius would let his guard down, and then he could probe further. However, His plans for inquiry were thwarted when Harry and Draco engaged in a scuffle. They were in the back garden, ardently debating how much information Lucius had managed to extract from Sirius. Harry casually informed Draco that he had divulged 60% of the answers. Draco retorted angrily that his father knew everything he wanted to know. Harry adamantly insisted it was indeed 60%, and no matter how Draco argued, he always returned to those 5 words, 60%. Unable to breach Harry's defenses, Draco found himself unraveling instead. He seized Harry by the collar, furiously stomping and shouting that the foolish Gryffindor could not possibly have evaded his father's scrutiny. Harry attempted to free himself from Draco's grip, but Draco was unwilling to relent, insisting that Harry acknowledge he was right. Thus, a physical altercation ensued. When the Malfoy couple and Sirius arrived on the scene, they found Harry and Draco rolling around together. Harry was pinching Draco's face while Draco tugged at his hair, having rolled from the bushes to the fountain, both covered in dirt but uninjured. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. The 3 adults exchanged glances, and Narcissa could no longer contain her laughter. Upon hearing her laughter, Harry and Draco froze in unison before hastily rising to their feet, brushing off the dirt and pretending nothing had occurred. Draco sought out his father, and after Narcissa playfully pinched his cheek, he pouted at her with a look of reproach. Meanwhile, Harry sauntered over to Sirius, who promptly whisked him away. With their backs turned to the 3 Malfoys, and under their scrutinizing gaze, Sirius lowered his voice to inquire, "Was that intentional?" Harry's expression turned serious as he replied, "It truly wasn't. I simply couldn't help myself." He then sighed. "I told Draco that Malfoy only managed to extract 60% last time. Upon learning this, Draco will undoubtedly continue to probe you." "Sirius." Harry patted Sirius's shoulder with gravity. "Godfather, guarding secrets is a heavy burden." Reflecting on Lucius's cunning and treacherous conversation, Sirius felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Harry, sensing the weight of Sirius's despair, quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, Sirius. I will assist you." This was no empty promise. Harry possessed the capability, and since Sirius had found himself in a predicament, he would certainly shield his loved ones from the storm. As for where the storm originated, that was of no concern. Harry pondered, perhaps I should ask Hubert to send someone to teach Sirius negotiation tactics? Sirius felt a wave of unease wash over him, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, a foreboding sense of dread. Just as Harry had predicted, upon returning indoors, Draco and Harry each set about tidying up, while Narcissa and Lucius inquired about the cause of their altercation. By dinner time, Lucius's inquisitive gaze frequently darted towards Sirius, causing him to lose his appetite entirely. After the meal, Lucius once again kindly initiated a conversation, inviting Sirius to chat about mundane matters. Faced with Narcissa's gentle smile, Sirius mustered his courage and acquiesced. Harry offered encouragement and farewells to his brave godfather. He was not overly concerned, although Sirius was no match for Lucius. He possessed a certain cleverness. Sirius returned feeling utterly drained, hastily relaying the details of their earlier conversation to Harry, anxiously awaiting Harry's analysis. After a moment's contemplation, Harry was surprised to find himself quite satisfied. He comforted Sirius, "It's nothing. You managed to keep the truly critical information to yourself." They were aware that he had joined the Silver Dawn, and perhaps from his words, they gleaned the scale of the organization. Harry chuckled, however. "I suspect Malfoy now believes I might join the Silver Dawn in the future. Do you recall the parting gift I gave Malfoy last time? That item was not inexpensive, and coupled with my identity as the savior, it is enough for a clever mind to concoct an elaborate narrative. He might think I have connections within the Silver Dawn." On the day of the trial, Lucius entered to observe, while Narcissa waited outside with Harry and Draco, having thoughtfully prepared snacks for them to pass the time. Harry and Draco munched away, their cheeks puffed out, when Draco unexpectedly initiated a conversation. This caught Harry off guard. He had presumed that with Draco's temperament, he would remain sulky for at least a fortnight. Perhaps Lucius had instructed him to extract some information from Harry while passing the time. It was quite entertaining to engage with the young Malfoy. As Harry jested with Draco, Narcissa hesitated, glancing between Draco and Harry, before ultimately sighing in resignation, likely realizing that Harry was amusing himself at Draco's expense. While Harry and Draco exchanged banter, they maintained a watchful eye on the proceedings inside through the mark in Sirius's possession. In truth, there was little of particular concern. The situation between Peter Pettigrew and Sirius was unique, and mishandling it could undermine the ministry's credibility. Thus, this trial exceptionally employed a truth serum. Moreover, with Peter's severed arm, marked with the dark mark, serving as physical evidence, the case was well substantiated. Dumbledore attended as an observer, and Draco's demeanor was unequivocally clear, leaving no room for doubt about the trial's outcome. The moment they exited the courtroom, Sirius was no longer the fugitive Black. He had become the rightful heir of the Black family. Chapter 65, Full Cooperation. As they stepped out of the courthouse, Lucius and Sirius were intercepted by Dumbledore. Quick to react, Sirius shielded Lucius with his own body, tightly sealing his lips and playing dead behind Lucius. Lucius rolled his eyes internally before donning his standard haughty smile and engaging in pleasantries with Dumbledore. He discreetly signaled to Sirius, who, upon understanding, flashed a cheeky grin at Dumbledore and his brother-in-law before darting over to Harry's side, plopping down beside him with a sigh of relief. Lucius and Dumbledore exchanged pleasantries, but the old man sought to provoke Lucius with mentions of Voldemort. Lucius nearly fell for it. The countless agonizing curses he had endured left indelible scars in his memory. This shadow of torment gradually morphed into apprehension for the future as he watched Voldemort descend further into madness. He could not envision the possibility of Voldemort's triumph. And should Voldemort falter, Draco, so tightly bound to him, would plummet into the abyss. The ramifications of such an outcome were unbearable for Lucius. Thus, when Dumbledore casually mentioned Lucius's master, who had vanished a decade ago, Lucius's countenance instantly turned ashen. Subsequently, he recalled Sirius, who had just been rescued, and thought of the Silver Sun, which slightly eased his mind. Regardless, he was willing to invest in this simple-minded brother-in-law. The higher he stood within the Silver Sun, the greater the assistance he could provide to the Malfoys when the time came. If, in the future, the Dark Lord truly sought to strike against the Malfoy family, Lucius could only hope that Sirius would lend a hand, rescuing Draco and Narcissa. With a glimmer of a potential escape path now visible, Lucius emerged from his past fears, then darkened his expression and retaliated against Dumbledore. From a distance, Narcissa observed her husband's demeanor, and upon seeing Lucius's expression, felt a pang of discomfort. She understood her beloved. That pallor was unmistakably a sign of having been pierced at the heart by Dumbledore's words. After a brief contemplation, Narcissa rose, yet opted not to interject, instead directly pulling the slouched Sirius to his feet, gently urging the two children to depart. She trusted Lucius to handle the situation. As for Dumbledore's intention to question Sirius, she would not acquiesce to his desires. Just then, those who had returned early to Malfoy Manor were met by owls from Hogwarts. One flew towards Harry, another towards Draco, delivering letters detailing the supplies required for their second year. Harry and Draco opened their letters, exchanging bemused expressions that spoke volumes. What on earth was this? Had the curriculum for defense against the dark arts been invaded by aliens? Narcissa stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "How fortuitous that Hogwarts' owls chose this moment to deliver your letters together." She looked at Harry and Draco, suggesting, "Little dragon, haven't you always held Harry in high regard? Why not arrange a time to visit Diagon Alley together to procure what you need?" Sirius glanced at Harry, who was locked in a silent stare with Draco. After a moment, Draco was the first to react, slowly averting his gaze. His ears flushed a shade of crimson. He silently lamented, "Mother, how could you so openly say that? Especially in Potter's presence. How utterly mortifying." Harry also reluctantly pulled back his gaze, offering Narcissa a compliant smile and cheerfully responding, "That sounds splendid. I think next Monday would be perfect. What do you think?" Narcissa's smile deepened as she turned to Draco, her tone inquisitive. "Little dragon?" Draco pressed his lips together, reluctantly answering, "Why yes, of course, I have no objections." Narcissa beamed at Sirius, "Since the children are in agreement, it is settled then." Sirius nodded, and Narcissa continued, "We might as well take the opportunity this week to unseal the Black family estate." With a smile, she added, "Sirius, you have your work cut out for you." Harry cast a glance at the two adults in conversation, then moved closer to Draco, nudging him with his elbow. Draco scowled and shot back, "What do you want?" Harry lowered his voice, teasingly elongating his words. "Oh, always the one who likes me best? Little master, you care for me so much, I had no idea." His tone carried a distinct note of schadenfreude. He found Draco's blushing face utterly amusing. Draco's face flushed with indignation, and he remembered that his mother was still present, stifling his outburst. He lowered his voice again, threateningly, "Potter, I warn you, do not mention this again. And don't get any delusions. TSK, TSK, TSK. Harry shook his head, chuckling quietly. "You could turn to ash and still have that mouth of yours." Draco, now in a mock dragon-like fury, retorted, "Damn it. Potter, do you want to fight? Please." Harry observed Draco's crimson face. Suspecting that his golden locks were beginning to smoke, he merely shrugged and muttered, "This is too entertaining." "What did you say?" Draco growled. "Oh, nothing." When Lucius returned, Sirius hastily excused himself, managing a few polite exchanges before swiftly whisking Harry away from Malfoy Manor. However, the thought of continuing to deal with Lucius Malfoy over the next week regarding the Black family's estate filled Sirius with despair. The transfer of property was exceedingly complicated, primarily due to the Black family's long-standing legacy and deep-rooted wealth, which included numerous treasures and shops, as well as a sprawling ancestral home. Throughout the week, Sirius was perpetually occupied, departing each day in a state of exhaustion and returning home in a foul mood. Harry observed his depleted state, feeling a sense of kinship, recalling how he looked when buried in work. With the school year approaching, the long-missing Connie finally sent word. He informed Harry that it would still be some time before he could return. Besides his own safety, Conti, after a month of silence, relayed that while investigating his lineage, he had inadvertently blown up the magical black market in Germany. Following that, he had tactically leveled the Rogier estate using a rocket launcher amidst a relentless pursuit by the Saints. Vendela Rogier, not in her youth, had nearly suffered a stroke from the shock of this sudden emergence of a dark wizard. Currently, Connie's name was prominently featured on the wanted list, awaiting the inevitable arrival of those eager to claim his life. Harry hesitated, then after a moment, texted Connie, "Why don't you hurry back? Are you waiting to experience the thrill of being hunted?" At that moment, Connie stood on a cliff, facing a dense forest, as the wind blew. The leaves rustled in layers, resembling a sea of emerald. Yet, do not mistake this for a respite amid a frenzied chase. Thanks to the Saints, he was no longer within German borders. Connie did not believe he had provoked the Saints in any way. He could not fathom why they pursued him with relentless fervor. Impossible to shake off. Sighing, he looked up. In the heart of the forest, further in the distance, a towering spire loomed. This was Austria, and within it, Nurmengard. Conti observed the tower that had once imprisoned a dark lord, his gaze contemplative. After replying to Harry, Connie quickly responded, "I am in Austria, right before Nurmengard. Rogier and other Saints are searching for me with their forces, and they will certainly not allow me near that tower. However, I believe this journey may yield benefits. Master, I require assistance." Harry raised an eyebrow. This fellow, amidst all this chaos, was still seeking more work? Was this not the epitome of a chosen laborer? Although plans to visit Nurmengard had yet to be formulated, Harry trusted in Conti's abilities. He promptly replied, "All right, I will send the available action and mobile teams your way. You have their contact information, so keep an eye out for them. I will inform them and ensure they cooperate fully." Conti understood. Setting down his phone, Harry began to issue notifications. Numerous individuals were notified through the mark, and as they proceeded to converge with Conti, a brief vacancy would manifest in their original positions. This absence necessitated Emily's observation and the timely arrangement of substitute members to seamlessly continue their respective duties. Naturally, the truly pivotal positions remained unaffected by this significant upheaval. Just as Emily was poised to depart in response, Harry called out to her, "Wait, hold on." He then rummaged through the scattered documents on the table for an extended period, finally pushing half of the less important ones towards Emily, clearing his throat with an air of unease as his gaze wandered. Could you please take these documents to Connie?" He truly found them overwhelming. Emily maintained her composure, effortlessly arranging the papers into a neat stack that floated beside her. "Yes, I shall convey your instructions appropriately." Harry offered an awkward smile, feeling a sense of dread that Conti would turn him into minced meat upon seeing those documents. Chapter 66, An Encounter in Diagon Alley. Harry should consider himself fortunate that he was not in Conti's presence when the items were delivered. Otherwise, he would surely be in for a grim fate. After receiving the message, Conti, seething with rage, stormed off with a rocket launcher, demolishing the Alex estate. His bounty continued to rise. Sirius, overwhelmed with busyness, was nonetheless relieved that everything was proceeding smoothly. On that Monday, Sirius and Harry arrived at Malfoy Manor early, where Lucius greeted them with his signature insincere smile and ushered them inside. Narcissa and Draco were already prepared, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they set off for Diagon Alley. Despite the incident involving Wormtail, Diagon Alley was teeming with people as the start of the Hogwarts term approached. The line outside Flourish and Blots had grown even longer. Lucius entrusted Draco to Narcissa and turned to enter Nocturne Alley with his belongings. Upon stepping into that grimy alley, rife with dark magic, Lucius was instantly immobilized. The path had become clean, with scarcely any lurking dark wizards, and pristine signs hung along the street, beneath which a brilliant silver sun emblem gleamed resplendently. Even Borgin and Burks had adopted the silver sun motif. Lucius fell into a deep contemplation, and after a moment, he lifted his feet and headed toward Borgin and Burks. He resolved to inquire about the situation. If necessary, he could return home and have a thorough discussion with his beloved brother-in-law. Narcissa was gently conversing with Draco, while Sirius, standing nonchalantly beside Harry, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Harry cast him a puzzled glance. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing," Sirius replied, scratching his head awkwardly as passers-by glanced at him before quickly averting their eyes. Following Wormtail's case, Sirius, this unsung hero, had been extensively publicized by the Daily Prophet, and nearly every wizard recognized his face. However, Some details regarding what transpired the day Wormtail resurfaced in Diagon Alley had been cleverly omitted from the articles under Lucius's guidance. For instance, the newspaper made no mention of the curses Sirius had cast on Wormtail. Coupled with the financial machinations of the Malfoys and the internal influence of the Silver Sun within the Ministry, along with Sirius's ostensibly noble intentions, after all, the dead rat was a fugitive Death Eater who had killed 13 Muggles. Sirius's use of the unforgivable curses ultimately resulted in merely a minor warning, not hindering his normal presence in the wizarding world. Upon learning of Sirius's heroic deeds, wizards naturally held him in high regard. Yet his affiliation with the Silver Sun rendered them hesitant to approach him. Although the Silver Sun had caused significant disturbances within the magical community, they had never interfered with the daily lives of ordinary wizards, unlike the Death Eaters, who would not hesitate to obliterate entire families. Thus, while the common wizard's perception of the Silver Sun was not as fervent as that towards Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, it was not fraught with the kind of dread that would cause them to tremble at the mere sight of it. Nevertheless, they preferred to keep their distance. Thus, whenever Sirius sensed prying eyes upon him and turned to investigate, he could only see passers-by behaving oddly, some hurriedly veering away, others bizarrely shielding their heads with books, and one unfortunate soul who collided with a street corner and promptly fell unconscious, only to be shrieked at by bystanders as he was whisked away to St. Mungo's. Sirius withdrew his gaze, scratching the back of his head, muttering softly, "How peculiar." He was then led away by Narcissa, who warmly smiled at Harry and Draco. "Why don't you two head to Flourish and Blots to purchase your second-year textbooks? Sirius and I will procure the other items for you." Sirius hesitated momentarily, glancing between Harry's expression and Narcissa's demeanor. After being tested by Lucius several times, he began to comprehend her intentions. He realized Narcissa wished to have a private conversation with him. Thus, Sirius let out a hearty laugh and cheerfully replied, "Right. Harry, just wait. I'll certainly pick out the finest for you." He winked at Harry, brimming with confidence. If he couldn't outsmart Lucius, surely he could manage Narcissa. There would be no issues at all. Harry gave him a bemused look, unable to suppress an eye roll. Narcissa led Sirius away, while Harry and Draco resolutely made their way toward Flourish and Blots, only to be taken aback by the throngs of people at the entrance. "Why are there so many people here?" Draco inquired, hesitating for a moment before voicing his complaint. Harry, equally astonished by the sheer volume of humanity, grimaced in distaste. Reluctant to squeeze through the crowd, he paused briefly, muttering under his breath, "Honestly, I have no idea what they're all going on about. Perhaps you could take a look inside?" A voice chimed in softly, causing Harry and Draco to turn in unison to find a scowling Ron nearby, not far off. The twins were happily bickering, yet they did not seem to notice the adults from Ron's family. Ron, pouting as he glared at the long queue outside Flourish and Blots, took the initiative to explain. "Ginny is going to Hogwarts this year too, and Mum brought us along to buy textbooks and other supplies." Ron complained in exasperation. "Did you see the titles of the books listed in that letter? Gilderoy Lockhart, and more Gilderoy Lockhart. Who on earth is Gilderoy Lockhart? Why must there be so many books right from the start? I refuse to call that pile of strange names textbooks." Ron could barely contain his frustration. "I don't understand why Mum is so infatuated with him. I think everything he writes is just a bunch of nonsense." Draco wrinkled his nose, lifting his chin in an air of superiority, and surprisingly expressed agreement with Ron's sentiments. "I find myself compelled to concur with your perspective, Weasley. However," Draco's expression shifted to one of concern. "Does your mother have a fondness for Lockhart? I hope my mother doesn't like him too." Draco was suddenly engulfed in an unprecedented worry. Gilderoy Lockhart? Harry recalled having seen that name in a report from Agatha while reviewing documents. However, he had not paid attention to the string of textbooks associated with that name. Agatha's report contained some of the secrets Lockhart wished to keep hidden. The legendary escapades he recorded in his books were indeed impressive, but the highlights left by Lockhart in those tales were merely his astonishing methods of theft. Furthermore, Agatha had casually praised him a couple of times. She believed that Lockhart possessed an undeniably handsome visage, and his prowess in memory charms was indeed remarkable. However, he was also rather foolish and ineffectual. I would suggest that Harry slowly articulated his thoughts, implying that Lockhart seemed to be a man enamored with the allure of fame and fortune, a self-aggrandizing, superficial novelist. Ron and Draco exchanged glances with Harry, nearly awestruck by his astute and precise description. At that moment, however, Harry's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment as he fixated on the throng outside Flourish and Blots, his face a canvas of vibrant emotions akin to a spilled palette. He could scarcely believe his eyes, murmuring, "Wait a moment, was that Hermione?" Ron and Draco turned their gaze toward the crowd outside the bookstore, and after a moment of scrutiny, they indeed spotted Hermione among the throng. With her unmistakable, curly hair, She was easily recognizable. Oblivious to the attention of Harry and the others, she was eagerly pushing her way to the front, excitedly handing a book to a loquacious wizard at the center of the crowd, requesting an autograph. In the wake of the wizard's charming smile, she let out an exhilarated squeal, clutching her newly acquired merchandise. The three stood in stunned silence. After a brief pause, Draco awkwardly spoke up. It seems that our diligent Miss Know-It-All isn't always as wise as she thinks, is she?" Ron's expression contorted into one of utter disgust, as if he had just consumed a ton of slimy slugs. "I think that's quite beyond question." Harry chuckled dryly, remarking, "It appears that the second-year defense against the dark arts class is doomed once again." Chapter 67. He truly is a genius. The bookstore was inundated with patrons, making it difficult for the whole family to enter together. So Mr. and Mrs. Weasley decided to take Ginny inside alone. Percy slipped into the nearby dilapidated bookstore to indulge in reading, while the Weasley twins called out to their father before dashing into the crowd. Arthur Weasley, the head of the Weasley family, sighed and followed his wife and youngest daughter into the bustling bookstore. Ron sighed, expressing concern. "I wonder if Mom and Dad will manage to procure all the books we need. Lockhart's volumes are exceedingly expensive." A flicker of disdain crossed Draco's eyes as he glanced at Harry, recalling Harry's fists that were harder than iron, and chose to swallow back the retort that teetered on the tip of his tongue. Harry stood on tiptoe, gazing at the grinning Lockhart, who was currently boasting to reporters about his upcoming schedule for the year, which included his imminent teaching position at Hogwarts. In Harry's eyes, this man possessed a woefully inadequate reservoir of magical capacity, and the frequency of his magical outpouring was alarmingly low. Were it not for Lockhart's undeniable skill in memory charms, Harry would have suspected him to be a mere charlatan. Such a wizard was scarcely distinguishable from a waste of space. Harry was certain that Lockhart had no talents beyond memory magic. He withdrew his gaze and candidly stated, "To be honest, I have little desire to purchase his books." Harry had indeed bought Lockhart's book on the Yeti, but upon reading it, he concluded that it was nothing more than a fantastical novel, and even the scant magical knowledge it contained was utterly erroneous. By extension, one could deduce that Lockhart's other works would similarly be of little use. While they could serve as trivial distractions, they were hardly suitable as educational texts. Draco scoffed, "I feel the same." Ron's countenance darkened, "So do I." The three exchanged glances, collectively sighing in resignation. Harry sought to console his companions, but looking on the bright side, at least our monotonous school life will have some new excitement. Nevertheless, the throngs at Flourish and Blots were overwhelming, and they decided against entering at that moment. Under Harry's suggestion, they made their way to the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where Harry produced a few galleons and treated each of them to an ice cream. As they sat together, Ron appeared restless, prompting Harry and Draco to regard him with curious expressions. After a moment, Ron took a deep breath and leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. "Harry, I've got some news for you." Harry perked up. "What is it?" "It's about Scabbers," Ron mumbled, looking somewhat embarrassed. "My dad was at that trial for Sirius." After it concluded, the Aurors were about to send Peter to Azkaban when it almost came to light that he was an illegal animagus, and a rat at that. Ron struggled to articulate. Dad said his animagus form resembles Scabbers, even down to that missing toe. Draco's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his ice cream. "What? Are you saying you've had him for 10 years? Ron's face turned crimson as he repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I truly never thought of it before." God knows how devastated he must have been, especially when Mom and Dad inquired about it and learned that I had given Scabbers to you. Furious Molly nearly twisted my ear off. However, before she could, she had burst into tears, overwhelmed with guilt for bringing home a suspicious rat from the street to give to her child as a pet. If Ron, Harry, or any of her children were to come to harm because of it, she felt she would be consumed by remorse. Ron felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of gifting a fugitive Death Eater to the Savior as a pet. Sometimes, he considered himself a complete genius. How could he have been so unlucky? Draco burst into laughter. "Ha!" He nearly doubled over with mirth. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing, Ron. Have a little sympathy for yourself. I recall you were rather fond of your pet Scabbers, even sharing a pillow with him." Ron's face turned a sickly shade of green, his appetite for the sweet ice cream evaporating. Draco tumbled off his chair, laughing to the point of tears. "Ha! Weasley, you truly adored him. Ha!" Ron scowled. "Damn it. Malfoy, you're deafening." After a moment, Draco composed himself, though his legs felt weak, and Harry lifted him by the scruff of his neck, placing him back in his chair. Draco poked at his ice cream cup. "Hey, I remember. Harry, you found out about Sirius first, right? Perhaps that's why the rat ran away." Draco felt his theory was quite plausible, leading him to consider the implications of being exposed to Sirius in Diagon Alley. Harry remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Draco's speculation, and the three, each lost in their thoughts, began to relish their ice cream. Before long, Draco's eyes brightened as he spotted a familiar figure approaching from the opposite end of the street. "My dad is here." Ron glanced over and saw Arthur, somewhat disheveled. Emerging from the throng at flourish and blots, his shoes marked with a few footprints, visibly relieved as he stepped onto the street. "Oh," Ron hastily quickened his pace. Shoving the remaining ice cream into his mouth, "Dad's out. It seems Mum is almost done shopping." Harry noticed as well. But observing the direction and pace of the two fathers, he felt an ominous foreboding. "Ron, Draco," Harry's tone grew serious as he slowly spoke. "Do you think your fathers are about to come to blows?" Ron and Draco were momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning their heads back to gaze outside, where they indeed beheld their two fathers facing off in a tense standoff on the street. During their time at Hogwarts, they had been the respective heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin, a period marked by the formidable presence of the Dark Lord, who stood in stark opposition to Dumbledore, resulting in frequent clashes between the two houses. As heads of their houses, the animosity that had built up over 7 years was undoubtedly considerable, rivaling that of Snape and the Highwayman, if not surpassing it. Harry, at a distance, could not hear the words exchanged between Arthur and Lucius, but the derision on Lucius's face and the fury etched on Arthur's were unmistakable. Bystanders around them cast curious glances, and in the next moment, Arthur launched himself at Lucius, delivering a powerful punch straight to his eye. "Ah!" Draco screamed. "Well done!" Ron exclaimed, suddenly exhilarated. Draco whipped his head around, fury blazing in his clear silver-gray eyes. "Damn it! That filthy, red-haired weasel! How dare your penniless father lay a hand on mine?" Ron slammed his fist down. "What did you just say, Malfoy? Have you even looked at how gaunt your father has become? My dad merely gave him a light tap. Who knows why he fell down like that? You're not trying to extort us, are you?" Draco, seething with rage, retorted, "What does your family possess that the Malfoys would want to extort? How can you even utter such words? Think carefully about how many nuts your family has left. Shameless. Malfoy, do you want to get punched?" Ron shouted, rolling up his sleeves. Draco grabbed an ice cream cup and hurled it at Ron's head, loudly mocking, "Am I supposed to be afraid of you? You, useless at magic." Ron felt darkness cloud his vision as ice cream splattered across his hair, a gooey dollop precariously hanging on his forehead. His face turned crimson, his freckles standing out. "What did you just say?" Chapter 68, Second Year Warning. The two were indeed becoming quite loud. Moreover, in their childish fury, they were uttering all sorts of nonsense. To be frank, neither the Malfoys nor the Weasleys had ever produced anything but strong-willed individuals. To prevent an all-out brawl from erupting between the two, Harry shut his eyes for a moment and, with a spoon in his mouth, mumbled, "Stop shouting. Your fathers are really fighting." He observed the unfolding battle through the glass, unconsciously licking the cream off the spoon's handle, marveling, "Wow, they're quite strong." Lucius's eye was already swelling. Yet he struck Arthur Weasley hard across the face with his wand, causing Arthur's teeth to collide with his lip, drawing blood. His head buzzed, and he wondered if Malfoy had knocked out a tooth. Shaking his head to regain focus, he caught sight of Lucius's mocking gaze and immediately roared, clenching his fists to charge once more. Harry's exclamation halted the impending clash between Ron and Draco, as they both turned to look out the window. Then Harry spoke in a hollow tone, reading aloud, "Wow, how brutal. Could someone die? Like having their eyeballs burst? Or a head punctured?" The faces of Ron and Draco turned pale in an instant. They no longer cared to compete with each other, exchanging hurried glances before dashing out of the ice cream shop, racing towards the epicenter of their father's combat, without a backward glance. Harry, meanwhile, requested 2 more servings of ice cream from the shopkeeper and slowly made his way to the scene to observe. The commotion was considerable, drawing a crowd in Diagon Alley. And before long, Narcissa and Molly Weasley, having heard the news, hurriedly arrived. Molly was accompanied by several children, while Sirius trailed behind Narcissa. The 2 witches instinctively stood beside their husbands, glaring at their long-standing adversaries with disdain. Sirius paused, surveying the scene. Arthur and Molly were his friends, while Narcissa and Lucius were his sister and brother-in-law. Although his relationship with Lucius was strained, now there was an additional layer of partnership, a dynamic fostered by Harry. Sirius hesitated, glancing at the 2 distressed-looking wizards, wondering, "If I go over now, will I be ambushed by both of them?" He noticed Molly and Narcissa and thought to himself, "No, perhaps I would be ambushed by 4. He glanced back at the fray, only to suddenly realize that he couldn't see Harry. But if Draco was there, where could Harry be? Before he could fret further, his sleeve was tugged. Harry handed Sirius an ice cream cone, cheerfully beckoning him to follow to the best vantage point he had selected. "This way, the view is splendid." "Ah, Harry." Sirius responded quickly, pulling Harry back. He pointed towards the 2 groups. "Aren't we going to intervene?" Harry dismissed it nonchalantly. "Intervene? It's quite a spectacle. No one will die." He looked at Sirius. "But if you want to, you can. Which side would you help, Sirius?" Sirius fell silent, uncertain. Harry chuckled, gesturing towards the disheveled Lucius, asking meaningfully, Sirius, take a good look. Do you think Malfoy feels humiliated? Sirius looked over, noting Lucius Malfoy's meticulously groomed long hair now a disarray, his eyes swollen and bruised, and a gash on his lip from the punch. He appeared far from dignified. Sirius winced, murmuring, I wouldn't say much, but Malfoy will probably be mortified. But was Malfoy the type to allow himself to be humiliated in public? Sirius froze, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he observed the two wizards grappling. He no longer felt urgency. Instead, he leaned against the wall, crossing his arms with keen interest, scrutinizing the two flushed and furious gentlemen in the midst of the chaos. He elongated his voice. So who is being deliberate here? Harry remained silent, merely stating, watch closely. When it's your turn to intervene, I will let you know. Narcissa had undoubtedly perceived Lucius's intentions, for she showed no inclination for peaceful discourse. A careful observer could even detect the incendiary undertones in her words. Lucius, maintaining a facade of calm, surveyed the onlookers. As Arthur charged once more, Lucius suddenly demonstrated remarkable agility, tripping Arthur with his wand and delivering a kick to his stomach. Arthur Weasley soared through the air, crashing directly into his family. Molly struggled to help him up, hastily pulling Ron, who had nearly been crushed by Arthur's fall, out of harm's way, and then rushed to assist the toppled Ginny. Lucius glanced at the scattered books belonging to the young girl, smirking with derision. Your father can't afford new things for you, can he? Ginny glared at him, silent but fierce. Sirius stood up straight, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the strewn textbooks, hesitatingly asking, did he just? Before he could finish, Harry interrupted, Godfather, would you like to intimidate your brother-in-law? Sirius looked taken aback. Huh? Harry chuckled lightly, his tone icy. Be sure to send my regards to Mr. Malfoy. Does he find it appropriate that such dangerous dark magical items are appearing at Hogwarts? Sirius's mind short-circuited. What? What dangerous dark magical items? But before he could inquire further, Harry gave him a gentle shove, sending him stumbling towards the conflict's epicenter. Harry's playful voice rang out from behind. Oh dear, Godfather, don't ask so many questions. After school starts, my Hogwarts adventures will surely have a new chapter. From a distance, through the mark on Sirius's palm, Harry continued to urge, moreover. This is a splendid opportunity to show off, Sirius. You must seize it. After unceremoniously kicking Sirius aside, Harry began to ponder. Consider this, a dark magical artifact, delivered from Barty Crouch's hands to the Weasley household by Malfoy. In Harry's mind, a line connected Malfoy to the Death Eaters, and he heavily circled both the dark magic and Voldemort. He had just seen that object seemingly mixed in with Ginny Weasley's belongings. It appeared that this first-year girl would be the one targeted by the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Yet, he wondered how the fragment would parasite itself onto Ginny Weasley. Reflecting on that first-year boy who had been possessed by Voldemort's fragment and turned into a near corpse with a purple scarf, Harry found himself in a quandary. Was he to eliminate Ron's sister as he had done with Quirrell? Harry observed Ginny for a moment. Should he just retrieve that object? To snatch it? Too conspicuous. To devise a stealthy plan? A bit troublesome. Harry sighed. Forget it. He would decide later. First, he would see what the fragment intended to do. After all, Voldemort was destined to perish. If he truly transformed into that grotesque form like Quirrell, then the poor girl would have to endure and die young, thus allowing her to be reborn sooner. Ahead, Sirius, having inadvertently stumbled into the battlefield, looked up to see the previously heated duel now intensifying further. As Ron climbed to his feet, he immediately spotted Draco's unabashed glee, which prompted him to launch himself at Draco with a roar. Draco, taken aback, grew even angrier and directly retaliated. Narcissa could not restrain her son in time and found herself in the furious gaze of Molly. She rubbed her temples, exhaling a resigned sigh, for the two young men were about to clash once more. Chapter 69. The wretched rat deserves his fate. Wait, hold on. Sirius had yet to grasp the situation, raising his hands in an attempt to calm their tempers, only to be mercilessly assaulted by the twins, who charged into the fray. Two stink bombs struck Sirius squarely in the face, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. Then, Sirius exclaimed, ugh, while Harry chuckled, puffed, with a grimace. Sirius shook his head to dislodge the offending substance, and then strode into the melee, grabbing Draco and Ron by their collars and tossing them back to their mother. The two children continued to exchange blows from a distance. Sirius waved his hands, summoning two spells that struck Arthur and Lucius with precision, rendering them immobile. All right, fine. Sirius sneered. Now, immediately, cease all hostilities. He surveyed Arthur and Lucius with a stoic expression, coldly inquiring, can we calm down now? As their eyes flickered, Sirius interpreted it as their agreement, though it mattered not, for he could always cast again. With a wave of his hand, Arthur and Lucius regained their mobility. staggering slightly before steadying themselves under their wife's concerned gazes. Arthur returned to his family with an impassive expression, quietly complaining to his wife, while Lucius, expressionless, adjusted his appearance, only to feel Narcissa link her arm with his. Upon noticing the worry in her eyes, he gently patted the back of her hand. It is noteworthy that the two gentlemen, who had exchanged heavy blows, appeared expressionless due to the wounds prominently displayed on their faces. They were in considerable pain. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief, breaking into a smile as he affectionately patted Arthur's shoulder. That's more like it. Why were you two fighting again? Arthur inhaled sharply, prompting Sirius to quickly withdraw his hand. Arthur managed a strained smile, engaging in small talk with Sirius. Sirius, it has been a while. I heard you successfully sent Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban. I am truly happy for you. Humph, Sirius scoffed lightly. Just sending him to Azkaban is too lenient for that wretched rat. He will eventually pay for his past betrayal. Do not be angry, Arthur consoled, patting Sirius's shoulder, glancing into the crowd to spot Harry, who was enjoying an ice cream. You and Harry seem to get along quite well, don't you? The kids all say Harry is a remarkably brave and exceptionally clever boy. Upon hearing Arthur praise Harry, Sirius nodded enthusiastically, as if the compliment were directed at himself. Indeed, Harry is an exceptionally good child. Arthur chuckled and shook his head, then hesitated before broaching another topic. By the way, I heard from Dumbledore that you've joined the Silver Dawn? Yes, Sirius replied readily, even showing Arthur the mark on his palm, enthusiastically inviting him while promoting Harry. The Silver Dawn is quite commendable. Would you care to join? No, thank you. Arthur quickly declined, his hesitation evident. However, Sirius, I trust your judgment. But I hope you will consider the implications of some actions taken by the Silver Dawn before participating. Arthur genuinely believed that Sirius was not the type of person to kill without remorse. Sirius was well aware that his joining the Silver Dawn was merely to offer his support to Harry, nothing more. After bidding farewell to Arthur, he leisurely returned to the Malfoy family. Peering at the multicolored bruises adorning Lucius's face, he could not help but revel in a moment of schadenfreude. However, under Narcissa's fierce glare, he quickly silenced himself and reluctantly produced a vial of healing potion from his pocket, handing it over. Here, for your injuries. Lucius twitched his lips. Though no smile emerged, he was in excruciating pain. Thank you. Ultimately, he weakly accepted the potion from Sirius's hand and downed it in one gulp. The effect was immediate. In the blink of an eye, half of the wounds on Lucius's face healed, and the pain nearly vanished. As he gazed at the potion in his hand, astonishment flickered across his features, and a shift in his thoughts revealed the vast business opportunity behind this potion. Tentatively, he ventured, Sirius, about this potion. With a sudden spark of insight, Sirius quickly discerned Lucius's intention and preemptively interrupted. Do not even think about it. This is an internal special potion, specifically reformulated to sustain members on their missions. He spread his hands, feigning regret. I have only a few bottles at my disposal, and I generally do not require them. Very well. Lucius begrudgingly withdrew his gaze, feeling quite disappointed. But at that moment, Sirius suddenly recalled Harry's suggestion and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Lucius with a smile. By the way, Lucius, there is one more thing. Lucius looked at him, and Sirius slowly raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone to add gravitas. I saw it. I saw it quite clearly. That dangerously dark magical artifact. Do you think it is appropriate to toss it into Hogwarts? Sirius watched with satisfaction as Lucius's face paled instantly. Malfoy still wished to probe Sirius's knowledge of the dark magical artifact, so Sirius began to feign ignorance. Shaking his head and spreading his hands, what dark magical artifact? I didn't say anything just now. Lucius, it's all right. He reassured himself internally. There will be plenty of time to extract information once we return. However, Lucius's plans ultimately fell through. On the way, Harry signaled to Sirius that everything was ready, tonight. Someone would take him into Azkaban to address a few minor issues. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Sirius hurriedly bid farewell to Harry, for he was in a rush. It's quite late. Why not stay the night? Narcissa gently suggested. Sirius turned his head and smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, responding languidly. No, Narcissa. I have pressing matters to attend to. Narcissa glanced up at the brooding sky, where distant thunder rumbled, only to gradually fall silent. With a sigh, she remarked, but it is raining now. A broad smile adorned Sirius's face. He was unfazed by the weather. It matters not. It is merely a downpour. I am truly in a hurry, Narcissa. I am going to commit murder. Some have stolen 10 years of life, and it is time to settle the score. His unvarnished and unabashed intent shocked both Narcissa and Lucius, causing Narcissa to feel relieved that she had previously sent Draco back to his room. Lucius, quick-witted as ever, immediately surmised Sirius's purpose. Are you heading to Azkaban? To slay Peter Pettigrew? Sirius nodded decisively. Indeed. He chuckled. I have awaited this day for a long time. Narcissa opened her mouth, her gaze laden with concern as it fell upon Harry, but the child is still here. Did Sirius truly just utter that? Sensing Narcissa's stare, Harry widened his eyes, looking back at her innocently. Narcissa continued, however, if one were to tally it all up, silent curses, firearms, the godfather of Silver Sunday. She closed her mouth, pondering. This savior is growing increasingly sinister. Lucius extended his goodwill. Is there anything you require of me? No, thank you, Sirius replied, refusing the offer. Everything is already arranged. I must depart immediately. Chapter 70. School is finally back in session. Harry and Sirius returned to the Esposito Manor, where Sirius eagerly donned his cloak and followed the others. Harry shrugged, preparing to retreat to the study to continue his work, uncertain of when he would finish the pile of paperwork. After perusing only a few documents, Harry found himself making frequent trips to the restroom. He had indulged in 2 ice creams during the day, and his stomach was beginning to protest. Emerging from the restroom for the 3rd time, Harry felt utterly drained. He struggled to call for Emily. Emily, come quickly. Within 3 seconds, Emily burst through the door and swiftly transported Harry to the medical wing. She was well acquainted with such matters, having dealt with similar incidents alongside Connie before. Regarding Harry's unknown misadventures that left him in such a state, Emily confidently asserted her experience. Meanwhile, in the medical wing, Harry was pinned to the hospital bed by Ivy, who was force-feeding him a potion. The concoction was horridly unpalatable, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Sirius jubilantly returned to the manor, only to dash in a panic toward the infirmary. Meanwhile, in the unheated rain-soaked night, Peter Pettigrew met his silent demise in Azkaban. His death went unnoticed, for it was a place so dreadful. Countless dementors had long drained the spirits of prisoners. Who could say when death would come? Perhaps Peter was merely unfortunate, having been kissed by a ravenous creature. As for the cause of his death, no one would bother to investigate. This incident was merely a trivial ripple, scarcely attracting attention. Newspapers would not highlight it, and the few dissenting voices were silenced by Harry's allies. Even Lucius had taken special care to monitor the aftermath of the event, quelling the loudest of critics. Finally, the day of the new term arrived, and Sirius escorted Harry to the station. Upon reaching King's Cross and locating the entrance to platform 9 3/4, Harry abruptly pulled Sirius back, who was eagerly about to dash inside. What's the matter? Sirius queried, puzzled. Harry pointed at the wall before them, calmly stating, the entrance is sealed. Sirius turned, feeling the wall, and indeed, it was solid. He glanced at the time, perplexed. What gives? We arrived neither too early nor too late. Why can we not enter? At that moment, Harry seemed to recall something. Oh, Sirius, I might not have mentioned this to you. Hedwig was intercepted before, but thankfully, the intruder could not breach my defenses and failed to steal her letter. The protective enchantments over the manor detected several attempts at intrusion, yet none succeeded in entering. With a grin, Harry added, it seems, Sirius, that something does not want me to return to school. Sirius's lips curled into a slight frown. He found little humor in the situation. His thoughts immediately drifted to the already deceased Peter Pettigrew, wondering if some rogue Death Eater was causing havoc again. Sirius's gray eyes hardened like ice as he pulled Harry aside, instructing, wait here for a moment, I will handle this. Harry nodded cheerfully and sat on his luggage, swinging his legs as he began to wait. He wondered where Janet had scampered off to. He was disinclined to deal with a wayward house elf, preferring to let Sirius take care of that. Approximately 10 minutes later, Sirius returned, looking rather disgruntled. He tucked his wand into his pocket and began rolling up his sleeves. After folding the bloodstains on his cuffs inward, Sirius approached Harry. It ran quite swiftly. I could not capture it, but I'm certain I injured its ear and limbs. Moreover, it did not appear to be a wizard. It was too small. Sirius frowned in contemplation. It resembled a fairy or perhaps a house elf. Fairies are unlikely. The savior and the fairies currently have no conflict of interest. Those greedy creatures are too busy guarding their gold at Gringotts. Could it be a house elf from a Death Eater family? Perhaps. Harry replied with a chuckle, jumping down from his luggage to feel the wall once more. The entrance had indeed opened. Do not worry, Sirius. If it truly comes to Hogwarts looking for me, I shall just have some fun with it. Harry reassured the visibly concerned Sirius, already concocting a mischievous plan. If he presented the restless Dobby as a gift to the young master, what would his expression be? The thought alone was amusing. All right, Harry, you certainly have your ideas, Sirius sighed in resignation. He then nudged Harry's shoulder, enthusiastically proclaiming, let us proceed. It has been ages since I visited platform 9 3/4. What a perfect opportunity to accompany you. They arrived early, and at this hour, the platform was scarcely populated. Harry selected a compartment and leaned out the window, engaging in conversation with Sirius, who had leaned in. They began sharing snacks through the window. Harry was astonished to discover just how much food Sirius had stashed away. Not long after the train began its journey, Draco approached them, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. To Harry's surprise, Draco and Ron exchanged glances without sparking a quarrel. They turned their attention to Harry, who was currently gazing blankly at Hermione. His mood difficult to articulate. Under the intense scrutiny of the trio, Hermione finally looked up, closing the book she had been reading. "What's wrong?" She frowned, her delicate brows knitting together in discontent. "What are you all looking at?" Harry silently averted his gaze. Ron grimaced, pointing at the book in Hermione's hands. "Break up with the ghost?" "Hermione, when did you start enjoying this kind of reading?" Hermione shot Ron an annoyed glare and slammed the book down on the table before her. "What is wrong with it?" "Ron, you truly ought to peruse Lockhart's book to enhance your grades. I am certain you will glean a plethora of knowledge from it." Numerous question marks sprouted above Ron's head. "Learn? A plethora? Knowledge?" His lips twitched as he mumbled, "Whether I can actually learn anything is uncertain. But I am quite aware of how to boast." "Ronald Weasley." Hermione glared at him fiercely. Ron shrugged and fell silent. Draco discreetly rolled his eyes. "Granger, I must say, your muggle upbringing is not without its faults. Look at you, chasing after the pompous braggart with unbridled enthusiasm. Lockhart's ludicrous works are riddled with errors that only serve to make one appear more foolish with each reading. Has the diligent Miss Know-It-All finally resolved to enjoy her school life, forsaking her studies for a bit of merriment? Or perhaps she has chosen to abandon the pursuit of magic, languishing at Hogwarts for a few years before returning to her mundane muggle existence?" Hermione's hair began to frizz as she shot an angry glare at Draco. "Malfoy, do not provoke me to strike you." Draco paused, glancing at the furious Granger before subtly shifting closer to Harry. Then, with audacity, he continued, "Think what you will, Granger, just wait until I surpass you in the exams. I trust you won't end up sobbing in the girls' restroom again." Hermione's eyes widened in fury, while Draco held his head high with smug satisfaction. Hermione's lips twitched, her expression growing increasingly menacing. Abruptly, she packed her book away and pulled out the potion's mastery to study fervently. Ron silently turned to Draco, giving him a thumbs up. Harry sighed. The second-year students entered the carriages to Hogwarts, separated from the first-year newcomers. Rain fell steadily as Harry observed the peculiar black creatures in front of the carriages. Deep in thought, the Thestrals. Those who can see such creatures have witnessed death firsthand. Chapter 71, Absurd Test Questions. Harry refrained from mentioning his sighting of the Thestrals. He nonchalantly boarded the carriage, following the throng into Hogwarts. After the sorting ceremony for the newcomers, Dumbledore cheerfully introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor. Then Lockhart stood up, brimming with self-importance, and introduced himself with great fervor. As for the details of his introduction, Harry was oblivious. He only recalled the man's incessant babble, which was abruptly interrupted by the girls' excited screams. Harry yawned, resting his chin on his hand. "When can we eat?" Watching the new professor ramble on with the air of someone who could speak indefinitely, Dumbledore hurriedly intervened, tactfully cutting Lockhart short and swiftly announcing mealtime. Seated at the head table, Harry looked up to see the glimmering buffoon among the faculty, promptly shutting his eyes to avert his gaze. Truly, even a single glance felt like a contamination, rendering one a dazzling fool. Harry, with a blank expression, turned his attention to the Slytherin table, deciding to cleanse his eyes with Draco's strikingly handsome visage. Draco noticed Harry's gaze and shot him a fierce glare. Ron, too, caught sight of the grinning charmer. He turned to Hermione, only to find her cheeks flushed. She was taking bites of food while sneaking glances at him, her face growing redder with each glance. Ron's expression was indescribable as he shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. There was no saving her. Harry had assumed that, no matter how unreliable Lockhart might be, he could not possibly be as incompetent as to be outshone by lower-year students. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. This buffoon was even less competent. During the first class, upon receiving the test questions distributed by Lockhart, Harry's expression mirrored that of someone who had just encountered an extraterrestrial. The pages were filled not with questions about magical knowledge, but inquiries into Lockhart's accolades, favorite colors, and greatest aspirations. Observing this absurd test, Draco and Ron ceased their bickering, their faces wearing identical blank expressions. Moments later, Ron silently set down the paper. "Oh, I refuse to answer these ridiculous questions." Draco snickered derisively, his voice loud enough to be heard. "I dare say, this is a collection of nonsense only an unparalleled fool could conjure." He showed no inclination to temper his words. And naturally, Lockhart at the podium heard him. With his award-winning, charming smile, Lockhart turned to Draco. "Ah, it seems Mr. Malfoy has some reservations." Draco, maintaining a sullen demeanor, replied, "Indeed, Professor, I trust you would comprehend my sentiments if your brain were functioning properly." Lockhart's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, chuckling, "It appears Mr. Malfoy possesses his own unique perspective. However, I recommend that everyone takes this test seriously. It may aid you in obtaining my autograph. Draco, ugh. I feel nauseated. Yet this tactic evidently worked wonders for Lockhart's adoring fans. Among the Gryffindor girls, excited shrieks erupted, and several Slytherin witches were equally enamored. Among them, Hermione's scream was the loudest, her eyes resolute. She had read Lockhart's book numerous times. She was confident of achieving the highest score in this test. Draco turned impassively to glance at Daphne and Pansy, who were whispering together. Upon sensing his gaze, Daphne instinctively smiled gently and looked over. What is it? Pansy followed suit, directing her attention to Draco. Nothing. Draco sighed with relief, feeling somewhat gratified. Thankfully, there were still witches in this classroom with a clear head. If the Slytherin girls were to fawn over Lockhart as mindlessly as the Gryffindors, Draco would genuinely question the educational standards of their families. If it were indeed the case, he would feel ashamed to share a house with such dimwits. Thus, he would not only question it, but he would also inform his father and lodge a formal complaint. Pansy and Daphne exchanged glances and stifled giggles, covering the lower halves of their faces with their hands. Goodness! Draco! Pansy feigned shock, whispering. You do not think that Daphne and I would be as fervently infatuated with Lockhart as those Gryffindors, do you? Daphne blinked, resting her chin on her hand, and softly replied, well, Professor Lockhart's book is indeed quite fascinating. His prose is rather enjoyable for leisurely reading. But that is where it ends. Daphne and Pansy's stance was unmistakable, mirroring Narcissa's sentiments. After returning home from Diagon Alley, Draco had specifically asked his mother about it, and Narcissa's views aligned closely with those of the two girls. He had sighed with relief at that moment. Daphne stifled a laugh behind her hand, casting a light glance at the Gryffindors, who were caught up in excitement, her tone laced with disdain. I never imagined anyone would take this seriously. Ugh, I hope not. Draco scoffed, shooting a withering glare at the Slytherin girls who were starry-eyed over Lockhart. What a disgrace. Just when they believed they had witnessed the extent of Lockhart's absurdity. The following day, they heard of the events that transpired during the second-year defense against the Dark Arts class. Lockhart unleashed a cage of Cornish pixies during class, nearly sending a Gryffindor wizard hurtling out the window by their ears. Shortly thereafter, in their second lesson, they beheld the legendary cage, veiled in cloth, that Lockhart had brought into the classroom. A somber atmosphere enveloped the room. As the lesson was about to commence, Harry still had not appeared. Draco could no longer restrain himself and kicked Ron's chair, exclaiming, Damn it, Weasley, why are you sitting next to me? Where's Potter? Ron, infuriated, attempted to dodge Draco's attack while responding with confusion. Harry went to the library. Did he forget to come to class? Draco sneered, Forget? Ha, foolish Weasley. Ron's face flushed with anger. Malfoy, do you want to get punched? With a disdainful glint in his eye, Draco retorted, If you have the guts, go ahead. Weasley, he can't beat Potter. Can he possibly defeat a pathetic pauper? Meanwhile, Lockhart continued his rambling at the front of the class, while Draco and Ron, filled with animosity, were on the verge of a brawl. Crabbe and Goyle, seated behind Draco, watched Ron with hawkish eyes, ready to pounce. In the row behind them, Blaise enthusiastically clenched his fists, gesturing playfully between the two feuding heirs. Then he nudged the studious Theodore beside him. Hey, who do you think will end up in the hospital wing this time? Theodore slowly raised his gaze and then lowered it again, coldly stating, Both of them. Oh, Blaise mused, stroking his chin. That simply won't do. How can we Slytherins fail against a mere pure-blood traitor? Theodore, with a dispassionate tone, suggested, when they start fighting, you could go help Draco withstand the blows, allowing him to focus on the attack. Upon hearing this, Blaise touched his handsome face, sighing, Perhaps I'll pass on that. Chapter 72. Assisting Lockhart's tall tales become reality. Ron glanced at the two hulking figures behind Draco, feeling a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Just then, a small paper ball was thrown from the next seat. Ron turned, suspicious, to see Dean and Seamus eagerly awaiting his response. Unfolding the note, he discovered that the two were unimpressed by Lockhart and could hardly understand what he was gloating about. Thus, upon noticing the imminent clash between Ron and Draco, they were keen to join the fray. They even attempted to recruit Neville, but he, terrified, shrank beneath his desk when he learned of their intentions. Realizing this, Dean and Seamus reluctantly abandoned the idea. Ron straightened his back. It was now 3 against 3. He had nothing to fear. Clenching his fists, he readied himself, while Draco cautiously grasped his wand. Lockhart continued his animated diatribe, but before either could make a move, they both felt a sharp pain in their heads. Ow! Draco exclaimed, clutching his head and leaning back. Ouch! Ron yelped, nearly toppling off his chair. The classroom fell silent, all eyes on him. Moments later, Lockhart, recovering from his surprise, smiled charmingly and inquired, Mr. Weasley, do you have a question? And no, Ron stammered, his face turning crimson as he lowered his gaze. As the others diverted their attention, he breathed a sigh of relief. Draco let out a derisive laugh. Turning around, Ron saw that Harry had mysteriously appeared between him and Draco, his hands raised as if to separate them. However, Harry's left hand landed on Draco's head while his right slapped Ron's face. "Harry, when did you arrive?" Ron asked, unconcerned about the slap, scratching the back of his head in confusion. "Just now," Harry replied, withdrawing his hand and stroking his chin, intrigued as he gazed at Lockhart. "I brought a little gift for our dashing Professor Lockhart." In truth, he had detoured to the greenhouse, uncertain of what the brainless trio was up to. So he had observed Ginny Weasley's current state. On his way, he had prepared a surprise for Professor Lockhart. Having just started school, Harry had not observed anything unusual about Ginny. The young girl appeared rosy-cheeked, lively, and sprightly, exuding far more vitality than the pallid, headscarf-wearing man. Thus, Harry set aside any thoughts of stealing that dark leather book, hinting instead for Ron to keep a closer eye on his sister. At that moment, Draco leaned closer. Skepticism etched across his face. "What kind of little gift?" he muttered. "I can't shake the feeling that your intentions aren't pure." Harry maintained his smile, gently pushing Draco's glimmering head away. "You'll find out soon enough." Lockhart continued his incessant chatter. "I dare say, this is one of the most fearsome creatures I have ever dealt with. Of course, confronting them is remarkably easy for me." Harry then turned to Draco, inquiring, "What do you think of that statement?" "Huh." Draco raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Just him? That's a joke." "Then let's take that as our cue," Harry cheerfully declared. Draco narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Harry, snorted, and slowly turned his gaze back to Lockhart, curious about what would unfold next. As Lockhart concluded his fervent speech and lifted the cloth from the cage with the intent to frighten the children, the little wizards erupted into uproarious laughter at the sight of the Cornish pixies. Lockhart's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly sought to redeem himself, declaring, "These pixies are truly terrifying magical creatures. Your task now is to deal with them. Come on, show them your prowess." With that, Lockhart flung open the cage door, and the Cornish pixies immediately burst forth, chattering excitedly. However, Lockhart's triumphant grin froze in place as the pixies did not charge towards the room full of soft targets, but instead hovered for a moment before making a beeline for him. The students watched, dumbfounded, as a comical scene unfolded. Lockhart was hoisted by the pixies, who tugged at his ears. He waved his wand, attempting to disperse the mischievous creatures, only to have them snatch his wand away and toss it out of the window. He found himself dangling from the ceiling fan. The students were stunned, but they remembered to steer clear of the fan. Within 3 seconds, not a single student remained beneath Lockhart. They huddled in the corners of the room, whispering as they observed the hapless professor's plight. Neville timidly suggested, "Shouldn't we try to help him down?" Seamus, exchanging glances with Dean, chuckled. "Isn't this all his own doing?" Hermione scanned the room, glancing between the pixies surrounding Lockhart and the beleaguered professor hanging high above. Anxiously, she stamped her foot, believing she could handle those pesky pixies with her newly learned freezing charm. Yet, her magical strength fell short. The levitating charm couldn't lift Lockhart entirely unless she were to dismember him, which was certainly out of the question. Determined, Hermione dashed out of the classroom in search of a professor. Any professor would do. Ron and Draco stared in stunned silence, mouths agape, at Lockhart spinning beneath the fan. Excitement flickered in Ron's eyes. Draco slowly turned to Harry, nudging him with his elbow and whispering, "What did you do?" Harry cupped his face in his hands, blinking innocently with his large eyes. "I did nothing at all, merely offered a little assistance to make Professor Lockhart's boasts come true. Isn't that everyone's duty?" Draco's expression momentarily froze before a smirk began to tug at the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, yet struggled to contain it. Finally, his ears flushed crimson as he turned away with a blank face. "Potter, you should be grateful that Lockhart is such a fool, incapable of seeing through your tricks." Harry muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his laughter. "Did you figure it out?" Draco huffed. "Potter, are you looking for a fight?" "Hey, what's got you so riled up?" Harry said, pushing his head away. "Your name may be Draco, but why are you as temperamental as a fire-breathing dragon?" Draco resisted, but was quickly pinned against the wall by Harry, struggling like a stranded fish. He gave in, realizing he couldn't possibly best this infernal Potter. Ron stifled a laugh, while Pansy and her friends watched Draco in silence. Blaise seemed to wince, taking a sharp breath. "Yikes, Harry Potter, how is he so strong?" The trio remained silent, casting glances at him. Blaise fell silent, no longer speaking. Hermione and Professor McGonagall hurried in. As soon as they stepped into the classroom, Professor McGonagall spotted Lockhart in a disheveled heap hanging from the fan. He was frothing at the mouth, his eyes filled with stars, appearing somewhat lifeless. "Merlin." McGonagall quickly waved her wand to rescue Lockhart, clutching her chest as she gasped for air. How long had it been since Hogwarts had witnessed such a serious teaching incident? Just think, The professor nearly died in class. Oh, children, McGonagall glanced at the inquisitive students and quickly declared. It seems Professor Lockhart will be unable to continue with the lesson. This class will now be self-study. I must take him to the hospital wing. After McGonagall left, the classroom erupted in cheers. Harry relaxed his grip, allowing Draco to awkwardly detach himself from the wall and regain his footing. He coughed a few times, glaring fiercely at Harry, yet instinctively backed away. Ron elbowed his best mate, winking, "What a splendid gift. Lockhart must be overjoyed." Harry winked back. There will be even more spectacular moments ahead. Harry was a man of his word. Thus, in the ensuing academic year, whenever Lockhart attempted to stage his dramatizations with those novels, unexpected incidents were bound to occur. For instance, a ghost emerging from the shadows, demanding Lockhart sever ties. Or a werewolf crawling out of a book, insisting on dragging Lockhart away to wander. Furthermore, a ghoul bursting through the window, baring its teeth and inviting Lockhart on vacation, threatening that if provisions dared to flee, he would consume him bite by bite. Lockhart was either asleep or in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 73, Harry vs. Snape. Poor Lockhart remained blissfully unaware in the hospital wing, oblivious to the extraordinary events that awaited him in the coming year. Not even the most devoted of his admirers, the witches, had the heart to concern themselves with him at this time. This lesson was potions class. When the lesson commenced, Snape, with a stern expression, dragged Draco away from Harry and tossed him into the pile of Slytherin snakes. He then coldly placed the trembling, nearly unsteady Neville beside Harry. Harry paused momentarily in arranging the potion ingredients, turning to see the tears glistening in Neville's eyes, then glanced at Snape. Sensing the savior's gaze, Snape sneered, "Look, the instructor hasn't even begun speaking, and already students are meddling with the materials, showcasing their brilliance." Harry rolled his eyes and withdrew his restless hands, casually placing them on his chest, responding languidly, "Oh, I had no idea Professor Snape held me in such high regard. Though I must admit, I am indeed quite clever and talented." Harry nodded earnestly, cheerfully delivering his sarcasm. "I must thank you for your flattering assessment." "Snape? Does this insufferable brat not understand human speech?" His mouth twisted in irritation as he harshly shoved the materials toward Neville, causing Neville to flinch, tears streaming down his face. Snape scoffed. "Since Mr. Potter is so confident in his potion-making abilities, perhaps he could assist the certain fools in our house who can't even handle the ingredients properly." "Neville." Sniffles. Harry nodded indulgently. "Very well, since you so earnestly request my help, how could I possibly refuse?" "Snape, who the bloody hell asked for your assistance? Can you not stop embellishing your own worth?" He forced a smile that was anything but genuine. "Since Mr. Potter is so confident, I trust he will produce a potion of impeccable quality." Harry remained unfazed, naturally. Snape's expression warped in fury as he coldly snorted and strode away. Ron, a bit anxious, kicked Harry's chair from behind and whispered, "Hey, mate, what did you do to provoke him this time?" Harry, undeterred by Snape's demeanor, cheerfully arranged the materials in front of Neville, taking a moment to reply to Ron, "I haven't provoked him at all." Yet, Harry could surmise what was troubling Snape. The old professor had recently encountered his longtime nemesis during the holidays, leading to a confrontation that nearly spiraled into chaos in Nocturne Alley. Had it not been for Harry's timely appearance, those two old rivals could have clashed, resulting in mutual destruction. Moreover, Snape had recently discovered that his foolish adversary had joined the Silver Sun, seemingly inclined towards developing ties with the Death Eaters, which only intensified his fury. However, he could not seize the foolish dog, Black, nor could he act recklessly, lest Black's allies perceive it as a declaration of war from Hogwarts. Snape dared not take that risk. Yet, unable to confront Black, he thought to vent his frustrations by tormenting his precious students. Surely that would suffice. Though it seemed he had failed, for not only did he not find pleasure in bullying Harry, but instead he was left breathless and thoroughly vexed by the sharp-tongued savior. Snape profoundly realized that he should not have let his impulsiveness lead him to mock the insufferable brat. If this continued, he might very well be driven to the brink of madness before his old master returned and dealt with him. No, what was this growing frustration? Snape pondered, unable to comprehend, feeling an overwhelming sense of impotent rage. Finally, he abruptly turned back, glaring darkly at Harry and Neville, as if he wished to kill the two Gryffindor whelps with his gaze. Naturally, Harry met his glare with unwavering defiance. Snape, irritated, averted his gaze and began to reprimand other Gryffindor cubs. Once Snape had moved away, Ron let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest anxiously and muttering, "Mate, I don't think the old bat is willing to let you off the hook. You'd best be cautious." Hermione stirred the potion with her wand while rolling her eyes. She pushed aside her damp hair, as the warm steam from the potion had made her locks cling to her scalp. Hermione delivered a sharp kick to Ron, admonishing, "Focus. Weasley." Instead of fretting over Harry being targeted by Professor Snape, you ought to be more concerned about our precious ruby hourglass. When have you ever seen Harry suffer a setback? Hermione muttered under her breath. If this class concludes and the Gryffindor ruby runs dry, I shall truly lose my mind. Ron, bewildered, raked his fingers through his hair and replied, You care about that? I thought you would have grown accustomed to it by now. Hermione, with her head bowed, retorted softly, Must you be so loud? Is this truly a matter of pride? Harry was directing Neville as he struggled to chop ingredients. Neville, undoubtedly clumsy, appeared to be quite intimidated by Snape. Harry even noticed his hands trembling with fear. Reluctantly, Harry decided to slow down, unwilling to allow Snape to exploit Neville's blunders to target him. As Snape prowled about, his malevolent gaze fixated on Neville, who was visibly terrified, his face quivering. Harry rolled his eyes, deftly grasping Neville's knife, and inquired, Do you harbor a grudge against yourself? Why are you attempting to cut your own hand? Neville whimpered, Wah. Fortunately, he managed to produce a vial of blue potion before Harry's patience wore thin, and judging by its hue, its quality appeared commendable. As the class neared its conclusion, the other young wizards had already submitted their assignments. Neville timidly trailed behind Harry, watching as Harry placed the finished product before Snape with a resounding thud. He gasped in fright. Without raising his gaze, Snape sneered, Last one, it seems Mr. Potter isn't quite as impressive as he thought. Why didn't you submit your potion first? Harry retorted sarcastically, If you maintain such an attitude, it's no wonder Neville dislikes your class. Snape paused, casting a dark look at Harry. Unfazed, Harry stared back defiantly. Neville's potion this time was not so dreadful. It was the first time he successfully brewed a potion. As a teacher, shouldn't you offer a modicum of encouragement? Or do you consider such significant progress utterly trivial? Snape scoffed, You seek praise for a solitary success? He glanced behind Harry, noticing Neville was on the verge of tears, and coldly remarked, Still a foolish Gryffindor lion, I see. Harry exhaled through his nose, softly mocking, I should have anticipated that. Were it not for Professor Lockhart cushioning your reputation, I dare say you would rank as the most unethical educator in all of Hogwarts. Snape? This insufferable Potter was no longer even pretending. Snape's face darkened. Diminishing a professor, Mr. Potter, shall result in a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor. A mere 50 points? Harry sneered, Who do you think you are? The color drained from Snape's face, his expression akin to that of a man bereaved, as he opened his mouth to impose further penalties, only to be interrupted by Harry. Oh, well, I'm not particularly invested in house points. Should you persist in using deductions as a means to target me, I suspect Sirius would not hesitate to storm your office to defend his beloved godson. What do you think? With a cheeky grin, Harry added, I heard from my godfather that you two shared quite a profound bond in the past. Harry deliberately sought to unnerve him. Were you not fond of each other? Snape, ugh. I feel nauseous. Damn it, this wretched Potter's insufferable progeny is utterly intolerable. His expression was terrifying as he abruptly rose, pointing toward the classroom door, bellowing, Get out. Well, Harry said, tugging at Neville's sleeve as he turned to leave. Be careful, your temper might just be your undoing. Harry Potter. Snape was on the verge of exploding. Gryffindor. Another 50 points deducted.